In the city of Qingtian, within the confines of a dungeon, a figure was carelessly cast into a cell. The young man had endured a brutal beating, his body occasionally convulsing involuntarily. What a pity for the esteemed young master of the Yi family, reduced to the point of sacrificing his sister to save his own life, one guard sneered. It's unfortunate for that little girl, just 14, to be betrothed to a man in his 40s, rumored to be a sadist, another added. Yet, one cannot deny that Yi Ling is indeed a beauty. Every time one lays eyes on her, one cannot help but feel a stirring desire. Ha ha ha. The two guards exchanged glances, bursting into unabashed laughter. The young man was roused by their mocking, a cacophony of memories flooding his mind. Why Yi family? Yi Ling sister? I have traversed into another realm. His countenance shifted dramatically as he gazed in disbelief at the body he now inhabited. His name was Yi Lin, once the most formidable special operations commander in Huagua, who, after a failed mission, had been grievously injured and rendered a vegetable. He had thought he would spend his life trapped within his consciousness, only to find himself reborn in a new world. This realm revered strength and was governed by martial souls. His martial soul took the form of a hammer. As he assimilated into his new identity, Yi Lin's expression darkened as he realized that both he and his sister were perilously ensnared. 3 years prior, their parents had mysteriously vanished, leaving the family in a state of disarray. To stabilize the situation, the elder Yi Xiangdong had assumed the role of acting head of the family. Yet, after 3 years of silence from their parents, discontent brewed among the family members. Coupled with Yi Lin's low-level martial soul awakening, Xiangdong had entertained thoughts of usurpation. He first targeted Yi Lin, fabricating accusations of violating a clan member's daughter, subsequently employing ruthless measures to imprison him and coerce Yi Ling into marrying the leader of the Sihai merchant group. When Yi Ling resisted, Xiangdong resorted to torture against Yi Lin. Time and again, unable to bear her brother's suffering, Yi Ling ultimately acquiesced to the marriage. Should this union come to fruition, with the benefits promised by the Sihai merchant group, Xiangdong would gain sufficient prestige to claim the title of family head. However, the reborn Yi Lin discerned clearly the peril. Once Yi Ling was wed, his value would be extinguished, leading to his inevitable demise. Moreover, Yi Ling would be subjected to the whims of the merchant leader, only to be callously discarded thereafter. With this realization, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. He had no intention of perishing so soon after arriving in this world. He resolved to save himself and protect his sister in this life. Thus, he needed to escape this accursed prison. Someone, I need to use the restroom. Yi Lin shouted. What are you making a racket about? Do you think you're still the young master of the Yi family? Didn't that beating teach you a lesson? The two guards approached menacingly. Yi Lin reiterated, I need to use the restroom. How absurd. You just got here and now need the restroom? Trying to pull a fast one? With their faces pressed against the bars, the guard sneered, Mark my words, your sister will be married in 2 hours. You'd better behave, or I'll ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Don't you dare try anything funny. As they exchanged glances, they opened the cell door, ready to drag Yi Lin out. Kill! At that moment, Yi Lin sprang into action like a leopard, seizing one guard's arm and twisting it with a forceful press, the sound of breaking bones echoing. The other guard, enraged, drew his weapon, but Yi Lin charged into him, twisting the knife from his grasp and slicing a deep gash into his side. The sequence unfolded with ruthless efficiency, showcasing his mastery of joint locks and unarmed combat techniques. Ah! The guards cried out in agony. When they looked up again, Yi Lin had already seized a knife and fled. Someone, quickly! Yi Lin has escaped. Ignoring their pain, the guard pursued him, shouting for help, hoping someone would intercept Yi Lin. However, with the Yi family preoccupied with Yi Ling's wedding, the dungeon was desolate, devoid of any other presence. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Lin's figure vanished from sight. Having escaped the dungeon, Yi Lin navigated through familiar alleys, swiftly distancing himself from the family's sphere of influence. Eventually, he halted before an inconspicuous blacksmith shop. Yi Lin's intentions were clear. Lacking both strength and power, his only avenue to rescue his sister lay in harnessing the technological prowess of his former life. His expertise resided in firearms and artillery. In his previous life, he had studied the improvement and manufacturing of various weapons. By crafting firearms, he could stand against the martial practitioners of his family and save his sister. In a world devoid of precision machinery and assembly lines, manufacturing firearms should have been an arduous task. Yet, this was a realm of martial souls, each possessing extraordinary abilities. His current body's martial soul ability was precisely that of forging. It enabled him to mold any material into the desired form, akin to manipulating metal with supernatural control. This was also the reason the Yi family could maintain its position among the three great families. Without hesitation, Yi Lin stepped into the blacksmith shop. "Young man, what is it that you seek?" The blacksmith owner, upon seeing Yi Lin enter with a bloodied knife, felt a surge of anxiety. 2 pounds of wrought iron, half a pound of cold iron, and prepare 10 blocks of firestone. I need to use your premises to forge some items. Yi Lin swiftly articulated his requirements, striding towards the forge. The materials he requested were meticulously selected based on the family's forging knowledge to create firearms. In a world lacking alloys, he would have to improvise. Wrought iron is heat-resistant but prone to deformation under extreme temperatures. Combined with cold iron, it would significantly enhance durability, increase shooting frequency, and minimize cooling time to prevent catastrophic failures. Firestone, on the other hand, is a potent combustible material in this world, with a short burn time and a low melting point. Ground into powder, it could serve as a substitute. For gunpowder, young man, cold iron is a premium material. My shop only crafts ordinary tools, so. The blacksmith's throat tightened with trepidation. None? Yi Lin furrowed his brow. And no. Beads of sweat began to form on the blacksmith's forehead. The young man before him exuded an indescribable pressure. If you don't have it, then just help me grind the firestone into powder. Yi Lin had no time to waste. He commanded, seizing a copper hammer in his right hand and unleashing his martial soul. Buzz! A faint black glow radiated as a hammer-shaped martial soul materialized. Adorned with intricate patterns, its head enveloped by a spirit ring. With both hands gripping tightly, he fused his martial soul with the copper hammer, and the spirit ring instantly appeared on it. Why, Yi Lin immediately felt the once heavy hammer become as light as a feather. Ha! With a sharp exclamation, he lifted the copper hammer and began striking the wrought iron repeatedly. To the naked eye, the wrought iron swiftly separated and transformed under the influence of his martial soul, eventually morphing into various uniquely shaped components. In just 10 minutes, a collection of parts was completely forged. Even though Yi Lin had mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished by the power of his martial soul. This ability, combined with the Yi family's forging knowledge, once perfectly melded with advanced technology, rendered him akin to a mobile miniature military factory. Moreover, within the Yi family, there were over 100 members possessing martial souls like his. Yi Lin could scarcely fathom the formidable armed force he would command once he gained control over them. It appears I must not only save my sister, but also reclaim the entire Yi family from Yi Xiangdong. At that moment, Yi Lin's resolve solidified, a fierce aura radiating from him. A fervor surged within him, and without delay, he commenced crafting bullet shells and magazines. Meanwhile, from the bustling heart of the Yi family, a thunderous shout suddenly erupted. "What did you say? Yi Lin has escaped?" Yi Xiangdong abruptly rose from his position as the head of the family, his entire being brimming with energy, crackling with intensity. "Useless. Worthless. You two cannot even guard a single child. What use do I have for you?" He resembled an enraged lion, glaring at the two injured guards, who trembled in fear. However, Yi Xiangdong swiftly tempered his fury, observing their wounds with a furrowed brow and inquiring, "What has happened to you? Do not tell me this injury was inflicted by him as well." "Great Elder, no. Family head, this injury was also caused by Yi Lin. His techniques are fierce and ruthless, far too skilled for one so young," the two guards described, their faces pale, a flicker of trepidation towards Yi Lin emerging within. Yi Xiangdong scrutinized their injuries, particularly noting the gruesome state of their arms, his eyes narrowing. "What a wretched cub. His strikes are indeed brutal. I have underestimated him. Summon someone. Send a decree throughout the city to hunt down Yi Lin. We must not allow him to jeopardize this transaction." With a command from Yi Xiangdong, a multitude of warriors from the Yi clan surged into Qingtian City, embarking on a relentless pursuit of Yi Lin. Meanwhile, within the confines of the forge, Yi Lin remained engrossed in the art of crafting his martial spirit, tirelessly fashioning over a dozen magazines and more than 200 rounds of ammunition, just enough to quell the tumult within his heart. 2 hours later, all the bullets were filled with gunpowder. Yi Lin, amidst a flurry of movements, assembled a classic Desert Eagle in his grasp, leaving the forge owner utterly astonished. The Desert Eagle, one of the world's most renowned handguns, measures 26 centimeters in length and boasts a caliber of 11.43 millimeters, capable of firing 9 bullets per chamber with an effective range of 100 meters. Subsequently, Yi Lin meticulously loaded the bullets into the magazine, his expression gradually sharpening as he prepared to test the weapon. Click. The magazine was locked in, the bullet chambered. Yi Lin swiftly turned, raised his hand, aimed, and fired. Bang! In an instant, a black line shot forth, piercing through a metal plate and embedding itself in the wall. Excellent! Yi Lin could not contain his exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With his keen perception and experience, he discerned that the power of this firearm was at least double that of a standard weapon. Moreover, in his haste, he had not even rifled the barrel, which was astonishing in itself. This clearly demonstrated that utilizing a firestone as the propellant was more than sufficient. Goodness, what manner of weapon is this? The forge owner's scalp tingled as he beheld the extraordinary sight. A metal plate thicker than a blade had been effortlessly penetrated, embedding itself into the wall. If it were to strike a fragile human body, would it not reduce them to mere fragments? A lethal weapon indeed. Yi Lin smiled, leaving the knife as a token of gratitude, smudging his face with soot before exiting the forge. This time, Yi Lin chose not to traverse the alleyways, but instead took the main thoroughfare, for he knew that Yi Xiangdong was undoubtedly hunting for him, and the smaller paths would pose greater peril. As expected, shortly after stepping outside, Yi Lin spotted several groups of Yi clan warriors scouring the streets in search of him. However, with his adept counter-surveillance skills, he easily evaded them and concealed himself near the Yi residence. Here they come, the wedding procession from the Four Seas Trading Company. Everyone, look! Leading the way is Qiu Tianbao, the head of the Four Seas Trading Company, rumored to be a man of carnal pleasures, indulging daily in the company of women, particularly favoring young maidens. Not to mention, this fellow harbors questionable tastes. One wonders what the Yi family is thinking, pushing their own kin into such a pit of fire. In a grand family, women are often mere commodities for trade, which is hardly surprising. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Yi Lin's expression grew cold. Following their gaze, he beheld Qiu Tianbao, a fair-skinned man with alluring peach blossom eyes, clad in white. Surrounding him were 8 formidable iron guards, unwavering in their vigilance. Behind them trailed a group of merchants bearing dowries and sedan chairs. Ha ha ha, Manager Qiu, once Linger steps beyond the gates of the Yi family, she shall belong to you. Treat her well. Yi Xiangdong boomed, emerging from the Yi family estate with a laugh, his words laden with meaning. Behind him, a group of high-ranking family members followed suit, creating a sense of grandeur. Yi Lin's gaze immediately fell upon Yi Linger, who was being supported by several maidens, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Naturally, when my adversary speaks, he means every word. From now on, we shall be one family. Qiu Tianbao's lascivious gaze swept over Yi Linger, his laughter booming with satisfaction. In that case, please assist the young lady into the palanquin. Yi Xiangdong expressed his approval of the other party's demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Linger as he spoke. There's no need for your assistance. I hope you do not forget your promise to ensure my brother's safety. Yi Linger stubbornly pushed away the maidens, her grip tightening around her brother's soul tablet. As she stepped into the palanquin, she glanced back at the Yi family, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Linger, Yi Lin's heart twisted painfully, his fingers cracking under the pressure of his grip. Although he could not hear Yi Linger's voice, he understood her lip movements. In that moment, he yearned for a powerful rifle to dispatch those hypocritical scoundrels with a single shot. Lift the palanquin. With a commanding shout, Qiu Tianbao led a large entourage away. Yi Lin cast a cold glance at Yi Xiangdong before disappearing into the crowd. He needed to save his sister first. As for settling accounts with Yi Xiangdong, that would come later. He would reclaim his father's position as head of the family as well. Halt! Just as they were about to leave the Yi family's sphere of influence, Qiu Tianbao suddenly raised his hand, bringing the entire procession to a standstill. Yi Lin furrowed his brow, sensing that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, Qiu Tianbao let out a lewd chuckle and instructed the 8 iron guards, "You lot, clear the way ahead. Do not allow any unseeing individuals to hinder my endeavors." With that, he turned and entered the palanquin, his lascivious voice echoing, "My beauty, I can hardly wait. Let us commence within the palanquin." "Ah, ha ha ha. Ah, what are you doing? Don't touch me. Get away, get away." Yi Linger's screams erupted from within the palanquin, attracting the attention of passers-by on the street, some jeering, others muttering curses, creating an uproar. The external reaction seemed to further ignite Qiu Tianbao's depravity as he bellowed, "Resist! Yes, resist like that. The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. Listen, the crowd is waiting outside. Come on, ha ha ha, damn it." Yi Lin could no longer contain himself, roaring as he charged forward. "Who dares? If you don't want to die, get lost." The merchants shouted loudly to intervene. Bang bang bang. Yi Lin's face was taut as he raised his hand and fired directly. At such close range, his marksmanship resulted in every shot hitting its target squarely. What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Did he just kill without even touching anyone? What kind of weapon is that terrifying? Looking at the fallen, blood oozed from gaping holes in their foreheads, still faintly emitting wisps of smoke. The scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. You scoundrel, who are you? At that moment, Xiao Tianbao's furious voice erupted from within the palanquin, and it was then that the crowd realized Yi Lin had already forced his way inside. Brother? Inside the sedan, upon catching sight of Yi Lin, Yi Linger was overwhelmed with joy and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she plunged into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, all her grievances and fears were released, her tears streaming uncontrollably. Brother? Xiao Tianbao raised an eyebrow, his indifference turning into a derisive sneer. All right, Linger, I have come to rescue you. Do not weep. All is well. Yi Lin tenderly ruffled Linger's hair, yet a fierce anger simmered within him, who declared that all was well. At that instant, Xiao Tianbao's malevolent smile widened as he pretentiously flicked his sleeves. However, before he could utter another word, Yi Lin, consumed by rage, raised his hand and fired a shot, which struck with unerring accuracy at his most vulnerable point. Ah! Xiao Tianbao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his bravado instantly swallowed by pain. Brother! Yi Linger gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. For such a man, to be killed outright would be too lenient. Yi Lin swiftly replaced the magazine and turned to the shadows flitting outside the sedan, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The immediate response was a chorus of anguished cries as the crowd dispersed in fear. People of the Four Seas Trading Company, heed my words. If you wish to see your master alive, retreat to at least 100 meters, otherwise boom. He coldly fired another shot into Xiao Tianbao's leg, making it abundantly clear what would befall those who dared to approach. Ah, you fools. Do you wish for my demise? Get back, retreat beyond 100 meters. Xiao Tianbao's shrill wails echoed in desperation. Yi Lin's expression remained icy as he pointed his weapon at him. I will count to 3. Remove the spatial ring from your hand and sever the mental connection. Please, please, I'll do it right now. Xiao Tianbao was genuinely terrified. The youth before him was ruthlessly intimidating, especially with the weapon in his hand, an instrument of lethal precision. He deemed his life far too precious to be forfeited over trivial possessions. Hand it over, Linger, inspect it, Yi Lin commanded, his expression unyielding, ears attuned to the commotion outside. Soon, Yi Linger's voice rang with excitement. Brother, this ring contains so many elixirs and coins. I have never seen so much before. Along with martial arts manuals. Excellent, let us depart. Yi Lin grasped Yi Linger's hand and leaped from the sedan. Everyone, clear the way. His visage was cold as ice, his small frame emanating an aura that sent shivers down spines, swiftly distancing himself. Chase him. Do not let him escape. I want him dead. Came Xiao Tianbao's venomous roar from behind, followed by the rapid approach of formidable presences. Yi Lin turned to see 8 powerful warriors, each radiating a potent aura, estimated to be at least at the 7th level of body refinement. In the realm of martial arts, there are 3 primary stages: body refinement, chi gathering, and innate, each comprising 9 levels. A 7th level body refinement practitioner would be considered a significant figure in the city of Qingtian. To ordinary people, they would seem as fragile as paper, their strikes resulting in either death or debilitating injury. Unfortunately, they were pursuing the wrong person. Yi Lin's gaze was as cold as death as he raised his handgun. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he fired 4 shots. The icy bullets transforming into lethal black lines, mercilessly piercing the skulls of 4 warriors. The 4 fell as if suddenly deprived of weight, their bodies maintaining inertia as they collapsed to the ground, their backs arching upwards. This sudden scene horrified the remaining 4 warriors, who instinctively halted their movements, staring at their comrades' heads, now emitting wisps of smoke, cold sweat soaking their backs. My heavens! To kill at such a distance, what kind of weapon is this? It is utterly terrifying. Within 100 paces, taking lives is as effortless as cutting grass, far more fearsome than the arrows wielded by Zhang Tianjun, the foremost master of Qingtian City. At that moment, the crowd erupted into chaos, an atmosphere of terror, panic, and shock spreading among them. Everyone gazed at Yi Lin's diminutive figure as if they had encountered a vengeful deity, instinctively retreating, clearing a path in haste. Chapter 3. The Wealth of the Ring. Seizing the moment of temporary intimidation, Yi Lin swiftly pulled Yi Linger towards the outskirts of the city. Unbeknownst to anyone, his fingers had turned white, his arms trembling with exertion. Yi Lin was already injured, and the immense recoil from firing the Desert Eagle had inflicted excruciating pain upon his arms. Moreover, due to the nature of gunpowder, the bullet's lethality had doubled, and the barrel was becoming unbearably hot. If he continued firing, there was a significant risk of a catastrophic rupture. Thus, he had to depart quickly. Otherwise, once Yi Xiangdong arrived, they would be ensnared in a trap, and all their advantages would vanish. What is happening? What transpired here? Soon, Yi Xiangdong received word and summoned a large contingent of guards to the scene. Upon witnessing the scattered corpses and the blood-soaked Qiu Tianbao, his expression darkened instantly. Yi Xiangdong, you old toad, is this the good work you've accomplished? Qiu Tianbao, unfazed by his expression, erupted in anger. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take me to get treated. If I don't heal properly, you'll have no good fortune to look forward to. Someone hastened to escort Qiu to receive treatment. Yi Xiangdong's face turned ashen from the scolding, yet he remained silent, constrained by Qiu's influential background. Once Qiu Tianbao was taken away, Yi Xiangdong learned the full story and could no longer contain his fury, bellowing, "Relay my orders to all warriors of the Yi family, no matter the means. Capture the two siblings. I shall personally flay that little wretch." At this moment, Yi Xiangdong radiated a ferocious energy, his countenance dark as that of a ravenous beast. The position of family head, so nearly within his grasp, had been shattered, igniting a hunger for vengeance. He must return and eliminate those two useless gluttons. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and Yi Linger dashed out of the city, seeking refuge in a small grove, where he finally paused, breathless and pale. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Linger asked anxiously, hastily removing Qiu Tianbao's spatial ring and placing it in Yi Lin's hands. "There are many medicinal pills inside. Quickly check for anything that can treat your wounds, and take it." "All right," Yi Lin nodded. Encountering a spatial ring for the first time filled him with curiosity as he attempted to extend his consciousness into it. In that instant, he was utterly astonished. A diminutive ring concealed within it a space comparable to the size of a study. Particularly at the bottom of this space lay a vast accumulation of gold and silver treasures, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Beyond mere wealth, there was also a storage shelf with 3 tiers. The uppermost layer displayed dozens of martial arts manuals, while the middle tier was lined with bottles of elixirs. The bottom tier was filled with various rare beast cores, alongside peculiar jars and soul-controlling jade tablets. A rough estimation revealed that the worth of these items was sufficient for him to establish a small family in Qingtian City anew. The phrase "money can buy murder" and arson finally resonated with Yi Lin on a profound level. However, what thrilled Yi Lin the most was the spatial ring itself. With it, he essentially possessed a portable armory, eliminating any concerns about insufficient ammunition in future encounters. Taking a deep breath, he slightly suppressed his excitement and selected 2 bottles of elixirs, the golden healing pill and the body refining pill. Yi Lin first consumed the golden healing pill, and a surge of medicinal energy coursed through him, instantly mending his wounds. He was immediately astounded and eagerly consumed the body refining pill. Boom. Upon ingestion, Yi Lin's expression turned to one of shock as he felt a ferocious wave of medicinal power erupt within him, heat radiating in all directions. Instinctively, he activated the most refined hard qigong he had mastered in the military. Yet, this technique, typically used to enhance explosive power, manifested an extraordinary scene at that moment. As the qigong circulated, a faint golden glow suddenly enveloped Yi Lin's body, reminiscent of the gilded statues venerated in temples, exuding an aura of solemn grandeur. Yi Linger, standing beside him, was left in awe. Yi Lin felt an overwhelming jolt within, as the heat surging through him was swiftly devoured by the martial arts technique, filling his entire being with a tremendous sense of strength, instantly meeting the standard for the first level of body refinement in this world. Astonished, Yi Lin could hardly believe that this hard qigong had undergone such a remarkable transformation under the influence of the elixirs, becoming unfathomably potent. Unable to resist, he consumed several more elixirs to test the effect, and with a resounding boom, the technique activated automatically, continuously converting the medicinal power within his body. Before his very eyes, his realm began to skyrocket. Boom. Body refinement level 2. Body refinement level 3. Body refinement level 4. He ascended a full 3 realms in an instant. Yi Lin found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings at that moment. He recalled that this hard qigong had been imparted to him by a venerable monk from the Buddhist order, accompanied by the intricate 81 hand seals. Yet, curiously, those seals, once learned, would lead one to forget them voluntarily. Across the entire military of the nation, with millions of soldiers, none retained the memory. It was only when he appeared that this peculiar phenomenon was shattered. However, he had not dared to make a fuss about it at the time. And although he had experimented with the hand seals, they had proven to be of no other utility beyond clarifying one's mind, so he let the matter rest. Yet, it now appeared that these hand seals were undoubtedly far from simple. Is it truly simple? Only by attempting can one ascertain the answer. A profound anticipation flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. No man can resist the allure of becoming stronger, particularly in this world ruled by martial prowess. Possessing formidable strength is of paramount importance. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Yi Lin prepared to execute his hand seals for training. Just then, a sudden wolf howl pierced the air, causing his expression to shift. It's the wolfhound, brother. It's the family's trained wolfhound. We are being tracked. Yi Linger's face turned pale, realizing that they had narrowly escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Yi Lin stood up abruptly, his youthful visage starkly displaying a cold resolve. The speed of their pursuers exceeded his expectations. With a sharp click, he chambered a round in his firearm, assessing the direction. We cannot afford to sit idly by. Trust your brother. I will ensure your safety. Follow my lead. Understood. Yi Linger nodded emphatically, lifting her vibrant red gown and dashing forward. Before long, the duo emerged from the thicket, only to be met with vast fields of golden rice. Yi Lin's eyes sparkled as he spotted several straw dummies bound within the rice stalks, rushing over to retrieve one. Linger, remove your outer red garment. Yi Lin urged hastily. As time was of the essence, he swiftly had her shed the outer layer, dressed the straw dummy in it, and then secured it to his own back. Once this was accomplished, Yi Lin instructed, you must hide in the rice paddies. No matter what sounds you hear, do not emerge. Remember to wait for me. With that, he hoisted the straw dummy onto his back and sprinted swiftly back into the woods. From a distance, it appeared as though Yi Lin was carrying a bride in flight. Tears welled in Yi Linger's eyes as she comprehended her brother's heartfelt intentions, gritting her teeth as she dove into the rice fields. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, in his relentless sprint, felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him. The enhancement of his martial arts imbued him with newfound confidence. Upon entering the woods, he found a concealed spot and quietly awaited, his expression one of cold determination. Big brother Yi, the wolfhound has caught their scent. It's in the woods. Understood. Everyone, spread out in an arc and maintain a safe distance while searching. Be cautious of his weapon, within 100 paces. He can kill someone at the 7th level of body refinement. That's an exaggeration. That kid hasn't even reached the 1st level of body refinement. Such a powerful weapon cannot be used continuously. A group of martial artists followed the wolfhound into the woods, exchanging banter among themselves. Yi Lin observed them quietly, silently calculating the distance. 200 paces, 199 paces, 198 paces, 150 paces. Suddenly, a chilling light flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. He raised his arm, aiming his firearm at the wolfhound. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, the bullet slicing through the air, creating imperceptible ripples, and with a soft thud, it penetrated the wolfhound's skull. With the wolfhound dispatched, his sister was now completely safe. Yi Lin was prepared to unleash his full combat prowess. How audacious! Seeking death. The Yi family's martial artists immediately locked onto Yi Lin, their expressions turning ashen. Yet, in the next moment, their faces shifted in alarm. They began to retreat frantically, for Yi Lin was positioned a staggering 150 paces away. What did this signify? The notion that one could eliminate a formidable opponent at the 7th level of body refinement from a mere 100 steps is utterly ludicrous. Yi Lin is undoubtedly capable of executing a kill from as far as 150 paces. They have been deliberately misled by Yi Lin all along. How insidious this young rascal truly is. Has he been scheming against us from the very beginning? A pall of dread enveloped the faces of the crowd. The sensation of being manipulated by a mere 15-year-old child drove them to madness. Everyone, spread out and remain within a radius of 150 steps. Then we shall converge together. I refuse to believe he can contend with so many of us at once. The guard, referred to as Brother Yi, exhibited a flicker of anger, commanding his comrades to advance in unison. At that moment, Yi Lin coldly raised his handgun once more, and with a series of 8 thunderous shots, he emptied the magazine. Each bullet, imbued with a lethal intent, transformed into a malevolent thread of death, effortlessly claiming 8 lives. Ah, bastard, bastard. The leader, Brother Yi, gritted his teeth and retreated. 180 steps. He can kill from 180 steps. Fall back, everyone. Retreat to 200 steps. No, withdraw to 250 steps. The pallor on their faces deepened. What kind of weapon does this young scoundrel wield? To kill at 180 steps as easily as cutting grass. What chance do we have left? Retreat. Retreat. They had already fallen back over 200 steps. How could they possibly capture him now? Delightful. A faint smile graced Yi Lin's lips. With the strength of the 4th level of body refinement, his arm remained as steady as a mountain. The formidable recoil of the Desert Eagle was effortlessly mitigated, enhancing his shooting accuracy. The only frustration he encountered was the excessive power of the bullets, Continuous firing would heat the barrel, risking a catastrophic malfunction. It appears I must venture into the city to have my firearms refined. Alternatively, I could elevate my martial soul's level in a short span, thereby enhancing my soul power. This would enable me to utilize the martial soul imprint array to reinforce the gun's body and even bestow attributes upon the bullets. Yi Lin's countenance brimmed with anticipation. What extraordinary outcomes might arise from imbuing bullets with attributes? Consider that there are countless array patterns, each representing a unique attribute. The Hurricane Array, Thunder Array, Ice Array, Dark Array, and Tracking Array, among others. Once imprinted onto the bullets, what would they become? Hurricane bullets? Thunder bullets? Tracking bullets? The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. Nevertheless, the immediate concern is to resolve this predicament before pondering the future. Yi Lin shook his head, his gaze sharpening once more. Chapter 4. A flawless counterattack. These foolish deer truly believe that retreating to 250 steps would ensure their safety. Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the comical sight of the guards retreating. The standard effective range of a Desert Eagle is 100 meters, meaning that within this distance, the bullet's accuracy in striking a target is absolute. Beyond this effective range, the precision of hitting a target diminishes significantly, relying heavily on the shooter's skill, experience, and environmental factors. However, given Yi Lin's marksmanship, 250 steps still lay within the realm of effective lethality. Moreover, the Desert Eagle in his hand doubled in power, and the effective range was likely to expand even further. Yi Lin remained unperturbed, casually firing a round that struck the grassy ground 200 paces away, then swiftly turned to move away from the straw man. Excellent. The distance of 250 paces indeed proved to be secure. The onlookers were invigorated, sensing that an opportunity for vengeance had arrived. How dare he toy with us and attempt to flee? They scattered to pursue him, reasoning that he could not run fast while carrying someone. They were determined to capture him. He would pay dearly for his actions. Fueled by righteous indignation, they hastened after him, envisioning Yi Lin ensnared in their grasp. Concerned about arousing their suspicions, Yi Lin deliberately slowed his pace, feigning exhaustion. This only heightened their excitement, convincing them that he was at the end of his rope, prompting them to quicken their pursuit. Just as the chase reached its zenith, Yi Lin suddenly turned, raising the now cold Desert Eagle, and in an instant, pulled the trigger 9 times. Bang, bang, bang. 9 bullets struck their targets with astonishing precision, and one by one, their forms collapsed. Damn it, stay hidden. His lethal range exceeds 250 paces. We have been deceived. Yi Weiying bellowed in fury, nearly bursting with rage. He had brought 30 guards from his family, and to this point, they had not even had a single direct confrontation, having already lost half their numbers. Should this news return to the family, even if they ultimately captured Yi Lin, punishment would be inevitable. Cursed be it. He slammed a fist against the tree trunk where he was hiding, his face hardening as he charged forward recklessly. Bang! Yi Lin raised his hand to fire, but his reaction was slightly delayed. At the moment the gun fired, Yi Weiying had just managed to take cover behind the second tree, narrowly avoiding a lethal shot. Little wretch. Yi Weiying seethed, acutely aware of the vibrations emanating from the tree behind him. Had he been even a moment slower, the bullet would have pierced his skull. We shall advance together, while remaining alert to his movements, ready to react. Yi Weiying commanded, charging out once more. His eyes fixed on Yi Lin. The moment the latter aimed, he would dodge preemptively. His strategic approach proved successful. A dozen men swiftly closed in, utilizing this method to advance within 50 meters without any casualties, boosting their morale. Indeed, there was some wit among them. Yi Lin smiled faintly, raising his hand to aim in advance, fixing his gaze upon Yi Weiying. The moment the latter exposed himself, he would fire without hesitation. Now, Yi Weiying signaled, and the men surged forth once more, followed by him drawing his blade. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, and he felt a tremendous force impact him, causing him to stagger back half a step as he drew his knife. Glancing at the blade in his hand, he saw it had been deformed into a V shape, with a bullet head protruding, surrounded by charred remnants. Damn it, what immense power! Yi Weiying's eyes narrowed sharply, instinctively drawing a sharp breath. A wave of dread washing over him. What? Yi Lin displayed a look of surprise, taken aback by the opponent's impeccable timing in drawing their blade, which fortuitously deflected the bullet. He sought to fire another shot, but the searing heat of the barrel deterred him, for another discharge could potentially result in a catastrophic explosion. Consider yourself fortunate, he thought, shaking his head before swiftly repositioning himself. The cooling of the gun barrel would require time, indicating a need to alter his strategy. In truth, from the very outset, Yi Lin had no intention of truly fleeing. His objective was to mount a counterattack. As he moved, the others focused their attention, charging forward. Yi Weiying once again issued a rallying cry, swiftly transitioning from one tree to another. The others had also grasped the art of evasion, rapidly shifting their positions. However, after several exchanges, an air of confusion suddenly enveloped them, for the forest had fallen eerily silent. Something was amiss. Why had the enemy ceased their assault? Yi Weiying took a deep breath and cautiously peeked out. To his dismay, he saw no one. He peered again. Still nothing. Once more he probed. At last, he spotted something. Approximately 300 paces ahead, behind a large tree, he noticed a flash of a crimson garment sway slightly. That little rascal, still trying to play tricks. Yi Weiying's gaze hardened as he signaled for silence, gesturing towards Yi Lin's position, then crouched low and advanced swiftly. The others understood the unspoken message and mimicked his movements. 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. As they drew nearer, many felt their hearts race with anticipation. Wang Chuanyi, the most anxious among them, crouched low, his eyes fixated on Yi Lin's location, gripping the hilt of his blade with excessive tension. Suddenly, the crimson garment behind the tree fluttered slightly, prompting him to quickly roll behind another tree for cover, peering out to observe. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly emerged from behind the tree, clamping over his mouth. In an instant, he felt a chill at his neck, and his body began to slump downwards. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a youthful figure gliding past him, vanishing into the thicket like a wraith. Thud! 50 meters away, a guard was abruptly tripped by an unseen force, muttering curses under his breath. As he attempted to rise, a pair of small feet appeared before him, followed by a sharp crack, and he was silenced forever. Soon, an intangible aura of menace pervaded the air, and the chorus of insects in the forest fell silent. Ahead, Yi Weiying remained intently focused on Yi Lin's hiding place, cautiously inching closer. As the distance dwindled to less than 100 paces, he inhaled deeply and finally signaled with his hand. Yet, in the next moment, his heart sank, cold sweat trickling down his brow. For with his gesture, hardly anyone responded. He glanced back, then at the swaying crimson garment behind the great tree, and his expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Everyone be cautious. We have fallen into a trap. Yi Lin is among us." What? The remaining guards gasped in shock, hastily drawing their long blades, their faces pale as they scanned their surroundings. This is bad. Wang Chuanyi has vanished. Old Lu is missing too. Damn it. Many have disappeared. Who can explain what is happening? A cacophony of panicked shouts resonated throughout the forest. All faces were ghastly pale. Bang! At that moment, a guard was struck down, and chaos erupted instantly. There! He is there! Everyone, be cautious! Quickly, take cover! Run! Bang, bang, bang! Yet, each bullet seemed to possess a will of its own, piercing their bodies with unfaltering precision. Yi Weiying, in a frenzy, dashed towards the tree. His singular thought was to swiftly seize Yi Linger before anyone else was slain. 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. Caught you. Ha ha ha. Yi Lin, I have your sister. Aren't you coming out to surrender? Yi Weiying let out a derisive laugh. However, the unexpected lightness in his grasp made his heart leap. He yanked off the red veil. Before him stood a grotesque scarecrow. In an instant, Yi Weiying's smile froze. A chilling sensation coursing through him. They had been played. From start to finish, they had been deceived. And the puppeteer was merely a 15-year-old boy. Chapter 5. The concept of establishing a Special Forces Team PFF. Yi Weiying spat a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed by an impulse to scream at the heavens. A large group of people, thus befuddled by a mere 15-year-old child, tangled in disarray. The manipulation was thorough. This was utterly humiliating. Yi Lin, come out. If you have the courage, let us confront one another openly, instead of lurking in the shadows. Come out. Yi Weiying roared in fury, clearly on the brink of losing his sanity. You, a grown man of the 7th stage of body refinement, wish to face me, a child, in a fair contest? Yi Weiying, do you have the audacity to utter such nonsense? A mocking voice rang out from nearby. Yi Weiying's body trembled as he turned stiffly. At that moment, Yi Lin appeared, his face ashen, betraying no emotion. Only his piercing eyes conveyed an unsettling calmness and composure that belied his youth, leaving a profound impression. Hands on his head, crouched down, Yi Lin, with a tranquil expression, raised his pistol. You, Yi Weiying, what do you intend to struggle against? Finally, he took a deep breath, complied, and crouched with his hands on his head. You have won. Ask what you will. Yi Weiying knew full well that given Yi Lin's demonstrated ruthlessness, had there not been questions to pose to him, he would likely already be dead. I indeed have many questions. Yi Lin nodded and stated, 3 years ago, my parents vanished without a trace, yet many loyalists and confidants remained within the clan. I wish to know where they have gone and what has become of them. They have either perished or fled. Yi Weiying's expression dimmed. perished. Even having anticipated this outcome, Yilin could not help but clench his fists. These individuals wielded considerable power within the family. For them to either die or escape, merely based on Yi Xiangdong's efforts over the past 3 years, was implausible. There must be others behind Yi Xiangdong, right? At this point, a glimmer of sharpness ignited in Yilin's eyes. Behind him indeed lurked others, harboring grand designs. Were it not for his concern for the sentiments of his kin, he could have forcibly ascended to the position of clan leader long ago. It appeared he had some scheme regarding the Four Seas Trading Company, with your sister merely serving as a stepping stone, facilitating a transaction with the company while benefiting the clan and garnering prestige, thereby effortlessly securing the leadership position, a dual victory. Yi Weiying divulged all he knew, suddenly feeling a sense of relief. After all, he bore the Yi surname, a member of the Yi clan. You are quite astute, Yilin remarked, producing a soul-capturing jade token from his spatial ring. I offer you a choice, if you wish to preserve your life. Separate a fragment of your soul into this token to be under my control. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to waste a bullet. Choose wisely. Yilin raised his firearm. To live. I choose to live. Yi Weiying's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he swiftly grasped the soul-capturing jade token, painfully extracting a sliver of his soul into it. Excellent. Fearing death is not a shameful thing. You will be grateful for this choice in the future. Yilin made no further comments, taking the token and absorbing the fragment of soul. A gentle tremor coursed through his mind, and a faint spectral image appeared deep within his consciousness, resembling Yi Weiying. With a slight probing, Yilin could clearly discern the thoughts and intentions of the other. With but a mere thought, he could extinguish Yi Weiying's existence through that fragment. Yi Weiying's complexion paled as he sensed Yilin scrutinizing his soul, his anxiety mounting. Do not be alarmed. As long as you harbor no treasonous thoughts, I shall not harm you. Yilin chuckled lightly, holstering his weapon. Gather all valuables from everyone. I shall go fetch my sister. Yes, yes. Yi Weiying wiped the sweat from his brow, adopting a submissive stance. It was not until Yilin exited the forest that he exhaled deeply, straightening his posture. He then commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, collecting weapons, elixirs, and treasures from each guard. With every item he gathered, his awe for Yilin deepened. Such accomplishments at a young age were beyond his imagination, even terrifying. Are you finished? Soon, Yilin returned to the woods with Yiling. Observing Yi Weiying dutifully guarding a pile of weapons, Yilin decisively stated, Leave the treasures and elixirs. I have use for these weapons. Moreover, take my sister to Baiyun City and find a place to settle. Remember, her safety is paramount. Rest assured, young master, I shall ensure not a single hair on the young lady is harmed. Yi Weiying responded earnestly. Brother, what about you? Yilinger inquired with concern. I must return to Qingtian City to upgrade my equipment and settle some accounts. Worry not. I shall join you in Baiyun City by nightfall, Yilin assured, shaking the desert eagle in his hand to indicate there was no cause for alarm. He then stowed all the weapons into his spatial ring. These weapons, forged from superior materials, were destined to create firearms and ammunition far superior to Earth's alloys, undoubtedly enhancing the Desert Eagle's formidable prowess. The three parted ways. Yilin swiftly made his way to Qingtian City, seamlessly blending into the urban landscape. After purchasing a considerable quantity of cold iron, he returned to the previous forge and ventured inside. Ah, you again? The forge owner exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Yilin chuckled. Do not be alarmed. I do not bite. I merely wish to make use of your establishment once more. Rest assured, it will not be without compensation. With that, Yilin tossed a handful of silver coins into the owner's arms. In this world, a single silver coin holds the purchasing power equivalent to 100 of Earth's currency. The sudden windfall brought a smile to the owner's face, easing his tension. I need you to grind a larger quantity of fire essence powder this time. No matter the method, the more, the better, Yilin instructed. You can count on me to satisfy your request this time, the owner assured, patting his chest before promptly getting to work. Yilin could not help but smile. Indeed, in any realm, money is a universal lubricant. He then immersed himself in his tasks, melting down all his weapons, including the Desert Eagle, and incorporating a substantial amount of cold iron. This time, Yilin had no intention of merely dabbling. He aimed for mass production. On his way here, he had contemplated clearly. To eliminate Yi Xiangdong and reclaim his father's position as the head of the family, relying solely on one's strength was insufficient. Moreover, he had to brace himself for retaliation from the Four Seas Trading Company. Thus, he urgently required a formidable armed force to support him. Yilin's goals and plans were distinctly defined: to manufacture a batch of firearms and subsequently procure a group of slaves, training them into an elite squad. When the time comes, he would confront gods and slay them, and face demons and vanquish them. With these thoughts, Yi Lin unleashed his martial spirit and activated the forging mode. Chapter 6. When given too much face, even dogs can become lions. Clang, clang, clang. His copper hammer danced wildly, akin to a tempest, striking with furious intensity. In mere moments, materials transformed rapidly under his skilled hands, accumulating in heaps around him. His fingers flew deftly, producing a cacophony of sounds as wild-looking submachine guns came together. Thus, the German MP5 was born. Feeling the cold metallic texture of the MP5, a fervor ignited within Yi Lin. The MP5, a pinnacle among the world's top 10 submachine guns, was conceived in 1966 and remains in service to this day. It is renowned for its rapid deployment and effectiveness in combat while advancing, hence its moniker as a submachine gun. The MP5's greatest advantage lies in its high accuracy, swift reloading, and minimal recoil during rapid fire, allowing for one-handed operation. It boasts a firing rate of 800 rounds per minute, offering single-shot, 3-round burst, and fully automatic firing modes. In the realm of submachine guns, it holds a fame akin to that of the AK-47 in the domain of rifles. Click, click. With the final gun assembled, a glint of determination sparkled in Yi Lin's eyes. He had crafted a total of 30 submachine guns and 30 Desert Eagles. Each firearm was equipped with 3 magazines, each capable of holding 30 rounds. Notably, the materials used for the Desert Eagle were infused with cold iron, granting the barrel exceptional durability, allowing for sustained fire even under the force of powerful ammunition. Moreover, he had meticulously crafted 6 grooves into the gun barrel, significantly enhancing the bullet's stability and penetration power, with an effective range reaching up to 400 meters. One could be employed for long-range assaults, while the other was suited for close combat. Yi Lin envisioned that once he trained a specialized squad equipped with these 2 formidable weapons, they would become the most terrifying nightmare for his adversaries. Yi Lin himself was armed with a Desert Eagle, fitted with a silencer. Given that Yi Xiangdong had formidable forces backing him, it was prudent for Yi Lin to expedite the creation of several devastating weapons. Once everything was in order, Yi Lin washed the soot from his face and proceeded directly to the Four Seas Trading Company. If he intended to forge an armed force, his first requirement was a contingent of slaves. As the largest trading company in the entire North Yao territory, the Four Seas Trading Company certainly had no shortage of battlefield slaves. Since enmity had already been established, it would be straightforward to seize them. Moreover, at this moment, both the Yi family and the personnel from the Four Seas Trading Company were likely still scouring the outskirts of the city for him, presenting an opportune time for mayhem. Before long, Yi Lin arrived at the Four Seas Trading Company. A clerk, upon noticing his tattered attire and the dirt adorning his body, couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking him yet another impoverished soul come to gawk. Nevertheless, adhering to professional decorum, he approached and blandly inquired, "What can I assist you with?" Yi Lin scanned the surroundings and, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Do you have any spatial rings?" Since he was there, he intended to seize as many advantages as possible. Possessing an additional spatial ring would enable him to carry away more items. "You seek a spatial ring?" The clerk couldn't help but scrutinize him again. Just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice echoed from the entrance. "Look at your shabby appearance. Do you think you can afford something as precious as a spatial ring?" With that, a youth adorned in splendid garments, shimmering with opulence, swaggered into the establishment. "Ah, young Master Zhang, what brings you here? It's been quite some time. Please, come inside." Upon seeing the newcomer, the clerk's eyes brightened, and he enthusiastically approached the lavishly dressed youth. The young man relished the attention and, in a condescending manner, remarked, "Xiaogua, as a veteran of the Four Seas Trading Company, you ought to refrain from attending to such lowly clientele. It tarnishes the company's prestige." Yes, young Master Zhang is absolutely right. "Allow me to escort you to the VIP room," the clerk replied, nodding and bowing, leading the young man upstairs, completely disregarding Yi Lin as if he were invisible. "Wait." At that moment, Yi Lin called out to the pair, unceremoniously stating, "Do you believe that just because I am dressed this way, I cannot afford a spatial ring? Huh? Clinging to vanity while suffering humiliation. If you could indeed afford a spatial ring, I would swallow my sword." The young man scoffed disdainfully at Yi Lin. Is this truly the hospitality of the Four Seas Trading Company? Yi Lin chose to ignore him, and instead turned his attention to the trading clerk. The latter not only remained indifferent, but also adopted an air of superiority, stating nonchalantly, "Young sir, you may freely explore our trading house. But if you wish to cause a disturbance, know that our Four Seas Trading House is not to be trifled with by just anyone." The implication was unmistakable, disdain for him, a clear dismissal. Yi Lin chuckled softly and replied, "In my homeland, there is a saying, a dog's eye cannot see beyond its own nose. It suits you perfectly. What did you say? The young man in splendid attire and the shop assistant's expressions shifted dramatically. I said, your perspective is as limited as that of a dog. Yi Lin retorted. What? Are you not satisfied? With a cold smile, he waved his arm, and a cascade of gold coins fell before them, forming a considerable pile in an instant. The expressions of indignation on their faces froze. Is this sufficient? Yi Lin inquired. The young man in fine clothing paled. The gold coins amounted to no less than 100,000, and even if it fell short, it was not by much. The shop assistant, meanwhile, began to sweat profusely, realizing his grave misjudgment. Is this sufficient? Yi Lin waved again, producing another heap of gold coins. Is this sufficient? He repeated, throwing yet another mound of coins. Is this sufficient? Is this sufficient? He seemed to have an endless supply of wealth, incessantly questioning as he flung more gold. The assistant, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, wiping his cold sweat and tremblingly imploring, Young sir, it is enough, truly enough. I am the one lacking in discernment. I have looked down upon you. Please be merciful. The young man in splendid attire clenched his fists, his visage reflecting utter humiliation. He felt as though each gold coin Yi Lin cast was a slap to his face, imparting a profound sense of disgrace. Do you see? This is the consequence of looking down on others. It is well deserved. Indeed, what does it matter how one is dressed? They can still be besieged by heaps of gold without uttering a word. Wealth is not merely a matter of appearance. The employees of the trading house were drawn in, whispering among themselves. How dare you not apologize to this young sir? The manager of the trading house appeared, glaring sternly at the assistant before turning to Yi Lin with an apologetic demeanor. Young sir, the individuals here lack the insight to recognize your worth. I implore your understanding. Here is the space ring you requested. I shall assist in collecting your coins. The manager, with a smooth demeanor, produced a silver ring and waved it over the mountain of gold coins. However, the next moment, his expression stiffened as he awkwardly stated, Young sir, this ring lacks sufficient space. It would be best to use your own. Very well. Yi Lin accepted the ring with an impassive countenance, then waved his hand, causing the gold coins to vanish instantaneously. It was only then that the onlookers collectively gasped in realization. They had been so focused on the wealth that they had not contemplated its source. Clearly, he was not only affluent, but also possessed a superior space ring with greater capacity. It seemed someone had remarked that if he could afford a space ring, he should swallow his sword. Yi Lin drew a long sword and, with a clang, tossed it at the feet of the young man in splendid attire, calmly stating, Now, let us see your prowess. The young man's face flushed crimson, enraged and humiliated, retorting, Do you truly wish to oppose me? Before you speak, perhaps you should engage your mind. Who is truly opposing whom? Yi Lin replied coldly, Do you know what I detest most in this world? What I detest most is when individuals present themselves ostentatiously before me, seeking a sense of superiority. What is this? When their pretense collapses, they become indignant. Yi Lin chuckled coldly several times, returning his words with scorn. One must possess self-awareness. You. The young man in splendid attire turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. The steward of the Four Seas Trading Company also changed his expression, feeling that Yi Lin's words were excessively harsh. He murmured, Young master. This young master Zhang is the son of the renowned expert Zhang Tianjun from our Qingtian city. You are of similar age. Let us extend mutual courtesy. What of the son of the greatest expert? Does that concern me? Courtesy? Huh. Yi Lin replied with a serene smile. Sometimes, when one extends too much courtesy, even a dog may believe itself to be a lion. Chapter 7. The armed battlefield slaves. Dare you call me a dog? You. Very well, just you wait. The young man's face twisted with malice as he turned to leave, clearly intent on gathering reinforcements. It turned out he was Zhang Tianjuan's son, Zhang Jinsong, infamous as the foremost prodigal son of the Zhang family. This is troublesome. I have heard that he is one to harbor grudges. What to do? It is said that his father, the greatest expert, dotes on him immensely. The onlookers now regretted their earlier bravado. Having spoken harshly, they could only flee. The Zhang family. Zhang Tianjun. Yi Lin scoffed, turning to the previous trader, and said, Come here. Lead me to select a batch of battlefield slaves. The trader appeared utterly flustered, astonished that Yi Lin would still call upon him. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take this young master over. The steward stepped forward and kicked him, scolding him as a fool. Young master, please follow me. Only then did the trader react, his face alight with joy as he led Yi Lin to the slave trading ground. Upon arrival, Yi Lin was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of iron and blood. These captured enemy soldiers, each possessing remarkable physiques, were confined in steel cages, 3 to 5 dozen men per enclosure. A cursory glance revealed at least a dozen cages, comprising several hundred individuals in total. You. And you, all those I have pointed at, come forth. Yi Lin's gaze was piercing as he strode past over 10 cages, selecting 30 battlefield slaves. Soon, each of them had their shackles removed and stood in orderly formation before Yi Lin. Each man was broad-shouldered and sturdy, despite their uncertain futures. Their eyes displayed no signs of panic, making them the ideal candidates in Yi Lin's estimation. Young master, the sole tokens of these individuals are here, a total of 30. Please verify. The trader approached with a handful of jade tokens, grinning broadly. He could discern that Yi Lin's discerning eye for selection was remarkably astute. Entirely atypical for one of his youth. This clearly indicated that the individual was extraordinary, likely an heir cultivated by a prominent family. 30 battlefield slaves, along with a spatial ring. If this transaction succeeds, the trader stood to gain significantly. Taking advantage of the time, Yi Lin was absorbing the opponent's soul essence. He swiftly calculated the expenses. Young master, the payment for the spatial ring and the 30 battlefield slaves has been finalized. Please review if the transaction is acceptable. Once Yi Lin completed his absorption, the merchant's assistant promptly presented the results for Yi Lin's perusal. It is acceptable, Yi Lin replied indifferently. However, before he could finish speaking, the desert eagle appeared in his hand, and he raised it to fire a shot. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in the merchant's assistant's forehead, his face etched with disbelief as he collapsed backward. The 30 battlefield slaves were equally startled, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Yi Lin. In the Four Seas Merchant Guild, to kill without hesitation was an act of sheer brutality. What manner of being was this seemingly innocuous youth? Listen closely. From this moment onward, you are all mine. I have but one command for you. Absolute obedience. Do you understand? Yi Lin's expression hardened, a chilling aura enveloping him. The 30 men instinctively shuddered, responding in unison. Understood. Excellent. Yi Lin nodded, gesturing grandly as 30 submachine guns clattered to the ground. This weapon is known as a submachine gun. Now, each of you will be equipped with one. Move swiftly. A submachine gun? Such a small weapon. What use is it? The group of men appeared bewildered, holding the submachine guns with confusion. Having served in the military for years, they had encountered all manners of weaponry, but had never seen one with such an unusual design. Enough with the idle chatter. Pay attention. Yi Lin's demeanor was stern as he seized a submachine gun and began instructing them on its usage. His instructions were straightforward. Load the chamber, change the magazine, and pull the trigger at the target. This was the merit of the submachine gun. At close range, one simply needed to aim and spray bullets. However, the 30 men remained perplexed. It was not until Yi Lin smirked, loaded a live magazine, and unleashed a barrage against a distant wall that they were left in awe. Good heavens, this is incredible. Is this the power of the submachine gun? Utterly terrifying. They observed a series of deep holes emerging in the thick wall, faint smoke wafting from them. To produce such profound impacts at a distance was astonishing. If one were to be struck by it, who could withstand such force? A shiver ran down their spines. Suddenly, amidst the gunfire, a commanding voice echoed. Following that, a wave of fierce energy surged towards them, causing the faces of the 30 battlefield slaves to change. What is the matter? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, admonishing them lightly. You have witnessed the power of the submachine gun. Beneath the gathering Qi realm, any number of foes are merely fodder. Now, load your chambers and charge out with me. Remember, the Four Seas Merchant Guild has made an enemy of me. When you encounter anyone, kill them without mercy. Spare nothing of value. Gather everything you can, especially elixirs and spiritual items. Leave not a single one behind. Have you all heard me? We have. 30 men suddenly felt a surge of fervor. Their hands rubbing together in anticipation, their faces flushed with excitement. They had witnessed the devastating power of submachine guns firsthand and yearned to experience it themselves. In that moment, they realized their profound desire for battle. Kill, kill, kill. Their demeanor transformed as they followed Yi Lin, their eyes radiating a fierce determination. How dare you murder in my Four Seas Trading Company? You must be tired of living. The guards of the trading company appeared. Their fury ignited upon seeing the lifeless body of their colleague on the ground. Provoking my Four Seas Trading Company is the gravest mistake of your lives. Now, surrender your lives to me. They stood in lofty arrogance, regarding Yi Lin and his companions as mere insects, drawing their blades and dashing towards them like lightning. Yi Lin wore a faint, cold smile. To be fair, without firearms, these 30 battlefield slaves would have been nothing more than fodder for the well-trained warriors of the trading company. However, with guns in hand, the situation could be utterly reversed. Especially after witnessing the terror of the submachine gun, the men discarded all fear of high-ranking warriors. They fixated on the rapidly approaching guards, eager for Yi Lin to give the order to unleash a barrage of gunfire. 200 paces, 100 paces, 50 paces. Just as anxiety began to stir within them, Yilin suddenly waved his hand and commanded, "Fire! Curse them! Let us take down these bastards! Damn it!" With Yilin's words, the men's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had long awaited this moment, raising their submachine guns and unleashing a frenzied hail of bullets. The air erupted with flashes of fire, bullets raining down like a tempest. Within 50 paces, the concentrated fire turned the area into a slaughterhouse. The guards, once so arrogant and dismissive, were instantly reduced to riddled corpses, their bodies punctured with countless bullet holes, blood spraying everywhere. Their expressions, frozen in disbelief, never had the chance to change before they met their demise. This exhilarated the men, who continued to fire their submachine guns, bullets clattering to the ground. Stop! Only when Yilin raised his hand did the 30 men reluctantly release the triggers. In that moment, they instinctively obeyed his command. Their faces were etched with excitement, shock, and awe, for the scene before them was overwhelmingly thrilling. Those who once towered above them, capable of dispatching them with a single hand, now lay motionless on the ground, lifeless and riddled with bullet holes, blood oozing and smoke rising. Such a spectacle was beyond their wildest imagination. Inhaling the acrid scent of gunpowder and gripping the slightly warm submachine guns, a surge of adrenaline coursed through their veins. A surge of bloodlust, exhilaration, and excitement coursed through their bodies in an instant. At that moment, they felt as if they were reborn through bloodshed, their spirits undergoing a profound transformation. In their eyes, the petite figure of Yilin was magnified in that fleeting moment. Their gazes shifted from initial indifference and astonishment to sheer shock, and ultimately to fervent enthusiasm. The entire process was so brief that even they found it hard to believe. In their perception, Yilin had been almost deified. Without a moment's hesitation, the 30 sturdy men, who had faced death with unwavering resolve, collectively knelt in allegiance to Yilin. "We, the humble servants, have encountered the noble one. We are willing to follow you through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Please accept us. Please accept us. Please accept us. Please accept us." The 30 passionate men, their eyes ablaze with fervor, echoed heartfelt cries again and again. Each iteration grew louder than the last, culminating in a unified roar that soared into the heavens. Damn it! Yilin clenched his fist tightly, his own fervor ignited by the rugged men before him, and he could not help but exclaim, "A man must strive for strength. From this day forth, forget your identities as slaves. Join me in battle. I shall ensure that no one dares to belittle us across the lands. I shall make certain that this continent knows not to trample upon us. Now rise and follow me. Kill, 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 kill." A terrifying battle fervor was awakened, spreading wildly in the wind, as the 30 men resolutely followed Yilin, disappearing into the trading area. At that moment, Yilin remained oblivious to the fact that in his mind, the souls of the 30 men had suddenly become vivid, golden light emanating from their heads and entering the depths of his consciousness. "Who are you? What do you want? Someone quickly!" In the pill area, Yilin and his group burst forth with a menacing aura, instantly alerting the merchants, who shouted in alarm. "Unrelated personnel, if you wish to live, leave this place immediately." With a cold expression, Yilin drew out a Desert Eagle and fired several shots, taking down a few of the merchants. "Ah, someone is being killed. There's murder in the Four Seas Trading Company. Hurry, everyone flee." Instantly, chaos erupted. Behind Yilin, the 30 men, fierce as wolves, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Any merchant warriors who dared to approach were mercilessly turned into sieves before they could even cover 50 steps. This only heightened the surrounding pandemonium. A terrifying aura of murder loomed, creating an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. "All these pills must be taken. Anyone who dares to approach, intending to fish in troubled waters, will be shot." With a cold demeanor, Yilin waved his arm and advanced toward the shelves, seizing pills of every grade and stowing them into his spatial ring. "Did you hear that? Anyone who does not wish to die, get out of here. Keep your distance." The 30 men, fervent in spirit, unleashed another round of gunfire at the ceiling, splinters flying. The stunned crowd dared not utter a word, their bodies chilled with fear. The ferocity of the submachine guns was overwhelming, leaving the warriors of the Four Seas Trading Company no chance to approach before being ruthlessly annihilated. This scene was akin to a nightmare for those nearby, as chaos erupted and the crowd frantically fled. The group of men soon joined in the looting, their excitement palpable. "By heavens, there are so many body-refining pills here, truly sacred elixirs in the eyes of body-refining warriors. Let's take them." Indeed, the wealth of the Four Seas Trading Company was staggering. A lifetime of soldiering and combat would scarcely suffice to purchase even a single vial of these pills. Huh. How fortunate we are to be aligned with the young master. This is exhilarating. The men were as giddy as children, jostling for treasures. This is a first-grade healing pill. And here, a second-grade chi-gathering pill. My word, so many. Look here, there's actually a third-grade spirit pill. You fool, stop gawking. Look how composed the young master is. He must be a man of the world. Hurry and collect. In no time, the group had swept the pill area clean. All the pills that could not be carried were stowed away in Yi Lin's spatial ring. Next came the materials and weaponry. Wherever they went, the sound of gunfire followed, inciting further upheaval. Yi Lin. It's Yi Lin. Incredible. He dares to return to Qingtian City and brazenly rob our trading company. Soon, as the warriors of the trading company gathered in force, someone recognized Yi Lin and shouted in alarm. Although his face was smeared with soot, his cold demeanor and peculiar weapon were unmistakable. What audacity! He injured Elder Chiu and still dares to provoke us. Kill them. We are many. What is there to fear? A chorus of warriors bellowed. Strangely, despite the bluster, none dared to step forward. Cowards. Yi Lin smirked, too lazy to even aim his gun at them, and instead sauntered toward the cultivation area on the upper floor. How brazen, how utterly audacious. The warriors of the trading company seethed with rage. In the face of their numbers, Yi Lin strolled leisurely upstairs. Even more infuriating was his taunt, calling them cowards. The author has something to say. P.S. If you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star review. It is crucial for a new book. Thank you. Chapter 9. Catching Bullets? Where are they? A group of high-ranking officials from the Four Seas Trading Company hastily arrived, only to be met with the sight of their own warriors within the company, prompting urgent inquiries. They are upstairs, having entered the cultivation area. It's Yi Lin. He is the one who injured Elder Chiu with that strange weapon. He has stolen all our pills and killed many of our men. The crowd erupted in outrage, each voice filled with indignation. What a brazen scoundrel! How audacious! The management, shocked and furious, glared with murderous intent. Especially one elder clad in purple, whose face darkened as he declared, since the establishment of the Four Seas Trading Company, we have witnessed the rise and fall of several dynasties, yet we have never been so humiliated. Now, we find ourselves subjugated by a mere child. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Indeed, it seems we have remained in silence for far too long, to the extent that others have forgotten how our trading firm, the Four Seas, has gradually arrived at this moment. A burly man's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. He raised his head and barked, "Listen here, scion of the Yi family. You have 10 breaths to come forth and meet your demise, or I shall annihilate your entire clan." A derisive voice echoed from above. "If you possess the capability, then go ahead and exterminate." The burly man's expression darkened instantly. "You refuse to heed my invitation and instead choose punishment. I had intended to allow you a little more time for the steward of grievances, but it seems only a corpse will remain. Archers, prepare." With a command, dozens of robust warriors swiftly stepped forward, clad in soft armor and wielding powerful bows, aiming at the windows above. "Young master, it appears we are surrounded." In the upper levels martial arts area, a group of men observed the situation below, their expressions grave. Particularly, the formidable bows in the enemy's possession were recognizable to those who had served in the military. They were the horned bows, usable only by martial generals who possessed at least 600 pounds of strength to draw them. The ordinary wooden loft stood no chance against such formidable weaponry, which could easily penetrate and inflict great harm. "Relax, they are merely a bunch of foolish deer, perfect for you to hone your skills," Yi Lin remarked, unperturbed by the circumstances now that he was free from the concern of his sister's safety. He surveyed the surroundings to ensure nothing had been overlooked before declaring, "Switch to single-shot mode, find suitable positions, and fire directly upon sight." Understood. The men were inspired by Yi Lin's composure, efficiently preparing for battle. The sounds of magazines loading echoed, and everyone practiced their aim in the air, selecting their positions. Seeing the stillness from above, the burly man growled, "You have 5 breaths remaining. I will count to 1, and if you do not emerge, then bang." A gunshot abruptly interrupted his tirade. Simultaneously, a warrior armed with a horn bow staggered, a gaping hole appearing in his head. The nearby archers were momentarily stunned, then terror washed over their faces. How could this be? What kind of hidden weapon is so fearsome that it can kill without a trace? Everyone was left dumbfounded, including the burly man, who gazed in disbelief at his fallen subordinate. "Indeed, relax a bit more. Aim for headshots with every shot." Yi Lin's relaxed voice floated down from above. The effective range of the German MP5 is 50 meters. Within this distance, with a calm demeanor, combined with a robust physique and manageable recoil, one could achieve nearly perfect accuracy. Bang, bang, bang. As Yi Lin's assurance resonated, the others could no longer restrain themselves and began firing. With each gunshot, the dozen warriors wielding horn bows fell like dumplings, each one inevitably meeting the same fate, a blood hole in their heads. What is happening? What is going on? Can someone please explain this? The scene before them rendered the robust man's expression one of astonished fury, his energy surging like a ferocious beast poised to strike. From the first gunshot to the moment all the archers crumpled to the ground, merely the span of 2 breaths elapsed, swift enough to catch him off guard. Nearly 20 archers of the 6th tier of body refinement, from start to finish, had not even drawn their bows before they fell like dumplings into boiling water. Scoundrels! To dare slay my merchant's warriors before my very eyes, assemble at once. The elder in purple, consumed by rage, stamped his foot with a thunderous crash, his true energy erupting as he soared skyward like a hawk, accompanied by a terrifying gust. Good heavens, he ascended. He is a master of the chi-gathering realm. Fire! Quickly fire! Yi Lin's expression shifted as well. Reacting the fastest, he raised his Desert Eagle and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet shot forth with a black streak. Imbued with fierce murderous intent, aimed straight for the elder's head. Cowardly knaves, relying only on concealed weapons. You surely have no inkling of my martial soul. A fierce glint flashed in the elder's eyes as he unleashed his martial soul with a resounding boom. In midair, 3 golden soul rings blossomed beneath him, and he transformed into a radiant figure, his eyes gleaming like gold. Ding! He reached out a hand and effortlessly caught the speeding bullet, producing a sound reminiscent of golden bells clanging against iron. Catching a bullet with his bare hands, Yi Lin's calm demeanor abruptly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He had previously believed that only those who reached the innate realm, where true energy liquefied into true essence, possessed the ability to deflect bullets unarmed. Yet, it now appeared he had gravely underestimated the might of the martial soul. Everyone immediately switched from single shot to 3-round burst, unleash a torrent upon this old wretch. Yi Lin, rarely revealing such ferocity, declared, I refuse to believe that possessing a metallic martial soul makes him truly invulnerable. Listen to me, eliminate this old toad first. Everyone, fire with all your might. In this state, he will exhaust a tremendous amount of true energy in no time. A group of men swiftly redirected their weapons, adjusting for 3-round bursts, and unleashed a barrage at the elder. Streams of fiery light erupted, bullets raining down like a tempest, crackling and pounding relentlessly. The elder in purple bellowed in fury, his entire being aglow, resembling a golden statue as he surged forward once more. However, just halfway through, a cacophony of clanging arose. Sparks flying and bullets whizzing, his golden radiance dimming rapidly, eliciting anguished roars. The warriors beneath him fared worse. Even the diminished power of stray bullets was enough to penetrate flesh. Sounds of piercing flesh echoed, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. Ah, my eyes. My eyes have been struck. Quickly, save me. My hands, my legs. Ah, my abdomen has been pierced. Flee. Flee. The scene descended into utter chaos. Numerous warriors not affiliated with the merchant group also fell victim to stray bullets, escalating the panic. Astonishment reigned. Everyone had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. Unable to perceive the faces of others, he found himself crushed in such a lamentable manner. It appears that the Sea Trading Company is truly on the brink of disaster. Wang Tianshi, why do you not take action? The elderly man in the purple robe, his face now a mask of horror, had long abandoned his previous arrogant demeanor and shouted loudly. Chapter 10. A perilous few seconds. Wang Tianshi, the burly man, was equally taken aback. He had heard Xiao Tianbao describe the weapons wielded by Yi Lin, yet he had never imagined their power to be of such magnitude. What once seemed to him to be mere mortals, now wielded these weapons to harvest the esteemed martial artists like chaff. What sort of weapon is this? Does it not cost anything? Wang Tianshi, why are you still in a daze? Act swiftly. The elderly man in the purple robe was nearly on the verge of bleeding out. A barrage of attacks had left his subordinates in tatters, and he himself bore several wounds, his vital energy severely depleted. Even so, he continued to employ evasive maneuvers like a fool, for if he were to halt, his head might very well be shattered. After all, enduring a few hits to the body resulted in mere punctures, but a few strikes to the head would signify the end. He now relied on Wang Tianshi and the others to join the fray, hoping to buy himself time to recuperate. If they all attacked together, capturing any one of them would earn him a significant merit, especially with the weapons they possessed. The one who claimed them would be handsomely rewarded. At that moment, Wang Tianshi regained his senses, issuing a fervent command, his gaze ablaze with intensity. He had recognized the value of the submachine guns. Such powerful weapons, manageable even by ordinary individuals, could, if mass-produced, overturn a dynasty and alter the entire power structure of the North Yao realm. Upon hearing Wang Tianshi's fervent call, The elderly man in the purple robe suddenly awoke to the realization, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Should the Seahai Trading Company master the forging of such weapons, their strength would surely escalate, positioning them alongside the dynasties and sects of power. In that eventuality, they would ascend to the ranks of the elite, wielding substantial resources. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement within, proclaiming loudly, "Capture him alive. The Yi Scion must be taken alive." Subsequently, he did not hesitate to expend his vital energy, amplifying his voice. "Esteemed martial friends, the Seahai Trading Company sincerely invites you to take action. Not only will there be generous monetary rewards, but we also promise a 20% discount on any purchases from the company within the next 2 years. Is this statement true? Indeed. Well then, fortune favors the bold. Let us proceed." As soon as these words were uttered, a number of bloodthirsty rogue martial artists surged forth from the crowd, their murderous intent palpable. "Strike!" Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tianshi bellowed, unleashing a formidable aura. Martial soul, petrification. Boom. 2 spirit rings rose from beneath his feet, rapidly enveloping his form in a layer of rock, transforming him into an imposing figure, towering over 3 meters like a stone giant. As bullets struck his body, they merely stirred up clouds of dust, failing to breach his defenses. My lord, his weapon spirit is petrification, allowing him to harness the power of the earth. It is unlikely that we can breach his defenses with the firepower of a submachine gun in such a short time. A burly man turned momentarily to speak. Then concentrate all fire upon him. Keep firing. Yi Lin's expression remained impassive, his mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Indeed, a petrified weapon spirit holds a significant advantage on solid ground. However, it ultimately consumes true energy, which has its limits. Tap, tap, tap. Another round of concentrated fire commenced, bullets striking Wang Tianshi's fossilized form. The only result was a pained, muffled roar, yielding little effect. Instead, several fierce rogue cultivators swiftly closed in on the loft behind him. These rogue cultivators were no ordinary foes. Leveraging their extensive combat experience, they adeptly discerned the pattern of the gunfire, evading the bullets with ease. Alas, they had consistently overlooked the most formidable presence among them. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they reveled in their apparent success, Yi Lin made his move, his arm rising with an indescribable elegance. Puff, puff, puff. With the Desert Eagle's effective range of 400 meters, he pierced through their skulls effortlessly. The rogue cultivators fell without uttering a sound, dispatched with precision. In the next moment, a cold smile crept across Yi Lin's lips as he aimed his Desert Eagle, shattering the elixir that the purple-robed elder was about to consume. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! The purple-robed elder's face flushed with rage, his heart pounding furiously. Just as Wang Tianshi drew all fire upon himself, allowing the elder to prepare the elixir unnoticed, Yi Lin's shot extinguished his hopes. The elder's countenance darkened with murderous intent. Suddenly, he unleashed a secret technique, darting toward Wang Tianshi like a bolt of lightning. He leaped onto the latter's shoulder, soaring several feet into the air, aiming to breach the loft. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of 30 burly men shifted dramatically. It was too late to redirect their weapons. Die! The purple-robed elder finally unleashed a primal roar, fierce as a savage beast, charging toward the 2 men by the window. His entire being was enveloped in a terrifying aura of true energy, and even before he arrived, the force emanating from his hand left deep marks upon the window frame. The 2 men stood frozen in fear, watching as the elder swooped down upon them like a hawk, the chilling breath of death palpable in the air. Bang! At that instant, a gunshot rang out, and the 2 men felt a sudden warmth by their ears as a searing shadow zipped past, piercing through the elder's palm and entering his chest. The purple-robed elder let out a harrowing scream as his true energy dissipated, blood erupting from his chest. "I will make you die. Die? You will die?" The continuous interruptions sent the elder into a frenzy. He lunged through the window, sending the 2 men tumbling backward, disregarding his own injuries as he charged at Yi Lin like a mad tiger. Bang, 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 bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lin brandished his Desert Eagle once more, his fingers frantically pulling the trigger as he unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the advancing elder. Bang, bang, bang. In the span of merely a few steps, Yi Lin lost count of how many shots he fired, yet the elder, unwavering and formidable, charged forward through the hail of bullets. Crack, crack. The Desert Eagle in his grasp emitted 2 hollow sounds, causing Yi Lin's expression to shift dramatically. The ammunition was depleted. Thud. A powerful palm strike struck his chest with immense force. Yi Lin vaguely heard a crack as his body was propelled backward, colliding violently with several bookshelves. Death! The elder in the purple robe, his face unnaturally flushed, advanced with an unwavering murderous intent. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Lin gritted his teeth against the pain, sheathing his 2 Desert Eagles and, in a swift motion, brandishing another. With a click, the bullet was chambered, and he raised his hand, ready to fire. Yet at that moment, the elder abruptly halted, standing still. 2 seconds later, he collapsed rigidly backward. Dead. Cough. A trickle of blood escaped Yi Lin's lips, his eyes wide with astonishment. In mere seconds, he had emptied 2 Desert Eagles. Despite sustaining dozens of gunshot wounds, the adversary had nearly claimed his life. The vitality of a warrior was indeed formidable. Damn, this lesson would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Yi Lin wiped the corner of his mouth, muttering a low curse. Young master, are you all right? Young master, are you unhurt? 30 men expressed their concern. Yi Lin waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. Keep a close watch on that Qi-gathering realm warrior below. Switch all guns to automatic mode. If he dares charge, shoot to kill. As he spoke, Yi Lin swallowed a healing pill and approached the elder's side, retrieving a spatial ring. Damn, it was indeed overflowing with riches. Peering inside the ring, he found an array of elixirs, gold, silver, and a multitude of treasures. In that moment, Yi Lin was consumed by a singular thought. The injuries sustained were absolutely worth it. Chapter 11. So monstrous, a creation of heaven? Yi Lin could not help but approach the window, directing his gaze toward the stone giant, Wang Tianshi. The management of the Four Seas Trading Company were all extravagantly wealthy. If nothing else, each possessed a spatial ring. To Yi Lin, the significance of a spatial ring surpassed all else. In his mind, a spatial ring represented the perfect portable armory. Irrespective of its size, every member of his elite squadron must be equipped with one. Strike. With this thought, Yi Lin's gaze turned cold and resolute. To survive in this world, one must harbor no mercy. In this realm, the mightiest fist dictates the law. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As Yi Lin's voice fell, 30 submachine guns erupted in unison, unleashing a torrent of bullets that filled the air. The ferocious barrage resonated against the ground and walls, leaving a multitude of pockmarks in their wake. The warriors of the Sea Trading Company emitted anguished cries, many of them pierced by numerous bullets, rendered incapable of fighting. The unluckiest among them had their heads shattered into a grotesque pulp. The entire scene was drenched in blood, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Ah, ye family scion, have the courage to show yourself. Wang Tianshi roared, his body making a cacophony of sounds as stone fragments flew, his petrified form failing to maintain its state. Reverting to his normal state. Bang! Yi Lin indeed emerged, timing his appearance with precision, firing his Desert Eagle just a heartbeat before Wang Tianshi regained his full faculties. Striking his knee with unerring accuracy. Thud! Wang Tianshi's knee was shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Ah! He cried out in intense agony, his residual true energy still swirling around his body, now stained crimson with blood. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Defeated. The defeat was humiliatingly absolute. A crushing failure. It could be said that since embarking on his martial journey, he had never encountered such an utterly disgraceful battle, his prowess rendered moot, ground into the earth beneath his feet. Creak. Meanwhile, the loft suddenly erupted with an unusual sound, the collective click of empty chambers. Clearly, they had exhausted their ammunition. Young master, I'm out of bullets. So am I. All gone. Completely empty. The 30 men looked towards Yi Lin. Their automatic fire mode had been ferocious, yet it consumed ammunition at an alarming rate. In just 2 to 3 seconds, they had expended an entire magazine. And now the 3 magazines they had distributed lay entirely empty. Understood, Yi Lin nodded, his expression as impassive as a still well. Let us descend. The group swiftly made their way downstairs. Yi Lin silently calculated that he had fired only 2 rounds from his Desert Eagle, leaving him with 28 bullets. Although each weapon was equipped with 3 magazines, only the submachine guns had been loaded while the Desert Eagle was limited to just 3 magazines. He had only had time to load that many. This meant he was left with precisely 28 bullets, no more, no less. It seemed that upon arriving in Bayan City, he would need to procure a substantial amount of labor to handle ammunition reloading. Yi Lin mused to himself, recognizing that one's strength was inevitably limited. After an entire afternoon of loading a few hundred rounds, he had barely sufficient for a few minutes of sustained fire. If he were to encounter an emergency, like that previous encounter with the purple-clad elder, the consequences of running out of ammunition would be dire indeed. As he descended the stairs, Yi Lin took his time, listening to the distant cries of pain outside. Upon his appearance, all sounds abruptly ceased. The warriors of the Sea Trading Company instantly fell silent, their faces reflecting sheer terror. It was likely that Yi Lin's figure would forever haunt their memories from this point onward. In stark contrast, those clad in prison garb, each marked with the brand of servitude, stood tall, radiating an intense fighting spirit. They followed Yi Lin to stand before Wang Tianshi, forming a resolute and fervent line of defense behind him. Hand over the spatial ring. Yi Lin's gaze was cold as he raised his gun, aiming it at Wang Tianshi's head. Yi Lin, you have no grievances with the Four Seas Trading Company. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Wang Tianshi's face was ashen, clearly unwilling to accept his fate. Who said I have no grievances with the Four Seas Trading Company? Yi Lin replied calmly. From the moment Xiao Tianbao wed my sister, the Four Seas Trading Company has been placed on my blacklist. The only reason I have spared your life is to deliver a message to Xiao Tianbao. Kindly inform him that I shall frequently visit the Four Seas Trading Company to pay my respects. He then commanded, now, relinquish the spatial ring and sever the mental connection. Yi Lin shook his gun slightly. Here. Wang Tianshi's face turned a deep shade of iron, and with great reluctance, he removed the ring and tossed it to Yi Lin. Yi Lin caught the ring and delved his consciousness into its space, his eyebrows immediately rising in surprise. Indeed, the administrators of this trading company were exceedingly wealthy. Let us depart. A satisfied smile crept across Yi Lin's lips as he pocketed the spatial ring and gestured for his men. The 30 men said nothing further. Following closely behind Yi Lin, exuding an aura that deterred any would-be challengers as they exited the Four Seas Trading Company. In that moment, all onlookers, both near and far, instinctively retreated, their faces etched with lingering astonishment. They understood that after this battle, Yi Lin's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entirety of Qingtian City. To see a youth crush numerous martial artists of the Four Seas Trading Company was a feat beyond belief. Simultaneously, the firearm in Yi Lin's possession became the focus of everyone's attention. Young master, since we have made a mortal enemy of the Four Seas Trading Company and wasted so many bullets, why not eliminate them all? One of the men queried, unable to contain himself after a considerable distance had been traversed. After all, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Otherwise, it would only lead to future troubles. The vitality of martial artists was notoriously tenacious. Despite appearing gravely wounded, they could unleash even more formidable power in an instant. Yi Lin replied coolly, of course. The primary reason is that we have run out of bullets. To kill them, we would need to engage them up close, but if we do so, considering your average skills, their desperate counterattack could result in unimaginable casualties. We're out of bullets? The 30 men instantly paled upon hearing this revelation from Yi Lin, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Their confidence and assurance stemmed from the ammunition in Yi Lin's hands. Without it, they were merely sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Upon hearing Yi Lin's announcement, a wave of dread washed over them. Fortunately, they had managed to escape. Simultaneously, they gazed at Yi Lin in astonishment, marveling at his calm demeanor and composure in such a dire situation, which left them feeling utterly inadequate. How incredibly formidable and extraordinary he was. Was he truly just a child? Surely, he was a gift from the heavens. Bang! Just as the group was lost in their thoughts, the person at the front suddenly halted, causing a chain reaction of collisions behind them. What the hell? Why have we stopped? One exclaimed. Who the hell is halting? As the question hung in the air, everyone abruptly fell silent, as they suddenly realized it was Yi Lin who first came to a halt. What is the matter? Everyone, puzzled, followed Yi Lin's gaze ahead. Chapter 12. Old scoundrel, you've been played in the distance. Two figures emerged, starkly contrasting with the crowd lining the streets. One was a middle-aged man bearing a bow and arrows, while the other was a youth adorned in splendid jewels. The middle-aged man wore an intrigued expression, seemingly appraising Yi Lin. The youth, however, displayed an overt semblance of hatred, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of menace. You are Yi Lin, son of Yi Qingshan? The middle-aged man withdrew his curious gaze, his tone appearing inquisitive yet imbued with a hint of certainty. The foremost expert of Qingtian City, Zhang Tianjun. Yi Lin inhaled deeply, compelled to express his admiration. As the saying goes, when the young are beaten, the old will come. Today, I have witnessed this firsthand. The middle-aged man merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. However, Zhang Jinggong was far more audacious, sneering. I never expected you to stir such a commotion at the Sihai Trading Company. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to your status as the young master of the Yi family. What a pity, though, that you, the young master, have been cast out by your family. Do you now regret provoking me, once the young master of the Yi family? Zhang Jinggong erupted into a boisterous laugh, but abruptly ceased, his expression turning menacing. Did you ever consider this moment when you publicly humiliated me and made me lose face at the Sihai Trading Company? Yi Lin offered a nonchalant smile, replying earnestly, initially, I believed that insulting you as a dog was a slight, but upon seeing your father, I realized I merely stated a fact. After all, like father, like son. What did you say? Zhang Jingong's countenance darkened instantly. The phrase like father, like son struck a nerve. Yet, Yi Lin chose to disregard him, turning to Zhang Tianjun. Surely, the esteemed foremost expert of Qingtian City would not involve himself in a quarrel among children? I have no choice. He is my only son. Zhang Tianjun replied with a faint smile. Do you truly believe your own words? Yi Lin felt a wave of disgust and frowned. Speak plainly. What is your true intention? I am quite intrigued by your weapon, Zhang Tianjun stated. Is your interest solely in the weapon? Yi Lin's lips curled in disdain. Indeed, the higher one's status, the more hypocritical they tended to be. Zhang Tianjun appeared mildly surprised, evidently realizing he had underestimated Yi Lin's shrewdness. He nonchalantly continued. I have heard that you pilfered numerous items from the Sihai Trading Company, even their spatial rings. Our Zhang family has close ties with the Sihai Trading Company, and we cannot remain idle. Huh. Yi Lin let out a light chuckle. The fox's tail was indeed hard to conceal. Since you are aware of the happenings at the Sihai Trading Company, you should recognize the prowess of the weapons in my possession. Do you genuinely believe you can control me? Yi Lin replied calmly. Ha. Zhang Tianjun suddenly burst into laughter, which instilled a sense of foreboding in Yi Lin. Indeed, he soon heard Zhang Tianjun proclaim, as the foremost family in Qingtian City, whatever transpires here is within my purview. If I wish to know, I can uncover every detail. Having taken an interest in you, not a single occurrence surrounding you has escaped my notice. From your escape from the Yi family dungeon, to the interruption of the wedding within the city, and the subsequent skirmish in the woods beyond, your display of ruthless ferocity and decisive lethality has left me utterly astonished. You have shown the capability to mercilessly eliminate the warriors of your own Yi family. Would you truly show mercy to those of the Sihai merchant group? Perhaps your weapon bears some limitations? For with your martial prowess being rather insufficient, without the protection of your weapon, any desperate counterattack could lead to your own demise. Am I correct in my assessment? As the conversation drew to a close, Zhang Tianjun looked at Yi Lin with a smile, gesturing with his hand. Surrender your weapons and rings, and you may leave. Oh, and a word of caution, do not attempt any tricks. I have noticed that you have killed everyone. Yet you spared Yi Weiying. It seems you may have subdued him. Your sister could very well be under his protection, hiding in Baiyin City, after all. Qingtian City is in closest proximity to Baiyin City. What do you mean by that? Yi Lin's complexion turned a shade of iron as he replied coldly. Are you plotting against my sister? That depends on your cooperation. Zhang Tianjun replied with a grin, the implication clear. I have sent someone. You should handle it. Fine. I will give you what you want. Yi Lin took a deep breath, his face ashen, addressing the 30 men. Throw your guns over here. Young master. The faces of all present turned crimson with anger. Their teeth clenched as they cast a furious glance at the father and son opposite them. Yet, faced with such circumstances, they could only begrudgingly toss their weapons at Yi Lin's feet. Let them go first. Otherwise, I cannot trust you. Yi Lin glared at Zhang Tianjun, his expression grim. Zhang Tianjun, unfazed, remarked, just a swarm of ants, hardly worth my effort. Let them go. Young master, we cannot leave. They protested. If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together. We will not leave. The 30 men's eyes glistened with determination. Especially after Yi Lin's words made them feel a sense of importance and recognition they had never experienced before. The saying a soldier dies for his confidant is not mere rhetoric. At this moment, these men were filled with a steadfast resolve, willing to follow Yi Lin to death. Fools, have you forgotten my orders? I demand absolute obedience. Do not let me down. Yi Lin's eyes reddened as he commanded, go. Do you hear me? Find my sister in Baiyin City and take good care of her. Hurry, this is a command. Very well, if anything happens to the young master, we vow to take revenge. The men gritted their teeth, their eyes ablaze with fury, as they hastily exited the city, channeling their pent-up rage through their swift departure. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Zhang Tianjun remarked with a smile. Gonger, go retrieve his spatial ring. Yes, father. Zhang Jingong's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he approached Yi Lin, saying, Yi Lin, this is the consequence of crossing me. Did you not foresee this? Regret, perhaps? Alas, it is too late. Ha! Suddenly, without warning, Yi Lin brandished a desert eagle, raising it and firing a shot that struck Zhang Jingong squarely in the forehead, abruptly silencing his laughter. You are merely a bystander. You have overstepped your bounds. Yi Lin's calm voice resonated as he holstered his weapon, gesturing with his hand as a pile of submachine guns vanished into his spatial ring in an instant. At this very moment, the fury etched on Yi Lin's face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingong maintained a facade of laughter. Yet a gruesome gash marred his brow, as if mocking some unseen jest. Bang! In the next instant, he toppled backward, stiff as a board. You actually killed Gonga? This sudden turn of events left Zhang Tianjun momentarily stunned. Yilin couldn't help but scoff. Old wretch, you've been outsmarted. In such a vast Baiyan city, how easy is it to find someone? Threatening me with my sister? Have you lost your mind? As his derisive words echoed, Zhang Tianjun jolted back to reality. A sinister rage swiftly crawling across his features. You wretched beast, you dared to kill Gong. I will tear you limb from limb. Die, die, fool. Now that I have shed my burden, you think it will be easy to kill me? Yi Lin's face revealed a disdainful coldness as he adeptly maneuvered into the crowd. With his people now freed and his submachine gun stowed within his spatial ring, he felt unencumbered, like a dragon plunging into the sea. Want to kill me? Come on. I'm ready. You wretched beast. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Tianjun nearly choked on his own blood. Furious that a mere 15-year-old had played him like a puppet, even killing his son, this pent-up anger ignited a frenzy within him, and he charged forward, shattering 2 unsuspecting skulls in his path to vent his rage, then surged towards Yi Lin. The author wishes to convey, to those who follow along, should you find any chapter unpalatable or encounter any unsatisfactory plot points or suggestions, please leave a comment below the chapter. I will read them, as it allows me to recognize my errors, and I shall humbly accept and learn from them. Bows here. Chapter 13, Arrow Martial Soul Boom Boom. Zhang Tianjun resembled an enraged eagle, his entire being enveloped in a potent essence as he pursued Yi Lin's elusive figure, relentlessly diving to attack. In his fury, each of his plunges unleashed an explosive surge of energy, sending several figures flying with each impact. Yi Lin could distinctly feel that he had danced precariously close to death on multiple occasions. A preliminary estimate suggested that Zhang Tianjun was at least at the 8th layer of qi gathering. Bang! With no other option, Yi Lin withdrew and fired a shot, creating a slight distance before diving back into the throng. Very well, I'll let you run. Zhang Tianjun, growing more agitated with each failed pursuit, did not cool down, but rather intensified in fury. He unslung the longbow from his back, knocking a jet-black arrow as his essence surged, producing a sharp whistle as the arrowhead glimmered ominously, ascending with formidable ferocity. Bang! An overwhelming bowstring twang resonated. The arrow tore through the air in an instant, akin to a streak of black lightning hurtling towards Yi Lin. In that fleeting moment, Yi Lin's hair stood on end. Without a shred of hesitation, he rolled away. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the arrow skimmed past his garment, crashing into the cobblestone street and creating a deep crater. The arrow embedded itself at the pit's center, its fletching vibrating ominously, emitting a chilling sound. Suddenly, Yi Lin's expression changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. By the heavens, had he been even a moment later, his body would have been ripped apart by that arrow. Such a terrifying projectile, if disregarding the distance of fire, possessed lethality comparable to that of a sniper rifle. Moreover, this was under the condition that the opponent hadn't even activated their martial soul. From what Yi Lin understood, the Zhang family's martial soul was an arrow type, which, even at the first rank, possessed the ability to lock onto targets. The second rank had the added capability of tracking. Given that Zhang Tianjun was regarded as the foremost expert in Qingtian City, one could only surmise that his martial soul would not fall below the 3rd rank. To exit the city or remain within its confines. Yi Lin furrowed his brow, his figure shifting rapidly as his mind weighed the options. Ultimately, he resolved to leave the city. The uncertainties within the city were far too numerous. Since Zhang Tianjun had swiftly acquired knowledge of everything, the Yi family wouldn't be far behind, not to mention the presence of the Sihai Trading Company. With a firm decision made, Yi Lin quickly distanced himself from the crowd. Darting into an alleyway, bang! An arrow relentlessly pursued him, piercing into the alley and embedding itself in the wall, sending a shower of rubble cascading down with ferocity. Yi Lin swiftly fired back, but at the very moment he turned, Zhang Tianjun had already evaded, the bullet whizzing past him. By the heavens, this practitioner at the Qi-gathering realm is truly formidable. Yi Lin's brow furrowed deeply as he fired 2 more shots. Now only 26 bullets remained, and the situation was increasingly unfavorable for him. In a flash of insight, he suddenly shed his outer coat and hurled it aside, just as another arrow shot forth with a whoosh. Seizing this moment, Yi Lin abruptly veered into another alley. Tat tat tat. No sooner had he turned than 3 arrows struck in a triangular formation behind him, causing the hard ground to tremble and crack. Yi Lin had no time for astonishment. He was consumed with urgency, desperately maneuvering left and right, testing every possible escape route on the brink of death. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Yi Lin successfully reached the outskirts of the city, a mere 3,000 meters from the grove he had previously visited. Yet he was acutely aware that these 3,000 meters marked the true beginning of danger, a race against death. With no cover in sight, the arrow's might could reach its zenith. How dare he leave the city, truly courting death? Without the shelter of buildings and crowds, Zhang Tianjun would have little trouble avoiding his arrows now. Zhang Tianjun was genuinely taken aback by Yi Lin's choice to exit the city. To him, it seemed like a death wish. He pursued closely, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a whoosh, after rapidly closing the distance, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing an explosive surge of energy, propelling himself upward as 3 soul rings appeared beneath him. Buzz! Simultaneously, the air behind him quaked, and a pitch-black arrow shimmered into existence, radiating a menacing aura as it locked onto Yi Lin in an instant. Drawing his bow, he merged his martial soul with the arrow, unleashing a fearsome assault that struck with lightning speed. Indeed, he had been locked onto. Yi Lin's brow knitted tightly, a prickling sense of danger clinging to him like thorns. With a sudden whoosh, he let out a low growl, rolled on the ground, and swiftly regained his footing, brandishing a long knife that he swung fiercely. The clash of metal resonated like a thunderous bell, igniting a dazzling display before him, while the blade became charred and emitted a pungent odor. Simultaneously, Yi Lin let out a muffled groan, the force of the arrow reverberating through him, sending him skidding 3 meters across the ground, his arms throbbing with pain. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the deflected arrow suddenly changed direction and lunged at him once more. Damn it! Yi Lin gritted his teeth. This was the most terrifying aspect of the arrow martial soul, its inherent locking and tracking capabilities. He stifled his breath and engaged in a flurry of defensive slashes with his long knife. Bang! Bang! Observing the unfolding chaos, Zhang Tianjun seemed to have anticipated this moment. He let out a cold snort and drew back his longbow, launching 2 dark arrows aimed directly at Yi Lin's vital points. Death! A heavy shroud of mortality loomed over Yi Lin, closing in with alarming speed. Get away from me! Yi Lin's expression shifted for the first time, his long knife moving in a relentless dance, the sounds of clashing metal resounding chaotically. Yet, to his astonishment, he soon realized that the 2 arrows shot from behind lacked the troublesome tracking ability. This indicated that, for a limited time, the opponent could not imbue their arrows with such powers repeatedly. Otherwise, if 7 or 8 arrows were to rain down, who but a natural-born warrior could withstand it? Clang! Another swing brought forth a spray of blood from his arm, yet he finally succeeded in deflecting the arrow. Bang! 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 But his heart had not yet settled when he was once again confronted with 3 arrows being loosed in rapid succession. Yi Lin's complexion turned ashen, and despite his desperate efforts, 1 arrow struck him, leaving a grievous wound. Damn it, did he really think I had no trump cards? A fierce glint appeared in Yi Lin's eyes as he severed the arrowhead with a single stroke, yanking the penetrating arrow from his body with a sickening squelch. Almost simultaneously, the Desert Eagle was unleashed, firing 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets whistling through the air. Having delayed his gunfire for so long, Yi Lin aimed to catch his opponent off guard. Now, as he fired, Zhang Tianjun had no time to evade. Clang, clang, clang. However, the bullets struck Zhang Tianjun's body with a crisp metallic sound, bouncing harmlessly to the ground. Yi Lin's expression shifted once more. Damn it. This cunning old fox was wearing armor beneath his clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lin turned on his heel and fled, hastily shoving healing and body-enhancing pills into his mouth. Boom. The ferocious potency of the medicine erupted, revealing the formidable aspect of the martial arts he had been taught in the military, rapidly replenishing his strength. A faint golden light radiated from his skin, as if he were coated in gold dust, resembling a gilded statue, his aura intensifying at an astonishing pace. Boom, boom. In no time, he had broken through, ascending 2 levels in an instant to become a 6th-tier body-enhancing warrior. Waves of overwhelming power surged within him, and his running speed skyrocketed. As he sprinted, he occasionally turned to fire his weapon, disrupting his opponent's archery. He would feint with sudden movements, sometimes genuinely firing a shot, a blend of reality and illusion. As he dashed into the woods, he had managed to conserve 6 bullets in his hand. You little beast, you cannot escape. Zhang Tianjun's eyes blazed with fury as he emitted a terrifying howl. However, upon entering the forest, he was abruptly struck by the realization that Yi Lin had vanished. The entire woodland was enveloped in shadows, accompanied only by the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Chapter 14. Revealing the cards with a swift motion. Zhang Tianjun appeared on a branch several meters high. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately searching for any sign of Yi Lin. Yet, after several rounds of inspection, All he encountered were trees and underbrush. Nothing but trees and underbrush. He changed positions repeatedly, even soaring to the treetops for a better view, but found no suspicious activity. It was as if Yi Lin had evaporated into thin air. Deep down, however, Zhang Tianjun knew that Yi Lin was concealed somewhere within this forest. He could faintly sense that a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. This unsettling feeling gnawed at his patience, causing his eyes to redden with rage. "Yi Lin, come out!" he suddenly bellowed, the flames of hatred igniting within him as his inner energy surged. He drew his bow and began to unleash a flurry of arrows. The sound of arrows striking the trunks of trees reverberated ominously through the forest. Yet, after several shots, the woods remained eerily silent, the strange atmosphere lingering. Just then, he noticed a slight rustle in the nearby underbrush, and his expression twisted into a snarl. "You little beast. Die!" With the ferocity of a hawk, he lunged forward, a long knife appearing in his hand, its blade radiating a fierce energy as he swung it at the dense foliage. With a slicing sound, the brush was cleaved, and a gray rabbit sprang forth. Fleeing in a panic, Zhang Tianjun, momentarily taken aback by the leaping rabbit, quickly turned furious. With a swift motion, he hurled his knife, cleaving the rabbit in two, the blade embedding itself deep into the ground. "Ah, come out, come out!" Zhang Tianjun roared repeatedly, having completely lost his patience. His rationality blurred as the singular obsession to find and kill Yi Lin consumed him. This was the nature of the proud. Once their pride is shattered, they lose their composure and descend into psychological imbalance. Particularly, it was a mere 15-year-old boy who had shattered his pride and killed his son, further exacerbating his mental turmoil. Just a little more, just a little more. On the edge of the woods, amidst a patch of not very dense underbrush, Yi Lin lay on the ground, his eyes fixated on the frenzied Zhang Tianjun. A stone rested silently on his back, camouflaging his modest frame, making him appear as an inconspicuous rock, perfectly blending into the environment. The most remarkable aspect was that he had grasped Zhang Tianjun's psychology. From the very beginning, Zhang Tianjun had never anticipated that Yi Lin would hide at the very edge of the woods. This was a classic case of missing the obvious. He had even passed within 5 meters of Yi Lin without a hint of awareness. The roles of hunter and prey had quietly exchanged the moment he stepped into the woods. "Come out. Show yourself." Zhang Tianjun's emotions surged violently, teetering on the brink of explosion. Yet Yi Lin remained motionless, akin to a crocodile lurking in the water, patiently biding his time. With only 6 bullets at his disposal, and his opponent clad in body armor, he had to proceed with utmost caution. As the opportune moment drew near, Yi Lin subtly shifted, the desert eagle materializing in his grasp. His gaze remained fixed ahead as he meticulously affixed the silencer, aligning his sights on Zhang Tianjun. He had 6 bullets, but the vulnerable targets on Zhang were limited to his limbs and head. A headshot was particularly challenging, given the heightened senses of a chi-gathering expert. He needed to incapacitate other areas first to find an opening. Thus, his focus was set on Zhang's legs. "Come out. I demand you to show yourself." Zhang Tianjun continued to roar, frantically searching for a hiding spot. Meanwhile, Yi Lin began a mental countdown. 1, 2, 3. The muted sounds of gunfire echoed twice. The bullets soaring through the air with pinpoint accuracy, piercing Zhang Tianjun's thigh. A pained cry escaped his lips as his body swayed. Yi Lin had calculated this moment countless times, and it was precisely what he awaited. In an instant, he raised the Desert Eagle. Aiming for the back of Zhang Tianjun's head, the bullet vanished in a flash. Coincidentally, Zhang Tianjun turned in a frenzy, and through his sights, Yi Lin distinctly saw the back of his head transform into an ear in that fleeting moment. The ear was instantly obliterated, prompting a horrific scream from Zhang. As a crimson trajectory appeared on his forehead, flesh torn asunder. However, the outcome was a far cry from what Yi Lin had envisioned, infuriating him to the point of slamming his fist into the ground, cursing vehemently. "Damn it!" Swiftly dislodging the stones from his back, he retracted the Desert Eagle. 2 dark iron balls clutched tightly in his palm. "Damn it all. I never anticipated having to resort to this." He had meticulously chosen to strike the fleshy part of Zhang's thigh to minimize any excessive movement that could disrupt his headshot. To his dismay, fate had conspired against him. A seemingly fatal scenario had been thwarted by divine intervention. Truly, man's calculations fall short of the heavens. Had he foreseen this, he would have simply shattered Zhang's kneecap, thus avoiding the need to reveal his trump card. Now, Zhang Tianjun was charging furiously toward him, for a master in the chi-gathering realm. As long as he wasn't left with broken legs or arms, even the most grievous injuries were merely superficial. "You little beast. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, I shall send you on your way." In mere moments, Zhang Tianjun closed the distance. his leg injuries failing to diminish his ferocity. As he advanced, a powerful aura surged, sending debris scattering in his wake. Here, Yi Lin hurled the two dark iron balls, followed swiftly by the Desert Eagle, firing twice at the balls. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Tianjun instinctively sensed the impending danger and, propelled by instinct, retreated with even greater speed. Boom. Yet, no matter how much he retreated, he could not match the speed of the bomb's explosion. In but an instant, one of the iron balls emerged like a miniature sun, its intense blaze accompanied by an extraordinarily fierce shockwave, sweeping across a radius of several meters in a heartbeat. The swirling dust and smoke billowed forth, as if 1,000 cavalry were passing through, an imposing spectacle. Zhang Tianjun was suddenly rendered speechless. On the other side, Yi Lin, witnessing that only one of the two iron balls had detonated, immediately changed countenance, a sheen of fine sweat appearing on his forehead. Good heavens! He had only made 2 bombs, and one had failed to explode? Thank the stars there were 2. Had there been only one and it failed, he would have met his end here. It was imperative to ascertain where the fault lay. At that moment, a figure, charred black and emitting small flames, suddenly surged out from the smoke, fleeing like a frightened beast. Zhang Tianjun was on the brink of madness. His heart was consumed by a profound terror, and in that instant, he was overwhelmed by a singular thought: to escape, to flee with all his might. He had never encountered such a terrifying weapon. It was utterly horrifying. The adversary was nothing short of a demon. How had he survived? What sort of resilience was this? Yi Lin, upon seeing Zhang Tianjun burst forth, was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to even draw his weapon. He then noticed that the man bore a glowing inner armor, with intricate diagrams swirling upon its surface. Clearly, his survival was solely due to this armor. A treasure. Yi Lin's expression shifted as his instinctive reaction was to raise his Desert Eagle and fire. Bang! As the final bullet was discharged, a spurt of blood erupted from the back of Zhang Tianjun's head, and he collapsed with a thud. At this point, Yi Lin had completely exhausted his ammunition. The author has something to say. What scenes are you most eager to see next? What are your expectations? Please share your thoughts in the comments. It would greatly guide me in my writing. Chapter 15. In Qingtian City, there is but one Yi Lin. Holstering his weapon, Yi Lin approached Zhang Tianjun, skillfully stripping the inner armor from his body. The armor was a deep golden hue, surprisingly light to the touch, not resembling any metallic material. The surface bore intricate patterns that intertwined, depicting ancient designs, exuding an air of mystery. Moreover, it had just withstood the bomb's assault, yet showed no signs of char or warmth. This alone sufficed to indicate its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it could serve as a bulletproof vest for the time being. Yi Lin nodded in satisfaction, stowing the armor away, and casually removing the spatial ring from Zhang Tianjun's hand. He had no interest in examining its contents, opting instead for a quick tidy-up as he prepared to depart for Baiyun City. After all, he had already delayed for quite some time, and he feared that the Zhang family might find his sister, leading to unforeseen complications. Casting a glance back at Qingtian City, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. The next time he returned, it would be for a true reckoning. And as for the Zhang family, the foremost among the 3 great clans, how dare they covet his siblings? They too would face retribution. No, not just the Zhang family. When he returned, the entire Qingtian City would be due for a thorough reshuffling. To borrow a phrase from Earth's most prominent figures, in the entire Copperhorn Bay, there exists but one Chen Haonan. From this moment forth, there shall be but one Yi Lin in the entirety of Qingtian City. With these words, Yi Lin turned away, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere within Qingtian City had already become a tempest in response to his actions. The Four Seas Trading Company had been plundered. This was undoubtedly the most sensational news in nearly a century, propelling Yi Lin's name like a whirlwind throughout Qingtian City and beyond. In the hearts of all, a singular thought resounded. The tides of change were upon Qingtian City. What did you say? That little wretch Yi Lin has robbed the trading company? What purpose do all those martial artists serve if not to protect it? Are they mere useless drudges? As the direct overseer of the trading company, Qiu Tianbao nearly succumbed to his fury upon receiving the news of the heist. He erupted in rage, disregarding his injuries, and bellowed, "Summon Wang Tianshi and the others at once. I shall return to the Beiyao headquarters, and I will ensure that this little wretch is utterly obliterated. I will annihilate the entire Yi family." Yes, yes. His terrified maidservant, pale as a ghost, hurriedly rushed out to summon assistance. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Xiangdong sat in the seat of the family head, his expression dark and shrouded in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Surrounding him were his trusted confidants, each bearing tense expressions, the atmosphere thick with trepidation. Upon receiving news of Yi Lin's actions, they dispatched agents to covertly investigate the Four Seas Trading Company. Yet the findings were astonishing. It was truly unexpected that a once inconspicuous pawn had now risen to prominence. Yi Xiangdong's voice dripped with coldness. The eyes of the world are now upon us. The informants left by our master have brought word that we must temporarily halt our plans. Our master is most displeased. What shall we do now? Those present exchanged glances, fear evident in their faces at the mention of their master. What can we do? First, ascertain the origins of the weapon in Yi Lin's possession. His accomplishments are undoubtedly tied to that peculiar weapon. Yi Xiangdong's countenance fluctuated between dark and light. Such a formidable weapon could hardly be wielded by a mere child. Could it be that Yi Qingshan left him a hidden trump card? This possibility was briefly entertained but swiftly dismissed. If Yi Qingshan truly possessed such a fearsome weapon, he would not have been easily captured previously. Enough with the wild speculations. Remain vigilant. Given the ruthlessness that wretched cub has displayed, he will undoubtedly return to exact his revenge. A glint of lethal intent flashed in Yi Xiangdong's eyes. It seemed necessary to enlist the aid of several experts from their master. The others grew anxious, apprehensive over the prospect of confronting that formidable young adversary. In stark contrast to their unease, the Zhang family was thrown into utter chaos. The elder responsible for guarding the soul tokens suddenly discovered that the soul tokens of the family head and his son had shattered. In that instant, the elder felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Following this, the entire clan of elders and higher-ups, upon receiving the news, were overtaken by an incredulous panic. Zhang Tianjun, the foremost expert in Qingtian City, had been their pillar. With him gone, could they possibly maintain their status as the preeminent family in Qingtian City? Investigate and ascertain when the family had departed, as well as his whereabouts. Include the movements of the young master in your inquiries. Commanded the most esteemed elder of the Zhang family, his countenance marked by sorrow and rage. In Qingtian City, Zhang Tianjun stood as a towering figure. Who could possibly have the audacity to slay him? Swiftly, through the reports of knowledgeable clan members, the elders and high-ranking officials of the Zhang family collectively set their sights on Yi Lin. A mere 15-year-old boy had slain their family's guardian? Although disbelief lingered, the harsh reality remained, as evidenced by the prior misfortunes of the Four Seas Trading Company. With gritted teeth, the elder of the Zhang clan declared, "Esteemed colleagues, our family head has been murdered. This enmity is irreconcilable. I propose we summon the blood butcher to eradicate this boy, to appease the spirit of our family head. What are your thoughts? It is only just. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I concur. I too agree." The assembly exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering. The prowess of the blood butcher, a renowned assassin organization in northern Yao, was beyond question. Yi Lin's demise was inevitable. The author wishes to express, this chapter has been revised. Please encourage further updates and leave a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 16. The terrifying wealth. Is this Baiyun City? I have finally arrived. Unaware of the events that transpired after his departure from Qingtian City, Yi Lin managed to reach Baiyun City just before nightfall. True to its name, Baiyun City was magnificent. Constructed entirely from white jade, adorned with cloud patterns, it resembled an immense white cloud resting upon the earth, radiating tranquility under the evening glow. As he stepped into the bustling city, witnessing the throngs of people and the lively atmosphere, Yi Lin's previously restless spirit found solace. Through the connection with the souls in his mind, he discerned the general direction of Yi Weiying and began to navigate through the crowd. The 30 men could wait. There was no need for haste. At that moment, in an inconspicuous courtyard within the city, Yi Linger had changed out of her red attire and donned a blue garment. Pacing anxiously, frequently glancing at the darkening sky and the courtyard entrance, worry and urgency flickered in her eyes. Why hasn't my brother returned yet? What if something has happened? Yi Linger fretted, her eyes gradually glazing over with unshed tears. Miss Linger, the chill in the air is intensifying. Your constitution is delicate. You should rest inside for a while. Young master is not one to act recklessly. I have faith that he will find his way here before nightfall. There is no need for concern. Yi Weiying consoled her as he guided her into the inner chamber. Exiting the inner room, Yi Weiying stood in the courtyard, gripping his sword, his heart heavy with unease. He too was uncertain whether Yi Lin would encounter peril, and anxiety gnawed at him. After all, their fates were intertwined. One's fortune was the other's. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the courtyard. Yi Weiying's heart raced, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword as he called out, "Who goes there?" "It is I," came the familiar voice from outside. "Young master." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Weiying was instantly filled with excitement. She flung the door open and beheld a youthful figure standing outside. his piercing gaze making it impossible to meet his eyes. "Young master, you have finally returned." Miss has been terribly worried, seeing the boy before her. Yi Wang inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she sheathed her long blade. "You've endured much for my sister, brother." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Linger, alerted by the commotion, dashed in from within, colliding solidly into Yi Lin's embrace. "Brother, why did you take so long to come back? Linger was so worried about you. Mother and father are missing. And I was terrified that I wouldn't see you again." Yi Linger began to weep, her fears pouring forth. A warm surge of responsibility filled Yi Lin's heart as he tenderly stroked Yi Linger's head, speaking softly, "Do not worry, dear sister. I shall ensure you never have to fret again. I will also bring our parents back. Yes, I believe in you, brother," Yi Linger said, wiping her tears and nodding earnestly. "Enough of the tears. I have a surprise for you." To lighten the mood, Yi Lin produced 5 spatial rings. And with a flick of his mind, a cacophony erupted as the contents spilled onto the ground. Yi Linger and Yi Wang felt the earth tremble beneath them as a veritable mountain of gold, silver, and precious elixirs appeared before their eyes. "What?" Yi Wang was rendered speechless, her mouth agape, her expression one of disbelief and astonishment. "Heavens, am I dreaming? This mountain of wealth must be incomprehensible. Surely, it exceeds any count." Yi Linger was similarly stunned, gazing at the glimmering treasures with her words escaping her grasp. "Is that a body refinement pill? How could there be so many? There must be at least 10,000. Just as Yi Wang began to recover from her shock over the wealth, her gaze swept over the towering piles of elixirs, and she gasped in awe. No. The bottles for these body refinement pills are all uniform. Each can hold 3. Over 10,000 bottles? My heavens. That's at least 30,000 pills. This is worth several times more than the mountains of gold and silver. And those other bottles, revitalizing pills, chi-gathering pills, are the mainstream elixirs of the second tier, meant for those in the chi-gathering realm. There must be around 5,000 of those, not inferior to the 30,000 body refinement pills in value. My goodness, could there truly be third-tier elixirs as well? Young master, you haven't robbed the Four Seas Merchant Guild, have you? Yi Wang gasped, feeling her heart racing as if it might burst. The sheer magnitude of this wealth was utterly breathtaking. Indeed, if only my spatial rings were sufficient. Otherwise, I would have completely emptied the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Yi Lin replied with a smile. What did you say? Yi Wang spluttered, coughing as if overwhelmed, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Young master, I was merely jesting. You cannot possibly have truly robbed the Four Seas Merchant Guild, can you? And where do you believe I acquired such resources? Yi Lin retorted casually. Yi Wang was left speechless, for aside from the Four Seas Merchant Guild, no one else could possibly possess such an astonishing array of wealth. Without further ado, let us speak of the 30,000 body refinement pills. Even if the 3 prominent families of Qingtian City were to gather all their resources, they might only manage to amass 3,000 to 4,000 at most. Brother, you are truly remarkable. This wealth is sufficient for us to spend an entire lifetime without depletion. Yi Linger was filled with admiration, eagerly rummaging through the towering pile of treasures, touching this and inspecting that, her eyes dazzled by the sight. Yi Wang took a deep breath, striving to suppress the profound astonishment within him. Although he was unaware of how Yi Lin had achieved this feat, he felt a sense of gratitude for the choice he had made, just as Yi Lin had previously stated. The facts had once again confirmed that his decision was impeccable. Brother, why is there such a large pile of arrows over here? What a colossal space they must occupy. Why not store other precious items instead? Yi Linger's voice suddenly echoed from the other side of the mountain, instantly transforming her into a little money enthusiast. Arrows. Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the substantial heap of dark arrows, then realized they must have come from Zhang Tianjuan's ring. Wait, what is that? At that moment, Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat as his gaze fell upon a longbow beside the arrows, unable to look away. The longbow was a dark azure, intricately carved with a dragon and cloud patterns, subtly forming a formidable and fierce presence. The dragon bow. This was the dragon bow, the personal weapon of Zhang Tianjun, the foremost expert of Qingtian City, which he never parted with. Yi Wang exclaimed in shock, his heart quivering, even his voice trembling. How could Zhang Tianjuan's ever-present dragon bow appear in the hands of the young master? This could not possibly mean. Yi Wang took a deep, cold breath, too frightened to contemplate further. The dragon bow? Zhang Tianjun certainly had a flair for naming. Under his command, even dragons must coil. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was Zhang Tianjuan's dragon bow. Yi Ying's heart surged with astonishment as he swallowed hard, saying, Young master, since Zhang Tianjun never parts with his bow. And now it is here, where is he? Dead, Yi Lin replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Yi Wei-ying's expression was extraordinarily vivid. Nearly unable to contain a long howl to release the profound shock within him. He did not need to ask. He understood that Yi Lin must have been the one to slay him. This was simply beyond belief, utterly astounding. After all, he was the esteemed foremost expert of Qingtian City, were it not for hearing it with his own ears. Who would dare believe he had fallen at the hands of a mere youth? You are on the brink of breaking through to the 8th level of body refinement. Are you not? Yi Lin glanced at the passionately enthusiastic Yi Wei-ying and gestured, go fetch a few bottles of body refinement pills and select several martial arts techniques. Strive to break through within these 2 days, as there will be matters requiring your attention. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, young master. Thank you for overlooking past grievances. Thank you for your nurturing grace. Yi Wei-ying's face suddenly lit up with joy, overwhelmed with excitement. During his time at the Yi family, he was allotted but a single body refinement pill each month, highlighting their scarcity. He never anticipated that following the young master would bring forth such opportunities, and that once elusive treasures would now be within easy reach. Especially regarding cultivation techniques, every family, aside from the direct bloodline, considers the practices of others merely as common fare. Being able to cultivate even a basic technique is a stroke of fortune. As for martial skills, that is a distant dream. They are all mere routines and maneuvers. To put it plainly, they are simply techniques for combat. True martial skills, however, are the genuine methods of lethal attack, secrets held closely by each family. Yet now, these invaluable techniques and skills, typically as rare as gold, lay scattered on the ground. Available for selection at will. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. The author wishes to convey, working night shifts, seeking 5-star reviews. This is of utmost importance. Chapter 17. The methods of the Buddhist sect. Gazing upon the pile of martial manuals on the ground, Yi Wei-ying felt parched, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He extended his slightly trembling hand, flipping through the tomes one by one. The Earthly Essence Technique, a first-tier cultivation method. The Demon Suppression Technique, a second-tier cultivation method. The Golden Jade Palm, a first-tier martial skill. The Breaking Army Fist, a second-tier martial skill. The Bull Demon Scripture, the Reincarnation Blade, the Slaughtering Hand. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became, until he could no longer restrain himself and began to recite aloud. There were too many, and all were of graded quality, leaving him dizzy with excitement. The third-tier technique, the sun-devouring skill? Suddenly, Yi Wei-ying's arm stiffened, halting as he clasped an ancient tome. A third-tier technique, indeed. His face flushed with excitement. In the martial spirit continent, typical cultivation techniques have 9 grades. The first and second grades are generally passed down among smaller families and factions, much like the Yi and Zhang families, whose inherited techniques are of the second tier. As for ordinary wandering warriors, most practice ungraded techniques, with only a select few possessing first-tier methods. The third tier, however, is sufficient to support a small sect's influence, extending beyond mere city confines. Techniques of the third tier and above are predominantly in the hands of major sects and royal dynasties. It is easy to imagine the thrill and astonishment Yi Wei-ying felt upon encountering a third-tier technique. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on his current lowly status, Yi Wei-ying's gaze dimmed. And wisely, he set aside the sun-devouring skill, opting instead for a first-tier technique, the Golden Body Technique. The third-tier method was far too precious. He had yet to earn the right to cultivate it. Although Yi Lin had encouraged him to choose freely, as a servant, he understood the need for discretion. The Golden Body Technique, a first-tier method? Yi Lin furrowed his brow. Yi Wei-ying, have you lost your senses? With so many second and third-tier techniques available, why would you select a first-tier one? My lord, I am but a servant, unworthy of such esteemed techniques, Yi Wei-ying replied bitterly. Nonsense. In my eyes, anyone under my command is of equal standing. There is no distinction of high or low. Why would I withhold superior techniques from my own? Do you expect me to let them go to waste? Yi Lin rebuked sharply. It is utterly foolish to disregard a third-tier technique in favor of a first-tier one. Do you intend to embarrass me? Choose a third-tier one, my lord. Yi Wei-ying, drenched in humiliation from the reprimand, felt an unprecedented sense of importance and gratitude wash over him, and he was unable to suppress the emotion that choked his voice. Very well. Take this and diligently cultivate your skills. I, Yi Lin, demand nothing less than excellence from my subordinates. Yi Lin declared. Yes, young master. Yi Wei-ying responded, clenching his fists with renewed vigor. Within 2 days, I shall reach the 8th level of body refinement. He resolutely grasped the third-grade technique, the sun-swallowing skill, and set forth to practice. As night descended unknowingly, Ling Er was sent to rest by Yi Lin. The dilapidated courtyard was left in solitude, with only Yi Lin remaining. He quietly reflected on the day's gains and losses, contemplating the disparities between Earth's knowledge and this realm, while charting his future aspirations and direction. Gradually, his gaze grew increasingly resolute, sharpening like a blade. He was determined to pursue martial arts and fortify his being. Yi Lin now understood that while firearms wield tremendous power, they are merely external tools, incapable of addressing his inherent shortcomings. This world was far more complex than he had imagined. The might of martial arts and the peculiarities of martial spirits could sometimes render firearms ineffective. Thus, to truly establish himself in this realm, he must balance his strengths and weaknesses. Both the creation of weaponry and the practice of martial arts were essential. They must complement and synergize with one another to ascend to greatness in this world. The notion of hard Qigong came to mind first. This form of hard Qigong was imparted by a venerable monk and included 81 distinctive hand seals. Initially, he believed it to be a mere technique for enhancing explosive power. However, upon arriving in this world, it revealed its remarkable potential, leaving him astounded. Previously preoccupied with urgent matters, he had not devoted time to study it, but now, he was compelled to delve into it. Yet, as his research deepened, Yi Lin's astonishment grew. He compared an array of techniques from this world and discovered that this hard Qigong was truly profound, specializing in body refinement. No wonder he had felt no reaction from other elixirs, but the body refinement elixir had instantaneously activated this technique. According to Yi Lin's analysis and comparisons, this hard Qigong could be practiced almost indefinitely, provided there were resources like the body refinement elixir available. Yi Lin could not help but inhale sharply, taken aback by this revelation. The potential for endless cultivation was staggering. This Buddhist hard Qigong was indeed formidable. If it were to be graded, it would surely surpass even the 9th tier. Suddenly, Yi Lin's heart raced as he recalled the 81 hand seals. It was said that these hand seals complemented the hard Qigong. If the technique was already so terrifying, how powerful could the hand seals be? What transformations would occur when these two elements combined? Yi Lin was eager to find out. Thus, he regulated his breathing, seated himself upon the ground, and began to circulate the technique. Buzz. As the cultivation technique commenced, a radiant golden light enveloped Yi Lin, resembling a resplendent golden Buddha seated in solemnity, evoking a sense of grandeur and reverence. This time, Yi Lin refrained from consuming the body-refining elixir, gaining a more profound and intuitive grasp of the technique, which stirred his innermost being. In his perception, his body seemed to open countless acupoints, drawing in various energies from the heavens and the earth. Yi Lin could distinctly sense that, as these energies melded with his being, he was undergoing a transformation in a manner that defied comprehension. At this rate of metamorphosis, Yi Lin surmised that he would soon transcend his current realm, advancing to the 7th level of body refinement. Such potency was astonishing, truly formidable. If this pace of cultivation were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly be met with incredulity. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yi Lin selected a hand seal and began to form it slowly. However, just as he completed half of the seal, an eerie cracking sound emanated from within him, as if a great calamity was about to unfold. His bones trembled ominously, signaling impending collapse, prompting him to halt immediately, drenched in cold sweat. Once he regained his composure, he attempted to form the seal once more, only to encounter a similarly unsettling reaction. What could be the cause of this? Must the hand seals be executed in a specific order? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yi Lin's mind, leading him to commence with the first hand seal he had learned. This time, the formation of the seal proceeded remarkably smoothly, filling him with delight. He recalled that the first seal was known as the Dharma seal of the 3 realms. As he executed this seal, an image of the 3 realms king materialized in his mind. This formidable figure stood 6 zhang tall, wreathed in flames, possessing 3 faces and 8 arms, each wielding a different sacred artifact, with 3 fierce eyes wide open, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Moreover, Yi Lin perceived the resonant chanting of a profound mantra within his mind, the heart mantra of the 3 realms king, which settled deeply in his heart. In an instant, enlightenment washed over him. He formed the contract seal with his hands, reciting the mantra aloud. A dense aura of Buddhist light erupted from countless pores, projecting a divine image of the king behind him. The 3 realms king is said to subdue the 3 poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance across the past, present, and future, thus earning the title. At that moment, as the divine image appeared, golden specks of light emanated from the souls of Yi Wei-ing and others, merging with the divine form. These golden glimmers resembled the legendary willpower of the Buddhist realm, allowing the divine image to solidify slightly. The 3 afflictions of greed, anger, and ignorance were encapsulated within the golden light, and at the moment of their entry into the divine form, They were refined and absorbed by the flames behind it. Simultaneously, Yi Wei-ying and the 30 men scattered throughout Baiyun City experienced a jolt in their minds, as if purified by an unseen force, bestowing an unprecedented clarity upon them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Yi Wei-ying, as a surge of intense power coursed through his body, propelling him past the 8th level of body refinement. What? A breakthrough? The abrupt change left Yi Wei-ying momentarily stunned, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Originally, he had anticipated that it would take 2 days to reach this new realm, yet in just a few short hours, he had inexplicably advanced. This was astonishingly swift. Even with the transformation brought about by the 3rd grade technique, the sun-devouring skill, such exaggerated progress seems implausible. Am I truly a late-blooming prodigy? Yi Wei-ying wore an expression of skepticism, unable to suppress the fanciful thoughts that began to swirl in his mind. Little did he realize that his rapid advancement was solely due to Yi Lin's influence. The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance within him were absorbed by Yi Lin's Dharma form, purifying his obscured spirit and allowing for swift progress. Yi Lin, filled with astonishment, came to the realization that the so-called methods of the Buddhist sect were not merely rigid martial arts, but rather a pathway to cultivate the Buddhist golden body. The 81 hand seals, in truth, represented the cultivation and application of 9 distinct Dharma forms. Each Dharma form contained 9 hand seals. For instance, the statue of the King of the 3 Realms encompasses 9 hand seals, with the King of the 3 Realms seal being the foundational one. Additionally, there are 3 core hand seals representing the past, present, and future, as well as binding seals for both internal and external attacks, along with the fire seal, among others. Yi Lin was exhilarated. Whether it was the cultivation of the Buddhist golden body or the mastery of the 9 Dharma forms, these were unparalleled techniques in the world. Particularly, once a Dharma form was fully refined and solidified, it could merge with the golden body, manifesting the true form of the Buddha. At that moment, the 6-zhang true body would emerge, bearing 3 faces and 8 arms, capable of wielding multiple cannons and executing comprehensive, all-encompassing assaults. The mere thought of it filled him with immense excitement. My lord, you. Just as Yi Lin was lost in his exhilaration, Yi Wei-ying emerged from the inner hall. Upon catching sight of the illusory Dharma form behind Yi Lin, he was struck dumb with shock. 3 faces and 8 arms, engulfed in demonic fire. Was this a demon god or a monster? How could it manifest behind my lord? Could it be a second martial soul awakened within him? Yi Wei-ying's heart was tumultuous. With his understanding of this world, he could find no other plausible explanation apart from a martial soul. Furthermore, the aura and majesty emanating from such a martial soul shook the very core of his being, instilling an inexplicable sense of reverence and deepening his loyalty to Yi Lin. Have you broken through? Yi Lin disregarded his astonishment, nonchalantly retracting the Dharma form and beckoning. Just right. I have also made some gains in martial arts. Let us exchange a few moves. Without waiting for Yi Wei-ying to respond, he stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming aura, and launched a punch. What? 6th layer of body refinement? Yi Wei-ying felt the intensity of Yi Lin's aura and nearly leapt in surprise. He recalled that within the Yi family, Yi Lin was merely mediocre, yet after escaping, his realm had suddenly ascended to the 3rd layer of body refinement. How long had it been? How could he have progressed to the 6th layer in such a short time? To break through 6 minor realms in a single day, even with extraordinary encounters, seemed rather exaggerated. Just moments ago, he had been delighting in his own breakthrough to the 8th layer, believing himself to be a late-blooming genius, only to emerge and find himself utterly crushed. Was there no respite to be had? However, he had no time to voice his grievances, for Yi Lin's fist was already upon him. My lord, in this martial exchange, I shall not hold back. A sly smile crept across his face as he deliberately sought to diminish Yi Lin's momentum. With a low growl, he unleashed a punch with 9/10 of his strength. Fierce as a tiger. Bang! Yet, when their fists collided, a dull thud resonated, and Yi Lin did not stagger as anticipated. Instead, Yi Wei-ying's expression shifted drastically. As if he had struck solid stone, a searing pain radiated through his hand. How could this be possible? Yi Wei-ying was astonished, not only by the hardness of his opponent's fist, but also by the sheer force that could withstand his 9/10 strength. This was akin to the prowess of a 7th level body refinement. Was this person human or some kind of prodigy? I must see where your limits lie. Again, Yi Wei-ying, unwilling to concede, bellowed. Channeling the sun-swallowing technique throughout his body, a surge of blazing power erupted, coalescing into a radiant punch that shimmered with a faint red light. Yi Lin too let out a low growl, activating his technique, with countless pores emitting golden light, resembling a golden Buddha emerging from a temple. delivering a punch that seemed to move slowly, yet was remarkably swift. Boom. This punch, suffused with intense golden radiance and expansive energy, caused Yi Wei-ying to cry out in alarm as he felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him flying, his bones cracking under the strain, barely holding together. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Yi Lin reciting incantations, his hands forming seals, a point of golden light erupting from his palms, which rapidly expanded tenfold, then 100-fold, transforming into a ceaselessly spinning swastika that filled his entire field of vision in an instant. As the colossal swastika approached, Yi Wei-ying gasped, instinctively wanting to evade. However, his movements lagged behind his thoughts, as everything transpired too swiftly, surpassing his physical reflexes, leaving him in awe as the immense symbol enveloped him. Bang! The gigantic swastika struck Yi Wei-ying, sending a tremor through his entire being, witnessing the symbol transform into a beam of golden light that penetrated his body. He soon discovered a layer of golden light beneath his skin, imbued with a terrifying binding force. Any slight movement would cause the golden light to flare, tightening its grip, making his bones creak ominously. Hiss! A tumultuous wave of shock surged within Yi Wei-ying as he gazed incredulously at Yi Lin. He could hardly fathom what kind of martial technique this was, so bizarre and domineering. What astonished him even more was Yi Lin's mastery of such a fearsome technique. Wielded with such ease, truly terrifying. Particularly, with each verse Yi Lin uttered, it seemed a new surge of power was conferred upon the golden light, amplifying the bindings he suffered. Young master, please stop reciting. I feel I might burst. Yi Wei-ying could no longer contain his cries. Yi Lin instantly snapped back to reality, hastily ceasing his incantation. Apologies, I was lost in comprehension and momentarily forgot about you. A faint blush tinged Yi Lin's cheeks, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Little did he know that his words only deepened Yi Wei-ying's discomfort. The notion of comprehension meant that he was not only to be thoroughly defeated but utterly shattered. Withdraw, Yi Lin commanded softly, and a beam of golden light escaped from Yi Wei-ying's body, transforming into a swastika before vanishing into his palm. Yi Lin felt a surge of excitement. This was merely an external binding seal, yet its power was astonishingly formidable. Moreover, this seal could be both summoned and retracted, intricately connected to his mind, suggesting boundless potential. The marvel of this external binding seal led him to ponder whether it could be inscribed onto a bullet. If so, would that not be utterly extraordinary? Suddenly, an idea emerged within Yi Lin's mind, one that he found difficult to believe yet grew increasingly compelling. The author wishes to convey, recently, the night shift became unexpectedly busy, and the updates have been lacking. I apologize to everyone, and will provide a substantial update of 3,000 words to make amends. Written on my mobile during work, I have not yet had the chance to revise it, so please point out any typos. Chapter 19. A Signal Flare. An army of thousands approaches. Unfortunately, Yi Lin scoured his spatial ring, but found no remnants of bullets, forcing him to set this notion aside for the time being. However, this did not deter him from attempting to use other materials. His gaze wandered until it settled on the pebbles scattered across the courtyard floor, prompting him to approach and pick one up. Young master, what are you doing? Yi Wei-ying, having recovered from her initial shock, inquired with confusion as she observed him gathering a handful of pebbles. Yi Lin offered no response, utterly engrossed as he held a single pebble. Golden light radiating from his hand as a large swastika was infused within. In an instant, the pristine white pebble transformed into a lustrous hue of glass, with the swastika symbol swirling within, appearing extraordinarily mystical. Success! Yi Lin's expression momentarily froze in delight, but just as a smile began to form, the pebble suddenly cracked with a sharp sound. Regret washed over him, yet he remained undeterred, picking up another pebble and channeling golden light into it. Crack! The pebble shattered once more. He continued this process, infusing again. Crack! Yet it broke again. After several repetitions, Yi Lin gradually gleaned an understanding. The pebbles were merely stubborn stones of inferior quality, incapable of serving as a foundation for the external binding seal. He recalled the prayer beads worn by monks in his previous life and rummaged through his spatial ring until he unearthed a piece of fragrant wood, thick as an arm. This fragrant wood, a type of spiritual timber in this world, had diverse applications, categorized by age into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year varieties, and so forth. The fragrant wood in Yi Lin's possession was brown, classified as 10-year wood, and ranked as first grade. He carved the wood into thumb-sized beads, gently polishing them for smoothness, and commenced his attempts anew. This time, he calmed his mind, envisioning the image of the king of the three realms, a subtle aura of Zen permeating his being. A streak of golden light surged into the bead. Initially, the bead merely flickered with a hint of golden brilliance. Then, like a spark igniting a vast prairie. The golden light rapidly enveloped the entire bead, radiating with the brilliance of a sun. As the radiance reached its zenith, the golden light receded like a tide into the bead, which reverted to its original brown hue, yet now bore an indescribable essence of tranquility. It worked. A smile graced Yilin's face. He could feel the power of the external binding seal residing within the bead, ready to be unleashed with merely a thought. In other words, his theory had proven successful. As long as the material of the bullet was sufficient, it could be imbued with the power of the external binding seal. If this were on Earth, it could certainly be considered a magical artifact. Yilin was in high spirits, endlessly fiddling with his prayer beads, exuding an aura of zen, resembling a venerable monk. The night was still long, yet he felt no drowsiness. Instead, he sat in contemplation of the three worlds' king's visage while continuing to craft the prayer beads. Each time, he could only create 3 before requiring a period of recovery to proceed further. Thus, he would meditate to regain his strength, and once rejuvenated, he would return to his reflections and bead-making. Meanwhile, Yi Weiying remained steadfastly loyal, resembling a statue as he stood silently behind him. 2 figures, one large and one small, one still and one in motion, seemed to meld into the nocturnal scenery. The next day, as a beam of morning light graced the earth, Yilin abruptly halted his activities, the essence of Zen dissipating. Beside him lay 24 prayer beads, meticulously arranged, radiating a serene energy. As he gathered the beads, Yilin rose and, without looking back, instructed Yi Weiying, "Go awaken Linger, we must set forth." "Set forth? To where?" Yi Weiying inquired, bewildered. "Just call Linger, and you shall soon understand," Yilin replied, offering no further explanation as his mind delved into the awareness of the 30 men's positions. Scattered? Suddenly, Yilin furrowed his brow, realizing that the group that had been together yesterday had now dispersed into 5 or 6 factions, aimlessly roaming the city as if searching for something. "They are searching for Linger as per my instructions." A flicker of understanding crossed Yilin's mind, prompting a satisfied smile. "Clearly, I must devise a method to gather them together." After a moment's thought, the phrase signal flare surfaced in his mind. "Brother, why are you up so early?" At that moment, Yi Linger emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, yawning adorably as Yilin smiled faintly at her. He chose not to disclose that he had not slept the entire night, merely stating that he was not tired. After breakfast, Yilin located a blacksmith shop where he crafted several signal flares and purchased a set of crafting tools. He then led Yi Linger and Yi Weiying to the center of Baiyun City. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Throughout their journey, both Yi Linger and Yi Weiying had appeared perplexed, and now, seeing Yilin pause, they could no longer contain their curiosity. "Waiting for someone," Yilin articulated succinctly as the desert eagle materialized in his hand. "Waiting for someone." Yi Linger and Yi Weiying echoed in unison, exchanging puzzled glances. Yilin smiled faintly, expertly loading the flare into the chamber with a click before aiming skyward and firing. Bang! The flare shot into the heavens, erupting into a brilliant red smoke trail that captured the attention of most in the city. Bang, bang, bang. Yilin fired 3 more shots, sending plumes of red smoke into the sky, drawing even more gazes and causing a stir among the populace. "Look, what is that in the sky?" "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it." "Have you seen it before?" "I haven't, but it somewhat resembles a signal arrow." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Scattered throughout the white cloud city, 30 men, all seasoned with firearms, witnessed the signal flare. Their immediate reaction was to acknowledge the arrival of their master. Who was summoning them in such a manner? "It is the master. The master has returned. How splendid that he is back safely. I knew he would return unscathed." The men, dispersed in various locations, gazed at the flare in the sky, their voices filled with excitement. "The master is calling us. Let us hurry." They assessed their bearings. Their master was likely at the city center. "Follow me." With spirits high and expressions alight with fervor, the 30 men surged forth from all corners of White Cloud City, racing towards the center. Half an hour later, they arrived, their faces alight with exhilaration as they beheld Yilin. "Master! Master! We have met the master! We have met the master!" The 30 valiant men, their faces radiant with emotion, knelt before Yilin in unison, their voices ringing with pride. Yi Linger and Yi Weiying were taken aback, unsure of when Yilin had garnered such a formidable group. Although none possessed martial prowess, the spirit each exuded would even put ordinary warriors to shame. "Rise. We shall set forth to the Beast Mountain. When we return, I shall ensure your names resonate throughout the world." "Yes." The resounding affirmation echoed, as the group, aflame with passion, followed Yilin with fervor towards the Beast Mountain. Chapter 20. Specialized Training. Trekking into the mountains, Yilin's heart surged with anticipation. he was finally able to mold this team. Especially after the encounter with the Four Seas Trading Company and Zhang Tianjun, his desire to cultivate a formidable armed force intensified. This expedition to the Beast Mountain would allow him to impart all his specialized skills to these men, striving to mold each one into a self-sufficient elite warrior. In time, the Yi family, the Zhang family, and the Four Seas Trading Company would all tremble before this force. He aimed to instill fear in all who heard of this unit. Onward, Yi Lin commanded in a low voice, a hint of ferocity in his demeanor, starkly contrasting the tranquility he had previously embodied. Behind him, the group mirrored his intensity, causing pedestrians along the street to instinctively step aside. The Beast Mountain, a small range spanning across several cities including Qingtian City, White Cloud City, and Giant Stone City, covers an area exceeding 500 square kilometers, comparable to the size of a county on Earth. Within the mountains, cliffs, lakes, marshes, and various terrains abound, teeming with countless mythical beasts. This place is both a paradise and a graveyard for warriors. Countless individuals hunt mythical beasts and gather spiritual herbs here, thriving in their pursuits. While many, driven by passion and courage, ultimately become fodder for these lands. At this moment, Yi Lin and his band of men stood at the edge of the Beast Mountain, listening to the resounding roars of mythical beasts within. Witnessing the fervor and readiness of the gathered crowd, Yi Lin doused them with a cold splash of reality. Hold your excitement. From this moment forth, your training commences. Those who can endure shall remain, and those who cannot shall depart. Now, at my command, everyone remove your shoes and venture barefoot into the mountains. What? Upon hearing this, not only did the 30 men freeze in disbelief, but even Yi Linger and Yi Wang were taken aback. The mountains were laden with thorns, strewn with sharp objects and spikes. Entering barefoot was akin to self-mutilation. Surely, he jested, removing our shoes to traverse this treacherous terrain? The ground was littered with stones like blades. How could one possibly walk without footwear? Yi Lin's expression darkened ominously as he bellowed, "Silence! I am not jesting. To become elite soldiers, courage, bravery, willpower, and perseverance are indispensable. Walking into the mountains barefoot is merely the first test of your courage and will. From now on, my orders are to be followed without question. It is a matter of compliance, not debate. Either execute my command or be gone. Do you understand?" "We understand." The men, hearts pounding, realized the gravity of the situation and responded in unison. "Speak louder. I cannot hear you," Yi Lin demanded. "We understand," they shouted, their voices echoing with determination. "Good. Remove your shoes and proceed into the mountains." With a rustle, the men's expressions turned serious, and in unison, they removed their footwear, binding them at their waists, and advanced into the mountain's embrace. However, it was not long before a cry of pain erupted from the ranks. Someone had stepped on something sharp. Soon, cries and exclamations echoed throughout the group. "Ah, there are scorpions. I've been stung. It hurts. You stepped on my foot. Beware of the bullet ants in the rock crevices. They bite." In a mere 100 meters, various troubles beset them, and the formation quickly descended into chaos. Yi Lin frowned as the once orderly line disintegrated. "Brother, this is too cruel. Let them put their shoes back on," Yi Ling said, her heart aching for the suffering men. Yi Weiying, unsure of Yi Lin's motives, also interjected, "Young master, the soil scorpions of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain are venomous, and the bullet ants have serrated fangs. Their bites are difficult to heal." Yi Lin retorted coldly, "Can they kill?" The question hung in the air, and Yi Weiying hesitated, instinctively replying, "Well, not really." "Then continue. And you lot, shut your mouths." Yi Lin glared at the men, his tone icy. "If you cannot endure this minor pain, how will you ever become elite soldiers? How will you instill fear in others at the mere mention of your name? And let me reiterate, this is the wilderness. The wilderness. Your every cry of pain, every cough, could attract predators. If you wish to survive, grit your teeth and endure. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied, their resolve hardening. A group of men suddenly bowed their heads in shame. "Then let us depart," Yi Lin declared coldly. With a rustle, the crowd fell silent, standing tall and gazing ahead, marching in unison step by step. Beneath their feet, venomous creatures continued to ravage and bite, eliciting muffled groans from many. Yet they remembered Yi Lin's words, gritting their teeth to suppress any sounds. Before long, they traversed several miles on foot, the terrain increasingly treacherous, overgrown with thorns, complicating their progress. Some had their feet torn, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, while others suffered from the effects of toxins, their legs swollen beyond recognition. Nevertheless, they clenched their jaws, harboring a fierce determination, trudging on in silence. Gradually, the bodies of these men began to tremble, their steps growing heavier. their labored breaths becoming increasingly pronounced and desperate, as if they were on the brink of asphyxiation. Yilinger observed their plight, several times feeling the urge to speak out. But each time she was stifled by the cold aura emanating from Yilin, opting instead for silence. Yi Weiying seemed to comprehend Yilin's intentions, for he noticed a burgeoning spirit among the men. Suddenly, with a thud, someone collapsed to the ground, followed by others falling like dumplings, each hitting the ground with a thump. Heavy gasps filled the air. What? Can you not move any longer? Yilin, seemingly oblivious to their dire state, maintained his icy demeanor. Do not stop. If you cannot walk, then crawl. Crawl until you can stand. Yilinger's expression shifted, sensing her brother's cruelty. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Yilin interrupted. Silence. Adults are at work. Children should not interfere. You. Yilinger was momentarily speechless, retorting, Yilin. You are merely a year older than I. A year makes a difference. Yilin shot back, dismissing her. Then, addressing the group of men on the ground, he barked. Everyone listen. You have 3 breaths. If you do not wish to remain here as prey for the beasts, then move. 1, 2, 3. With Yilin's countdown, the men stirred, each one straining their necks to roar defiantly, desperately clawing at the earth. Yet soon, they found it difficult to even crawl, their bodies marred with wounds. At this moment, Yi Weiying's expression changed, and he could no longer restrain himself, saying, My lord, this is enough. They are not even warriors. They have reached their limit. Continuing like this could cost lives. Limit? Death. Yilin snorted coldly. I will show you how limits are shattered. As for death, if one lacks the resolve and courage to face it, what right do they have to serve as my soldiers? Yi Weiying broke into a cold sweat, silently praying for the men. Meanwhile, Yilin furrowed his brow. In terms of physical prowess, each of these men could rival a special forces soldier. Yet when it came to willpower and the belief in survival, collectively, they were not as formidable as a single randomly selected special forces operative from Earth. It seemed that to transcend their limits, he must first awaken their emotions and fighting spirit. As he contemplated this, Yilin took a deep breath and provocatively called out. What's the matter? Can't you even crawl? Tell me, are you still men? With that, he suddenly raised his voice, bellowing, Answer me, are you men or not? Yes. A chorus of men shouted, pounding the ground in affirmation. Don't you have any backbone? Your voices are too faint. I want to hear it louder. Yilin commanded. Yes. The men cried out, their voices filled with desperation. Very well. Yilin continued, his voice booming. Do you wish to remain slaves? No. They shouted in unison. Do you aspire to rise above your circumstances? Yes. Are you afraid of hardship? No. Are you afraid of pain? No. Are you afraid of shedding blood? No. The flames of determination ignited in their eyes, a fierce spirit enveloping them. Excellent. You are indeed valiant men. Let me ask you once more, can you still crawl? Yes. They roared, their voices rising. With that powerful affirmation, they felt their blood surging, a pent-up energy bursting within them. Roar. To avoid being slaves. To rise above. To make a name for ourselves. For dignity. For glory. We crawl. 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 The men shouted fiercely, their heads held high, their gazes burning with intensity. In that moment, they unleashed their primal screams, their hands pushing against the ground as they began to move. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Their pace quickened, their movements synchronized, each roar resonating like a clarion call, creating an inexplicable rhythm. Gradually, an indomitable spirit, a momentum, a newfound vitality surged forth from their very bones. Boom. In that instant, both Yilin and Yi Weiying could distinctly feel a force coalescing between them. Then, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. The men, in a frenzied uproar, gradually released their hands from the ground, bending their backs and slowly rising upright. Ultimately, they stood tall, as if reborn. They beamed with radiant smiles. And with a sudden roar, they took off running with open arms. This. Yi Weiying's face was filled with astonishment, as a long-dormant passion stirred within her. Yilinger covered her mouth in disbelief, marveling at how this seemingly desolate group of individuals had, through mere verbal encouragement, undergone a remarkable rebirth. It was utterly incredible. Breaking through limits, living against all odds. In this moment, a hint of a smile finally graced Yilin's typically stern visage. This band of men had not disappointed him. The first trial had been passed. Next would come grappling, combat training, survival skills, and familiarization with various firearms. Particularly the firearms. From the compact Luger P-08 to the mighty Desert Eagle, assault rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, individual rocket launchers, and mortars, all must be mastered with precision. Stop. A few minutes later, Yilin called out to them, commanding, all personnel, take a breather and tend to your injuries. Yes. Until this moment, a group of individuals finally released their pent-up energy, unceremoniously squatting down on the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Weiying, Yilin called out, producing a large water pouch and dissolving several body-refining pills within it, then handed it over, saying, "Go and let everyone have a drink." Understood. Yi Weiying took the water pouch, inwardly lamenting the extravagance, and began to walk towards the group. However, after taking only a few steps, his body stiffened. His gaze fixated on a nearby hill. There, a magnificent silver wolf stood proudly atop the rise, its eyes sharp and fierce, locking onto their position. The Wolf King. Yi Weiying's expression changed, and he gravely addressed Yilin, "Young master, we are being targeted by the wolf pack." Yilin cast a glance and replied, "You are mistaken. We are not merely being targeted, we are surrounded." "What?" Yi Weiying was taken aback, then exclaimed in shock, "Young master, you noticed it long ago? Prepare for battle." Yilin did not respond further, extending his right hand to reveal a long knife. In his left hand, a radiant light flickered, and a string of 24 prayer beads emerged, enveloping the area in an aura of serenity. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Chapter 22. Internal Seal, Subjugation of Demonic Obstacles, with one hand wielding the knife and the other manipulating the prayer beads. Yi Lin embodied a duality of murderous intent and tranquility, resembling an enraged Buddha ready to transcend the suffering of mortals. Behind him, 30 sturdy men rose silently, their eyes resolute. With a swish, Yi Weiying unsheathed his long knife, the aura of his 8th level of body refinement surging as he prepared to engage. Yi Lin raised a hand to stop him, coldly stating, "You stay back to protect my sister. This battle is mine to fight." With that, Yi Lin slowly advanced, his long knife pointing towards the silver giant wolf, an unstoppable tide of battle intent surging within him. Since arriving in this world, his strength had been steadily increasing, yet he had yet to truly test the limits of his power. Now, undeniably, was a splendid opportunity. A howl erupted from the silver wolf, its teeth bared in provocation. And suddenly, a pack of gray wolves emerged from the surroundings. There were over 20 of them, broad-shouldered and towering, exuding a palpable ferocity. Kill! Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Lin charged forward the moment the gray wolves appeared, drawing their attention first. The pack, having trailed them for some time, and now fueled by hunger and the Wolf King's command, became frenzied at the sight of Yi Lin advancing, their eyes turning crimson with bloodlust. "Brother, be careful." Yi Linger and the others gasped, their hearts racing. Yet, Yi Lin remained unfazed, his long knife slicing through the air, cleanly severing the head of the foremost gray wolf. Without a moment's pause, he leapt atop the wolf's carcass, soaring through the air and with swift motions. His knife glinted menacingly, swiftly dispatching 2 more wolves with lethal precision. As he landed, he executed a roll, slipping beneath another gray wolf, evading the attacks of its companions. And with a swift strike, he opened the wolf's belly. The entire sequence of actions was executed with ruthless precision, devoid of any hesitation, showcasing the prowess of the Special Forces King in all its glory. Yi Weiying and his companions were left utterly astonished. This was not mere slaughter. It was akin to a performance. The methods of killing were so refined that they seemed effortlessly dispatching 4 gray wolves in the blink of an eye, truly terrifying. It is important to note that each of these adult gray wolves was comparable to a 4th or 5th level of body refinement, should they charge in mass. Even a practitioner at the Qi-gathering realm would find themselves in utter disarray. Yet, before Yi Lin, they were slain with grace and fluidity, as if it were a dance, utterly unbelievable. A howl of rage erupted from the Wolf King, reverberating with fury. However, this did nothing to deter Yi Lin. He darted among the pack, weaving and leaping, resembling a lethal note in a symphony, striking with impeccable timing, every blade finding its mark. In a brief span, more than 20 gray wolves had been reduced to a mere handful. Ecstasy surged within Yi Lin as he flicked his long knife, unable to suppress a low roar of exhilaration. The 6th level of body refinement, coupled with the cultivation of the Buddha's golden body technique, allowed him to unleash his full potential. He felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, becoming both agile and formidable. With confidence, he stepped forward, his fist radiant with golden light, embodying a force as tumultuous as a raging sea, delivering a crushing blow to one gray wolf. Then, with sudden ferocity, he seized the thrashing wolf's leg and swung it around with great force. The other gray wolves were sent crashing, their bones shattering, collapsing to the ground with pitiful wails. The Silver Wolf King, unable to maintain its stance, unleashed a thunderous roar of fury as it charged like lightning. Seizing the moment, Yi Lin deftly manipulated his prayer beads. reciting the heart mantra of the King of the Three Realms, as 24 beads radiated brilliance. A resonant hum echoed as 7 swastika symbols flew forth, transforming into a golden light that penetrated the wounded gray wolves, binding them in place. Simultaneously, the Silver Wolf King bore down upon him. Its massive form surged forth, propelled by terrifying speed and strength, launching a fierce assault at Yi Lin. "Come on," Yi Lin thought, his expression grave as he faced the oncoming Wolf King. Instantly, he channeled his energy to its zenith, his entire being emanating a dazzling golden glow, delivering a decisive punch. Boom! As the punch connected, the golden light erupted, momentarily halting the Silver Wolf King, and a fierce shockwave surged between them. Yi Lin staggered, retreating several steps, his arm emitting a faint crackling sound. Clearly, in terms of raw power, he could not yet compare to a true beast. In this world, beasts, much like warriors, are categorized into distinct levels: common beasts, profound beasts, primal beasts, Dan beasts, great beasts, shape-shifting great beasts, and beast kings, among others. The Silver Wolf King before him was a profound beast, on par with practitioners of the Chi-gathering realm, likely between the first and second ranks. Recognizing that he could not match its strength, Yi Lin swiftly brandished his long knife with a series of ringing strikes. However, in an instant, the Silver Wolf Prince swung a claw, shattering the long blade with a resounding clang. Its sharp talons tore through Yi Lin's clothing, producing a screeching sound as sparks flew. This scene left Yi Linger and the others nearby in a state of shock, instinctively holding their breath. Even Yi Lin himself felt a tightening in his chest. Fortunately, he had donned his inner armor before coming. Otherwise, that strike could have torn him in half. In a battle of equals, the ferocity of the beast far surpassed that of a human. Yet, it was this very blow that exposed the Wolf King's underarm. Without hesitation, Yi Lin raised the broken short blade in his hand and plunged it into the creature's chest with a soft thud. It sank in just a few inches before the Wolf King let out a howl, flinging him away. With a leap, its sharp claws glinted with cold light, ready to rend Yi Lin apart. Outer binding seal. Yi Lin remained unfazed, anticipating the Wolf King's assault even before he hit the ground. His hands swiftly formed seals. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from his palms, expanding like a tempest, transforming into a colossal golden swastika that struck the Silver Wolf King. Bang! The Silver Wolf King, caught off guard, felt the swastika bind within its body, its entire form stiffening as it crashed to the ground. Boom! Yi Lin seized the opportunity, charging forward with a powerful kick, radiating intense golden light, which struck the Wolf King's head with great force. Howl! The Wolf King's eyes turned bloodshot, its body enveloped in a silvery glow as it struggled violently, twisting the swastika into a frenzy before it exploded with a loud bang. It sprang back, its white fangs aimed at Yi Lin's face. Beast! Yi Lin abruptly retreated, tossing out a string of beads, and a cascade of swastikas surged through the air, resembling towering mountains of gold, descending upon the beast. This time, the combined force of a dozen binding seals thudded against the Wolf King, ensnaring it in a brilliant golden net, rendering it utterly immobile despite its furious roars. Next, Yi Lin recited a spell, forming a new, unfamiliar hand seal, pressing it against the Wolf King's crown. As the seal took shape, boundless Buddhist light emanated forth, revealing the figure of the Diana King behind him. It formed the same seal and pointed towards the Silver Wolf from a distance. Buzz! At that moment, everyone present felt a disorienting tremor, as though their spirits were being drawn away and imprisoned. Inner binding seal, subduing the 3 afflictions of greed, anger, and ignorance, compelling all beings to surrender to my Buddha. The author has a note. Delays in review, my apologies. Chapter 23. Survival knowledge points. As the hand seal was released, a golden swastika illuminated Yi Lin's palm, vanishing as it touched the Silver Wolf King's head, entering its mind. Howl! The Silver Wolf King seemed to sense something and immediately emitted a desperate cry. Beast, succumb! Yi Lin commanded, pressing one hand upon its crown while the other manipulated the beads, reciting the heart mantra. Waves of meditative energy surged into the Wolf King's mind, subduing its inner afflictions while leaving an indelible mark. Soon, the Wolf King's rage was pacified by the meditative essence, and the ferocity in its eyes was replaced by a hint of docility. Yi Lin withdrew his hand, and the creature let out a low howl, licking his palm, leaving Yi Weiing and the others utterly astonished. Subsequently, Yi Lin flicked the beads in his hand, and a radiant light enveloped the area as the external restraining seals were retracted, granting freedom to the Silver Wolf King and the 7 gray wolves. With the seals dispelled, the 7 injured gray wolves instantly regained their footing, emitting fierce howls as they charged toward Yi Lin. "Be careful, young master." "Brother!" The crowd shouted in alarm, realizing it was too late to intervene. In that moment, the Silver Wolf King, previously crouched on the ground, sprang into action, seizing one of the gray wolves in its jaws and flinging it aside. It then shook its silvery fur and positioned itself protectively in front of Yilin, releasing a terrifying howl that echoed across the mountains. In response to the Wolf King's fearsome cry, the pack of gray wolves abruptly halted their assault, casting uncertain glances at Yilin. Ultimately, one by one, they submitted, lowering themselves to the ground and emitting a sound of submission. Such a divine being. The group of men marveled inwardly, their gazes toward Yilin growing increasingly fervent. The ability to tame even ferocious beasts was truly beyond comprehension. It is well known that throughout history, even those martial artists endowed with powerful beast martial souls found it difficult to subdue adult mythical creatures, let alone Yilin, who lacked such a soul. The situation was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, Yilin remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this very outcome. He produced 7 body-refining pills, offering them to the injured gray wolves, who responded with joyful howls. "All right, rest here for half an hour." Yilin stood and waved to the others, revealing the blacksmithing tools he had procured. He intended to craft as much ammunition as possible during this time, recognizing that the mountains harbored numerous uncertainties and potential dangers. Only with ample ammunition could he confront whatever challenges lay ahead with confidence. Soon, the rhythmic clanging of the forge resonated through the mountains, as empty shells fell to the ground like popping beans. Within a mere 10 minutes, the ground was littered with a multitude of empty cartridges. Yilin then enlisted everyone to assist in loading gunpowder, achieving an efficiency that surpassed his previous efforts by several folds. Done. With nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition prepared, Yilin retrieved his submachine gun and Desert Eagle, equipping each person with a weapon as they ventured deeper into the mountains. They continued on foot. Yet the path grew increasingly arduous, continually testing the resolve and endurance of the group. In contrast, Yilin and his sister, along with Yi Weiying, enjoyed a comfortable ride on the wolves, leisurely following behind while taking in the surrounding scenery. Before long, the party arrived at the foot of a sprawling low mountain, surrounded by dense thickets and underbrush. Observing the group trudging ahead, Yilin, perched atop the Silver Wolf King, called out loudly, "Do you see the thickets around us? Sunlight scarcely penetrates them, which may conceal a plethora of venomous insects and flying ants. In such situations, it is crucial to be observant and think critically. Consider how to avoid being harmed by these pests. Do not simply march forward blindly." The crowd appeared somewhat perplexed. How can one avoid these venomous creatures? Yilin shook his head, exuding an air of understanding, and remarked, "Everything possesses duality. Where there is darkness, there is light. These poisonous insects favor nesting in such thickets. Yet they detest the sap secreted by damaged foliage. It is akin to consuming dates. No one relishes the pit." Upon hearing this, the crowd's confusion dissipated. Yilin then instructed, "Gather some branches from the shrubs and apply the exuded sap to your faces and bodies." He elaborated on the threefold purpose of this action. First, the scent would repel venomous insects and flies. Second, the sap would mask your scent, preventing large beasts from detecting you in the wild, as their sense of smell is acute. Third, the vibrant colors of the sap would obscure your appearance, enhancing your camouflage and allowing you to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. The author has a note. "I urgently returned home. My grandfather was buried yesterday, which interrupted my writing. I had no intention of composing today, yet upon seeing some support, I reluctantly penned a few lines. Thank you all for your understanding." Chapter 24. Shooting training. Upon hearing Yilin's words, admiration illuminated the faces of the crowd. Details determined success or failure. Who among ordinary people would notice such minute particulars? Consequently, the crowd hurriedly broke off some branches and smeared the sap over their hands, faces, and bodies, transforming themselves into a riot of colors. Instantly, a pungent odor filled the air, and the distinct buzzing of insects noticeably diminished. Indeed, the effect was immediate. The crowd was astonished, their respect for Yilin deepening profoundly. Despite his tender age, he appeared to possess an omniscient understanding of the world, making it easy for them to overlook his youth. Observing the vibrant transformations of the crowd, Yilin felt a surge of approval. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Cut your hair short to avoid any hindrance during battle." "What is a short cut?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Yilin clarified, "Trim your hair to a height of 2 fingers. Understanding dawned upon them, and without hesitation, they used knives to shear their hair. With their short cuts and colorful appearances, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, prompting a smile from Yilin. "Let us proceed." With a sweep of his arm, the Silver Wolf King let out a howl and darted forward like an arrow. The others immediately followed suit, their feet navigating the thorny, uneven terrain, undeterred in their advance. Gradually, their brows relaxed, an indescribable aura of ironclad resolve permeated the group. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During this time, under Yi Lin's guidance, they traversed diverse environments on foot, engaged in weighted marches, practiced camouflage, combat, assaults, assassinations, mutual confrontations, trap setting, and mine laying, among various specialized training exercises. 7 days had elapsed, and their collective presence grew increasingly dense, resembling a spectral battalion. Wherever they traversed, the chirping of insects ceased, and birds concealed themselves, leaving only the faint sound of withered branches and decayed leaves beneath their feet. Halt. 3 days later, Yi Lin commanded the group to a stop in a relatively open terrain. Without any unnecessary movements, they stood still, silent as the abyss, clad in camouflage, vibrant and variegated. Their crew cuts were immaculate, standing tall with unwavering resolve and piercing gazes. Observing such a sight, Yi Lin imperceptibly nodded, his voice cold and commanding. Listen closely. In the coming days, we shall cease our march and commence marksmanship training. At the mention of shooting practice, a surge of energy coursed through the men, their eyes sparkling with excitement at last. The landscape here was conducive to target practice. 10 of you will remain to clear the training ground, while another 10 will fell trees to construct a temporary encampment. The remaining 10 shall delineate a 5-mile perimeter, set traps, lay mines, and establish barriers with warning signs to deter others from entering this zone. Those who disregard the warnings and intrude shall meet their demise. Now let us move. A chorus of affirmative responses echoed, their faces alight with enthusiasm, as they anticipated the opportunity to showcase their skills after 10 days of intensive training. Particularly the 10 tasked with marking the territory, their eyes shone with determination as they swiftly vanished from sight to set traps and lay mines. Speed is of the essence. I expect results within the hour. Yi Lin bellowed from atop the Silver Wolf King. Boom. Just as his words faded, a series of violent explosions erupted 100 meters ahead, where a diminutive earthen mound was instantly obliterated, reduced to rubble. These fools. Yi Lin's gaze turned sharp, his eyelids twitching in irritation. Upon entering this area, he had initially identified the mound as a potential high ground for positioning a machine gun for target sweeping training. But a momentary lapse in attention had led to its destruction. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only rub his temples in frustration. Explosions continued to reverberate, shaking the ground beneath, and within miles, countless creatures were startled into flight. On the periphery, a heavily armored Xuanjia beast emerged from its burrow, unleashing an enraged roar as its tank-like form charged forward, producing a thunderous sound. However, before it could close the distance, it triggered the traps, leading to a cacophony of explosions as the buried mines detonated. The creature, clad in armor harder than steel, lay battered on the ground, exuding a savory aroma. Gasping for breath. Alas, who would have thought that the freshly set traps would ensnare such a creature? A group of men appeared from the nearby vicinity, hastening to the scene. It's a Xuanjia beast. Its armor is impervious even to blades, and even warriors at the Gathering Chi stage find it troublesome. Indeed, who would have expected that such a formidable beast would fall prey to our traps? Ha ha ha, the techniques taught to us by the young master are indeed formidable. This time, we shall feast on meat. It is said that the flesh of armored beasts is particularly delectable. Do not just stand there. This creature weighs over 1,000 pounds. Let us lend a hand. Excellent. Then let us proceed with 5 individuals, while the remaining 5 continue to refine the traps and set up warning signs. Once the 10 of us reached an agreement, we swiftly divided into 2 groups. Before long, an hour had passed, and all 30 men reconvened. Yi Lin, mounted on the Silver Wolf King, swiftly surveyed the area and found it to be quite satisfactory. The traps were well laid, the sentries positioned, and the temporary camp along with the training ground were all meticulously arranged, evoking a nostalgic sensation akin to returning to a training field on Earth. Yi Lin beckoned and inquired, "Have you prepared the items as instructed?" "Young master, I prepared them 2 days ago," Yi Weiing replied with a smile. "I contributed as well," Yi Ling Air added with a slight pout. "Indeed, let us not forget the young lady's contribution. The target hearts and rings were all sculpted by her." Yi Weiing laughed heartily. "All right. Set up the shooting targets with 5-meter intervals, starting from a distance of 100 meters. Understood." Yi Weiing nodded, whistled, and a robust gray wolf dashed forth like an arrow. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the wolf's back and in the blink of an eye, arrived at the 100-meter mark. One by one, he began to place the targets, driving them firmly into the ground with deft precision. After completing the task, he turned and raced back, eliciting envy from the other men. What man does not yearn for a beast as a mount? Such prestige. Enough of the envy. During the upcoming training, those who perform outstandingly will have the privilege to choose from the remaining 5 gray wolves as their mounts. Really? The eyes of the men sparkled with excitement. Enough idle chatter. Prepare to disassemble your rifles at my command. Yi Lin's expression turned serious as he pointed to the 30 targets 100 meters away. Do you see those fixed targets? My requirements are simple. After disassembling your rifles, reassemble, load, fire, and hit the red center, all within 5 seconds. The one who meets this standard in the shortest time will gain the right to choose their mount. Do not worry about the availability of mounts. If I can tame the Wolf King, I can tame more wolves, as long as you achieve that result. Now prepare to begin. Yi Lin shouted. Yes. The men rushed to their designated positions, quickly drawing their rifles, disassembling, reassembling, loading, and firing. The sound of gunfire erupted in a synchronized rhythm. However, as the gunfire ceased, every man's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Damn it. We've shamed the young master. A glance at the 100 meters revealed that none of the bullets had struck within the 5 ring. They all hovered between the 4 and 3 rings, let alone hitting the red center. Yi Lin swept his gaze over the results, unperturbed. After observing them for a moment, he proclaimed loudly, when it comes to shooting, the most crucial element is maintaining a calm mind, especially during the processes of drawing, unloading, and loading the firearm. One must not allow even a hint of selfish ambition to infiltrate. The breath must remain smooth, without a trace of haste. The movements must be steady, devoid of any tremor. Now, upon my command, fire. Yi Lin abruptly waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Instinctively, everyone squeezed the trigger once more. This time, their shots were even more synchronized, and due to the elimination of the steps of drawing, unloading, assembling, and loading, their shooting results improved almost linearly, with all shots landing within the 6 and 7 ring range, and some even reaching the 8 ring. Not only was their shooting speed swifter, but it was also more stable and accurate. Fire again. Yi Lin waved his hand once more. Bang, bang, bang. The dense and orderly gunfire rang out, with each shot landing between the 7 and 8 rings. The spirits of the group of men surged almost instantaneously. Yes, this is the effect I desire. Neither arrogance in victory nor despondence in defeat. Yi Lin nodded and said, from this point onward, eliminate the steps of unloading and assembling, draw, chamber, and fire directly. Practice rigorously. Furthermore, after 1 hour, you shall change your positions, transitioning from standing to kneeling, then to prone shooting, alternating among these 3 shooting postures. If you believe you can push yourselves further, perform push-ups in place, and upon completion, draw and shoot immediately. In short, to master the skill of hitting the target every time, one must practice transitioning swiftly into firing mode from various postures and under diverse conditions. Do you understand? Yi Lin's voice rang out coldly. Understood. The group of men roared with fervor. Begin. Yes. With heightened enthusiasm, they drew, chambered, and fired, the sound of their synchronized gunfire resonating throughout the area. Bang, 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 bang. Flames erupted, smoke enveloped the range, immersing it in a fervent training atmosphere. Everyone trained according to Yi Lin's directives, and after an hour, they began to increase the difficulty, even imagining numerous actions before engaging in counter-interference shooting. This scene elicited repeated nods of approval from Yi Lin. He too was not idle. Seizing this opportunity, he forged thousands of empty cartridges, enlisting Yi Weiying and Yi Linger to assist with the loading. Over the past 10 days, he had been crafting bullet casings whenever he found the time, ensuring that everyone participated in the ammunition filling process. Within his spatial ring, he had already amassed tens of thousands of rounds. However, bullets are consumables. The more, the better. Once the bullets were ready, Yi Lin cast out all the materials currently usable from his spatial ring, piling them into a small mountain before commencing the crafting of firearms. The clanging and clattering sounds echoed continuously as the small mountain beside Yi Lin rapidly diminished. By noon, a series of machine guns, sniper rifles, mortars, and individual rocket launchers stood neatly arranged before the station, gleaming with a dark, menacing metallic sheen. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Lin clapped his hands, calling a halt to the training. He announced, all right, everyone has trained long enough. Remember that excess can be detrimental. Now, all of you take a 15-minute break and come over to familiarize yourselves with the latest weapons I have forged. What? New weapons have been crafted again? Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd immediately set aside their Desert Eagles, holstering their weapons as they gathered around. From a distance, one could hear the excited roars of these men, their eyes gleaming with wonder. What is this magnificent firearm? Its design is so imposing, and it is remarkably long. Look at that one. Its appearance is even more extravagant, with an array of fierce steel pipes, Its power must be extraordinary. They exclaimed. Oh, it seems our young master intends to transform the 10,000 Beasts mountain range into his private garden. A throng of men surged forward, eagerly admiring the array of fearsome steel artillery. Since becoming acquainted with the Desert Eagle and submachine guns, they had become utterly captivated by firearms. And the sight of such exceptional weaponry ignited a fervent curiosity within them. They approached, enchanted, caressing the bodies of the guns as if they were the cherished skin of a beloved. Young master, what are these weapons? Why are they so immense? Is their power even greater? Yi Weiing expressed his astonishment, having been preoccupied with loading ammunition and unaware that Yi Lin had crafted so many formidable weapons. These are not merely guns, there are also cannons. As for their power, you will understand once you test them. Yi Lin smiled faintly and gestured towards the leftmost long gun, explaining, this firearm is a sniper rifle, and I have only crafted one. Due to the absence of a high-powered scope, let's take a moment for you to familiarize yourselves with it. To the right, he pointed out 3 Gatling guns, categorized into 3 types, a handheld 4-barrel machine gun, a 6-barrel shoulder-mounted machine gun, and lastly, an 8-barrel ground-mounted heavy machine gun. Further right, there were 3 individual rocket launchers and 3 conventional mortars. The operation of these weapons is not overly complex. You may begin your familiarization now. Later, I will produce the corresponding ammunition, and we shall find a suitable location for test firing. Then you shall witness their power firsthand. As Yi Lin elaborated, he slowed his movements to demonstrate how to operate each weapon. Among these armaments, his favorite was the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. The Barrett M82A1 is one of the most renowned and powerful sniper rifles globally, boasting a range of up to 200 meters and an effective range of 500 meters, using a bullet with a diameter of 7 millimeters and a length of 99 millimeters. The Barrett M82A1 possesses immense destructive power, and when utilizing specialized projectiles, its remarkable penetration capability can effortlessly pierce through concrete walls and 2-centimeter steel plates within a distance of 1 kilometer. Yi Lin speculated that under optimal conditions, this formidable penetrating power could potentially eliminate innate masters, excluding those martial artists with unique spiritual weapons. Moreover, this data pertains solely to Earth. Should the power be derived from this world's fiery stones as propellant, combined with superior refining materials, its potency would at least double. Alas, Yi Lin was currently unable to fabricate a high-powered scope, nor did he have any leads for substitute materials. Without a high-powered scope, the sniper efficacy of the Barrett M82A1 would be diminished by at least half. Uncertain whether the martial spirits in this world can be replaced, Yi Lin contemplated the implications of possessing ocular or avian martial spirits. He mused that once integrated, such martial spirits might grant vision surpassing that of high-powered optics. As he silently strategized, he observed the others mastering the manipulation of their abilities. It seemed that upon returning to Qingtian City, he must pay close attention to individuals skilled in this area. After a while, noticing that the group had become sufficiently familiarized, Yi Lin clapped his hands and declared, "All right. Everyone seems well acquainted now. Return to your posts and continue training. Later, I will prepare the ammunition, and we shall seek out the nests of formidable beasts for test firing." A resounding cheer arose from the crowd, their eyes shimmering with excitement. The author has a note. I apologize to everyone. My capacity for updates is indeed limited, and there are many matters to attend to, requiring research. After an extensive period of searching, I found that only a few lines were applicable to the novel. Chapter 26. Test Firing. Vulture Gorge. As the group re-entered their training regimen, Yi Lin commenced the production of ammunition. He crafted both handheld and shoulder-mounted Gatling guns, which are categorized as individual soldier machine guns. To simplify matters and reduce weight, Yi Lin specially modified the caliber to match that of the Desert Eagle. This adjustment allowed for the shared use of ammunition, requiring only the creation of ammunition belts. Within a few minutes, he completed the production of both types of ammunition belts. To expedite the process, Yi Lin also devised a specialized loading device. Inserting a bullet would allow for rapid completion of the belt loading with a mere flick of a mechanism. Over the subsequent hours, he swiftly manufactured mortar rounds and rockets. On Earth, these 2 weapons possessed distinct characteristics. For instance, the rocket launcher was designed specifically for anti-tank purposes, while mortars were intended for widespread devastation, filled with numerous iron fragments for explosive dispersion. However, in this world, such characteristics were evidently unnecessary, as scattering iron fragments would be ineffective against innate martial artists, who could easily withstand the assault of their true essence shields. Thus, Yi Lin refrained from loading anything but gunpowder. The sheer volume of ammunition, once discharged, left him with no estimation of its potential power. As time gradually passed, the sky dimmed with the encroaching twilight of training. The group ceased their exercises and, under Yi Lin's direction, began to load various types of ammunition. Once everything was prepared, Yi Lin waved his hand, and all weapons vanished without a sound. Let us proceed. Under Yi Lin's guidance, the group moved swiftly through the depths of the Wan Beast mountain range, resembling phantoms among the peaks. Stop. After traveling several dozen miles, they encountered a vast chasm. Along the canyon walls were numerous enormous nests, emanating a ghastly pale glow. Yi Lin noted that these colossal structures were constructed from various beast bones, capable of emitting luminescence and exhibiting formidable defensive properties. What kind of nest is this? So large and abundant. Lu Linger expressed her curiosity. Having grown up, this was her first venture into the mountains, and she had never before witnessed such immense nests. The nests are densely packed, reminiscent of swallows' nests, all situated upon the cliff walls. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This is the Vulture Canyon, where those colossal nests belong to the formidable vultures. Yi Weiying's expression turned grave in an instant. Vulture Canyon is renowned as one of the death zones within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Within the gorge, vultures swarm, and each adult vulture rivals the size of a fierce steed, boasting wingspans exceeding 10 meters. The fierce winds they generate when charging can obliterate a body cultivator in an instant. Young master, should we reconsider our firing location? Yi Weiying inquired solemnly. There are far too many vultures in Vulture Canyon. Each adult vulture is at the Xianyao level, comparable to a Qi-gathering realm warrior. If provoked, they will swarm and attack, and even innate warriors would turn to flee amidst such overwhelming onslaught. Everyone, prepare for battle and check your firearms and ammunition. Yi Lin, undeterred by Yi Weiying's concerns, coldly issued commands while gesturing. 3 Gatling guns, 3 individual rocket launchers, and 3 mortars appeared neatly at his feet. Upon witnessing this, Yi Weiying wisely fell silent. The young master's intention was unmistakable, to engage. You and you. Yi Lin designated several men, instructing, you 4. Take the mounted Gatling gun and find a suitable cover to set it down, and transport all the ammunition from Box 3. The mounted Gatling gun, a formidable weapon typically deployed on helicopters or military vehicles for sweeping fire, possesses the power to annihilate anything in its path. Now, for more of you, set up the mortars. Remember to adjust the angles as I taught you, as precisely as possible. You 3, each take a rocket launcher. Yi Lin methodically issued commands, his demeanor cold and composed. In his hands appeared a Barrett sniper rifle, approximately 1.4 meters in length, its magazine already fully loaded. Linger, this Laloc 17 is crafted specially for you. Take it. Feel free to fire a few shots to practice. Yi Lin handed her a deft pistol, the Laloc 17. A lightweight handgun with a sleek black chamber and a brown aromatic wood grip is not only graceful but exudes a calming fragrance, making it ideal for a young lady's use. Thank you, brother, Yi Linger said, her face lighting up with joy as she cherished the Laloc 17. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. Yi Lin waved his hand behind him. In an instant, the sound of ammunition being chambered resonated, and an invisible, terrifying aura of killing intent enveloped the air. A piercing eagle cry suddenly shattered the silence, evidently sensing the overwhelming danger. With a rush, a sentinel adult vulture soared into the sky, its sharp gaze scanning for the glint of cold metal. Its eyes glinted with a fierce light, and in a flash, like a military aircraft, it charged menacingly toward Yi Lin's direction. Brother, as the colossal figure swooped down, an overwhelming sense of visual and psychological pressure enveloped Yi Linger, instantly causing her to tense up. In stark contrast, behind Yi Lin, a group of men maintained their stoic demeanor, their expressions unwavering and devoid of any emotion. This was a fully grown vulture, comparable in stature to the Silver Wolf King, and it initiated its charge with a volley of gunfire. Yi Lin remained unfazed, his brow unwrinkled, for with such numbers and armaments at their disposal, facing 1 or even a dozen of these creatures posed no challenge whatsoever. Fire! As the formidable beast drew nearer, the fierce wind it generated caused the grass beneath to bow, prompting Yi Lin to issue his command with deliberate calmness. In an instant, the men's gazes shifted, an aura of lethal intent surging forth as they uniformly squeezed their triggers. The air erupted with the staccato sound of gunfire, a torrential spray of bullets infused with a searing yet frigid malice enveloping the adult vulture. With a sharp cry, the creature's keen eyes discerned the swarm of black dots hurtling towards it, inciting an enraged screech. It unfurled its massive wings with a powerful flap, unleashing a terrifying gale. Traditionally, in such moments, whether faced with arrows or warriors, any foe that dared approach would be annihilated by the ferocious winds that erupted from the vulture's presence. However, today, It had miscalculated. The fierce winds, akin to crashing waves of air, roared loudly yet proved utterly ineffective. The dark bullets pressed on without hesitation, plunging into its form with merciless precision. In an instant, it emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its body riddled with numerous gaping wounds, blood cascading like rain. The author wishes to express, upon seeing your generous support, I feel somewhat bashful to extend my gratitude. Regardless, I shall endeavor to carve out time for an additional chapter today. However, I suggest that it would be more enjoyable to read it tomorrow for a more coherent experience. Chapter 27. Unleashing full firepower. The scent of blood mingled with acrid gunpowder as the bloodied adult vulture collapsed with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. A powerful gust swept through, causing the grass beneath the feet of the onlookers to sway violently, prompting the men to instinctively close their eyes for a moment. Yi Lin shared this sentiment, momentarily shutting his eyes as dust enveloped him. In a battle of masters, often a mere blink could determine victory or defeat. Clearly, the production of helmets and goggles needed to be prioritized, Yi Lin mused inwardly. Simultaneously, the cacophony of gunfire and the vulture's anguished cries breathed life into the once tranquil canyon. Echoes of shrieks erupted from the nests, as numerous resting vultures extended their necks, their sharp eyes locking onto the intruders. With a whoosh, an adult vulture ascended into the sky, emitting a piercing cry. Following it were the second, third, and fourth. With a multitude of dark silhouettes taking flight, circling above, a foreboding cloud of black looming ominously. Yi Weixing's expression shifted dramatically. All these ascending vultures were fully grown. At first glance, there appeared to be no fewer than 100 of them, their ominous presence merging into a formidable mass that sent shivers down one's spine. The cacophony of massive vultures, their wings flapping in unison, stirred the air violently, causing trees within several miles to sway and rustle. Brother, there are so many vultures. It's terrifying, Yi Linger exclaimed, nervously leaning against Yi Lin. Prepare the rocket launcher. Yi Lin had no time to offer reassurance to Yi Linger, for nearly 100 vultures were already charging towards them. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking, rivaling the aerial assault of fighter jets. Rocket launcher ready, aim for direct fire. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, prompting Yi Lin to shout, fire. Yes, came the resounding reply from 3 men shouldering the rocket launchers, their expressions a mix of gravity and exhilaration. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 men simultaneously launched their rockets, vast plumes of exhaust trailing behind them as they sliced through the air. In mere moments, the rockets pierced through the formation of vultures, their terrifying penetrative power wreaking havoc among those in the front, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. Flesh, shattered bones, and severed feathers were sent flying in all directions. The 3 rockets, showing no sign of hesitation, continued their relentless assault, and upon reaching critical mass, the explosives erupted violently. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 3 colossal fireballs blossomed in the sky, the fearsome shockwaves mingling with searing flames, causing dozens of vultures to disintegrate into grotesque, featherless forms, their remnants plummeting to the ground. Wow, oh my. The horrifying scene prompted the men to erupt in exclamations of disbelief, their faces reflecting shock that was nearly impossible to contain. Incredible. Even Yi Lin's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated that the power of 100 rockets could be so immense, rivaling that of a rocket artillery barrage. Screech. A group of vultures, startled, displayed a mix of fury and terror in their piercing eyes. Just then, the sound of submachine guns erupted again, a hail of bullets tearing through the air as they seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage. Screech. One vulture let out a furious cry, suddenly folding its wings and rapidly darting forward. The bullets struck its wings with a crisp sound. Some were deflected, while others penetrated its body, reducing its vitality significantly. With a sudden rush, it lunged closer, wings spread wide, unleashing a fierce gale that lifted several men off their feet, leaving them disoriented. Bang! Yi Lin, unyielding, took action, clutching the Barrett rifle tightly. The .50 caliber bullet swiftly severed the vulture's head, which fell to the ground with a thud. Not content with that, the bullet continued its trajectory, piercing over 1,000 meters and embedding itself into the canyon wall, creating a hole as wide as an arm. Damn! The sheer ferocity of the firepower made Yi Lin's heart race. This was merely an ordinary metal projectile, yet its penetrating power was formidable. If crafted from premium materials, its lethality could potentially double, rendering the elimination of innate experts a trivial task. This notion ignited a fervor within Yi Lin as he beheld the multitude of approaching vultures. He commanded loudly, "Prepare to fire the mortar, adjust the angle, and commence." With a creaking sound, Three men, their faces alight with excitement, swiftly calibrated the angle. They loaded the ammunition, which tumbled down the barrel, igniting the propellant at the base, and with a series of booming sounds, the shells were launched. As the three projectiles ascended into the sky, they collided with the vultures, resulting in a spectacular eruption of three colossal fireballs. The terrifying shock waves and searing flames once again shattered the flock, causing dozens of vultures to plummet to the ground, their cries echoing in anguish. Rocket launchers, mortars. Fire another round. With the command barely uttered, the valley trembled as 6 shells erupted in a thunderous explosion, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. A multitude of vultures was obliterated by the violent shock waves, their very blood evaporating in the air. Everyone was electrified by the exhilarating spectacle before them. So powerful. Indeed. So overwhelmingly powerful. They had trampled upon one of the most notorious death zones within the Wan Beast mountain range. In merely 2 rounds, over 100 vultures lay devastated, their remnants scattered, devoid of even a single feather. The surviving vultures, now shaken, had lost their former ferocity and dominance in the skies, circling in terror and emitting fearful cries, too frightened to descend. Damn it, the machine gun hasn't even been tested yet, and they're already terrified. The men operating the Gatling gun wore expressions of deep frustration, their internal flames of rage surging. No need to rush, if they won't come down. There are still other vultures in the valley. Yi Lin waved his hand. Adjust the mortar's angle, bombard the cliff wall, and flush out the remaining vultures. Understood. The order sent waves of exhilaration through the men manning the mortar. The newly acquired weapon had barely satisfied their thirst for destruction. They yearned for 100 or more rounds to unleash their pent-up primal force. Upon receiving the command, they eagerly adjusted the mortar's angle, loaded the shells, and with a series of explosive sounds, fired again, striking the cliffside and causing a violent detonation. Fire again. Yi Lin's expression was cold as he focused on the fiery chaos and billowing smoke of the valley, issuing his command with indifference. Boom. Fire again. The valley shook violently. An overwhelming spectacle of blinding light as countless fragments of rock soared into the air. Numerous nests were shattered, startling the vultures within, who took to the sky one after another, ultimately filling the heavens with their presence. A rough estimate suggested that at least 200 had taken flight. They soared low in the sky, emitting terrified cries, the acrid scent of gunpowder reddening their eyes. Chapter 28, The Ferocious Gatling. Haha, brothers, it's our turn now. Charge forward. Take them down. 2 men wielding Gatling guns rose with wild cries, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the massive vultures. Akin to hunters spotting their prey, they effortlessly lifted the hefty Gatling guns, weighing dozens of kilograms, with heavy ammunition boxes strapped to their backs, racing towards the canyon with unparalleled enthusiasm, firing as they advanced. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rapidly spinning barrels unleashed dense flames, with bullets flying violently and densely, as if determined to tear the gloomy canyon apart. The sheer density of the bullets kicked up clouds of dust, turning the vegetation to ash. Many obstructive bushes, which would have been difficult to sever with a blade, were obliterated into fragments by the Gatling's sweep, leaving the ground peppered with countless bullet holes, uprooting the soil and leaving it barren. Such a wildly exhilarating spectacle instantly sent adrenaline surging through the group of men, who could not contain their excitement, roaring with fervor, each yearning to wield a Gatling gun and unleash mayhem. Even Yi Lin felt his blood boil, his palms clenched tightly, his gaze astonishing. The sensation of unleashing a machine gun was entirely distinct from that of rockets or mortars. With the latter, one would merely hear an explosion and see the enemy reduced to ashes, lacking the visual impact of the Gatling. However, with the Gatling machine gun, one could vividly witness the bullets tearing through targets, slicing them in half. The perilous and terrifying imagery was truly transcendent, overwhelmingly thrilling. Good heavens, this is simply too fierce. I can hardly bear it. I suspect our Lord is a reincarnation of a deity, capable of wielding such an astonishing weapon. It is truly fearsome. What do you understand? This is the weapon befitting a man. With such armament, what dynasty, what sect, what world could stand against our Lord? Indeed, our Lord is invincible. The group of men, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the scene before them, found themselves at a loss for words, their eyes bloodshot with excitement. As for the 2 charging towards the canyon, they were completely blinded by bloodlust. One wielded a 4-barrel, while the other carried a 6-barrel, their backs pressed against one another, the muzzle flames spewing forth. Bullets flying in torrents, leaving a trail of blood and chaos, as vultures fell one after another, riddled with bullet holes or severed in half, their cries echoing horrendously. Yes, this is downright exhilarating. Yi Lin could no longer restrain himself, his blood surging with exhilaration, even his Buddhist golden body technique activated, enveloping him in a layer of golden light. The imagery evoked by the Gatling was overwhelmingly powerful and fierce, rendering it difficult to maintain composure, especially since such scenes were ones he had only ever witnessed on the silver screen back on Earth, never having personally experienced them. Due to the single-soldier Gatling gun, entirely constructed from exceptionally high-quality metal, even its lightest weight hovers around 30 kilograms. When accounting for the weight of the ammunition box and the rounds, alongside the transmission mechanism, the complete assembly approaches a staggering weight of nearly 100 pounds. Imagine, with such formidable weight, how could even the most powerful Special Forces soldier possibly mirror the cinematic portrayals of single-handedly sweeping through enemies? Yet, in this moment, what once seemed impossible on Earth now unfurls before our very eyes. Moreover, there is no reliance on special effects or visual manipulation. It is far more brutal and ferocious than anything seen in films. In this world where martial arts reign, these men, having recently consumed body-enhancing elixirs, possess the strength of a third layer of refinement, coupled with their naturally robust physiques. They wield the 100-plus pound weight with an ease akin to that of an ordinary person holding a pistol. Chaos ensues. Complete chaos. The once dominant rulers of the skies are now gripped by terror. Above, a flock of adult vultures emits urgent cries, warning their offspring below. As they witness their young being torn apart by bullets, the adult vultures, in a frenzy, unleash terrifying shrieks, their eyes ablaze with fury, diving recklessly towards the ground. In a moment of impulsive action, Yi Lin could no longer restrain himself. He flashed into position beside the mounted large-caliber Gatling gun. "You take a break. I shall take over." With this proclamation, Yi Lin unleashed the power of his sixth layer of refinement, effortlessly lifting the heavy Gatling gun and charging into the canyon. The exhilaration surged within him as he yearned to experience the might of the large-caliber rotating barrel. The expression of the man, who had initially prepared to confront the adult vultures with the Gatling gun, fell into despair. He had yet to fire a single shot. And now that the adult vultures were finally descending, the gun had been seized by Yi Lin. It felt akin to being caught with one's trousers down only to be informed that a relative had arrived, an unbearable predicament. With a furious exclamation, he disregarded any hesitation, reaching for his Desert Eagle from its holster. Unable to contain himself, he followed closely behind Yi Lin, brandishing an assault rifle in his left hand, firing incessantly to vent his frustration. "Why are you all just standing there? Charge forward," he shouted. "Indeed, what does it matter what gun it is? I'll wield my Desert Eagle regardless. Charge." The remaining men echoed his battle cries as they surged into the canyon. At this moment, those manning the mortars and rocket launchers were filled with anxiety. To fire would risk hitting their comrades, yet to refrain left them boiling with urgency. What a dilemma. On the other side, as Yi Lin advanced with the gun, the Silver Wolf King let out a long howl, swiftly appearing before him. "Excellent timing," Yi Lin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, grasping the Silver Wolf King's fur to mount it. He positioned the Gatling gun on the wolf's back, steadying the ammunition box with one hand while gripping the handle with the other, unleashing a fierce barrage in a spectacular 180-degree arc. With a sudden pull of the trigger, the 8 large-caliber barrels whirred to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that sliced through the dimming canyon, leaving behind a striking trail of crimson. In that instant, a formidable adult bald eagle swooped into the line of fire, only to be obliterated by the barrage, its body cleaved in twain, a rain of blood scattering in its wake. The ferocity was astounding. Yi Lin felt a chill run down his spine, the sheer power of the large-caliber weapon exceeding all expectations as it effortlessly tore the majestic eagle asunder. And this was merely the beginning. The Silver Wolf King maneuvered seamlessly among the rocky terrain, with Yi Lin perched steadily upon its back, gripping the weapon tightly as he unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets into the air. With each pass, dismembered limbs fell like autumn leaves. The scene was nothing short of exhilarating, a spectacular display of might. After a relentless onslaught, barely a few bald eagles remained unscathed. Most had been reduced to mere shreds. In that moment, everyone around stood frozen in awe. The devastating power of the Gatling gun far surpassed any imagination. This was thanks to the explosive developed by Hoyao stone, boasting double the potency of conventional gunpowder. With such terrifying force, even a group of innate masters would find themselves utterly shattered. Particularly with the Silver Wolf King's agility paired with this monstrous weapon, traversing vast distances in a single night became a chilling reality. One man with a single gun could induce tremendous dread in an entire dynasty. It was clear that a new star was rising on the horizon. All sects, forces, and noble houses within the Northern Radiance realm, and indeed throughout the entire dynasty, would soon find themselves facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 29. The power of faith in that moment. An uncontrollable fervor surged among the crowd for Yi Lin. They resembled a throng of zealous worshippers, gazing upon Yi Lin's figure atop the wolf with eyes filled with reverence. Yi Lin, too, felt a tremor within, sensing the souls of countless men radiating faint glimmers of light, merging into his own spiritual form. The power of faith. A realization blossomed within Yi Lin's heart. He understood that these men held him in profound admiration, generating a potent belief. The power of faith is akin to the fervent aspirations found within the paths of Buddhism and Taoism, a highly sophisticated energy. Yi Lin distinctly felt that as this power of faith amalgamated with him, his spiritual form was further refined, instilling within him a sense of formidable strength. Before long, the battle in the Eagle Canyon came to a swift conclusion. Within mere minutes, it was a veritable rout. Hundreds of bald eagles lay nearly extinct. The canyon walls stained crimson with blood. Countless bullet craters marred the landscape. At the canyon's base, bodies lay strewn about, some mangled beyond recognition, others cleaved in half, devoured by a pack of ravenous gray wolves. Notably, the flesh and blood of the adult bald eagles contained a wealth of vitality, rivaling the effects of body enhancement elixirs. After feasting, the gray wolves howled towards the heavens, their fur gleaming as their bodies swelled, each one advancing to a new level of prowess. Yi Lin observed the scene before him, a flicker of emotion stirring within. He then called out, "Gather around and clear the battlefield. The demon beast cores, claws, and hides are all treasures of considerable worth. Let nothing go to waste. Also, collect the wing bones of the adult vultures. Their hardness can withstand charging bullets." "Yes," came the jubilant reply from all present. Hundreds of vultures had fallen. The cores alone represented an immense fortune, not to mention the other spoils. Such wealth arrived with alarming speed and ease. The few bullets expended moments ago paled in comparison to the bounty gathered. After all, the bullets were mere metal, crafted from the most common firestone of the continent, nearly worthless. Yi Lin casually held up a demon core, its value equating to several thousand pounds of bullets. A single bullet weighed mere tens of grams. Thus, the equivalent of several thousand pounds would amount to tens of thousands of bullets. The arithmetic was undeniably favorable. Goodness, everyone, come quickly. This vulture is immense. Its wing bones gleam with a dark golden hue. It must be nearing the innate realm. Enough. What does size matter if it was still snapped in half? Hurry, let's tally our findings. Indeed, night is approaching. Let us hasten. And do not overlook the nests on the cliffs. The group busily engaged in their tasks, their excited exclamations ringing through the air. Yi Lin watched them with a knowing smile, finding a clean rock to sit upon. He took out a newly crafted prayer bead. A sense of tranquility enveloping him as a golden light emanated from his hand, infusing the first bead. The second, the third. He aimed to discern how much his cultivation had progressed through this method. Buzz. It wasn't until the ninth bead was activated that he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. 9. A satisfied expression graced his face. Previously, he could only release 3 hand seals at once. Now, he had tripled his capacity. The power of faith and the strength of fervent wishes? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Lin's eyes. It seemed the time had come to return. "Young master, come quickly. There is a vulture in the nest that appears to exhibit ancestral traits. Its feathers are entirely golden, and its eyes contain a spark of lightning." Suddenly, Yi Wei Ying's voice echoed from the cliffside, overflowing with excitement. One must understand that once a demon beast demonstrates ancestral traits, it possesses unimaginable potential. Once tamed, it would become an extraordinarily powerful guardian for the family. Even if it could not be tamed, such a beast would be worth its weight in gold. Ancestral traits? The term captivated Yi Lin, who stowed away his prayer beads and approached the nest. His first impression was that the nest was vast and spacious, constructed from beast bones. It was lined with a thick layer of hay. In the center of the nest lay 3 fledglings, 2 dark gray and 1 a pale gold. The gray ones were about the size of a common dog, while the golden one was significantly larger than the other 2. Different fates from the same brood. Yi Lin could perceive the presence of the pale golden eagle, whose disposition was fiercely proud and utterly unafraid of humans, exuding the essence of a sovereign. Its eyes flashed with a golden lightning, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who met its gaze. Intrigued, Yi Lin felt a surge of interest as he observed this diminutive creature, contemplating the idea of taming it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the lightning was not truly within its eyes, but rather the shape of its pupils resembling lightning. How peculiar. He pondered what it might evolve into as it matured. With this thought, Yi Lin reached toward the nest. Caw. However, just as his hand approached, the small creature emitted a youthful cry, its eyes flashing with golden light as it fiercely lunged forward. With a swift motion, Yi Lin evaded its sharp beak, which struck the nest and shattered the tough beast bones, creating a significant hole. Such a ferocious little creature. Yi Lin chuckled softly, retrieving a string of prayer beads to adorn his wrist before attempting once more to reach into the nest. This time, as the eagle's beak came at him, the beads illuminated brilliantly, and 2 swastika symbols shot forth, binding it tightly. With a change of hand gestures, Yi Lin performed a binding seal, and a spark of golden light swiftly entered the creature's mind. Caw! Soon, the proud defiance in the eagle's eyes faded, revealing a submissive demeanor as it nuzzled its neck against Yi Lin's hand, emitting a soft, affectionate coo. With a gentle pat on its head, Yi Lin left behind a body-tempering elixir and turned to depart, casually remarking, "Let us return to the shooting range." What? Yi Weiing was taken aback, hastening to catch up, anxious as he exclaimed, "My lord, this little one is a potential gem. Its future accomplishments are boundless. You cannot simply abandon it here. I do not comprehend. You have already subdued it. Why not take it with you? I wish to leave a seed in the Eagle Valley." Yi Lin replied with a light laugh, not turning back. "We cannot take all the fledglings from the nest. Leaving them here would only mean death. By leaving this one behind, we may save its life." But Yi Weiing sought to retort, only to be interrupted by Yi Lin's commanding words. "There are no buts. I intend to have it guard the Myriad Beasts Mountain as my backyard in the future. How can it grow if not?" The mention of the Myriad Beasts Mountain as a backyard left Yi Weiing momentarily speechless, his expression revealing shock. Had he misheard? To consider the entire mountain as a backyard was an ambition of monumental scale. Let us return to the shooting range. In 2 days' time, it will be time to head back to the city. Yi Lin smiled, not expecting him to believe, for clarity would come in due course. Chapter 30. The roadblock. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, everyone trained with unwavering determination, their skills ascending rapidly. Yi Lin was no exception. He fervently crafted ammunition while continuously producing prayer beads, transforming them into a series of Buddhist artifacts. Not only that, but he also utilized the wing bones of an adult eagle to create dozens of bone bullets, inscribing them with binding seals, thus realizing his previous ideas. This marked a significant breakthrough for Yi Lin, heralding limitless possibilities for the development of firearms in the future. All right, everyone gather around. In the shooting range, Yi Lin tidied up everything, clapping his hands to bring everyone to a halt. Yi Weiing and Yi Linger instinctively positioned themselves behind him, their eyes shimmering with excitement. They understood that today marked their return to Qingtian City, a day that would forever alter the course of the Yi family's history. With a rustle, a group of men moved swiftly, securing their firearms, aligning themselves, and checking their gear before rapidly assembling before Yi Lin. They stood in perfect order, silent yet exuding a palpable aura of ironclad determination. Yi Lin scanned the group, nodding slightly. Each man was as silent as the depths of water, their gazes steely and imbued with an unshakable ferocity, having truly transformed into a special ironclad force. Excellent. From this day forth, you have truly earned my recognition and are worthy of calling me your leader. Your designation shall be Jun Lin. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a bone-crafted banner was thrust into the ground with a resounding thud. The flag, made of animal hide, bore the image of the third deity of hell on one side, while the other displayed the bold, blood-red characters of Jun Lin. To defend with our lives, and to never retreat. Jun Lin shall dominate the world. Who else could rival us? The moment the banner was unveiled, the men erupted with fervor, their spirits ignited, voices roaring with enthusiasm. From this day forward, they were no longer nameless. They were Jun Lin, signifying their dominion over the world. This represented not only the master's ambition, but also the high expectations placed upon them. A sense of belief and honor surged within them. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as Yi Lin fired a flare. The piercing whistle cut through the mountains, creating a vivid plume of red smoke in the sky. Suddenly, a cacophony of wolf howls resonated from all directions, and imposing figures swiftly emerged within their sight. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, and more continued to gather. The expressions of the crowd transitioned from calm to astonishment, then to exhilaration, and ultimately to sheer shock. Soon, a formidable pack of 70 to 80 enormous wolves appeared, with the leader being the silver giant wolf that Yi Lin had tamed. Everyone comprehended the significance of this moment, their eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. What are you all standing around for? Pick one for yourselves. Yi Lin jested, and immediately, the men charged forward with wild cries, jostling and shoving one another. I have my eye on this wolf. No one dares to compete with me. Step aside, this one is mine. This gray wolf is robust. I like it, ha? The group was filled with joy, each individual selecting a sturdy gray wolf, their expressions radiating uncontainable delight. A few minutes later, as their enthusiasm began to wane, Yilin's tone turned serious. "All right, let's set off." With a resounding howl, the Silver Wolf King let out a long cry, and the remaining gray wolves dispersed. Soon, the group mounted their massive wolves, racing through the mountains like a whirlwind, stirring up clouds of dust as they charged toward Qingtian City. At the pace of the giant wolves, it took scarcely a quarter of an hour for Qingtian City to come into view. At that moment, upon the city walls, a gray figure stood resolute, sword in hand, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. Upon hearing the tremors of the earth, his eyes shot wide open, revealing a glimmer of dark intensity. After more than half a month, it had finally appeared. His voice was frigid as he cast a brooding gaze upon the swiftly approaching Yilin and his companions, a fierce killing intent sweeping over him. A group of riders atop colossal wolves arrived at the foot of the city, halting in perfect unison, their eyes fixed upon the gray-clad figure on the city wall. Had a specter of obstruction emerged? Sensing the unmasked, murderous aura emanating from the wall, the onlookers exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in contemplation, questioning whether to strike or spare. "Seeking me?" Yilin calmly assessed the gray-clad man and inquired, "Are you Yilin?" The man's response was evasive, his icy gaze locked onto Yilin's face, brimming with cold fury. Ever since he had received his orders and pursued into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain from White Cloud City, he had been wandering aimlessly, as if Yilin and his entourage had vanished into thin air upon entering the mountains. This had forced him into clashes with several formidable beasts, leaving him in a disheveled state, ultimately culminating in his foolish wait atop the city wall, feeling utterly humiliated. It seemed he was indeed seeking me. Yilin withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently, "I have a habit of not speaking to others while looking up. Come down." "What did you say?" The gray-clad man's expression darkened suddenly, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. "Deaf." Yilin's countenance turned icy. "I told you to come down. Did you not hear? You seek death." The gray-clad man erupted with intense killing intent, his figure darting forth like a great bird swooping down. His speed was remarkable, the fabric of his attire billowing, as his sword emitted a 3-foot arc of white light, a sharp aura radiating as if it could cleave through anything. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, the reactions of those present were surprisingly subdued, their gazes akin to that of a cat quietly observing a mouse's antics. When the young master commands you to come down, you comply. Truly obedient, a man suddenly chuckled, signaling to the others that he would take action. With a swift motion, he drew his gun, chambered a round, aimed, and fired. Bang. The entire sequence was executed in under 2 seconds, perfectly showcasing the results of their rigorous training. Clang. However, as a burst of sparks erupted, the gray-clad man deflected the bullet with his sword, and his speed escalated once more. "Damn, he is a master." The man cursed under his breath, raising his hand again to fire several rounds in rapid succession. "So this is what they call a hidden weapon. Merely a trivial skill." The gray-clad man smirked coldly. In midair, he twirled his sword, deflecting the bullets with a flurry of clangs, leaving no room for error. He then advanced step by step through the air, his sword vibrating with a resonant hum, exuding a formidable aura. To traverse the air as if walking upon solid ground. He is a congenital master. Yi Wei Ying's expression suddenly shifted, and he bellowed, "Do not be deceived. He is a congenital master. We must not allow him to close the distance." Too late. The man in gray let out a sinister and chilling laugh, and in an instant his figure surged forward, the long sword emitting a white arc over 3 meters long, as if parting the heavens and earth, striking towards the crowd. Chapter 31. Who slays whom? Swoosh. Just as that palpable sword energy was about to decimate those before him, the very void was cleaved by its astonishing brilliance, the air cascading like white waves, folding to either side. At that moment, from within the throng, a stern man seized a metallic tube, resting it upon his shoulder, and aimed it at the man in gray. Boom. The next instant, a powerful blast reverberated, shaking the entire atmosphere violently, as a shadow erupted from the metallic tube, swiftly shattering the sword energy and hurtling towards the man in gray. In that fleeting moment, the man's expression shifted drastically, sensing a profound aura of death. "Drink!" He bellowed fiercely, his body crackling with energy, radiating beams of white light that swiftly transformed into liquid essence, desperately coalescing before him in an attempt to withstand the impending onslaught. However, no matter how he struggled, it was futile against the might of the rocket. Boom! A torrent of flames instantaneously tore his figure asunder. The terrifying shockwave, coupled with searing heat, left not a trace of blood, sweeping through the void for 100 meters, morphing into a colossal fire mushroom. both fearsome and magnificent. Crack. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber, a fossil-like figure stood before an orderly arrangement of dozens of glowing soul tokens. At the very moment the man in gray was obliterated, one of the soul tokens suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, dimming into obscurity. The fossil-like figure abruptly stirred, shaking off a layer of dust. Then, he opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance flashing forth, illuminating the entire chamber like twin bolts of lightning. In the Qingzhou prefecture, one innate warrior has fallen, a faint voice intoned, resonating outward, suddenly swelling into a thunderous proclamation. Yes, came a distant reply, followed by the sound of something piercing the air. Before everything fell back into tranquility. Is it possible that an innate warrior perished so easily? Observing the man in gray being torn apart by the explosion, Yi Weiing, despite having witnessed the power of the rocket launcher, found it hard to believe. After all, it had been nearly a century since an innate warrior had graced Qingtian City. For grassroots warriors like them, the innate realm represented the pinnacle of existence. Yet here emerged one, barely managing to utter 3 sentences before being blasted into fragments. How absurd. You must learn to adapt to such scenes, otherwise, how can you follow the boss? The man with the rocket launcher scoffed, utterly unconcerned. As if innate masters were no more than mere poultry in his eyes. Yi Weiing opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly powerless to do so. Clang. Just then, a palm-sized object descended from the heavens, landing not far from him. His gaze instinctively darted over, discovering it to be a copper plate, embossed with a bloodied long sword. The blood-killing token? In that instant, his pupils constricted, his entire being jolting with realization as he whispered, "He is from the Blood Butcher." Who is the Blood Butcher? Yi Lin turned at the sound of his voice. The Blood Butcher is an organization, a killer syndicate. Yi Weiing's expression grew somewhat solemn as he reiterated, Blood Butchers is arguably the most renowned assassin organization within the underground forces of Beiyao. Its members devote their lives to 2 pursuits, killing and cultivation. The location of their headquarters remains a mystery, as does the identity of their founder. What is known, however, is that whenever Blood Butchers intervenes, they have never failed in their missions. Even in the rare instances of a setback, they promptly dispatch even more formidable assassins until their objectives are achieved. An assassin organization? Yi Linshu responded, momentarily taken aback, before he could not help but chuckle. Are you suggesting that the man in gray we just encountered is an assassin? Indeed, and a bronze-ranked one at that, Yi Weiing affirmed. Yi Lin burst into laughter. In this world, assassins are so brazen as to carry out their killings in plain sight? What do you mean? Yi Weiing's expression turned bewildered. Isn't that how assassins operate? Never mind. Please continue. Yi Lin shook his head, still amused. Very well, Yi Weiing nodded. The strength of Blood Butchers is formidable. Their assassins are categorized into 5 ranks: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and ace. Once targeted, they pursue their quarry relentlessly until death ensues. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Yi Lin couldn't suppress his laughter. That bumbling fool just now hardly warrants concern. It is an affront to the very essence of being an assassin. Fine. Since they have crossed paths with me, I shall show them what a true assassin should embody. Chuckling to himself, he tightened his grip on the Silver Wolf King's body and gestured, "Let us return home." With a rush, the Silver Wolf King surged forth like a tempest toward Qingtian City. The 30-odd men following closely behind resembled a torrential wave, charging fiercely into the city. Alert! A beast has entered the city. The beasts are attacking. Oh heavens, it's a pack of wolves. Run, everyone run. As the 30 giant wolves stormed into the city, a dreadful aura swiftly enveloped the area. The pedestrians on the streets were paralyzed with fear, scrambling frantically into alleyways. Various cries of alarm erupted, creating chaos in their wake. It was only after Yi Lin and his entourage had raced far into the distance that the townsfolk cautiously emerged, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and awe as they gazed at the figures atop the wolves. Who are they? Their presence is so formidable. And they ride giant wolves. They must be significant figures. Too fast, I barely caught a glimpse. But anyone capable of riding such a beast is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Disperse, disperse. This group surely hails from a great power, far beyond what we common folk can speculate. Many among the crowd displayed expressions of envy, reluctantly parting as they longed to steal another glance, wishing they could be the ones riding atop the wolves. Amidst the throng, there were also martial artists whose keen eyes discerned the figure atop the Silver Wolf King. It's him. It's Yi Lin. He has returned. My heavens. He robbed the Sihai Trading Company and dares to come back? I heard several experts from Sihai had arrived a few days ago, just waiting for his appearance. Indeed. It seems Qingtian City is in for quite the spectacle, especially with Yi Lin's imposing demeanor. Even the mounts beneath them were formidable beings of the gathering Qi realm. Such a spectacle would likely be unseen even by the Four Seas Trading Company. There is no need for further discussion. From the direction of Yi Lin, it was evident he intended to return home to reclaim justice. How could one resist the allure of witnessing this? Let us go. A throng of martial artists, their eyes alight with excitement, eagerly formed into groups, hastening towards the Yi residence. And it was not merely them. As they progressed further, the crowd swelled. Clusters of onlookers converging upon the Yi household. Yi Lin and his companions arrived not far from the Yi residence, dozens mounted upon colossal wolves, their pace unwavering, instilling fear in the guards stationed at the entrance, who promptly brandished their long blades. "Who are you? Halt immediately. This is Yi family territory," shouted two guards, trembling as they faced the intimidating pack of giant wolves. "Have your eyes been blinded? You fail to recognize the young master?" Yi Weiying's countenance turned icy, drawing his sword with a swift motion, pointing it at the guards with a chilling command, "Stand aside, or face death." Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Lin, astride the Silver Wolf King, surged forward, crashing through the grand entrance of the Yi residence, splintering the wood into fragments. "Enough of this prattle. I am returning to my home. Who dares obstruct me? Those who do shall perish." A faint yet authoritative voice echoed, causing the two guards to collapse in terror. The author wishes to express, "Thank you for your gifts. Thank you." Chapter 32. Two paths before you ba. Blind fools. Unable to recognize your own young master, with eyes as misplaced as a toad's upon your heads, the group of burly men observed the prostrate guards, their expressions devoid of sympathy, instead radiating a palpable fury. These men, while training in the myriad Beast Mountain range, had sought out Yi Ling to inquire about Yi Lin's deeds. They had long harbored indignation regarding Yi Lin's treatment within the family, and even Yi Weiying was held in little regard in their hearts. Short-sighted buffoons. The men cursed under their breath before charging into the Yi household upon their giant wolves. Behind them, Yi Weiying inhaled deeply, a fleeting embarrassment crossing his face, quickly replaced by resolve. As he passed the two guards, he coldly commanded, "You two, kneel at the entrance." Without the young master's command, "Do not rise." "Yes, yes." The guards, already quaking in fear, hastily complied, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. Just as they settled into their positions, a fierce shout emanated from within the estate. "Bold intruders! Who dares to trespass upon the Yi family residence? Seeking death, are you?" Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing the uproar. The two guards trembled, burying their heads and kneeling even more rigidly. Yi Weiying's expression shifted, and he quickly urged his wolves into the estate. In the courtyard, a head guard lay silently on the ground, surrounded by a few stunned family guards. Hiss! The remaining guards gasped in shock. They looked up at Yi Lin, then down at their leader, particularly at the gory, smoking hole in the center of his forehead, which sent chills down their spines. It was Yi Lin, the harbinger of doom, who had returned. They all shuddered in unison, their faces paling at the recollection of Yi Lin's actions at the Four Seas Merchant Association. "Before you raise your voice at me, take a moment to recognize my identity, and reflect on how many heads you possess." Yi Lin cast a detached glance at them, holstering his Desert Eagle, and calmly declared, "Fire." At once, 30 men behind him brandished submachine guns, their movements synchronized as they unleashed a barrage into the sky, startling several guards to the point of ashen faces. What is happening? What is that sound? Is someone daring to cause a ruckus at the Yi residence? Have they lost their minds? The commotion was so immense that it roused the entire household. Figures began to emerge from every corner, hastening towards Yi Lin's location, and within mere moments, the courtyard was filled with onlookers. "Yi Lin, it is indeed Yi Lin. He has returned. How dare he come back? When nearly all the forces of Qingtian City are covertly hunting for him. Does he wish for death?" Most of these individuals were members of the Yi family, and upon seeing Yi Lin, astonishment washed over their faces. "Wait a moment. If I am not mistaken, they are all riding demon wolves, aren't they?" "What? Demon wolves? I instinctively thought they were on horses, but now that you mention it, these are all magical beasts. What a grand display. Look at the silver wolf Yi Lin rides. Its aura is unmistakably that of a profound demon, comparable to a martial artist at the Gathering Qi realm. Am I seeing things?" Many family members gazed at Yi Lin with expressions of shock. Simultaneously, figures appeared atop the rooftops of the Yi residence. These individuals were all wandering martial artists who had come to witness the spectacle. Normally, they would not dare to be so brazen as to appear on the rooftops of the Yi family. However, today was different, for the Yi family was destined for internal strife, leaving no concern for them. "Where is Yi Xiaodong?" Yi Lin's gaze swept the area, finding no senior family members. His brow furrowing slightly, Was the commotion he had caused insufficient? Bold. You, a discarded child of the family, dare to openly call out the name of the Grand Elder and insult him? Are you seeking death? With that sharp rebuke, a chorus of footsteps echoed as a group of armored martial artists surged forth, swiftly surrounding the courtyard. Then, the crowd parted, revealing a sinister man clad in iron armor, wielding a long blade. His arrival sent a ripple of unrest through the Yi family members. It was Yi Ying. How could he be here? Is he not supposed to be in seclusion, breaking through to the gathering Qi realm? Has he already succeeded? Yi Ying, the son of Grand Elder Yi Xiangdong, not only possesses extraordinary martial talent, but is also known for his ruthless nature. During the 3 years of the family head's disappearance, many loyalists to the former head have met their demise by his hand, both overtly and covertly. Aside from a few high-ranking family members, many of the lower clansmen regard him with both fear and dread. Yi Lin. Yi Ying's gaze was cold, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on Yi Lin. His voice chilling. You assassinated the steward of the Four Seas Merchant Association, undermining the family's interests. I was just lamenting my inability to locate you. And yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. He pointed to the densely packed family warriors, clad in iron armor, and coldly remarked, Do you see these guards adorned in iron? They are specifically tailored for you. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, willingly surrender the method of forging your weapon, and I shall spare your sister's life, allowing your lineage to endure. Second, I will personally capture both you and your sister, then resort to severe coercion to extract the forging method, leaving no one alive. Alternatively, I could sell your sister into a brothel, ensuring your lineage propagates in a most disgraceful manner. With a sinister smile, Ying turned to Yi Lin and asked, So, which will you choose? The audacity of Yi Ying was truly insidious. Whether compliance or defiance led to death, and he even resorted to tormenting the other's sister. Truly, he was a disgrace to the Yi family. The onlookers, a collection of wandering warriors, began to murmur among themselves. Even the members of the Yi family changed their expressions, as such cruelty among kin was utterly abhorrent. Yi Ying, you despicable scoundrel. How could I ever call you uncle again? You are utterly vile. Yi Ling's face flushed crimson with rage, tears welling in her eyes. The 30 formidable men surrounding them were instantly consumed by wrath, their eyes ablaze. How dare you threaten our leader and insult the young lady? Take him down. They roared, brandishing their firearms, ready to unleash their fury upon Yi Ying. In their hearts, anyone who dared to threaten and insult Yi Lin deserved death. However, at that moment, Yi Lin raised his hand, halting them. His expression remained eerily calm as he fixed his gaze on Yi Ying, his voice laced with a chilling intent. I admire your unscrupulous methods to achieve your goals. Therefore, I offer you 2 choices as well. First, kneel and apologize, sever your own tongue, and I shall grant you a swift end. Second, I will take matters into my own hands, shatter your legs, force you to kneel and apologize, then gouge your eyes and cut out your tongue, allowing you to languish in torment until your demise. So, which path will you choose? Upon finishing, Yi Lin gestured behind him, and his 30 men immediately understood, raising their firearms with a chilling gaze fixed upon all present. Author's note: This chapter has undergone numerous revisions, and I remain dissatisfied with it. However, if I do not update now, I fear the backlash. After much contemplation, I realize my inadequacy in translating my thoughts into words. I apologize to all. Chapter 33, A Ruthless Slaughter. I choose your life. Upon hearing this, Yi Ying was filled with uncontrollable rage, a murderous intent surging forth. He suddenly shouted, stamping the ground, causing the floor beneath him to shatter from the force of his qi, and then he leapt into the air, sword in hand, striking down towards Yi Lin. Whoosh! Everyone felt a blade of light ascend from the ground, aimed at Yi Lin's head. Instinctively, they held their breath. It seems you have chosen the second path. Yi Lin's expression was terrifyingly calm as he waved his hand, his cold voice resounding, Open fire. In the next moment, 30 men with icy expressions raised their submachine guns. Without uttering a word or hesitating, they unleashed a furious barrage towards Yi Ying. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets striking Yi Ying's armored form with a cacophony of rapid, metallic clinks. In the blink of an eye, his iron armor was pockmarked with numerous dents, and in the weaker areas, blood immediately oozed forth. Moreover, though Yi Ying had been poised to pounce, the relentless onslaught of bullets halted him midair, his body quivering under the assault, as if being forced back. The sight was utterly astonishing, prompting gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. Many martial artists lost their footing and tumbled from the walls in shock. The members of the Yi family stood agape, their faces a portrait of astonishment. The current scene was utterly captivating. If even his armor could be so easily compromised, how vulnerable would he be without it, akin to mere parchment? torn to shreds by the bullets? With a thud, Ying descended, his body marred with blood, his armor embedded with dozens of bullet heads. His hand trembled slightly around the hilt of his sword, eyes wide with incredulity. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze filled with venomous hatred as he commanded. Ironclad guards, heed my call. Divide their strength. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. With that, he roared fiercely, drawing his sword anew and charging at Yi Lin. His vital energy surging violently, transforming him into a shadowy blur. Unyielding, Yi Lin shook his head, producing a formidable sniper rifle. Aiming it directly at Ying's right leg. Bang! A deafening shot reverberated, the black shadow moving too swiftly to react. In an instant, the bullet pierced through the armor, crashing into the distant wall, creating a gaping hole that left the martial artists above aghast. Ah! Ying screamed in agony as his right knee grotesquely twisted, his body collapsing to the ground. It was evident that his leg had been shattered. The formidable penetrating power of the Barrett M82A1, combined with the explosive potential of this world-s gunpowder, was capable of breaching even armored vehicles. A mere layer of armor was utterly insufficient. This spectacle left all in stunned silence. Even the ironclad guards, who had intended to charge, instinctively froze. Ah! Ying let out a furious roar, his eyes burning with malice as he spat. Yi Lin, I will kill you. Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Lin fired again. The bullet tearing through the iron armor on his left leg, its devastating force and spinning velocity shattering his knee into fragments. Ah! After a brief silence, Ying emitted a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills down the spine of all who heard it. I warned you, having chosen this path, I will personally shatter your legs, forcing you to kneel and apologize before gouging out your eyes and tongue, allowing you to perish in torment. Yi Lin holstered his sniper rifle, his tone deceptively calm, yet laced with chilling ruthlessness. He descended from the back of the Silver Wolf King, clutching a string of prayer beads, and approached Ying. With ruthless intent, he seized the latter by the throat and forcefully thrust him to the ground, coolly uttering two words, apologize. Go to hell. Ying howled in agony, unleashing a torrent of cold energy from his fingertips, striking fiercely at Yi Lin's chest. In his mind, Yi Lin was akin to a martial arts failure. And in this moment of haste, Ying believed he would only meet a gruesome fate of internal injuries leading to death. As for an apology, he might as well dream on. Yet, at the instant he launched his attack, Yi Lin seemed to have anticipated it. Deftly clasping the prayer beads and adopting a gesture of prayer, pushing forward. Buzz. In the next moment, 24 beads radiated light, and a cascade of swastika symbols erupted, swiftly enlarging from the size of a fingernail to towering over a person, overlapping and bursting forth with blinding golden light, sending Ying sprawling backward with a resounding impact. This is impossible. How could he, a mere martial arts failure, possess such incredible power? Ah! Ying screamed in despair as layers of golden light surged beneath his skin, binding him with a terrifying force, rendering him immobile on the ground. The slightest movement would cause the golden light to flare, creaking his bones in excruciating agony. Ying was truly horrified, having never witnessed such an unfathomable technique. An invisible force was able to confine his body so completely. The members of the Yi family were equally astonished, gazing at Yi Lin in disbelief. It was unimaginable that this was indeed the young master of the Yi family, once deemed utterly inept in martial arts. Even the scattered cultivators of Qingtian City drew in sharp breaths. They had initially thought Yi Lin was merely relying on the advantage of his weapon, but to their astonishment, he revealed himself as a hidden sovereign. It is worth noting that Ying had already transcended the Qi gathering realm. In his furious retaliation, even martial artists of the same tier would have to tread cautiously. Yet, Yi Lin effortlessly subdued him with a mere flick of his hand, showcasing a level of power that was nothing short of astonishing. Still not apologizing? Yi Lin's voice resonated, his cold aura causing all present to instinctively hold their breath. Apologize. Two men forcibly dragged Ying back, pressing him to kneel on the ground with menacing ferocity. Never. Ying gritted his teeth, suddenly raising his head to glare at Yi Lin with eyes brimming with hostility. You little beast, in front of so many clan members, do you dare to kill me? Such bravado. Yi Lin replied calmly, retrieving a bullet, dismantling it, and pouring the gunpowder over Yi Ying's body before igniting it with a match. Hiss. In an instant, the gunpowder ignited with a terrifying blaze, crawling over Yi Ying's skin like a serpent of fire. Ah! Yi Ying was instantly seared, his flesh tearing as he emitted a blood-curdling scream, the scent of charred meat wafting through the air. Will you apologize? Yi Lin inquired once more, peeling open another bullet to spill its gunpowder. Hiss. The next second, another burst of flames erupted, and Yi Ying's cries echoed like a slaughtered pig. Desperate, he bellowed, "Stop! Stop! I apologize, I apologize." Yi Lin paused. "Have you come to your senses?" Yi Ying nodded hastily, his voice laced with despair. "I understand now. I comprehend." Before he could finish his words, Yi Lin poured gunpowder over him, and flames erupted instantly, crackling violently across his body, releasing a pungent aroma of burning flesh. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Fear etched on their faces as they gazed at Yi Lin. How ruthless! At such a tender age, to wield such merciless means was truly chilling. Realization had come too late. It was only then that Yi Lin's voice resonated, as he clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, "One must uphold integrity. Bring me his tongue first." "Yes." Two burly men stepped forward, smirking coldly. "You scoundrels, stop this at once." Just then, a booming voice reverberated, and Yi Xiangdong appeared. He descended with the grace of a fierce bird of prey, emanating an intense heat. "Old fool, you finally show yourself." Yi Lin's countenance darkened, a fierce energy radiating from him as he commanded, "Proceed, remove his tongue." "How dare you?" Yi Xiangdong roared in shock and fury. He could not comprehend how such a dire situation had unfolded in the brief moment between Yi Ying's departure and his arrival. Prepared for this day, he had armored himself and assembled an invulnerable ironclad guard. Yet what was the outcome? The guard remained unscathed, while his only son lay at Yi Lin's mercy. In a state of utter despair, with a sickening squelch, a tongue was severed and unceremoniously discarded onto the ground. Yi Ying writhed in agony, blood pouring from his mouth as he emitted a mournful cry. "Eagle!" Yi Xiangdong's vision darkened. An overwhelming rage surged within him, his true energy erupting like a raging inferno. "Ironclad guard, what are you waiting for? Do you wish to perish?" he bellowed, his voice akin to a predatory beast. Raising his hand, he summoned one of the guards with an irresistible force, smashing the man's head with a resounding crack. "Charge! Kill, kill, kill!" A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the ironclad guards to draw their weapons in panic and rush toward Yi Lin and his group. In that moment, the Yi family members were thrown into disarray. One was the son of the former patriarch, the other controlled the family for 3 years as the elder. They were caught in an internal conflict, unsure of whom to support. However, those elevated by Yi Xiangdong showed no hesitation and surged toward Yi Lin's faction. A chaotic battle had become inevitable. Yi Lin swiftly mounted the back of the Silver Wolf King, his voice ringing out with authority. "All members of the Yi family, listen. If you wish to live, stay away. Gunners, prepare. Others provide cover." "Yes." With a commanding shout, 2 burly men swiftly stepped forward, each bearing a spatial ring from which they produced 2 handheld Gatling guns. The remaining men transformed into a lethal formation, assault rifles blazing in a relentless barrage, covering the 2 and buying precious time. "Are the gunners ready?" "When ready, unleash hell," Yi Lin commanded fiercely. "Ready," 2 gunners shouted in unison, swiftly calibrating their weapons before raising their twin Gatling guns to unleash a torrent of fire upon the advancing throng. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, the fierce flashes illuminating the day as bullets were expelled at an astonishing rate, forming a dense stream that could be seen even in broad daylight. The relentless barrage was akin to a mythical rift in space, cutting through the entire front courtyard with terrifying precision. In an instant, the lightly armed elite of the family, who had charged forward, fell like grass before a mower, collapsing in mass. Some were still sprinting, their lower halves unaware as the merciless gunfire severed their upper bodies. The heavily armored guards that followed did not fare much better, unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Under the relentless hail of bullets from the Gatling guns, the dense projectiles resembled a singular laser beam, slicing through the armored soldiers as if they were mere slabs of iron. The sound of metal clanging resounded as bullets struck in unison, igniting countless sparks and heating the armor red-hot, ultimately rendering it to ruin. Even when a few managed to evade the initial onslaught, they were met with a barrage of unyielding bullets. The scene was utterly horrifying. Within mere breaths, more than half of the assailants lay fallen, their bodies hardly intact. Many were cleaved in 2 or had limbs and heads shattered. The courtyard transformed into a veritable hellscape, strewn with blood and dismembered remains. "Help me. Please, I don't want to die. My legs, they've gone. Who will save me?" The cries of despair echoed as the remaining family elites and guards, gasping for breath, begged for mercy. "No more fighting. I surrender. Please, I do not wish to perish. I am willing to serve the young master in any capacity, without complaint." The remaining armored guards, gripped by terror, cast aside their helmets and armor, kneeling in supplication. Yet, what awaited them was the cold, indifferent gaze of Yi Lin. "Listen well. Anyone clad in armor, be they members of the Yi family or warriors trained by them, shall be shown no mercy. Understood?" Brothers, let us finish them. A chorus of fierce voices erupted as the men, driven to madness by Yi Lin's command, unleashed a frenzied assault with their submachine guns and Gatling guns. Shell casings flew. Smoke billowed, and the entire vicinity of the Yi residence, from flower beds to potted plants and ornamental rocks, was reduced to rubble. The twin Gatling guns left nothing unscathed in their wake. Many family members were caught in the crossfire, their screams echoing as they were dragged into the rear walls. The most terrified were the scattered cultivators, who found their positions along the walls transformed into a veritable beehive, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of bullets. With no chance to evade their fate, many individuals were ruthlessly slain, their bodies riddled with dozens of bullets. This battle not only shattered the courage of the Yi family members, but also instilled fear in the hearts of the scattered martial artists. Infuriated by the massacre of those he had painstakingly nurtured over the past 3 years, Yi Xiangdong's eyes turned crimson in an instant. With unrestrained fury, he exclaimed, "You little beast, I shall flay you alive." With a sudden burst, he soared into the air, employing an elusive technique that rendered him nearly untraceable, directly confronting Yi Lin. The author wishes to express gratitude for the support, presenting a seamless chapter of 4,000 words for ease of reading. In chapter 34, Scared Away, you shall perish. Yi Xiangdong's aged face contorted with murderous intent as he struck down with a palm, unleashing his true energy, which rippled through the air like arrows. Just as his palm was about to make contact with Yi Lin, the Silver Wolf King suddenly let out a howl and deftly evaded. Almost simultaneously, Yi Lin drew his gun, chambered a round, aimed, and fired. The sound of the gunshot reverberated. Yi Xiangdong's body jolted, a spray of blood erupting from his shoulder. Damn it! His expression turned frenzied as he clutched his shoulder and retreated frantically, fully aware that failure in this strike meant the complete loss of opportunity. Indeed, the moment he began to withdraw, 30 men swiftly turned their weapons towards him, their gazes fierce and unyielding. His complexion shifted dramatically, and he could not help but shout, "Zhang Tianji, how long do you intend to wait? I summoned you here to assist, not to spectate. What is the rush?" Came a languid voice from within the estate. As 2 figures ascended into the air, strolling forward with an air of nonchalance. "You can't even handle a mere child. I truly wonder what our master sees in you." The 2 figures, appearing to be in their early 40s and bearing a striking resemblance, were twin brothers. One exuded an air of casual indifference, while the other remained taciturn. They seemed unfazed by the gruesome scene before them. At that moment, the more relaxed brother remarked, "Kid, now that my brother and I are here, you should surrender promptly to avoid us leaving no survivors." He then added, "And hand over your weapons. Dream on." Yi Lin's expression turned icy as he ordered, "Open fire and give them a wake-up call." "Yes." The group of men raised their submachine guns, their expressions cold as they squeezed the triggers, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Seeking death, the taciturn man suddenly revealed a murderous glint in his eyes, pointing a finger as if the air had turned viscous. The bullets were halted mid-flight. Then, with a swift motion of his sleeve, he unleashed a surge of true energy, sending the bullets hurtling back at an even greater speed. "Dodge!" Yi Lin's face shifted slightly as he bellowed, yet he remained unflustered, quickly retreating beneath the belly of the wolf. Meanwhile, as others mimicked his fierce command, they deftly seized the fur of the gray wolf and slipped skillfully beneath its belly. Clearly, they had all undergone rigorous training under Yi Lin. The bullets, shot back in retaliation, grazed the wolf's body before embedding themselves deep into the ground, leaving no one injured at the scene. Humph! The man was infuriated. In a flash, he unsheathed his long blade, illuminating the heavens. Then, with a resounding whoosh, the blade's energy sliced through the air, descending upon the crowd with lethal intent. Did these mere innate martial artists truly consider themselves formidable? Yi Lin emerged from beneath the wolf's belly, brandishing a rocket launcher with an icy demeanor, resting it on his shoulder. With a resounding bang, a violent gust erupted as the rocket propelled forth, tearing through the blade's energy and hurtling towards the man with devastating force. "Kill!" the man bellowed, his long blade ringing out as it emitted a blinding radiance. Striking towards the rocket. Ding! In an instant, the blade met the warhead, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, in the next moment, the entire realm seemed to tremble with fury, erupting in a thunderous roar as flames soared heavenward, painting the sky crimson. A terrifying shockwave, akin to a raging inferno, rapidly swept outward, shattering countless rooftops and creating deep craters in the ground, with debris flying through the air. The man's figure was utterly obliterated, consumed by the inferno. Silence reigned. Only the sound of falling rubble echoed in the aftermath. In this moment, Yi Xiangdong was left in a stupor, as was the languid man. The onlookers, along with the members of the Yi family who had taken refuge behind the collapsed walls, were collectively frozen in astonishment. At this instant, they seemed rendered mute, their expressions a silent testament to their shock and fear. Yi Lin and his companions were also momentarily dazed, their bodies dusted with debris, appearing somewhat disheveled. The power of this rocket had proven even greater than that outside the city. Yi Lin had evidently forgotten that this was within the confines of the Yi family estate. Surrounded by solid brick walls, the air circulated sluggishly. In such an environment, the explosion of the rocket would unleash an overwhelming heat and pressure, resulting in even greater destructive power without immediate release. Particularly the shockwave from the instantaneous detonation was comparable to a lethal force. Boom. Another wall crumbled. Only then did the crowd snap back to reality, collectively gasping in horror, their eyes betraying profound fear. Tianhao. At that moment, the languid man let out a heart-wrenching cry, glaring at Yi Lin and roaring, "You wretched beast! You have slain my brother. I shall see you torn to shreds." Boom. His entire being erupted with energy, akin to a lightning bolt, charging towards Yi Lin. "Come on." Yi Lin's expression remained icy as he aimed the rocket launcher at his opponent. However, in the next heartbeat, Yi Lin's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body tensing involuntarily. He had forgotten, after firing the rocket, due to its overwhelming power, he had failed to reload in time. The rocket launcher was now empty. The loading of the rocket launcher requires a brief moment. However, given the inherent speed of the opponent's innate warrior, even this fleeting moment could prove fatal. Meanwhile, the two additional rocket launchers are stowed away within the spatial rings of two machine gunners. Even if they were in his possession, the minimal distance would afford the enemy ample opportunity to strike him down multiple times before he could retrieve, shoulder, and aim them. As for the sniper rifle, had it been in hand when the adversary lunged, it might have been feasible. Yet now, it is equally too late. What to do? For the first time, Yi Lin felt the situation slipping beyond his control. This is exceedingly perilous. Stay calm. Remain composed. Yes, the inner armor. Suddenly, a flurry of thoughts surged through Yi Lin's mind, recalling the inner armor he wore beneath his bulletproof vest. This inner armor could withstand explosives without a scratch. It should be capable of deflecting a strike from his opponent, coupled with his formidable physique, as long as it does not shatter his internal organs instantaneously. He may yet have a chance to turn the tide. Damn it, I'm all in. Yi Lin's gaze hardened resolutely, preparing to withstand the impending lethal blow. Death! The lethargic man charged forth. With a fierce shout, he dashed past Yi Lin with a speed so incomprehensible it seemed to defy reality, vanishing from sight in an instant. What just transpired? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Weren't you just shouting about killing and maiming? Why the sudden retreat? What does this mean? Yi Lin, holding the rocket launcher, was equally taken aback. I had steeled myself for a fight to the death, yet you so unceremoniously flee? This was all mere bravado from the start, a performance worthy of an actor. Truly, an absolute thespian. The author has something to say. Thank you for these gifts. My friends. Chapter 35. Are innate warriors truly so arrogant? Zhang Tianji, you fool. Observing the retreating figure, Yi Xiangdong snapped back to reality, his anger causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. His vigor waned, and he suddenly appeared aged. Where is he? Where is that little brat Yi Lin? Come out and face your demise. And who was that who just fled? Simultaneously, a boisterous voice echoed from outside. The crowd turned to see a group of 5 entering. At the forefront was a fair-skinned man with captivating peach blossom eyes. The Four Seas merchant group, Qiu Tianbao. Upon their entrance, many rogue martial artists stood transfixed. Recognizing the leading figure as Qiu Tianbao, behind him, aside from a steward with a petrified martial spirit, Wang Tianshi, the others were unfamiliar faces. Each exuded a profound aura, their gazes sharp as lightning, clearly innate-level experts. The atmosphere shifted awkwardly. It was evident that the Four Seas merchant group had come seeking vengeance. However, considering the power of the rocket launcher just displayed, it seemed that innate warriors were no longer formidable before Yi Lin and his companions. To put it bluntly, ordinary innate warriors would be as fragile as paper beneath the weight of Yi Lin's shoulder-mounted weaponry. Yi Lin, Qiu Tianbao's gaze swept over the room, and upon spotting Yi Lin, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Yi Lin cast a fleeting glance, then without uttering a word, drew the Desert Eagle and with a resounding bang, aimed at Qiu Tianbao's forehead. Bang! A hand swiftly emerged, blocking the bullet with unwavering steadiness. The owner of the hand took a step forward, crushing the bullet into iron powder that scattered away, fixing his gaze on Yi Lin's face, and said in a solemn tone, I never expected that at such a tender age, your heart could be so malicious, aiming to take a life at the first opportunity. Am I to wait for him to take my life instead? Yi Lin retorted with a cold chuckle, just as he was about to load the rocket launcher. His peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Xiangdong attempting to sneak away. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lin raised his hand and fired the Desert Eagle, piercing directly into Yi Xiangdong's dantian. Ugh! Yi Xiangdong cried out in pain, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground. You truly care not for your own son's life, Yi Xiangdong. I must say, you have earned my respect. Yi Weiying, bind him for me. And as for Yi Ying, gouge out his eyes as well. Yi Lin said with a cold laugh, holstering the Desert Eagle and methodically loading a rocket into the launcher. At that moment, the expressions of Qiu Tianbao and his companions shifted, revealing their astonishment. Indeed, this young man was ferocious. Master, Yi Ying's tongue has already been removed. Perhaps we should spare his eyes. After all, he is of the same kin, Yi Weiying said, having tied up Yi Xiangdong, suddenly hesitating before Yi Ying. His face contorted with difficulty. If we are to gouge his eyes and sever his tongue, it would be more merciful to grant him a swift end. Yi Lin turned his head upon hearing this, his voice icy. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Seeing the expression on Yi Lin's face, Yi Weiying's heart sank. And he waved his hands in denial. I wouldn't dare. There is no merely in my domain. Only action or inaction, Yi Lin stated coldly. If it were a matter concerning the ordinary citizens of this world, he could afford to be merciful and kind. However, when dealing with the martial artists of this realm, especially the vicious type like Yi Ying, one must be even more ruthless, even more malevolent. Only in this manner could he assert control over this family and command respect from others, ensuring that no one would dare provoke him. Yes. Yi Weiying began to sweat profusely. I will do it. I shall do it right away. With that, he produced a dagger and approached Yi Ying, swiftly gouging out both of his eyes with remarkable speed. Ah, my eyes. Yi Lin, you harm your own kin. I curse you to meet a wretched end. A wretched end, Yi Ying shrieked, writhing on the ground, blood streaming from his empty sockets, his visage grotesque. Take him away. Yi Lin, barely casting a glance in his direction, waved his hand, then turned his attention to Qiu Tianbao and his 5 companions. Speaking in a measured tone, you have arrived just in time, sparing me another trip to the Sihai Trading Company. From this day forth, Qingtian City will be governed by me, Yi Lin. Should the Sihai Trading Company wish to conduct business within the city, they must remit a 10% profit to my family each month. What did you say? Qiu Tianbao's expression darkened suddenly. Even the 3 innate experts behind him could not suppress their laughter at the absurdity of it all. Truly, when heaven seeks to bring about one's demise, it first drives them to madness. This young man has indeed lost his mind. What? Are you deaf? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, coldly stating, then let it be 20%. It seems you are courting death. Qiu Tianbao's expression darkened severely as he waved his hand, commanding, seize him. Leave it to me. A congenital martial artist scoffed disdainfully, his figure flashing forward, heading straight for Yi Lin's face. It's over. The onlooking wandering cultivators shook their heads, instinctively stepping back. A group of simpletons. They have likely never witnessed the true prowess of a congenital martial artist in action. Unbeknownst to the naive Qiu Tianbao and his companions, they observed the reactions of the crowd with a cold sneer. Only Wang Tianshi felt an unsettling disquiet, a hint of profound unease creeping in. The last time they raided a merchant, Yi Lin had wielded only handheld weapons, but now he brandished such an imposing device. If the weapon's power correlates with its size, boom. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the air trembled violently, and a shadow erupted from the rocket launcher, striking the congenital master. The ensuing explosion was deafening. The earth roared. A colossal fireball erupted in every observer's eyes, flames rolling and surging with an intense heat. As for the figure of the congenital master, it was obliterated into fragments by the terrifying shockwave the instant the thunderous sound erupted. Thud! Qiu Tianbao, pale with fright, collapsed to the ground. The 2 congenital masters behind him also froze, their mocking expressions abruptly stiffening. Huh, are congenital martial artists truly so arrogant? Yi Lin exhaled a breath of foul air, swiftly reloading the rocket, hoisting it onto his shoulder and aiming it forward, inquiring, will you offer the 2% monthly dividend or not? Pale-faced, Qiu Tianbao stammered, Yi Lin, don't be impulsive. You cannot fathom the might of the Sihai Merchant Guild. We can sit down and negotiate this slowly. Negotiate slowly? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the 2 gunners, convince him to reconsider. Yes. The gunmen's eyes lit up with sinister grins as they hefted their Gatling guns, sweeping the ground on either side of Qiu Tianbao. Rat-a-tat-tat. A fierce blaze erupted as bullets struck the earth at an incredibly high rate, sending soil and rocks flying, sparks flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 2 long trenches appeared, as if the ground had been plowed. Chapter 36. Apologies, I've changed my mind. How about it? Shall we continue to negotiate slowly? Yi Lin's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Tianbao, stating, my time is precious, and my patience is limited. Wait. This is too significant for me to decide alone. I must consult the headquarters, Xiao Tianbao said, his face filled with discomfort. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Yi Lin retorted fiercely. The entire Beiyao realm comprises 12 provinces, each with a minimum of 24 cities. Xintian City is merely the most insignificant among them. A 2% monthly dividend is but a drop in the ocean for the Sihai Merchant Guild. You yourself are pocketing far more than that. Do you dare claim you cannot make decisions? Yi Lin, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, yet words ought not to be spoken carelessly. My trading company adheres to its own rules and regulations. It is not a domain where anyone may act recklessly. Xiao Tianbao's expression shifted dramatically. Stop with the nonsense. Will you comply or not? Yi Lin's countenance hardened suddenly, adjusting the rocket launcher on his shoulder, exuding an air of readiness for conflict. Two machine gunners followed suit with a cold chuckle, passing the Gatling gun to others while hefting the rocket launcher. In an instant, 3 rocket launchers and 2 Gatling machine guns were aimed squarely at Xiao Tianbao and his companions, casting a palpable atmosphere of dread, akin to a looming storm. Yi Lin. Wait. Don't act impulsively. I will give you 20% of the profits. Xiao Tianbao, confronted with such a display of terrifying weaponry, could no longer contain his terror. The innate martial artist behind him turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. If there had been only 1 rocket launcher, they might have had a chance to escape. However, with 3 rocket launchers and 2 Gatling guns, even if they possessed double the courage, they would not dare to take such a risk. Apologies, but I have altered my terms. It is now 30%. Yi Lin replied with a cold smirk. I have offered you a chance, yet you did not seize it. That is no fault of mine. Now, it is either 30% or death. Yi Lin, you. Xiao Tianbao's face flushed with anger. You have 3 breaths to decide. Yi Lin interrupted him with an indifferent expression, lifting the rocket launcher on his shoulder and commencing his count. 1. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Tianbao's forehead. 2. 3. I will give it. I will give it. Xiao Tianbao exclaimed loudly, as if he had suddenly exhausted all his strength, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Behind him, Wang Tianshi and 2 innate experts visibly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. If only it had been this straightforward, what a waste of time. Yi Lin let out a cold snort and then addressed Wang Tianshi. You, return to the trading company and bring me 100 battlefield slaves. The rest of you, remain here with me. Yi Lin, can I not return? Xiao Tianbao wiped the cold sweat from his face, unable to endure the feeling of being threatened by weapons any longer. Do you truly believe I would allow you to leave? Yi Lin regarded him with a look of incredulity. Xiao Tianbao, feeling embarrassed, quickly replied, Then, I shall not return. I will stay here, yes. He nodded as if he had made a remarkably wise decision. Watch them closely. Yi Lin ignored him, handing the rocket launcher to another and continuing his watch. He then proceeded to the back courtyard of Yi Manor. In stark contrast to the chaos of the front courtyard, the back was considerably more orderly. At that moment, all the family members remaining in the manor had congregated in the back courtyard of their own accord. As Yi Lin stepped into the courtyard, they all called out, Young master. Their demeanor was quite warm. Yi Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over them, noting a mixture of fear, calmness, and excitement in their eyes. Among the younger relatives, he even detected a glimmer of admiration. Yet, without exception, none displayed any significant resistance. Firstly, it is because Yi Lin is the rightful heir of the Yi family, rendering everything legitimate. Secondly, they have witnessed Yi Lin's formidable strength. They are acutely aware of who possesses the capability to lead the family towards greatness. In a family, as long as the bloodline is the same, the stronger individual will command the loyalty of the clansmen. Currently, the family is in dire need of revitalization, and there are few available resources. For now, I must ask everyone to exert themselves and summon all the clansmen back to the city. Yi Lin's expression remained calm, and his words did not carry an air of command, which fostered a sense of closeness among the clansmen, prompting them to volunteer to call back the others. As the clansmen returned one after another, the spacious backyard quickly became crowded. They huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally erupting in gasps of surprise. Their furtive glances towards Yi Lin filled with astonishment. At some point, a string of prayer beads appeared in Yi Lin's hand, merging with his meditative aura as he gently manipulated them, his demeanor unperturbed by any distraction. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Yi Lin's fingers suddenly paused, and the aura dissipated entirely. He seemed to transform, exuding a chilling presence as he commanded, Yi Weiying, please conduct a head count and ascertain if everyone has arrived. Yes. Yi Weiying promptly nodded and quickly checked, reporting, "Young master, apart from the clansman who was injured by a stray bullet and is currently receiving treatment. The rest of the clansmen are basically all present." Basically? So, there are still some who have yet to arrive. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. "Do tell. Who is so audacious as to delay their arrival? Even if they were in a small town, they would have had ample time to make it here. No need for that. I have arrived." At that moment, a group entered, accompanied by a nonchalant voice. "We dare not presume any heirs. Rather, it is certain individuals who, upon returning, instigated discord within the family, summoning all clansmen back home." What is it? Has the Yi family's business become obsolete? Are we to subsist on the winds of the Northwest? Without wealth, is the entire family prepared to face destitution? As the words were spoken, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes stepped forward, flanked by several formidable warriors. It was Yi Qinghong. "I was wondering who was taking so long." "Hush, lower your voice. He is the influential Lord Hong, a figure even Yi Xiangdong does not dare to contest." Uft. Is it really such a grand achievement that his son was accepted into the Qingming sect? What would he be without the family's support? The clansmen began to murmur, seemingly harboring grievances against Yi Qinghong. Yi Weiying quietly explained, "Young master, over the past few years, you have not been involved in the family's affairs, and you may not be aware of the internal situation. After the head of the family went missing, Yi Qinghong's son displayed exceptional martial talent and prowess in forging weapons, catching the attention of the Qingming sect. Consequently, Yi Qinghong's status within the family has risen significantly, granting him considerable power. However, over time, he has become corrupted. The clansmen have recognized his desire to establish a separate faction. A significant portion of the family's wealth has been diverted to the Qingming sect, and his continued presence in Qingtian City is likely due to his intention to seize the family's inherited weapon forging diagrams." He was contemplating the formation diagram of weapon refinement. Yi Lin's expression suddenly turned icy. The formation diagram was the foundation upon which the Yi family stood. Without it, the family's martial souls could only forge ordinary weapons, rendering them devoid of value. This Yi Qinghong's heart is deserving of condemnation. Chapter 37. A single strike to the ground. Yi Lin, I have arrived. State your business so I may return. My affairs are pressing, Yi Qinghong remarked with a tone of indifference, as if the presence of the entire Yi family was merely to serve as his backdrop. Pressing affairs? Pray tell, how pressing? Yi Lin's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. What could you possibly convey? You are but a mere child, lacking an understanding of commerce. With a scoff, Yi Qinghong's expression was filled with disdain. Hurry up. I am busy and have no time to waste here. Yi Lin nodded, stating, Very well, then I shall be direct. From this day forth, all matters concerning the Yi family will be under my command. Huh, you think you have the authority? Yi Qinghong chuckled to himself. Can you grant me access to the family's secret chamber? Can you allow me to observe the family's weapon refinement formation diagram? Yi Lin's gaze flickered, his uncertainty deepening. Within the Yi family, aside from the head of the family, anyone who contributes sufficiently has the opportunity to enter the secret chamber. The question is, what have you contributed? What merits do you possess? Is my contribution to the family not significant enough? With so many thriving businesses under my management, is that not a merit? Is that not a contribution? Yi Qinghong replied, prideful and scornful. Moreover, I have nurtured a genius for the family who has entered the Qingming sect. Does that not bring honor to our lineage? A genius you have nurtured? Yi Lin responded coolly. The businesses you manage all belong to the family. Yet how much revenue has been returned to the family? Most of the wealth has flowed to the Qingming sect, which has funded your son's development. At this point, Yi Lin grew weary of the banter and directly stated, From now on, I declare that all businesses under your command will be reclaimed by the family. As for you, with the family's weapon refinement experience you have acquired, you will only have the option to remain within the family. Rest assured, the family will ensure your retirement. Nonsense. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to restrict my freedom? Yi Qinghong's demeanor darkened, his voice cold. Even if your father were still alive, he would not dare speak to me in such a manner, let alone you, a mere child. What qualifications do you possess? And as for the enterprises under my command, dare you to touch them? Yi Qinghong's expression was one of contempt. Now, with the backing of the Qingming sect, he believed no one, not even Yi Qingshan, would dare challenge him. What are you without the family? You are nothing. Now, I am the one who holds sway over the entire Yi family. Do not think I would hesitate to act against you or your businesses. Yi Lin's face suddenly hardened, his patience evaporating, his voice laced with dominance and intensity. As for the so-called Qingming sect, he held it in utter disregard. Very well, Yi Qinghong exclaimed in fury. Though your stature is small, your words are audacious. I shall see how you intend to act against me. Let me inform you. Bang. A gunshot rang out, abruptly halting the conversation. Yi Lin coldly uttered a word of disdain and then reholstered his Desert Eagle, declaring, from this day forth, the lineage of Yi Qinghong shall be expunged from the family tree. Yi Weiying, gather a few team members and raid his residence. Should there be any resistance, eliminate them. With the chilling word eliminate, an icy shiver coursed through the crowd, raising goosebumps on their skin. They quickly realized the gravity of the situation, inhaling sharply. Just moments ago, the domineering Yi Qinghong now stood frozen, a gory hole appearing at his brow, blood seeping from the wound. With a thud, he collapsed backward onto the ground, his eyes wide open as if voicing unuttered words. Cold sweat broke out among the onlookers, a shiver running down their spines. This was Yi Qinghong, a family parasite backed by the Qingming sect, a figure so formidable that even Yi Xiangdong could only watch helplessly, yet he was dispatched with such nonchalance. Particularly the ruthless demeanor exhibited by Yi Lin led many to question if he truly was but a youth. Yi Weiying appeared equally shaken. Realizing that the command to kill was executed without a trace of forewarning, he suddenly felt as if he were accompanying a tiger. Thud. The few martial artists trailing behind Yi Qinghong were terrified, their imposing figures kneeling to the ground, pleading for mercy. Young master, spare us. Young master, spare us. They pounded their heads on the ground with such force that blood began to seep out, illustrating the depth of their terror. Yi Lin, however, showed little interest in their pleas and waved his hand dismissively. Scram. Yes, yes. Thank you, young master, for your grace. Thank you, young master, for your magnanimity. The martial artists, drenched in cold sweat, bowed and scrambled to their feet, fleeing the Yi residence as if escaping a venomous beast. Soon, Wang Tianshi returned from the Four Seas Trading Company, leading 100 battlefield slaves directly to the rear courtyard. In an instant, the area became congested. This situation caused Yi Lin to frown. The Yi family estate felt somewhat cramped. He contemplated the possibility of relocating the family to the Wanshou mountain range. In his vision, the mountain range would eventually fall under their dominion, transforming into the Yi family's private garden and establishing a stronghold of their own. However, before that could occur, he needed to extract the combat potential from the 100 battlefield slaves. Additionally, he must earnestly elevate his own strength. After all, as time progressed, the adversaries he faced would only grow more formidable. If he did not fortify himself, he would become prey the moment he relinquished his weapon. With this thought, Yi Lin moved to a concealed spot, retrieving a Desert Eagle and a submachine gun, disassembling them into assorted parts, which he then presented before his kin. Select one part each, and craft me 100 replicas according to precise specifications. Remember, do not inquire, do not disseminate. Should this directive be violated, Yi Qinghong will be your fate. Yi Lin spoke with a frigid demeanor and with a wave of his hand. The ground trembled as items from several spatial rings were released. A mountain of wealth, elixirs, the corpses of monstrous beasts, demon cores, and an array of martial arts manuals left the members of the clan utterly astonished. Goodness, the fortune of a single individual could rival that of an entire family. The clan members gazed at Yi Lin in disbelief, while Qiu Tianbao and Wang Tianshi couldn't help but twitch their lips. Alas, all this was seized from the merchant guild. All right, those who have selected their items, proceed to expedite the crafting. Upon completion, each of you shall be rewarded with 3 body-refining pills, Yi Lin declared. As for the remaining clan members, meticulously categorize these items and compile a report for me, to be added to the clan treasury. Subsequently, each of you may collect a body-refining pill from Yi Weiying. Furthermore, regarding these martial arts manuals, every clan member is free to choose one for cultivation. Should any member exhibit extraordinary talent, regardless of their standing, I shall provide an unlimited supply of elixirs. That is all for now. I will provide further arrangements in a couple of days. Now let us get to work. A wave of exhilaration surged among the clan members, as Yi Lin's generosity exceeded their wildest imaginations. Especially regarding the manuals, any member of the Yi family, regardless of their bloodline's proximity, could cultivate them, shattering the long-standing conventions of the martial soul continent. Typically, any ranked martial arts techniques come with stringent restrictions, allocated according to the proximity of bloodlines, encompassing the distribution of cultivation resources and family privileges. Yet now, with Yi Lin's return, all those constraints had dissipated. The entire Yi family, upon hearing Yi Lin's words, suddenly radiated a potent vitality and cohesion. Everyone was invigorated, exuding a sense of flourishing prosperity. Yi Lin smiled knowingly and turned to Qiu Tianbao and the others, saying, "You are free now, you may return. Oh, by the way, just a casual reminder, this return was rather hasty, and we only prepared 3 rocket launchers. Should you come again, perhaps you will find not 3, but 30, or even 300. So, consider carefully whether you are friend or foe. Upon hearing this, the faces of Qiu Tianbao and the others changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If one rocket launcher was so terrifying, what kind of scene would 30 or 300 create? They could hardly imagine it. Unless the headquarters of the Four Seas Merchant Guild intervened personally, it would be a Herculean task for Qiu's faction to tackle this formidable adversary. They would likely shatter countless teeth in the process. Although Qiu Tianbao was a dandy, he was not a fool and immediately grasped the implication of Yi Lin's words. Goodness, is this truly the cunning and intellect one expects from a youth? He mentally cursed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and declared, Young Master Yi, you flatter us. This is merely a case of becoming acquainted through conflict. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch someone to calculate last month's transactions at the guild and deliver 30% to young Master Yi. Very well, travel safely. No need for formalities. Yi Lin replied with a faint smile. Then we shall take our leave. Qiu Tianbao forced a smile as he and his companions departed swiftly. What a pity, Yi Lin murmured, watching their retreating figures with a shake of his head. Brother, what do you find regrettable? Yi Linger appeared behind him unexpectedly and, noticing his demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Regrettably, we can no longer rob them, Yi Lin remarked with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 38. The Qingtian Assembly. At that moment, a clansman rushed over, brimming with excitement, to inform Yi Lin that the Desert Eagle and submachine gun components had been flawlessly manufactured. Yi Lin could not help but marvel once more at the extraordinary abilities of the martial soul. Since the departure of Qiu Tianbao, merely 5 or 6 minutes had passed, and already 100 Desert Eagles and 100 submachine guns had been produced. If this were on Earth, no matter how advanced the production line, it would be utterly incomparable. Indeed, these clansmen were his true treasure. Subsequently, Yi Lin retrieved heavy weaponry such as the Gatling gun, rocket launcher, and mortars, disassembling each into components, creating a chaotic pile. After some contemplation, he crafted a set of brass knuckles and iron claws, adding them to the mix of parts, instructing the clansmen to forge 30 sets of each. His intent behind this was primarily for protective measures. Although Yi Lin believed his clansmen would not divulge these items, human error and exploitation could occur. Thus, he muddled all the components and mixed in irrelevant items, forming a double layer of security. Even if all the parts were to leak, no one in this world would be able to assemble them. Young master, we have returned. Soon, Yi Weiying arrived, accompanied by a contingent, exuding a lingering aura of malevolence. Observing their fierce demeanor, Yi Lin could surmise they had encountered armed resistance. How did you handle it? Yi Lin inquired nonchalantly, placing greater importance on the outcome. Every last one of them, aside from Yi Xian, who remained at the Qingming sect. Not a single member of the Yi Qinghong lineage was spared, Yi Weiying replied, his expression seething with rage. Yi Qinghong is utterly despicable. His heart deserves to be punished. We uncovered dozens of crates filled with precious herbs and high-grade weapon refining materials from their home, all pilfered from the family, intended for transport to the Qingming sect. He is a veritable ingrate. I wish I could resurrect him just to slay him myself. Enough, Yi Lin interjected, raising his hand. You cannot kill Yi Qinghong now. However, his son Yi Xian will undoubtedly return seeking vengeance upon learning of this. You will have your chance then. For now, let us discuss business. Business? What business? Yi Weiying replied, taken aback. Yi Lin's expression suddenly grew cold as he declared, notify the entire city. 3 days from now, I shall convene the Qingtian Assembly at the Juxian Tower to reallocate the interest distribution of Qingtian City. All families of Qingtian City must be present, or they shall bear the consequences. What? Yi Weiying's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. Young master, the Qingtian Assembly is convened only once every 3 years, and it has been less than a year since the last. Moreover, calling an assembly requires the agreement of at least 10 families. You alone cannot summon anyone. Then it shall depend on their fortune. Should they arrive, they will feast upon meat and drink broth. Should they not come, their existence is rendered unnecessary. Yi Lin declared coldly. Henceforth, within the confines of Qingtian City, only one voice shall prevail. That voice is mine. Do you understand? Understood. I shall promptly inform the various families. Yi Weiying, invigorated by Yi Lin's imposing presence, felt a surge of fervor within, and with a grand gesture towards the men behind him, commanded, follow me. With a thunderous clamor, the group mounted their giant wolves, transforming into a gust of wind as they burst through the gates. Their first destination was the Nye family, one of the 3 prominent families. As they arrived, the sight of the riders on giant wolves stirred up a cloud of dust before the gates of the Nye residence. The fierce aura emanating from the monstrous wolves compelled the guards to draw their weapons, their expressions tense. This is the Nye family. Who are you and what do you want? Yi Weiying urged his wolf forward a couple of paces and replied nonchalantly, Go inform your family's head that someone from the Yi family has come to pay a visit. The Yi family? The two guards exchanged glances. Please wait. We will notify them. After a brief moment, one of the guards emerged, gesturing for them to enter. The family head has requested your presence inside. With that, they followed the guard into the Nye household. Yi Weiying remained atop his monstrous wolf until they reached the hall, where he proclaimed loudly in the open space, I am Yi Weiying of the Yi family, sent by my young master to inform the head of the Nye family that in 3 days, my master intends to convene the Qingtian conference at the Juxian building. It is imperative that the head of the Nye family attends. The Qingtian conference? Voices of surprise arose within the hall, followed by the swift emergence of a tall figure clad in white, exuding a subtle yet potent aura that made Yi Weiying furrow his brow slightly. Nye Yuanshan, the current head of the Nye family, was known for his low-profile demeanor and humility, a master of the 6th realm of Qi gathering. In all of Qingtian City, aside from the martial artists of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he ranked second, surpassing Yi Xiangdong by a whole small realm. Behind, Nye Yuanshan trailed several high-ranking members of the Nye family, all of whom regarded Yi Weiying with furrowed brows. Your young master? Are you referring to Yi Lin, the one who robbed the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? The young master of the Yi family? Nye Yuanshan, with his elegant visage and wise demeanor, remarked, It seems the news we received was indeed true. Yi Lin has returned, and it appears that Yi Xiangdong has suffered a defeat. Indeed, no one can surpass my young master. Yi Weiying declared with unabashed bravado. Is that so? What else did your young master say? Nye Yuanshan inquired with keen interest. My young master made it abundantly clear that all family forces must be present, or they shall bear the consequences. After delivering his message, Yi Weiying disregarded the expressions of the assembled leaders and stated, The message has been conveyed. I take my leave. With that, the group departed as swiftly as they arrived, leaving the high-ranking members of the Nye family with furrowed brows and dark expressions. Head, these individuals from the Yi family are far too arrogant, daring to ride into our residence and not even dismount to meet you. Indeed, a mere boy, still wet behind the ears, dares to convene a Qingtian conference, truly overestimating his own importance. Silence. Nye Yuanshan lightly chided. How many times must I remind you not to underestimate anyone? What if he is still wet behind the ears? Who among you possesses the capability to seize the Sihai Trading Company? Furthermore, do you truly believe that someone of your limited understanding can easily deal with Yi Xiangdong? Yet, what has been the outcome? Nye Yuanshan's gaze deepened. The scion of the Yi family is far from ordinary. The weapons he wields undoubtedly surpass our imagination. Otherwise, would he dare to initiate the Qingtian conference single-handedly? Are you suggesting that you intend to attend the Qingtian conference in 3 days? The expressions of the Nye family's upper echelon shifted in unison. Of course, why not witness a grand spectacle? Nye Yuanshan chuckled lightly, his eyes shimmering with unspoken depth, leaving no one able to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, Yi Weiying was traversing through various families in a similar manner. Consequently, the news of Yi Lin's intention to convene the Qingtian conference swept through Qingtian City like a tempest, causing an uproar. The author comments, I apologize for the lack of updates. I will strive to write more whenever time permits. If time is limited, I will endeavor to meet the 3,000 words per chapter. Once this busy period passes, I will resume my writing. Please do not delete the book from your shelves. It is worth keeping. Chapter 39. Reactions from all sides. What? Yi Lin intends to convene the Qingtian conference? On what grounds? The Qingtian conference is held once every 3 years, and during this period, the distribution of interests remains unchanged. Is he attempting to provoke the entire familial powers of Qingtian City? Absolutely not. He is merely an inexperienced youth, thinking that possessing a formidable weapon grants him the liberty to act without restraint. Does he truly dare to oppose the collective strength of all the families in Qingtian City? Weapons are but external forces. To convene the Qingtian conference single-handedly is beyond the capability of even the foremost expert, Zhang Tianjun. What makes him think he can? As news of Yi Lin's intent to convene the Qingtian conference spread, a significant stir arose within Qingtian City. All martial artists engaged in fervent discussions. The most vehement reactions came from the family factions that had previously garnered favorable interest distributions in the last Qingtian conference. They began to collaborate, strategizing to collectively resist and discredit Yi Lin. As for the Nye and Zhang families, 2 of the 3 prominent families, they remained surprisingly silent, with the Nye family subtly adopting a spectator's stance. Yi Lin truly never rests. Within the Sihai Trading Company, Qiu Tianbao and his entourage had just returned, barely settling in before they were informed of this news. Wang Tianshi asserted, given Yi Lin's modus operandi. His convening of the Qingtian conference to redistribute interests is merely a facade. His true aim is to meddle in the affairs of the various families. Indeed, he seeks to exploit them, much like how we at Sihai Trading Company do. A congenital martial artist stood up, unable to contain his indignation. A distinguished expert from Sihai Trading Company is being oppressed in this small town of Qingtian City, and by a mere youth, no less. If this were to leak out, it would be utterly laughable. I suspect he aims to become the supreme ruler of Qingtian City, Qiu Tianbao remarked, his expression one of distress. What shall we do? Are we truly obliged to grant him 30% of the monthly dividends? A fellow innate martial artist expressed his discontent, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Why not summon a powerful member from our clan to directly annihilate the Yi family? Preposterous. Qiu Tianbao retorted angrily. Do you possess a pig's brain? I lack both the talent for cultivation and the awakening of a martial spirit. In the Qiu family, I am merely an ordinary relative. Which formidable clan member would be willing to assist me? Even among you, it is only due to the promises of benefits that you have chosen to follow me. Otherwise, would I still be hiding in a small place like Qingtian City? Wang Tianshi, please inform them to withdraw 30% of last month's dividends from the Sihai Commerce and deliver it to Yi Lin tomorrow. Qiu Tianbao's expression darkened. Otherwise, given his ruthless nature, he might plunder the commerce again. At that point, the headquarters will no longer be able to conceal it, and I will face punishment, losing my qualifications to manage the business. If I lose my standing, you shall no longer enjoy such abundant resources for cultivation each month. Understood. Wang Tianshi replied with a solemn countenance, promptly turning to make arrangements. The conference hall fell into a heavy silence. Useless, truly useless. In the Zhang family's conference hall, a group of high-ranking members wore grim expressions, emanating a chilling aura. Since Zhang Tianjuan's death, they had paid a hefty price to summon the blood butcher assassins. Yet, half a month had passed, and Yi Lin had returned to Qingtian City unscathed and brazenly flaunting his presence. To make matters worse, he had captured Yi Xiangdong and was preparing to convene the Qingtian conference. This was driving them to the brink of madness. Up until now, they had concealed Zhang Tianjuan's death, publicly claiming that the family head was in seclusion, thus keeping the outside world oblivious and maintaining a semblance of peace for the Zhang family. But now that Yi Lin was back, how much longer could they hide the truth about Zhang Tianjuan's demise? Once the death of the family head could no longer be concealed, the enemies the Zhang family had offended over the years would undoubtedly come knocking, especially the various families within the city, despite their fierce resistance and defamation of Yi Lin. Once they learned of Zhang Tianjuan's death, they would undoubtedly rally to support Yi Lin's call to convene the Qingtian conference. They coveted the benefits distributed by the Zhang family. What should we do? Most of the attendees furrowed their brows in concern. Let us not be overly anxious. The blood butcher's rules are well known. Any task accepted will inevitably be completed. No matter how formidable Yi Lin may be, he, too, shall meet his end, scoffed a middle-aged scholar among the higher-ups. That may be true, but we cannot remain idle. The highest-ranking elder of the Zhang family suddenly stood, declaring, "Here's what we shall do for the next 3 days. I will personally reach out to unite the various families against that young scion of the Yi family." "Very well, we appreciate your efforts, elder." Several high-ranking members of the Zhang family responded respectfully. "All right, dispersing is in order." Meanwhile, in the Yi family, Yi Lin had made all necessary arrangements. Paying no heed to how the situation outside would unfold, he informed his kin and retreated into a secret chamber to commence his closed-door cultivation. Yi Lin was acutely aware that in this world, martial arts always reigned supreme. Even with the possession of firearms, without formidable martial prowess, it would be challenging to truly subdue everyone. Thus, he resolved to elevate his martial arts skills as much as possible within the span of 3 days. In the secluded chamber, Yi Lin commenced his cultivation, activating the Buddhist golden body technique. Instantly, streams of golden light erupted from his being. With the might of his technique, he consumed a body-refining pill, allowing the potent medicinal energy to be absorbed and transformed into a surge of strength coursing through his body. Beneath his skin, layers of golden light began to ripple, rendering him as if he were forged from gold, radiating a resplendent, glimmering aura. Gradually, his presence expanded, the golden light intensifying, ultimately enveloping him in a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire chamber in a dazzling golden hue. An immense, solemn, and vast Buddhist power emanated from him, rendering Yi Lin akin to a golden-seated Buddha, impossible to gaze upon directly. As his aura soared, waves of fierce medicinal energy relentlessly battered against the barriers of his realm. Yi Lin's essence visibly surged, propelling him from the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement to the 7th. Following this, he ascended through the mid-phase of the 7th level, then to the late phase, and finally reached perfection. With a resounding boom, he swallowed yet another body-refining pill. The technique within him erupted violently, and layers of golden light surged like ocean waves, expanding endlessly, swelling, and growing. Finally, the 7th level of body refinement was breached, and Yi Lin burst forth in a cascade of golden light. The floor of the chamber trembled with a cracking sound, resembling a spiderweb that spread far and wide. Chapter 40. The Law of Heaven and the Phenomenon of Earth. Despite the explosive sound, Yi Lin remained steadfast and unmoved, akin to a solar black hole, his golden light radiating and consuming all that surrounded him. Soon, a thunderous roar resonated from within, his aura reaching the mid-phase of the 8th level of body refinement. Yet, instead of diminishing, the power within him grew increasingly ferocious, his golden light shining ever more brilliantly. His cultivation advanced from the mid-phase of the 8th level, soaring to the late phase, and ultimately reaching perfection. Finally, upon attaining the 9th level of body refinement, a resounding boom echoed as waves of golden light surged forth from his form. Instantly, the floor and walls of the chamber cracked under the touch of the golden light. Yi Lin stood like a magnificent golden-seated Buddha, radiating unparalleled brilliance. Behind him, a 3-headed, 8-armed figure, bearing demonic flames, manifested, resonating subtly within the golden light. Yi Lin suddenly opened his eyes, the dazzling golden light flashing from his pupils, resembling 2 bolts of golden lightning. In a moment of profound insight, he joined his hands before his chest, forming the fundamental seal of the 3 worlds king, instantly establishing a connection with the figure. As he chanted softly, the central head of the figure became clear, transforming into his current visage. With another thought, the head on the left morphed into his past appearance from Earth. In an instant, Yi Lin experienced a profound realization. The 3 heads of the Dharmakaya of the king of the underworld represented the past, present, and future. Delving deeper into this understanding, a wave of fresh insight surged within him. Suddenly, he shouted, "Merge." With a whoosh, the golden light around him retracted, and the Dharmakaya transformed into a beam of light that integrated with his body. In that fleeting moment, his physique expanded dramatically, emanating a terrifying aura. At that moment, he stood firm upon the ground, the ceiling of the chamber looming above him, flames rising behind him, and golden light swirling in his eyes. Resembling a colossal deity from the celestial realm, majestic, solemn, and impervious to intrusion, Yi Lin's heart raced with excitement as he sensed an overwhelming power coursing through his body. As if he could move mountains and hurl boulders with a mere gesture, he clenched his fist, the sound of air exploding from his palm, and delivered a powerful punch towards the stone door over 2 meters high in the chamber. With a resounding crash, the entire chamber illuminated. The massive stone door had vanished without a trace. Yi Lin quickly looked up, witnessing the door, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, tumbling through the air like a scrap of paper, crashing through the roof and landing in the courtyard. Boom! As the stone door struck the ground, the entire Yi family estate trembled slightly, startling numerous clan members. What had transpired? What was happening? Many clan members directed their gaze towards the source of the sound, rapidly gathering together. My heavens! How could such a large stone have crashed into the courtyard? Who possesses such incredible strength? Wait, that stone seems strangely familiar. Where did it come from? One servant, his face pale, pointed towards the roof not far away. What did you say? It came from the roof? The clan members were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Just then, one clan member suddenly reacted, his expression shifting as he shouted, "This is bad. That direction corresponds to the chamber where our young master is in seclusion." Now I understand why it seemed familiar. Many clan members experienced an epiphany. Yet, it wasn't long before one of them drew a blade with a swift motion, rushing out while shouting, "What are you all dawdling for? The young master may be in danger. How dare anyone threaten the young master?" The clan members' faces turned furious, and they surged towards the chamber in a frenzy. Having punched through the stone door, Yi Lin was slightly taken aback, a sense of astonishment welling up within him. With the power he possessed in this state, it would be a trivial matter to obliterate a tank or tear a car apart with his bare hands. If he were on Earth, he might be hailed as a superhero. This could be considered a form of divine ability that he had comprehended, akin to the Taoist principle of law of heaven and earth, which he decided to name thus. Returning to his senses, a look of delight graced Yi Lin's face. The potency of this divine ability was difficult to define by mere cultivation level, as evidenced by his earlier strike, which far surpassed his cultivation limits. Based on his estimations, once the law of heaven and earth was unleashed, it could likely sweep away warriors of the Qi gathering realm. However, he pondered, how long could this state be sustained? Yilin glanced down and mused aloud. Just as his words fell, his body began to deflate rapidly, like a punctured balloon. A profound wave of weakness suddenly engulfed him, causing his vision to darken, nearly leading him to collapse. Damn, 3 seconds is all I could manage. Yilin hastily leaned against the wall, one hand steadying himself while the other retrieved a body-refining pill to consume, unable to suppress a curse. However, upon reflection, 3 seconds is not an insignificant duration. In a duel of skilled combatants, life and death can be determined in mere moments. In just 3 seconds, he could have decisively eliminated a group of adversaries, especially given his enhanced strength. Where's the young master? Is he safe? Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded outside, as a group of anxious clansmen rushed in. Damn! Yilin's expression stiffened. His clothing was nearly torn to shreds, leaving sensitive areas exposed, an exceedingly awkward situation. How could he allow anyone to see him like this? I'm fine, just wait outside. Yilin barked an order, quickly pulling out a garment from his spatial ring. However, upon donning the attire, he was startled to find that it had shrunk. It seemed that his recent breakthrough had significantly altered his physique. Raising an eyebrow, he noted that he now stood approximately 1.70 meters, a height that would be considered adult stature on Earth. Young master, are you all right? Were you taken hostage? What was that commotion moments ago? Is there someone threatening you inside? The clansmen, their faces filled with anger, assumed that Yilin was preventing them from approaching because he was being held captive. I'm fine. Yilin's voice rang out, and he stepped into view. The clansmen paused momentarily, taken aback by his unscathed appearance, before rushing in with their weapons drawn. However, as they stormed into the chamber, their fury turned to bewilderment upon discovering that there was not a single soul present. Only the alarming cracks marred the ground and walls. The clansmen were instantly thrown into confusion. If there was no one else, then what was the meaning of the stone door to the chamber? Could it be that they could fly? They briefly considered the possibility regarding Yilin, but quickly dismissed it. How could someone at the early stages of body refinement possibly send such a massive stone door flying? Even a martial artist at the Gathering Chi realm would struggle to do so without significant strength. What on earth? You've arrived just in time. Please clean up the chamber. Yilin waved his hand, uninterested in further explanations, and turned to leave the chamber, heading towards the clan's treasury. His newly advanced Buddhist form needed some time to settle. Therefore, the only opportunity for enhancement lay in refining his legal manifestation. The quickest way to achieve this was through the collection of belief power or incense wish power. While belief power is pure, its large-scale collection poses considerable challenges. In contrast, gathering incense wish power is much more feasible. After all, he was a true earthling. Though he may not have eaten pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. The temples and shrines on Earth, which venerate deities and Buddhas, are merely a means of collecting incense wish power, are they not? With these thoughts in mind, Yilin had already devised a plan and swiftly vanished before the crowd. It was at this moment that a clan member belatedly remarked, "Have you all noticed how much taller the young master seems? It appears he has grown." As the crowd reflected on this, expressions of astonishment surfaced. Could it be due to his cultivation? One timidly inquired, "Has anyone noticed if the young master's cultivation has changed as well?" This went unnoticed. Previously, it seemed the young master was at the 6th level of body refinement. How deeply he had concealed his abilities. However, I just observed the young master's cultivation. Came the weak voice. The crowd immediately froze, exclaiming, "Has the young master's cultivation changed? Is he now at the 7th level? Is it early or mid-stage?" "Mid-stage." The faint voice replied. "That's reassuring. It indicates the young master possesses commendable martial talent." The crowd nodded in agreement. "I haven't finished. The young master is at mid-stage of the 9th level of body refinement." "Mid-stage of the 9th level? Well, that's quite impressive. What did you say? 9th level?" The voice suddenly rose, and the clan members, realizing this, nearly bit their tongues in astonishment. How is this possible? The young master has only been in the secret chamber for a mere half an hour. In such a short time, to advance from the 6th level to the 9th level? Do you think this is as easy as drinking water? Indeed, it is utterly impossible. Even those talented disciples from the sects could not achieve such a feat. You must be mistaken. He is not mistaken. I have sensed the young master's cultivation as well. Yes, it is indeed mid-stage of the 9th level. Several clan members stood up amidst the fervent rebuttals. Although their faces bore signs of shock, their tones remained resolutely steadfast. As they spoke, the entire secret chamber fell silent. Half an hour. Advancing directly from the 6th to the 9th level. This rate of cultivation was simply astonishing. Now, regarding Yilin, upon arriving at the Yi family treasury, he had a clear objective and explored every secret chamber until he finally found the appropriate materials, a massive log of fragrant wood. After cleaning the log, He moved it to an open area, and with a flash of his hand, a carving knife materialized. He gently closed his eyes, summoning the image of the three worlds king into his mind, a serene aura emanating and merging with the carving knife in his grasp. He then began to carve the image of the king onto the log. Yi Lin's intention was straightforward, to carve the image and imprint it with his spiritual and meditative essence, allowing the world to sincerely worship and offer devotion. In this manner, he could continuously gather the incense and wish power to refine the image. Chapter 41. The advancement of the image as the carving knife danced. Streams of light emanated from its blade, layers of wood shavings cascading down, infused with deep meditative essence. Soon, a vividly lifelike image of the king emerged. This image featured 3 heads and 8 arms, exhibiting a fierce countenance, each arm holding a sacred artifact. The moment the image was completed, a profound sense of solemnity emanated, majesty, reverence, and grandeur, as if a true Buddha stood before them, penetrating the hearts of all. The final step, consecration. Yi Lin sheathed his blade, his hands forming the fundamental seal of the 3 realms conquering king. Waves of golden Buddhist light emanated from countless pores, coalescing into a tangible golden seal that infused into the Dharma embodiment. In an instant, the golden light of the king's Dharma surged forth, resonating with celestial sounds, faintly revealing illusions of the past, present, and future. As the golden light retracted and the illusions faded, the majestic king's Dharma embodiment suddenly radiated an air of divinity and spirit. With a shift in his consciousness, the Dharma form burst forth in golden brilliance, exuding a profound sense of Zen that seemed capable of cleansing the hearts of men. It is complete. A smile of satisfaction graced Yi Lin's face as he lifted the Dharma embodiment and made his way forward. He intended to place the statue of the king in the front courtyard, allowing clan members and battlefield slaves to offer their sincere worship and observe the effects. Boss. Outside the clan treasury, several members of the Junlin team called out in unison upon seeing Yi Lin emerge. Yes. Go and notify all clan members to gather in the front courtyard. Yi Lin nodded, continuing his stride toward the courtyard. The Junlin members swiftly returned to summon the clan members with urgency. At this moment, the courtyard, once in disarray, had been cleared, with only the surrounding walls remaining unrepaired. Yi Lin paid little heed to these details, positioning the statue of the king in the highest place, aligning it properly. Before long, the clan members had all arrived. They gazed at the peculiar statue of the king, astonished and engaged in fervent discussion. What an odd statue. Why does it have 3 heads and 8 arms? Could it be the legendary extraterrestrial Azura? Nonsense. Extraterrestrial Azuras are all fierce and malevolent. How could they possess such solemnity? Indeed, this is not an extraterrestrial Azura. They do not have 3 heads, nor do they have 3 eyes. But what race does this statue, with 3 heads and 8 arms, wielding weapons and bearing 3 eyes, belong to? Could it be some kind of demon deity? The clan members were highly animated, their discussions relentless. Yi Lin raised his hand, saying, "Enough. Let us cease the speculations. This is not an Azura, nor is it a demon deity incarnate. This is the king, a being akin to a divine entity." Divine entity. The clan members' expressions shifted, becoming serious at once. In the martial soul continent, the term divine had only emerged in ancient times, symbolizing immense power, grandeur, and omnipotence. It represented an exalted existence, a forbidden force. This is the statue of the 3 realms conquering king, possessing unparalleled might, capable of subduing the greed, anger, and ignorance of the past, present, and future. With sincere worship, one shall receive the king's protection, quelling distracting thoughts, and stabilizing one's martial path. Yi Lin spoke earnestly about martial arts, instantly igniting excitement among the clan members. With a calm demeanor, he said, "All right, let us begin our worship. Remember, it must come from the heart." Yes, yes. Sincerity brings the spirit. It must be sincere. The clan members straightened their expressions, revealing pious countenances as they knelt and began their invocations. As they offered their prayers, the clan members soon discovered a sense of tranquility washing over them, bringing peace and stability. Their former worries dissipated, their hearts grew clearer, and even the martial arts that had previously eluded them suddenly felt more accessible, as if a glimmer of enlightenment had emerged, to quell distracting thoughts and stabilize the martial path. I felt it. It is indeed possible. Divine being. This is the power of the divine. I can sense the essence of my martial heart. Wait, I have broken through. The martial realm that has shackled me for years has finally been transcended. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted following the worship of my kin. Among them, a young boy, having just risen from his prayers, was suddenly enveloped in a blinding halo that erupted uncontrollably from his being. He joyfully exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, "Martial soul! Martial soul! Father, I have awakened my martial soul. I am no longer the waste they spoke of. I possess a martial soul now. Ha! Divine being! This is the power of the divine. I beseech your blessings, let my martial path advance further." In that instant, the fervor among my kin intensified. They gazed fervently at the statue of the divine king, kneeling in worship on the ground. Waves of immense and devout willpower coalesced around the divine figure, causing it to radiate with golden light and manifest extraordinary phenomena. This spectacle further solidified the belief among my kin that this was indeed a divine manifestation, and they became even more pious. Behind them, 100 battlefield slaves also knelt in circles around the courtyard, their attitudes fervent and sincere. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, standing beside the statue, felt an overwhelming surge within him. In his mind, a torrent of willpower streamed forth from the divine king's statue, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. Hastily, Yi Lin seated himself on the ground, forming seals with his hands, fully immersing his awareness into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, his sea of consciousness was illuminated by a golden ocean of willpower. His manifestation of the three realms divine king sat upon this golden expanse, hands forming the fundamental seal, instinctively absorbing the omnipresent willpower. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lin's consciousness entered the divine manifestation, and his head within it transformed to reflect his current appearance, beginning to ravenously devour the golden light of willpower. As he consumed the willpower, his manifestation became increasingly solidified. From an ethereal image, it gradually underwent a qualitative transformation. Behind him, flames of light coalesced and surged, perpetually shifting between black and red. The black signified the wrath of the Buddha, while the red represented the legendary fire of karmic retribution. Its growth was nourished by the three karmic obstacles of sentient beings: greed, anger, and ignorance, thus embodying negative power. Boom, boom, boom. The golden ocean roiled as Yi Lin's manifestation suddenly expanded, growing larger. The various artifacts in his hands buzzed and resonated, emitting diverse Buddhist lights. In that instant, his manifestation achieved a true qualitative leap. Suddenly enlightened, Yi Lin's manifestation opened its eyes wide, illuminating the sea of consciousness. Then, with a flourish of his 8 arms, the artifacts vanished, and he began to transition through an array of hand seals: the external binding seal, the internal binding seal, the fiery seal, past, present, future, and so forth, each one unfolding before him. As these seals manifested, the entire sea of consciousness was stirred into tumultuous waves. Those golden Buddhist seals blotted out the sky, radiating boundless light. The fiery seal, ablaze with flames, extinguished all. The external binding seal constrained all tangible forms. Inner bondage seals, subduing all corporeal forms and the trifles of greed, anger, and ignorance within the heart. The author wishes to convey, wishing everyone a joyous double festival. And do not forget to savor the mooncakes. Chapter 42. A feast without merit. The 9 seals manifested like the radiant yang in the vastness of Yi Lin's consciousness, deepening his comprehension of the bright king's visage. As his awareness returned to his body, he fully mastered the 9 seals and could adeptly execute them. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the city of Qingtian intensified dramatically. Under the intentional provocation of certain individuals, most familial powers harbored animosity towards Yi Lin. They openly insulted him as a naive child, overstepping boundaries, daring to oppose the entire familial forces within Qingtian. Among them, the top 10 clans stirred the most tumult. Besides them, there were over 50 other factions within Qingtian, most of whom also expressed discontent towards Yi Lin. Due to their own inadequacies, they relied on the prominent families for sustenance, paying a considerable price for it. Now, with Yi Lin planning to reconvene the Qingtian conference, should any misfortune befall their allied powers, they would find themselves bereft of even the slightest benefits. Of course, amidst these factions, there were several notable powers possessing substantial strength. They had martial artists at the gathering chi stage, wielding influence and the capacity to contend for resource allocation against the leading families. However, it was merely the first day, and they refrained from voicing their opinions. In such a delicate moment, the one who stands out would invariably attract the collective ire of the foremost powers, leading to dire consequences. Yet, by the second day, the atmosphere in Qingtian shifted abruptly. A piece of news inadvertently leaked out. Yi Lin had audaciously requested 30% of the monthly profits from the Sihai Trading Company. Astonishingly, the Sihai Trading Company acquiesced. Witnesses even reported seeing Chou Tianbao leading Wang Tianshi, escorting a sum of money and goods into the Yi residence. This situation immediately incited a stir throughout Qingtian, with discussions erupting everywhere. Had Yi Lin truly coerced the Sihai Trading Company into submission? Just how formidable is he? No wonder he intends to reconvene the Qingtian conference. He genuinely possesses such power. However, what could his intentions be for convening the conference? Does he, like the Sihai Trading Company, aim to reap the familial forces of Qingtian like chives? Many onlookers speculated fervently, eager to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Daoming, the elder of the Zhang family, grew anxious and promptly convened some of the leading familial powers for clandestine discussions. At that moment, within the Zhang family's conference hall, the leaders of several influential factions sat upright, their faces marked by indignation, intently watching Zhang Daoming, awaiting his counsel. Esteemed colleagues, Zhang Daoming, clad in a cloud-patterned brocade robe, his hair meticulously arranged, surveyed the room with a grave expression and furrowed brow. I trust you have all received the news. Yi Lin is a wolf in sheep's clothing, having pressured even the Sihai Trading Company to such an extent. Should he convene the Qingtian conference, do you believe we can safeguard our current interests? Upon hearing Zhang Daoming's remarks, the expressions of those present darkened abruptly. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire rose and clasped his hands, stating, "What Elder Zhang has said is indeed true. This Yi Lin is not only ambitious, but also ruthless and unrestrained. He dares to rob and exploit even the Four Seas merchants. In dealing with his own kin, such as Yi Qinghong and Yi Ying, he resorts to extreme measures, either exterminating them or inflicting gruesome punishments. If he treats his own family with such cruelty, we can only imagine how he would regard us. Thus, his invitation to the banquet is likely a prelude to treachery." This man, the head of the Li family in Qingtian City, Li Yurong, possessed the purple sword martial soul and wielded a remarkably sharp swordsmanship, boasting a cultivation level of the third layer of Qi gathering. As soon as Li Yurong finished speaking, a burly figure clad in black rose with a fierce glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "The words of the Li family head strike at the heart of the matter. Yi Lin is indeed treacherous and domineering, and this convening of the Qingtian conference undoubtedly harbors ill intentions." This imposing figure was none other than Wang Zhanqing, the leader of the Tiger Hall in Qingtian City. Originally a solitary cultivator, he had established the Tiger Hall as a formidable force. Though its history was brief, spanning merely a decade, his strength was formidable, possessing a second-rank beast martial soul and exhibiting exceptional prowess in martial arts, surpassing other practitioners of his level. Also at the third layer of Qi gathering, since we are all united in our enmity, there is no need for further deliberation. With Elder Zhang willing to act as our intermediary, it is clear he stands on our side. Tomorrow, none of us shall attend. And let us see how Yi Lin manages the aftermath. Someone sneered in agreement. Indeed, no matter how tyrannical Yi Lin may be, or how formidable his weapons, what can he do? Can he suppress the Four Seas merchants? Will he dare to act against us simply because we refuse to attend his banquet? A single family may not withstand Yi Lin, but what if we unite? I refuse to believe he truly dares to oppose the entire power structure of Qingtian City. Wang Zhanqing scoffed repeatedly. The family representatives present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Wang Zhanqing's assertions. Qingtian City has its own regulations. Yi Lin may be powerful and domineering, but he cannot act with impunity. Should he truly provoke the entire power structure of Qingtian City, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the provincial authorities above. At that point, Yi Lin would surely be unable to bear the consequences. Zhang Daoming also stood up, declaring solemnly, "In light of this, let us set the agenda for the meeting. We may attend the banquet, if only to observe his true intentions. However, the Qingtian conference must not be allowed to proceed. Indeed, Elder Zhang speaks wisely. We shall confront this Yi Lin tomorrow. Let them attend if they wish. But I shall not participate in this banquet. A mere young lad thinks he can ascend to greatness." Wang Zhanqing snorted disdainfully, clasped his hands, and departed. Likewise, Li Yurong let out a cold laugh and left, sword in hand. Once everyone had departed, several senior members of the Zhang family convened in the council chamber and inquired of Zhang Daoming, "Elder, how did the meeting unfold? What were the reactions of those present?" Zhang Daoming let out a cold snort. What reactions could there possibly be? On the surface, they all appear united against a common foe. Yet each harbors their own ulterior motives. Are we attending the banquet at the Gathering of Talents? Of course we must attend. Our Zhang family is, after all, the foremost power in Qingtian City. To forego the banquet would only diminish our standing. A fleeting shadow of chill crossed Zhang Daoming's face. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that Yi Lin is humiliated in front of everyone. Moreover, the assassins from Blood Butcher are likely to launch a second attack, ideally coinciding with the banquet. allowing all to witness Yi Lin's tragic demise. Author's note: esteemed readers, writing this book has been quite challenging. May I kindly request that you refrain from leaving negative reviews? A low rating could jeopardize recommendations. I will strive to provide updates promptly, and I appreciate your understanding and support. Chapter 43. Toasting with Intent. 3 days later, Yi Lin reserved the entire gathering of talents. On the lowest level of the establishment, a long rectangular table was set, flanked by 20 chairs. Yi Lin occupied the main seat, calmly manipulating a string of prayer beads. Behind him, Yi Weiying stood with her blade, coldly observing the entrance. At a distance stood 30 members of the Junlin faction, all armed and exuding a chilling demeanor. Young master, it has been a quarter of an hour, and not a single family faction has arrived, Yi Weiying remarked icily, gazing at the empty entrance. It seems these factions truly do not recognize their place and fail to regard the young master with due respect. Not a problem. Yi Lin paused in his bead manipulation and replied coolly, let the staff of Gathering of Talents prepare the dishes. Once everything is ready, we shall wait half an hour. Should any arrive within that time, they may be deemed worthy of conversation. If not, they shall find it impossible to navigate this circle henceforth. Understood. Yi Weiying's expression hardened as she turned to call out, Innkeeper, prepare fine wine and exquisite dishes. Right away. The innkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried to the kitchen to instruct the chefs. In Qingtian City, Gathering of Talents was considered a minor power. Although the innkeeper's martial prowess was unimpressive, he was perceptive and resourceful, having witnessed numerous occasions. However, with Yi Lin renting the entire venue, he was quite intimidated and resolved to present only the finest to avoid offending him. After all, as someone in the hospitality business, he was well aware of the information circulating among various patrons. This young man, despite his youth, was a true force to be reckoned with, one that must not be provoked lightly. It was known that his weapon could eliminate innate warriors in an instant. How could he afford to be negligent? Change was imminent in Qingtian City. The innkeeper's face paled as he silently mourned for the various family factions. The rumor of a weapon capable of slaying innate masters had circulated widely in recent days. Regrettably, the various influential families deemed the rumors exaggerated, dismissing them without a second thought, even scoffing at the notion. Hurry up, move swiftly. If anyone dares to show the slightest negligence today, I will have them thrown out immediately. The manager shouted incessantly from the kitchen, orchestrating a rapid pace in the preparation and serving of dishes. In no time, an abundant array of dishes was laid out on the table. At that moment, the influential families began to arrive. Though the first to show up were merely the lesser powers from Qingtian City, their intentions were simple. They wished to avoid offending Yi Lin. Young Master Yi, I have long admired your reputation. At that moment, a youthful figure appeared at the entrance of the dining hall. With a swift glance, he hurried to Yi Lin, his countenance earnest as he spoke. Young Master Yi, our Lu family has been preoccupied with business in the towns below, and my father recently passed away unexpectedly, causing our delay. I hope for your understanding. Oh, Yi Lin scrutinized the young man before him, noting his travel-worn appearance and the hint of sorrow in his eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as he was about to invite him to take a seat, a derisive laugh echoed from the entrance. The Lu family? Huh. Merely a trivial clan expelled from Qingtian City, unworthy of attending today's banquet. The speaker's tone was condescending, brandishing a long sword that exuded a fierce aura. It was none other than Li Yurong, a participant in the Zhang family meeting, wielding the purple sword martial spirit. With that, he offered a casual salute. His demeanor neither warm nor cold, addressing Yi Lin, Young Master Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded to take a seat at the round table. This blatant disrespect caused Yi Weiying's expression to darken, nearly drawing his blade. Yi Lin raised a hand to signal him to remain calm, then turned to the slightly anxious young man and inquired, what is your name? Lu Qingzhou, the youth replied, bowing humbly. Ah, fine name. Please, have a seat. Yi Lin responded with a faint smile. He soon noticed Lu Qingzhou's gaze wandering uncertainly among the seats, uncertain of where he should sit, prompting a chuckle from Yi Lin. You may sit here. As he spoke, Yi Lin pointed to the first seat on the left. Is that appropriate? Lu Qingzhou's face flushed suddenly, his anxiety palpable. I have invited you to sit. You need not worry, Yi Lin replied with a calm smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, Yi Weiying, however, understood fully, from the moment Lu Qingzhou took his seat. One of the 20 influential families in Qingtian City had effectively been sidelined. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Li Yurong's expression darkened noticeably. He had not yet seated himself, but his gaze swept over the room, noting that the first seat on the left was occupied by Lu Qingzhou, although the first seat on the right was vacant. It remained unclaimed as the Nia and Zhang families had yet to arrive, leaving him without the right to occupy it. Thus, he chose a position further back. Seething with suppressed anger, his eyes cold as ice. Soon, the other powers of Qingtian City began to arrive, as if they had synchronized their arrival to coincide perfectly. Nie's family, including Nie Yuanshan, arrived, and as he entered, he greeted Yi Lin with a smile, saying, "Young Master Yi, you truly deserve the reputation of being the young prodigy who toppled Yi Xiangdou. Your extraordinary demeanor and youthful accomplishments inspire confidence that under your leadership, the Yi family will surely reach even greater heights." The head of the Nie family flattered him, to which Yi Lin replied with a subtle smile, acknowledging that such pleasantries are commonplace. "Ah, young Master Yi, you are too modest," Nie Yuanshan chuckled, his gaze briefly lingering on Lu Qingzhou before he took a seat in the first position on the right. "How long has it been?" Yi Lin inquired calmly, glancing at the several empty seats. "Half an hour is about to pass," Yi Weiying responded. Just then, an elderly gentleman entered, dressed in black silk adorned with cloud patterns. He greeted Nie Yuanshan. "I didn't expect the head of the Nie family to arrive so early. It seems my Zhang family is somewhat behind this time." Afterward, he turned his attention to Yi Lin, his gaze flickering. "Young Master Yi, I am Zhang Daoming of the Zhang family. It is an honor to finally meet you." Yi Lin merely acknowledged him with a faint hum, his expression unperturbed. "Please, have a seat." Zhang Daoming's expression darkened as he let out a snort, positioning himself directly behind Lu Qingzhou. Lu Qingzhou, sensing the situation, willingly shifted his position to offer the prime seat to Zhang Daoming. Yi Lin observed this without comment, instead stating, "Your presence here honors me. And it appears that the prominent forces in Qingtian City are nearly all gathered. We may commence the banquet." His tone turned frosty as he added, "Yi Weiying, clear the remaining seats." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, noting that out of 20 seats, 5 or 6 remained unoccupied. "Let us wait a little longer. There may still be others arriving," Zhang Daoming suggested, his voice low. "No need. I personally invited everyone to this banquet, and half an hour is ample time. Since they choose to disregard this courtesy, there is no longer a place for them here." Yi Lin's expression hardened. "Clear them." "Understood," Yi Weiying sneered, striding to the vacant seats, and, before everyone's eyes, shattered the chairs into pieces. "All right, let us begin." At this moment, Yi Lin finally displayed a hint of a smile, raising his cup as he addressed the attendees. "In my lifetime, this is the first occasion I, Yi Lin, have had the pleasure of meeting all of you esteemed elders in such a setting. Allow me to toast to everyone. Young Master Yi, one must possess the strength to reciprocate a toast. Only then can you truly honor the gathering." Li Yurong's eyes darkened, and the suppressed fury within him erupted as he slammed his palm on the table, sending the cup flying toward Yi Lin. As the cup approached, a surge of energy erupted from it, enveloping the wine and charging toward Yi Lin like a piercing blade. "Is that so?" Yi Lin's countenance remained composed as he extended a finger, golden light radiating forth to instantly dismantle the energy surrounding the wine. The liquid was then ensnared by an invisible force and, without spilling a drop, returned to the cup, effortlessly held in Yi Lin's hand. "It seems I am indeed qualified. Therefore, I shall dedicate this toast to you, Headley." As the words fell, a cold smile appeared on Yi Lin's face. He formed a hand seal and struck the wine cup, causing a flash of golden light. The cup soared towards Li Yurong's face. Sensing the force behind the cup, a flicker of disdain crossed Li Yurong's eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, a surge of true energy flowed forth, effortlessly catching the cup. "Humph, young Master Yi is still brimming with youthful arrogance. I shall reluctantly drink this," he said, revealing his contempt as he lifted the cup to his lips. However, in that fleeting moment, a searing red light suddenly erupted from the bottom of the cup, causing the liquid within to boil violently. "Ah!" Li Yurong felt as if the cup had transformed into a searing iron, burning him. He let out a startled cry and hurled the cup to the ground, where it immediately released a cloud of scalding steam. A look of fear crossed Li Yurong's face as he struggled to comprehend why a perfectly ordinary cup of wine had turned so unbearably hot. Fortunately, his cultivation was not weak, and his reflexes were sharp. He discarded the cup just in time. Otherwise, that boiling wine would have felt like swallowing blades, leaving him severely injured. "It's you." After the initial shock, realization dawned on him, and he looked up at Yi Lin with a face full of suspicion. A cup of wine could not boil spontaneously. It had undoubtedly been tampered with. The only ones who had touched the cup were himself and Yi Lin. The answer was evident. The onlookers were also stunned by the spectacle before them. To transform a cup of wine, once released from hand, into a boiling state. What sorcery was this? Regardless of the method, achieving such a feat required a formidable fire-attributed cultivation technique, alongside the mastery of true energy capable of reaching the temperature of flames. Yet, When had the Yi family possessed such a powerful fire technique? Moreover, Yi Lin's cultivation was only at the 9th level of body refinement. So how had he accomplished this? The crowd was left bewildered, their minds racing with shock. Patriarchally, at that moment, Yi Lin's expression turned icy, and he spoke darkly. As a junior, I show you respect as a senior, yet you pour the wine on the ground. What does that imply? Do you look down upon me, Yi Lin? Or do you wish to refuse my toast, and instead seek punishment? Yi Lin's demeanor suddenly turned severe. Young Master Yi, are you going too far? Zhang Daoming's face reflected uncertainty, his tone laced with an ominous undertone. We are all members of Qingtian City. Why must your words be so harsh? I do not require others to dictate my actions. Yi Lin's expression remained indifferent as he raised his cup and drank deeply. Such a perfect opportunity to turn the tables could not be squandered. Youth of the Yi family, you are rather audacious. Do you truly believe I, Li Yurong, fear you? Humiliated by being admonished in front of so many, Li Yurong slammed his hand on the table, rising from his seat to unsheath his sword. He pointed the blade at Yi Lin, exclaiming, Do not think I cannot see through your intentions. You merely seek to provoke us, ostensibly inviting us to a banquet. Yet you intend to draw blood. Let me make this clear. There is no way we will consent to your convening of the Qingtian Conference. Have you finished? Yi Lin inquired with an icy demeanor. Humph. Li Yurong's gaze turned icy as he retorted. So what if you finish speaking? You might as well go die. Before Li Yurong could utter another word, Yi Lin moved with astonishing speed, appearing directly before him in an instant. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a dazzling golden light. The onlookers were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yi Lin's sudden assault. Even Li Yurong failed to comprehend that Yi Lin would dare to strike him in front of so many witnesses. By the time he registered the situation, Yi Lin's fist, radiating resplendent golden light, was already upon him. Arrogance! How dare you, a mere practitioner of body refining, presume to challenge me? A cultivator in the gathering Qi realm. Li Yurong's face contorted with rage as he twisted his arm, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged upward, aiming to sever Yi Lin's arm. However, Yi Lin's fist descended like a thunderbolt, the cascading golden light erupting forth, shattering the sword energy with overwhelming force, breaking the sword in half, and delivering a devastating blow to Li Yurong's chest. The spectators could distinctly hear the ominous cracking of bones emanating from Li Yurong's chest, which caved in significantly, blood seeping through his garments. Li Yurong's mouth opened in disbelief, his eyes rapidly losing their luster before he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Even in death, he could not fathom how Yi Lin, an insignificant practitioner of body refining, could deliver such a lethal blow. As that terrifying punch landed, the crowd instinctively held their breath, only reacting once Li Yurong fell, their faces etched with astonishment. It was essential to note that Li Yurong was no weakling. He was a legitimate warrior of the gathering Qi Third Heaven, possessing a formidable purple sword martial spirit. In terms of strength, aside from the 3 prominent families, he was among the elite in Qingtian City. Yet, this formidable figure could not withstand a single strike from Yi Lin, resulting in his untimely demise. This revelation sent chills down the spines of many family heads present. Remove this fool's body, and do not disturb our revelry, Yi Lin commanded coolly, and immediately 2 burly men efficiently carried the corpse away. Subsequently, Yi Lin extended his hand, and his attendant, Yi Weiying, promptly presented him with a clean towel. As he wiped the blood from his hands, he returned to his seat and declared, Now, I shall convene the Qingtian Conference. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Upon hearing this, most family leaders turned their gaze towards Nie Yuanshan, who wore a smile, yet remained fixated on his wine glass, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zhang Daoming's face grew increasingly perplexed, his expression darkening ominously. I shall ask once more. I intend to convene the Qingtian Conference. Who among you agrees? Who disagrees? Yi Lin's demeanor remained placid as he filled his glass. What? Is everyone mute? At that moment, Lu Qingzhou, visibly anxious, stood up and nervously spoke. I agree. Excellent. Take your seat, Yi Lin replied with a smile. Then scanned the room again, his tone turning frosty. What of the others? Have you all lost your voices? I shall ask one final time. Do you agree to the Qingtian Conference or not? Young Master Yi, what significance does this action hold? Less than a year has passed since the Qingtian Conference, and if it were to be convened again, would not the sacrifices made by many to secure their interests be rendered futile? Who shall bear the losses incurred? A patriarch of a family, his expression dark, remarked. One should not be overly domineering or aggressive. There is always a higher mountain. Do you not understand? Before he could finish, Yi Lin swiftly drew his Desert Eagle and fired a single shot that struck true at his forehead. With a dull thud, the patriarch slumped helplessly against the back of his chair, a crimson hole appearing at his brow, blood oozing forth as his eyes widened in a final gaze of disbelief. I ask only whether you agree. Why this lengthy discourse? Do you not realize my time is precious? Yilin stated coldly. Drag him out. Yes. Two armed men approached expressionlessly and removed the body. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence, only to be shattered by an uproar as several family leaders shot to their feet, voices raised in outrage. Yilin, you have become utterly arrogant. Do you not regard us at all? I assure you, I oppose the reconvening of the Qingtian Conference, and neither will those present. Indeed, Amir Jr., armed with some weaponry, believes he can act with impunity? Dream on. Bang. Another shot rang out, abruptly silencing their cries. A barrage of gunfire followed, claiming the lives of two family leaders on the spot. The remaining two, forewarned, swiftly evaded and shouted in fury, "You insolent wretch! What skill is it to rely on hidden weapons? Set down your arms, and let us engage in a true contest." With that, both launched themselves at Yilin, exuding formidable energy. Very well. If you wish for me to relinquish my weapon, I shall oblige, so that all may witness, even without arms. I can still dispatch you as easily as one would a chicken. With a thunderous roar, Yilin surged, towering in stature, radiating a blinding golden light. He advanced as if a celestial being, causing the very earth to tremble, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those present. Then, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, he extended his hands, seizing the two assailants as one would a chick. Crack! With a slight exertion of strength, the two once defiant family leaders were crushed, their bodies flung aside like mere refuse, utterly defeated. The entire sequence, from Yilin's rise in size to the explosive demise of the two men, transpired in mere moments, taking less than a second. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the two had lunged at Yilin, only for him to expand and ensnare them in an instant, obliterating them with unrelenting ferocity. That fleeting image was one of sheer brutality and sanguinary spectacle, evoking a primal exhilaration, a surge of adrenaline, and a profound sense of awe and reverence within the hearts of all witnesses. The author has something to express. It is time for the debut, and I humbly request everyone to bestow a 5-star review, to instill hope. Thank you. Chapter 45. Dominance now. Who agrees? Who dares to disagree? Yilin's domineering voice echoed. Within the dining hall, not a soul dared to utter a word of rebuttal. All fell silent like frozen cicadas. Zhang Daoming refrained. Nie Yuanshan, who had come merely to watch the spectacle, also held his tongue. For, aside from Yilin's formidable weapons, the mere glimpse of his astounding power was sufficient to subdue everyone present. Very well, since no one speaks, I shall assume you all consent. Yilin surveyed the room, his tone brooking no opposition. From this day forth, Qingtian City shall be governed by me, Yilin. Any family forces absent today will have their businesses confiscated, and the spoils will be shared among those present. The crowd could not suppress their delight. However, Nie Yuanshan soon shook his head, saying, Young master, ye speaks lightly, but I fear they will not willingly relinquish their holdings. Shall we resort to slaughtering them all? Are we to keep them for the new year? Yilin retorted, a menacing aura causing the faces of many to pale. A shadow flickered in Zhang Daoming's eyes. Yilin's overwhelming presence had thoroughly subdued everyone, a scenario he had not anticipated. Young master Yi, may I inquire how you intend to allocate the benefits of Qingtian City during the Qingtian Conference? Zhang Daoming queried, his gaze shifting. Patience, first allow me to outline my plan. Yilin replied nonchalantly. Qingtian City, while not insignificant, is also not trivial. Backed by the Wanshou mountain range and endowed with ample resources. Yet, the commerce within the city appears utterly chaotic. Each of you operates independently, and the same item under your guardianship bears varying prices. In such a disorderly pricing environment, your profits are siphoned off by transient merchants, eventually leading to internal strife and even conflicts over profits. If I am not mistaken, many of you engage in open and covert struggles, vying with one another. Do you not? Underhanded tactics are commonplace, are they not? The expressions of the crowd shifted, clearly struck by Yilin's incisive observations. Even Nie Yuanshan's countenance subtly altered. Such matters were unspoken, yet mutually acknowledged, as they all sought survival and personal strength. When opportunities and benefits arose, it was not uncommon for them to resort to ruthless measures in the shadows. However, to have such matters laid bare in the open felt like exposing their secrets, leaving them all somewhat uncomfortable. Yilin cast a glance at the assembly and continued, the reason for your current predicament lies in your independent pursuits, your secretive attempts to gain advantage, and the utter lack of order. The purpose of convening the Qingtian Conference is to establish a framework, one that everyone must adhere to, allowing for collaborative success. Collaborative success? The crowd visibly perked up, their eyes fixed on Yi Lin in eager anticipation. Yi Lin, not one to withhold, elucidated. What I refer to as collaboration involves a complete restructuring of your interests. Unlike the past, where one's responsibility extended over vast territories and enterprises, I propose that specific factions be designated to exclusively oversee particular businesses. For instance, the head of the Nie family. Your enterprises are in disarray, dabbling in various trades such as weapon forging, alchemy, medicinal herbs, and mining, leading to exorbitant costs and meager returns. In my view, the Nie family should either focus solely on the operation of medicinal herbs or specialize exclusively in alchemy. Other families, like the Liu family dedicated to mining, the Gu family to cuisine, and the sword and blade sect to cargo transport, each manage a distinct aspect of business. This arrangement not only mitigates conflicts, but also facilitates monopolization. Together, we could form a structured collective that allows us to lower purchase prices and elevate selling prices in the external market. Anyone wishing to conduct business in Xintian City must adhere to our regulations, thereby ensuring a substantial increase in profits for all. Upon hearing this, the attendees were visibly enlivened. If such a strategy could indeed be implemented, it would significantly reduce disputes among them, sparing them from the perils of greed-driven conflicts that could lead to bloodshed and enmity. Both internally and externally, the advantages would be immense. Furthermore, each family would no longer need to fixate on their immediate interests but could instead gaze upon the entirety of Xintian City, each commanding their respective domain. Such an approach would undoubtedly multiply their profits manifold. In that moment, all present were engulfed in dreams of prosperity. Yet, only Zhang Daoming's countenance darkened, and he spoke up. Young Master Yi, while your proposed method is commendable and its benefits are evident, I must inquire what you seek to gain from us through such considerable efforts. His words jolted the others from their reverie. The heads of the families grew solemn, their gazes shifting towards Yi Lin. There is no such thing as a free lunch. While Yi Lin's idea may benefit everyone, what ulterior motives might lie behind it? Yi Lin glanced at Zhang Daoming and replied slowly, what I seek is quite simple, merely a share of the profits. By investing my efforts to establish order and ensuring your revenues double, it is only natural that I would partake in the benefits as well. I do not ask for much. A mere 20% of each family's monthly profits would suffice. At this declaration, the room erupted in astonishment, as if confronted by a specter. To demand such a share of their profits outright, and to establish this as the ongoing model, felt like exploitation to them. Who could endure such a proposition? Who would willingly be treated like mere chaff? Zhang Daoming scoffed coldly, rising to his feet to confront Yi Lin. Young Master Yi, to demand 2/10 of our profits based solely on your devised method is rather excessive, is it not? My own proposal was also to benefit myself, after all. The more you earn, the more I stand to gain. Yi Lin, swirling his wine goblet, replied nonchalantly, as for why I believe I deserve your 20%. It is simple. I possess the capability to enforce this order. If you can establish such a system and command obedience, then you may claim it as well. The question remains, do you possess such ability? Are you worthy? As he uttered those final 3 words, an unmistakable chill of menace radiated from Yi Lin, enveloping the room. What? Was my earlier display of strength insufficient? Did I fail to instill fear? For those who find my terms excessive, you are free to leave at once. Yi Lin coldly remarked, without you, there are plenty of other forces in Xintian City willing to rise. At the very least, I can support a few factions myself. Remember, to gain, one must give. I offer you avenues for profit and opportunities to amass wealth. You can either humbly bow your head and seize the chance, or take your pride and leave Xintian City. Bang! Zhang Daoming suddenly slammed the table, his face darkening with rage. Yi Lin, you are being excessively domineering. What do you take us for? You desire 20% of my Zhang family's business? Let me tell you, your calculations are flawed. Yi Lin's expression remained icy. You are mistaken. The 20% I seek pertains to other families, not yours. What I want from the Zhang family is everything. Chapter 46. Division of Business. Hearing these words, Zhang Daoming's face flushed crimson. He turned to the others present and shouted, did you all hear that? This man is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. He views us merely as tools for profit, and once he no longer needs us, he will consume us whole. Do you wish to be harvested so willingly? Will you not rise in defiance? Zhang Daoming fervently incited the crowd. However, the response was tepid. Everyone seemed indifferent, gazing away as if the matter did not concern them. Observing their reaction, Zhang Daoming's heart sank. Ultimately, the word interest held the greatest weight. The absence of the Zhang family would result in a significant loss of competition. Those present were not fools. Yi Lin not only surpassed them in strength, but also commanded a formidable armed force, making his ascent inevitable. To stand up against him now would be akin to presenting oneself as a target. Faced with the choice of becoming a target for annihilation or enjoying an easier path to wealth, who would hesitate? Yi Lin was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction and remarked coolly, "Do not think my treatment of the Zhang family is reckless and unreasonable. There is a saying, today's consequence stems from yesterday's cause. When I departed from the Sea High Commerce, Zhang Tianjun once attempted to strike at me, threatening my sister. Thus, we have reached this point. I abide by a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I will annihilate their entire clan." With that, Yi Lin abruptly set down his wine cup and coldly commanded, "Take him out and execute him." Yes. Two members of Junlin narrowed their eyes and approached with weapons drawn. Zhang Daoming's expression shifted dramatically as he swept his hand across the table, sending wine cups hurtling towards Yi Lin with fierce energy. Simultaneously, he leaped onto a chair, soaring like a great eagle, and dashed toward the exit, evading the two Junlin members. Humph! Yi Lin let out a faint cold snort, his right hand forming a seal. The wine cup seemed to collide with an unseen barrier, freezing midair, visibly decaying into a pile of ashes. This was the result of the past 3 days, during which Yi Lin had refined his Dharma manifestations with the power of will. Not only could he unleash the past seal, but he had also mastered all 9 hand seals of the King of 3 Realms. Including his previous method of boiling liquor, it is also one of the 9 seals. The seal of fiery destruction. Yi Lin, you have slain the head of the Zhang family. This enmity is irreconcilable. Await the bloodthirsty to come for your life. Zhang Daoming, on the verge of bursting through the door, could not help but emit a venomous roar. Yi Lin cast a fleeting glance, disinterested in further dialogue. 4 two-armed members of Junlin had already turned to aim at Zhang Daoming. They wielded the family's latest crafted 6-barreled, shoulder-mounted Gatling guns. Under such heavy firepower, not just a mere Zhang Daoming, but even 100 of him would find no escape. The sound of gunfire echoed as the 2 Gatlings unleashed a torrent of bullets, forming a relentless line of destruction. Zhang Daoming, barely crossing the threshold, was instantly shredded as bullets tore through him. With a thud, the grotesquely mangled halves of his body fell to the ground, emitting faint wisps of smoke, rendering the scene grim, bloody, and violent. A chilling, invisible aura enveloped the dining hall, causing those present to collectively gasp in horror, a tremor of fear surging within their hearts. Their gazes shifted from the lifeless body on the floor to the 2 members of Junlin, and then slowly to every armed member present. The sight of their menacing steel weaponry deepened their dread and shock. At this moment, the leaders of various factions finally comprehended the terrifying magnitude of Yi Lin's power. They even considered that Yi Lin's demand for a mere 20% of their profits stemmed from his disinterest in managing those businesses. With the strength he had displayed, he could seize the entirety of Qingtian City at will. They were the truly dispensable ones. As this thought arose, the assembled individuals were left to ponder whether to feel fortunate or mournful. In any case, at this moment, no one dared entertain even the slightest impure thought. Yi Weiying, take a few people and raid the Zhang residence, Yi Lin said, casting a cursory glance at the crowd. Understood. Yi Weiying turned and led several Junlin members away. As Yi Weiying departed, Yi Lin filled his cup and raised it, speaking nonchalantly, "This cup of wine is dedicated to all of you. Drink it, and our collaboration begins. As for whether to drink or not, you may choose at your discretion." The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. They were incredulous. At such a juncture, how could one hesitate? They should hasten to drink. "Young master, Yi speaks plainly. I shall drink this cup." A leader from the southern families immediately stood, laughing heartily, and downed the contents in one gulp. "Indeed, with young master Yi leading us in our endeavors, I believe Qingtian City will surely prosper. This cup should be our toast to you, young master." "To young master Yi. To young master Yi." Others also rose, their words imbued with respect laced with flattery. Yi Lin smiled, standing to raise his cup. "In that case, let us toast to dissolve our enmities. Let us drink. Cheers. Cheers." All raised their cups and drank deeply. With the wine consumed, Yi Lin raised his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats, a serious expression gracing his face. "Now that we have partaken in the drink, we are united as one. Therefore, I expect all of you to adhere strictly to the established order to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." As he spoke, Yi Lin produced a booklet and tossed it onto the table. This booklet contains a compilation of business opportunities one have assessed within Qingtian City. Please circulate it among yourselves. Once these businesses are allocated to a particular entity, that entity will monopolize the venture. As for the rest of you, manage your affairs and those under your charge. Remember, do not reach for what is not yours. Should I discover anyone attempting to disrupt the order, I will not hesitate to take action." A chill swept over the assembly, and they nodded in agreement. Previously, they had acted with impunity. But now that Yi Lin had established order, they would have to comply. From this moment forth, Yilin's rules would be the rules of Qingtian City, a realization that settled firmly among them. Observing their reactions, Yilin continued, "Now, I will outline the businesses that may be monopolized. First, I will address my own interests. All mining resources, refining, and weapon crafting within Qingtian City will be under my purview. Naturally, as weapons are a warrior's second life, the profits in this sector are substantial, and I cannot claim them all for myself. Therefore, I intend to delegate the sale and repair of these weapons to the Liu family." A shift in expression swept across the room. While it was expected that Yilin would retain control over weapon crafting, the decision to assign the sale and repair to the relatively weaker Liu family raised eyebrows. The author has something to say. I kindly request a 5-star review to fuel my motivation for writing. The initial performance has been rather disappointing. In the realm of martial souls, the lifespan of weapons is notably short, as warriors engage in battle nearly every day. Consequently, weapons deteriorate quickly, necessitating frequent repairs and replacements. This creates a significant profit margin in the sale and maintenance of arms. It bewildered the assembled family heads that Yilin would entrust such a lucrative market to the Liu family, the weakest among them. Young Master Yi, is it perhaps a bit hasty to assign such a vast market and profit potential to the Liu family, given their limited strength? One family head pondered aloud, rising to express his concern. After all, in comparison to the rest of us, the Liu family's capabilities are somewhat lacking. Their only Qi-gathering realm warrior has passed, and they may struggle to manage such a substantial market. What? Do you have objections to my allocation? Yilin raised an eyebrow. And no, of course not. Merely a thought. Just a thought, the family head stammered, feeling a rush of anxiety under Yilin's piercing gaze, silently reprimanding himself for being overly inquisitive. However, Nie Yuanshan furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Young Master Yi, I have a few words to express. We have now become a cohesive unit, and naturally, all developments must progress positively. The Liu family's monopolization of this business does indeed contain elements of injustice. Firstly, the Liu family lacks sufficient strength. Managing such a vast enterprise is beyond their capabilities. Secondly, their business has long since been transferred below the city, where consumer power is undoubtedly inferior to that within the city. Moreover, as for martial artists, they are accustomed to treading dangerous paths and are capable of undertaking any venture. They may refrain from acting recklessly within the city, but that restraint does not necessarily extend to the outskirts. In other words, even if the Liu family has your support, young master, it is uncertain whether the martial artists outside are aware of your reputation or would extend you any face. Should any incident occur below, regardless of our shared interests, we may find ourselves lacking the time to intervene effectively. I understand your general sentiments, and this is commendable, as it indicates that everyone has begun to consider the collective interest. Yilin responded. However, in this regard, your perspective is somewhat myopic. I have entrusted the later stages of the weaponry market to the Liu family precisely because I value the channels available below the city. The prosperity of the city is undeniable, and its consumer capacity is robust. However, Qingzhou Prefecture is not limited to just one Qingtian city, and martial artists do not congregate in a single location. They spend much of their time circulating outside, beneath the city. Furthermore, weaponry is not akin to medicinal pills. While one can stockpile pills, have you ever seen anyone traversing the world with several swords and blades in hand? For instance, when you are out in the field, should your weapon require repair or replacement, would you travel all the way back to the city if there are options available below? A moment of silence enveloped the group, as they had never considered this aspect. Yilin continued, the time of martial artists is invaluable, and they naturally wish to avoid inconvenience. They would rather spend more money below than waste time traveling or queuing for new weapons. As for your concerns regarding the Liu family's insufficient strength, there is no need for apprehension. Since I have established this order, I shall ensure that your interests remain protected. In essence, the 20% of your profits that I will take is merely a form of protection fee. Now, let us proceed to the next allocation, which concerns medicinal pills. At the mention of medicinal pills, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Throughout the martial soul continent, nothing is more sought after and profitable than the business of medicinal pills. The vast profits associated with this trade are undeniably enticing. It is the true consumable of great magnitude. At this moment, the breaths of those present became slightly heavier. Everyone understood that Yilin had monopolized the lucrative weaponry sector, and thus, the medicinal pills would inevitably be distributed as well. Do not be overly eager. Medicinal pills differ from weapons. To safeguard everyone's interests, I have redefined several domains for the medicinal pill trade. The first domain pertains to raw medicinal materials. The Shi family is quite familiar with this sector, so I shall assign it to them for monopolization. Thank you, young master. I, Shi Gongying, Will certainly manage it diligently and ensure I do not disappoint you." Upon hearing such a significant domain assigned to himself, Shigong stood up, brimming with excitement. This is no longer a trivial matter. It has escalated into a monopoly. The entire Qingtian city, along with all the herbal businesses under its governance, now falls under his administration. He is fully aware of the significant profits this entails. If managed effectively, even after yielding 20% to Yilin, the returns could surpass their previous earnings by several magnitudes. It seems that Yilin is a pillar of support that must be tightly embraced moving forward. "All right, take a seat," Yilin gestured, then continued. "The second domain pertains to finished elixirs." Finished elixirs. A collective breath was held, signaling that the crux of the matter had arrived. This segment shall be entrusted to the Nie family, currently the most formidable force. Naturally, the profits from finished elixirs are substantial and diverse. If the entire Qingtian city were handed over to the Nie family, even their considerable strength would be stretched thin. Thus, I have delineated several categories. Cultivation elixirs, such as body refinement pills and qi gathering pills, will belong to the Nie family. As for high-grade healing elixirs, they too shall be under the Nie family's purview. Meanwhile, common healing powders will remain under the jurisdiction of the Lu family. "I have no objections," Nie Yuanshan nodded, his attention momentarily drawn to Lu Qingzhou. The Lu family, the weakest among them, unexpectedly received such favorable treatment. With Yilin's support, the Lu family is likely to rise prominently in the future. Of course, none of them were at a loss. Yilin's allocations were exceedingly fair. Were the vast elixir market to be entirely assigned to the Nie family, even the head of the clan would be overwhelmed, leaving no time for cultivation. Ultimately, strength is paramount. Otherwise, scenes like today would never manifest. Nie Yuanshan held a deep admiration for Yilin. At such a young age, his cunning and tactics surpassed anyone he had ever encountered, effortlessly commanding the situation. Presently, Yilin had already turned the tides, and soon, it seemed, there would be a deluge, one tinged with blood. With a sigh, Nie Yuanshan felt the weight of his own age. Before long, amidst his reflections, the Qingtian conference drew to a close. Yilin spoke with a calm demeanor. "All business has been allocated. I must reiterate, do not overreach. Otherwise, the Zhang family will be the next to face consequences. Furthermore, from this moment on, we are united as one. Mutual support is essential. As for business dealings and obstacles within the city, you shall negotiate amongst yourselves. Within 3 days, I expect to see Qingtian city transformed, orderly, and revitalized." Understood. The crowd's expressions hardened, a palpable aura of determination emanating from them. Chapter 48. The skies over Qingtian city have changed. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. Yilin sipped his tea and spoke nonchalantly. "Master Yi, simply await our good news." Shigong smiled obsequiously as he rose to depart. The leaders of the various families stood to take their leave, their faces betraying intense resolve. It was foreseeable that in the coming 3 days, Qingtian city would witness a significant upheaval. Once everyone had left, a member of the Junlin faction could not restrain himself from asking, "Young master, shall we truly refrain from intervening? Why should we intervene?" Yilin raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You must always remember that we are the architects of the new order in Qingtian city. Matters of violence and vengeance are best left to others. Even if a few unfortunate souls, or those with some influence, seek retribution, they will inevitably turn to these families first, granting us ample time to prepare. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed shopkeeper?" He took a delicate sip from his teacup, his gaze unwavering. The expressions of the Junlin members turned icy, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they turned away, sensing an eavesdropper. The shopkeeper of Jushin Tower, hidden behind the kitchen curtain, trembled at the palpable aura of danger and awkwardly emerged, stammering, "Young Master Yi, what were you speaking of? I didn't quite catch that." Yilin set down his cup with a faint smile, saying, "You've been standing behind that curtain for some time now, haven't you? How about a breather? You've worked hard today. Let me pour you a cup of tea." "Yes." A Junlin member approached, rifle in hand, a sinister smile adorning his face. "Oh dear, I wouldn't dare." The shopkeeper, frightened, dropped to his knees, pleading, "Young Master Yi, spare me. I didn't intend to overhear. Rest assured, I shall say nothing, nothing at all." "I heard nothing." Realizing the gravity of the situation and recalling Yilin's ruthless reputation, he began to tremble uncontrollably. "And what of this meal?" Yilin elongated his tone. The shopkeeper, startled, waved his hands in a panic. "No charge, no charge. It's complimentary, truly." He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. "Huh." Yilin chuckled, rising to his feet and stepping beside him, patting his shoulder. "Shopkeeper Song, you are quite the astute individual. I trust you know what is appropriate to say and what is best left unsaid." Indeed, I understand. Young Master Yi, rest assured, the shopkeeper nodded vigorously, regretting his curiosity that led him to eavesdrop, realizing now how perilous that choice was. Rest easy, I have complete confidence in you. Yi Lin replied with a faint smile. Addressing his comrades, we all seek to make a living. Let us not make things difficult for shopkeeper Song. Settle the bill. Understood. A Junlin member approached to handle the payment. As Yi Lin reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, and do be generous. Please have shopkeeper Song clean up the blood, it's rather gruesome." Whether this statement was genuine or a veiled threat remained ambiguous, leaving the shopkeeper trembling as he calculated the bill. It was only after Yi Lin and his entourage departed that the shopkeeper exhaled a sigh of relief, his legs feeling weak as he sat down. "Bring me some help." He summoned several workers from the tavern, wiping his cold sweat, cleaned the floor thoroughly, dispose of the bodies, and from now on, whenever the Yi family dines here, offer them a 70% discount and serve them like lords. He now understood why Yi Lin, at such a young age, wielded such formidable power. This young man was no ordinary individual. He was a prodigy. If possible, he hoped never to cross paths with him again, too cunning for his own good. Zhang family. Yi Weiying arrived with 7 Junlin members, riding on demon wolves. The intense aura of murderous intent immediately heightened the vigilance of the gatekeeper. Halt! This is the Zhang residence. Before he could finish speaking, a member of Junlin had already raised his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, and amidst the eruption of flames, 2 guards were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Yi Weiying, poised to voice his thoughts, found his words abruptly stifled. A member of Junlin glanced at the speechless Yi Weiying and coldly remarked, "Guardian Yi, the young master has sent us to ransack this place. There is no need to waste breath on the dead." These slaves had been saved by Yi Lin, who had also instilled in them a sense of dignity and rebirth. In their hearts, the young master embodied their very will to survive. His commands outweighed all else. "Let us proceed." Yi Weiying said nothing, yet his heart brimmed with emotions. The young master had likely been deified in the minds of these individuals. With impassive expressions, 8 riders mounted on demon wolves surged into the Zhang family estate. The earlier gunfire had already alerted the Zhang clan, whose members rushed out, their faces etched with anger. The Yi family is truly shameless. While feasting with the elders, they seized the opportunity to strike at our Zhang family. How despicable! They believe their family to be as malleable as clay. Today, I shall ensure you cannot leave. Fire! The Zhang family roared in unison as they unleashed their archery spirits. However, the moment they moved, the Junlin members had already leveled their Gatling guns, unleashing a hail of bullets. In a single round, all were rendered into mere sieves. The estate was awash in blood, smoke wafting through the air, while servants shrieked in terror, cowering against the walls. Those who wished to survive, stepped forward. Prepare the carriages and load all the gold, silver, wealth, weapons, and elixirs from within the estate. The Junlin members demanded, firing 2 shots into the air with their pistols. The servants were undoubtedly more familiar with the estate's layout, making them the ideal choice for the task at hand. Yi Weiying nodded subtly. It seemed the subordinates crafted by the young master possessed more intellect than loyalty. With the servants leading the ransacking, the process was executed with remarkable speed. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, the entire Zhang estate had been stripped bare. The materials for forging, finished elixirs, and medicinal herbs filled 2 large carriages to the brim. The wealth of gold and silver was so overwhelming it dazzled the eye. Yet, the Junlin members remained unfazed by the gleaming treasures, diligently escorting them back to the Yi family. "Master, it's terrible. A calamity has struck." A flustered wandering martial artist burst into the headquarters of the Tiger Hall, situated 2 streets away from the Zhang estate. What a disarray. Is the sky collapsing? A burly man clad in black, with a fierce demeanor, emerged. The wandering martial artist, pale as a ghost, gasped, "The Zhang family has been annihilated. All clan members have been slain, and their home ransacked. Zhang Daoming is dead. Furthermore, Li Yulong, the head of the Li family, who attended the banquet and insulted Yi Lin, was also killed on the spot. Many heads of families attending the banquet have reached a unanimous decision under the leadership of the young master of the Yi family. The skies over Qingtian City have shifted." "What did you say?" Wang Zhanqing's expression turned pale with shock, his thoughts racing, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions. Before he resolutely declared, "Inform the brothers to quickly pack their belongings and leave Qingtian City." Having risen from a mere loose cultivator to such formidable power, he is no fool. He understands that his arrogance has led him to a dead end. If he does not depart now, he may find escape impossible later. "Where is the leader Wang planning to go?" A clear voice rang out as Nie Yuanshan entered with a genial smile, followed by the elite members of his family. Head of the Nie family, Wang Zhanqing's countenance shifted, and he forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, saying, "I am unaware of the purpose of your visit today, Nye family head, to gather such a formidable entourage. Why the pretense, Wang family head?" Nye Yuanshan chuckled, shaking his head. "The skies over Qingtian City have indeed changed, and circumstances are no longer within our control. It is regrettable that you have not kept pace with these developments." With such words spoken, Wang Zhanqing's expression darkened, as a man of great talent. "Would you truly resign yourself to become a vassal and pawn of the young master of the Yi family? I cannot fathom what charm a mere youth holds that would compel you to act thus." Upon hearing the terms vassal and pawn, a flicker of perplexity crossed Nye Yuanshan's gaze. His tone turned slightly ominous. "It is not about being a vassal, but rather about mutual benefit. The youth you regard as inexperienced relies not on mere personal charm, but on strength and shared interests, binding us together. There is no need for further discourse. Regrettably, your absence from the banquet renders you an outsider." With a cold expression, Nye Yuanshan commanded, "Attack." In an instant, as his words fell, the elite warriors of the Nye family leapt into action, drawing their weapons to engage. "How dare you treat me, the hall master, as if I were made of clay? Begone!" Wang Zhanqing, filled with fury, stamped his foot, summoning two luminous rings that rose from beneath him, encircling his hands like adamantine bands. With a fierce roar, golden light erupted, and several figures were sent hurtling backward. Wang Zhanqing, barehanded, summoned his true energy with a resounding crackle, golden tiger heads manifesting upon his fists, each adorned with a golden soul ring, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. The second-grade beast martial spirit of Hall Master Wang is indeed valorous and domineering. To witness it today is a great delight. Nye Yuanshan maintained a calm smile as he took a step forward, three azure soul rings rising beneath him, swirling around his form in a rapid dance of azure winds. This is his third-grade azure wind martial spirit. Once unleashed, his speed was astonishing, bordering on the supernatural. Especially when compared to second-grade martial spirits, the third grade draws upon a greater volume of the world's essence, allowing for swift recovery and enduring combat prowess. Clang, clang, clang. Nye Yuanshan unleashed his assault, akin to a tempest, his figure enveloped by the azure wind martial spirit, moving with such swiftness that it left spectators bewildered. In mere moments, Wang Zhanqing found himself retreating repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The tiger-headed phantoms enveloping his fists trembled uncontrollably, nearly retreating back into his being. "Master Nye, our acquaintance is fleeting. Let us leave a thread of connection for a future meeting. The accumulation of resources in my tiger hall over the years is considerable. If the Nye family allows my departure, I am willing to share half with you." Wang Zhanqing, realizing he could not match his opponent, began to negotiate terms. Upon hearing this, Nye Yuanshan paused, a faint smile gracing his face. "Indeed, Master Wang is generous and magnanimous. I greatly admire that." Wang Zhanqing's face brightened with hope. "So, does Master Nye agree? Of course, such a favorable proposition is not one I could refuse. After all, the Nye family has extensive responsibilities and expenditures." Nye Yuanshan replied with a beaming smile. Wang Zhanqing, relieved, thought to himself that he knew Nye was merely going through the motions. Otherwise, with the Nye family's reputation for benevolence, how could they resort to such brutality? With a cold sneer in his heart, he retracted his martial spirit and said, "Master Nye, please follow me. The resources I leave behind from my tiger hall will undoubtedly satisfy you. Please," Nye Yuanshan exclaimed, extending his hand in a gesture of amicable cooperation. However, in the next moment, a glint of cold steel flashed, and a short sword pierced Wang Zhanqing's heart as he turned. He felt an icy chill in his chest, looking down to see a gleaming blade protruding through him, blood gushing forth. Struggling to turn his head, he gazed at Nye Yuanshan, disbelief etched across his face. With a soft sound, Nye Yuanshan calmly withdrew the short sword, and Wang Zhanqing staggered, pain and confusion evident as he asked, "Why? You clearly promised me. Why won't you let me go?" Nye Yuanshan sighed. "It is not that I refuse to let you go, but if I do, I will become the next you." The chilling thought of Yi Lin's terrifying strength and ruthless methods sent shivers down his spine. You cannot imagine the horror of Yi Lin if you have not witnessed it. Now depart. Without further words, Nye Yuanshan shattered Wang Zhanqing's internal organs with a single strike, ending his life amidst despair. The members of Tiger Hall, enraged, realized they could not let this go and recklessly charged forward. Unfortunately, their mere cultivation and body refinement could not contend with those in Qi gathering. Nye Yuanshan dispatched them with ruthless efficiency, nearly one strike per opponent, while the elite warriors of the family wielded their blades with fervor. In a brief span, the entire encampment of Tiger Hall was left in disarray. Nie Yuanshan surveyed the scene and spoke calmly. Have all the resources and wealth of Tiger Hall brought forth. We shall keep half and send the other half to the Yi family. Master, we fought hard to slay these individuals. Why must we share half with the Yi family? Some family warriors expressed their discontent. Nie Yuanshan narrowed his eyes. Are you questioning my decision? And no, we would not dare. As they sensed his rising anger, the warriors shrank back, unwilling to defy him. At this moment, Nie Yuanshan murmured, from now on, the power dynamics in Qingtian City will no longer exist. The Yi family shall reign supreme. With that, he approached the few remaining warriors clinging to life, delivering the final blows, ensuring there were no survivors. A stench of blood gradually permeated the air, with blood seeping from the threshold of the encampment, spreading like a serpent over several meters. As passers-by noticed this grim scene, their faces turned pale with horror. A death has occurred. The Tiger Hall has been annihilated. Oh my! Intruders have breached the Tiger Hall and obliterated it. At this moment, another frantic individual rushes over, exclaiming, the Zhang family has also been exterminated. Assailants stormed their estate, leaving no survivors, and every corpse is mangled, blood staining the ground. It is the work of the Yi family. Many have witnessed their peculiar attire as they carted away the belongings of the Zhangs. What has transpired? What is the true nature of this calamity? Ordinary citizens are bewildered, scurrying through the city, inquiring and debating. Their voice is a cacophony. Meanwhile, those aware of the underlying truths, wandering martial artists, minor clans, remain tight-lipped, bolting their doors in fear of attracting misfortune. The tumult persists until nightfall, when the city finally finds a semblance of calm. However, in the dead of night, as the common folk succumb to slumber, the city devolves into a theater of carnage. Warriors from various clans wielding long blades traverse the streets, engaged in a deadly dance of pursuit and combat, their blades flashing like lightning. This bloodshed continues until dawn breaks, concluding only when the last vestiges of violence fade. Though the corpses are meticulously disposed of, those with keen senses can still detect the lingering scent of blood. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Yi Lin, leisurely sips tea, observing as his subordinates tally the various supplies voluntarily surrendered by the clans. Chapter 50. A Matter of Ammunition. Earn more by working more. As Yi Lin sips his tea, he idly plays with a string of 24 prayer beads, an aura of serenity and calmness enveloping him, imbuing him with a uniquely captivating charm. The maidservants in the hall cannot help but steal glances at him, their cheeks flushing unbidden. At that moment, Yi Weiying, responsible for inventorying the materials, approaches with an excited expression. Young master, we have nearly completed the tally of supplies submitted by the various clans. Do tell, Yi Lin replies, lifting his gaze momentarily, continuing to manipulate the prayer beads, a flow of meditative energy coursing through them, enhancing their potency. With each turn of the beads, a ray of golden light infuses them, momentarily amplifying their brilliance before it swiftly recedes, a perpetual cycle. Yi Weiying, recognizing the formidable power of the beads in Yi Lin's hands, muses that their might rivals that of a handheld Gatling gun. The young master's strength truly grows increasingly unfathomable. Yi Weiying reflects internally, hastily reporting the gathered materials, the supplies from the clans, combined with those acquired from the Zhang residents, include 6,000 body-tempering pills. There are over 800 gathering pills, various materials for forging weapons, cold iron, red copper, black iron, bronze, totaling a staggering 100,000 pounds. Additionally, there are land deeds, property contracts, and mineral rights, collectively. These exceed the wealth of our Yi family by several multiples. This accumulation of riches is nothing short of astonishing. We have struck it rich. Yi Weiying's excitement mounts with each word. Yi Lin momentarily pauses his manipulation of the beads, considering the 100,000 pounds of refined materials at hand. Quite satisfactory. Quite satisfactory? Yi Weiying nearly falters at this response, incredulous. That is 100,000 pounds of various refined materials. To comprehend this world, one must recognize that the methods of smelting and purification in these remote locales remain quite primitive. 100,000 pounds, in the past, would have required the entire Yi family to toil relentlessly for an entire year without sustenance to achieve such a feat. Yi Weiying wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, pondering that the young master's appetite was rather insatiable. Even this was insufficient. Pray tell, what is the current state of Qingtian City? Yi Lin inquired, setting down his teacup. Indeed, Yi Weiying nodded. After the banquet concluded, the heads of the prominent families acted upon the young master's directives, deploying their elite forces to eliminate all who opposed him. Presently, they are engaged in a process of transition among themselves, and it is anticipated that within 2 days, Qingtian City will be on the right track, with all businesses operating in an orderly fashion. At that juncture, each will assume responsibility for their respective domains, facilitating mutual exchange. And it is likely that the development of Qingtian City will soon surpass that of Baiyun City and other major cities. However, young master, do you not fear that as they flourish, they may render the Yi family superfluous? Yi Weiying pondered with a sense of caution. Yi Lin responded with a faint smile. I will meticulously outline the business operations and then entrust them to their care. Our only obligation will be to collect protection fees monthly. The more they earn, the greater our benefits, while simultaneously affording us more time to cultivate our skills and train personnel, thereby augmenting our strength. Consider it. We need not squander time and effort on business ventures for resources. We can focus solely on our cultivation. Conversely, they will be ensnared by such vast enterprises, unable to extricate themselves, and their martial prowess will forever lag behind ours. As long as our strength remains formidable, who would dare to harbor any treacherous thoughts? Yi Weiying contemplated this and realized the wisdom in his words. Yi Lin smirked. Remember, we seek individuals who will diligently work for our profit. Those who are disobedient and harbor great ambitions, it will be quite simple to accuse them of disorderly conduct and eliminate them. A gasp escaped Yi Weiying as a chill ran down his spine. Yi Lin's ruthless sagacity deepened his understanding of the situation, truly formidable. Enough of this discourse. Manage the situation in Qingtian City well. I require a period of seclusion for cultivation over the next few days. Additionally, acquire fire yao stones and cold iron in large quantities. Manufacture various types of ammunition extensively. And do not forget to collect and destroy all the schematics for the firearm components previously crafted. Not a single sheet should remain. For the time being, we shall focus solely on ammunition. Yi Lin rose, contemplating the tasks ahead, and mused, let us incentivize everyone's enthusiasm. The production of ammunition shall be based on a piecework system. More effort yields greater rewards. Yi Weiying appeared somewhat perplexed, murmuring, young master. What is this piecework system? I'm a bit unclear. Oh, how careless of me, Yi Lin exclaimed, realizing he had forgotten that this place was not Earth and lacked the concept of piecework. Very well, gather the clan members. I shall make the arrangements. Understood. Yi Weiying promptly exited to summon the clan members back. The newly renovated residence stood impressively grand and spacious. In the living room, 100 clan members gathered, yet it did not feel overcrowded. Young master. Greetings, young master. The clan members greeted Yi Lin with palpable excitement. His standing within the family had reached an unparalleled level, becoming irreplaceable. Particularly among the younger members, he was regarded as a paragon and idol, their eyes filled with fervor. Yi Lin, without further ado, raised his hand slightly to quiet them before proclaiming, I have delightful news to share. The clan members' eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yi Lin continued, from now on, each of you will receive a monthly stipend based on your respective positions, averaging 20 silver coins. However, I am offering you an opportunity to engage in freelance labor. I trust you are all familiar with bullets. Some of you may have even crafted them, so I shall not keep you in suspense. From this moment forth, there is an unlimited demand for ammunition. I will outline the process for crafting bullets, which includes several steps: polishing fire ore, creating casings, crafting projectiles, and loading ammunition. Each step will have a specified price. For instance, polishing fire ore, which requires no martial spirit, can be performed by any ordinary clan member. For every 10 pounds polished, you will receive 1 silver coin. As for creating casings, this task necessitates a martial spirit and is consequently more challenging. With a higher price point, 1 silver coin for 100 casings, and likewise, 1 silver coin for 1,000 projectiles. The assembly of ammunition is also a meticulous task, with 100 units fetching 1 silver coin. Thus, the more effort you invest, the greater your reward. Your future monthly stipend will hinge entirely on your capabilities and work ethic. After delivering his announcement, Yi Lin observed the reactions of his kin. At that moment, the clan members erupted with excitement upon hearing this news. Even Yi Weiying and Yi Ling appeared incredulous, as this method was unprecedented to them. The pricing structure was certainly not trivial. I possess a first-class martial spirit and am capable of crafting casings. If 100 casings yield 1 silver coin, then, excluding time for cultivation and meals, I could easily produce 1,000 casings in a day. My heavens, 1,000 a day equates to 10 silver coins. In just 2 days, I could earn what I previously received in an entire month. Is this truly real? If all goes as calculated, with everyone exerting themselves, our monthly stipends could increase tenfold or more. This is unbelievable. Is this genuine? The clan members eagerly contemplated their potential earnings, and the realization of such possibilities sent them into a frenzy of exhilaration. They were on the verge of leaping with excitement. Should Yi Lin affirm this initiative with a nod, it would undoubtedly be set in stone. Chapter 51. The Shadow God emerges. Rest assured. Since I have made such a declaration, it shall certainly be honored. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to oversee the accounting. You may proceed with confidence and enthusiasm. Yi Lin gazed upon the expectant and astonished faces of his kin, and he did not disappoint them, affirmatively nodding his head. The moment his words echoed through the hall, a palpable excitement erupted, intensifying the atmosphere to an exhilarating peak, with each clan member brimming with enthusiasm. Raising his hand, Yi Lin dismissed his relatives and resumed his seat. You all may depart. Do not allow anyone to disturb me, for I require solitude, he declared, casting a glance around. Everyone promptly left in respectful silence. He then resumed his quiet contemplation with the prayer beads, exuding an aura of tranquility as glimmers of golden light manifested, rendering him serene and enigmatic. It was only in these moments that he could focus unimpeded on certain matters. Though the city of Qingtian and the Yi family had become his domain, he remained vigilant. While firearms were formidable, they ultimately constituted external force, accessible to any individual. Furthermore, given the current potency of the weaponry he had forged, it sufficed against practitioners at the Qi gathering and innate stages. However, when faced with advanced warriors, particularly those endowed with unique martial souls, he feared it would fall woefully short. Through his relentless study of various texts over the past few days, his understanding of this world had far surpassed that of the original owner of this body. The true essence of this realm lay in cultivation and martial souls. Notably, martial souls represented the innate talents of the people of this continent, akin to the extraordinary abilities depicted in Earth's mythologies, each unique and possessing peculiar powers. Martial souls were categorized into 9 grades based on their capacity to absorb and expel spiritual energy. The higher the grade, the greater the innate talent. His hammer martial soul, possessing but a single soul ring, was classified as a first-grade martial soul. In terms of both ability and spiritual energy manipulation, it was the most rudimentary. Ancient texts recounted that truly formidable martial souls could obliterate continents and shatter galaxies with but a thought. What unfathomable power! Thus, at present, his reliance rested on the techniques he had acquired in his previous life. With matters reaching a temporary conclusion, he recognized the necessity to devote time to training and introspection. As night fell, the Yi family residence radiated with light, and the clan members fervently immersed themselves in their tasks. The 30 members of the Junlin faction discreetly retreated into the shadows, diligently practicing the rudimentary Qi techniques imparted by Yi Lin, drawing in tendrils of heavenly and earthly energy. Lacking martial souls, they relied solely on the Qi teachings from Chu Qiu to cultivate and absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Yet, to them, this was a monumental blessing. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened. Yi Lin remained seated in the hall, his hands shimmering with golden light as he manipulated the prayer beads. Gradually, a golden radiance began to emanate from beneath his skin, rippling outward like waves. Behind him, a statue of the King of the Three Realms materialized, cloaked in dark crimson flames, embodying the past, present, and future, with a vertical eye at its brow and 8 arms extending from its back. Each arm wielded a distinct object. One held a scripture, another a scepter, a third a command token, a fourth a spear, a fifth a pure vessel, a sixth a lotus, a seventh a colossal sword, and the 8th a golden pestle. An aura of majesty, solemnity, and grandeur filled the entire hall. As time progressed, a subtle golden light began to emanate throughout the entire hall, forming a halo reminiscent of clouds. Suddenly, the statue of the bright king in the courtyard emitted a gentle golden glow, resonating mysteriously with him, illuminating the entire front yard. In an instant, Yi Lin felt his consciousness sink, as if it had entered the statue in the courtyard. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could perceive every minute detail of the Yi family's front yard through the statue's eyes, with clarity surpassing that of a high-definition camera. Moreover, upon entering the statue, liberated from the constraints of his physical form, his perceptive abilities expanded exponentially. He could even discern the distribution of the world's vital energies with remarkable clarity. Heavenly realms. The divine statue has begun to shine. Everyone look. The deity has manifested. Quickly, kneel and pay homage to the divine. While Yi Lin explored the bright king's statue, several maids and servants in the courtyard, upon witnessing the statue's radiance, rushed over to kneel in reverence. Divine protection. We beseech the deity for blessings. They fervently intoned, bowing deeply. Some patrolling guards of the Yi family also took notice and approached to pay their respects. Soon, everyone within the estate was drawn to this extraordinary scene, all kneeling with utmost devotion. Yi Lin could distinctly sense the pure and earnest wishes of the faithful converging around his consciousness. enveloping him like a warm embrace from a beloved family member, safe and comforting. Unbeknownst to him, his perception extended like the divine awareness described in Taoist teachings. Surrounded by the sincere intentions of the crowd, his divine consciousness transcended the confines of the Yi estate, drifting like an invisible specter through the city, experiencing the sensation of his soul departing his body. The entirety of Qingtian City lay under his vigilant gaze, devoid of secrets. The Nie family. Within the training chamber, Nie Yuanshan was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when, suddenly, 3 azure soul rings emerged from his body, subtly undulating as if sensing something in the wind. In a flash, he exited the hidden chamber and entered the courtyard, gazing around with a puzzled expression. "Whoever of high stature graces the Nie family, I implore you to reveal yourself," he proclaimed, his voice resonating in the stillness. As silence enveloped him, he furrowed his brow and repeated, "I beseech the esteemed elder visiting the Nie family to unveil your presence." With his call, numerous martial guards gathered in response. The steward, perplexed, inquired, "What troubles you, master?" Nie Yuanshan remained silent, focusing intently once more. Suddenly, he turned to survey his surroundings, his brow furrowing in hesitation. "Could it be that my cultivation has gone awry? Am I experiencing an illusion? How peculiar." Shaking his head, Nie Yuanshan muttered that all was well and returned to the hidden chamber to continue his cultivation, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. A flicker of amusement surged within Yi Lin as he withdrew his divine consciousness from above the Nie family, quietly drifting away. After circling around once more, he sensed a faint warmth in the atmosphere. Yi Lin understood that, in this state, he was akin to a shadow spirit, unable to be influenced by the pure yang energies surrounding him. As dawn approaches and the sun's warmth begins to emerge, had it not been for the protective will of his kin, one might fear that his consciousness could disperse into the vastness of the world. It is time to return. Yi Lin felt quite pleased with his recent gains. With a thought, he floated towards the Yi family estate. At that moment, a chilling and ominous presence suddenly manifested within Qingtian City, subtly radiating a sense of lethal intent. Yi Lin's mind sharpened, expanding his awareness to perceive a figure cloaked in darkness, moving with an eerie silence towards a specific direction. Yi Lin's focus intensified upon realizing that this direction led directly to the Yi family. Chapter 52. The Assassin of the Dark Martial Soul. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, when people are most weary and least vigilant, the timing of someone heading towards the Yi family suggests ill intentions. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, sensing an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. He concentrated, retracting his formless awareness back to the Yi estate swiftly. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness shifted to the statue of the Ming King before returning to his own being. Someone's coming. In the grand hall, Yi Lin suddenly opened his eyes and called out softly, as the golden light surrounding him surged back into his body like a receding tide. Yi Weiying entered the hall and whispered, "Young master, what is it? Notify the brothers. We have work to do. A distinguished guest will be arriving shortly. Ensure everyone is alert and does not neglect our honored visitor." Yi Lin smiled faintly, placing subtle emphasis on the term distinguished guest. Having trained alongside him in the mountains for so long, Yi Weiying understood immediately. "Understood. I will inform the brothers right away." Without looking back, he exited the hall, not pondering how Yi Lin had come by this information while remaining completely still. After Yi Weiying departed, Yi Lin remained motionless, closing his eyes once more, his fingers deftly manipulating the prayer beads. Streams of golden light flowed into the beads, fleeting like a moment of ephemeral beauty. Before long, the lights in the rear courtyard of the Yi estate suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into silence. Only a few lamps in the front courtyard remained lit, casting an eerie gloom over the surroundings. In the darkness, figures stood like stone sculptures, concealed beneath the veil of night. They exuded no presence, save for the glimmering, wolf-like gleam in their eyes, their hands gripping weapons that radiated a chilling metallic sheen. Time passed slowly, enveloping the entire Yi estate in silence. The only sound was the soft clicking of Yi Lin's prayer beads, reminiscent of the ticking of a clock. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from outside the Yi estate, disrupting the stillness. Yi Lin's fingers momentarily paused in their rhythm, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. Under ordinary circumstances, or during daylight, this sound would have gone unnoticed. Yet at this hour, amidst the profound stillness, it resonated far and wide. In the darkness, the glimmering eyes momentarily narrowed before vanishing once more. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared atop the courtyard wall. He wielded a long sword, donned in a sleek black outfit, his movements as light as a feather. In a swift descent, he landed silently, while the members of Junlin remained steadfast, not betraying even the slightest flicker of emotion or focus in their gaze. Any hint of disturbance could be sensed by the adversary. They awaited patiently, anticipating the figure to advance further into the courtyard, allowing them to unleash a comprehensive barrage without any blind spots. Suddenly, the dark figure seemed to sense an anomaly. His agile steps halted abruptly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with suspicion. Something was amiss. The man in black instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, years of experience as an assassin honing his instincts to detect an unusual presence. Dark martial soul. In an instant, he shouted a low command, and 3 black soul rings erupted around him. In a fleeting moment, he vanished, as if a droplet of water had merged with a sponge, dissolving into the night. The peculiar situation startled the Junlin brothers momentarily, causing one member, positioned closest, to blink reflexively. This seemingly trivial action created a ripple in his aura. In that split second, a melodious sword cry echoed, and a flash of sword light illuminated the night as it aimed toward him with blinding speed. This is bad. He had been discovered. A fierce shout erupted from the darkness, and the Junlin member ceased his concealment, raising his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun to unleash a torrent of fire. Yet, the sword light was swifter. With a sharp sound, it cleaved through the Gatling gun, severing it in two. The member felt a sting in his shoulder, the weapon splitting apart, and a warm flow of blood gushed forth, causing him to gasp in shock. The enemy is formidable. Everyone, be cautious. Though his heart raced with fear, the harrowing training he had endured had ingrained certain instincts deep within him. He rolled to the side and drew his sidearm, firing blindly ahead with a loud bang. Clang. The figure was shrouded in darkness, yet the sword light remained unmistakable, its brilliance slicing through the air and shattering the bullet with uncanny precision. Chapter 53. The Limitations of Firearms. Bang. 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 The Junlin members recognized the prowess of their opponent, and without hesitation, they fired multiple rounds, enduring the pain as they rolled away. The man in black, his sword striking like lightning, deflected every bullet with ease. With a sudden movement, he pursued, delivering a fierce slash. Clang. The strike was ferocious. Fortunately, the Junlin member had rolled beneath an artificial hill, where the opponent's sword became lodged, unable to descend further. However, before he could exhale in relief, a low growl escaped the adversary as he shook his sword violently, causing the entire hill to explode with a resounding crash. The sword emitted a fierce glow, descending once more with deadly intent. Though it may seem prolonged in description, these events transpired in the blink of an eye. The member's face reflected astonishment. Just in the nick of time, other Junlin members sprang into action. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, the entire front courtyard of the Yi family was illuminated. A throng of 20 or 30 individuals brandished Gatling guns, unleashing a frenzied barrage. The barrels whirled with astonishing speed, and tongues of flame erupted violently. The fire ignited into an unbroken line, while the acrid smoke enveloped the air like a dense fog, choking and pungent. What manner of hidden weaponry is this? The man in black, sensing the ferocious hail of bullets, could not help but turn pale. His body erupted with a torrent of true essence. He spun like a top, his sword dancing in a flurry, the sword light shimmering as it deflected the incessant bullets with a metallic clink. His true essence enveloping him resembled a semi-fluid state. And though some bullets penetrated the curtain of his blade, striking against him like rain on banana leaves, they failed to breach his defenses. By the heavens, we have encountered a master. This individual is undoubtedly stronger than all the innate experts we have faced combined. The members of Junlin muttered curses under their breath. The weaponry they wielded was not merely submachine guns or pistols. They were multiple Gatling guns. If it were just one, a proficient innate expert could easily handle it with the augmentation of true essence. Yet now, they faced a barrage from 20 or 30 of them, and a typical innate expert would likely be torn apart within mere breaths. Nonetheless, this man in black, with his formidable true essence and exceptional swordsmanship, managed to withstand the relentless onslaught of bullets. Damn it, our ammunition chain consists of over 1,000 rounds. I refuse to believe he can maintain this level of vigor indefinitely. Everyone, do not cease fire. Unleash everything you have. Yes, continue firing. The members of Junlin rallied, emerging fully armed, their machine guns blazing. The bullets erupted forth, creating a cacophony akin to the sound of multiple firecrackers. What in the world are these hidden weapons? And how can they be so powerful? The man in black, aware of his dire situation, continued to wield his sword, deftly shattering bullets with tangible sword energy. Yet, the intensity of his output was depleting his true essence at an alarming rate. Within just a few breaths, his protective true essence began to wane. This cannot continue. I must not linger here, or I may not even know how I met my end. No wonder the previous bronze medalist failed. These hidden weapons are utterly terrifying. The man in black felt a surge of urgency as he glanced toward the rear courtyard. With a sudden, fierce shout, his sword erupted with a blinding white energy, swirling and causing the dense bullets to seem momentarily suspended in the air. In that fleeting moment of stasis, the man in black darted away, escaping the encirclement and swiftly entering the rear courtyard like a flash of lightning. This is bad. He has gone to the rear courtyard. Hurry. We must protect the young master. The speed of innate experts is astonishing, faster than birds in flight. With a single leap, he vanished into the courtyard, causing the faces of the onlookers to turn ashen. Furthermore, the buildings obstructed their line of fire, rendering their Gatling guns ineffective, leaving them anxiously rushing toward the rear courtyard. This scene was witnessed clearly by Yi Lin, who could not help but shake his head slightly. Indeed, in the presence of true power, if one cannot achieve a decisive blow, the shortcomings of firearms are immediately laid bare. Yi Lin withdrew his focus, opened his eyes, and a faint golden light flickered within them as he stood slowly. The 24 prayer beads he clutched in his hand shimmered faintly, resembling a dormant volcano poised to erupt, reflecting the fluctuations of his emotions. Boldly daring to intrude upon the Yi family, courting death, the sharp voice of Yi Weiying echoed from outside the hall. Such noise. The man in black swiftly appeared before Yi Weiying, raising his sword in a swift motion. So fast, Yi Weiying barely had time to draw his sword for defense. And with a resounding clash, both he and his sword were hurled into the hall, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. The black-clad man shadowed him into the hall, and upon spotting Yi Lin, he wasted no words. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a terrifying sword energy that surged over 3 meters towards Yi Lin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The strike was exceedingly fierce, slicing through the air and creating a spectacular visual that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Though uncertain of the man's innate strength, he was confident it surpassed that of the previous assassin. He had already deduced the man's origins. The traits of a bloodthirsty killer were glaringly apparent to him. With no time for further contemplation, Yi Lin's golden aura surged, forming a distinctive hand seal, silently propelling it forward. The seal of the Three Realms King. Manifesting through the collective will of sentient beings, it wielded the power of past time and space. Upon the emergence of this seal, the man in black momentarily froze, soon thereafter revealing a sneer of disdain in his eyes. Pretentious tricks. In his view, Yi Lin merely executed an eccentric hand gesture devoid of any real power, as there were no fluctuations of true energy or essence. However, in the next instant, his countenance transformed in disbelief, sensing that the sword energy he had unleashed was swiftly being diminished by an unseen force. What sort of martial skill is this? The man in black was taken aback and hastily gathered himself, channeling his sword energy once more, intensifying its ferocity as it surged towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin's brow furrowed. He abruptly retreated a step, the prayer beads in his hand glowing brightly as they met the sword energy. With his other hand, he simultaneously executed the fire seal, sending a flicker of flame darting towards his opponent's chest. Chapter 54. Still relying on the great sniper. What an extraordinary martial technique. The man in black was astonished by the skill Yi Lin displayed, something he had never before heard or seen. Yet he did not hesitate. With his left hand clenched into a fist, 3 pitch-black soul rings enveloped it. He struck down with a powerful punch, causing the flame to explode into countless sparks. Then, with a flicker of his figure, employing an unknown technique, he maneuvered behind Yi Lin and thrust his sword towards the back of Yi Lin's neck. This strike was chillingly sinister, imbued with a murderous intent so fierce that it could skewer Yi Lin like a candied hawthorn. Yi Lin was startled, not even glancing back, as he rolled forward, narrowly escaping under the table in the lounge. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a deafening crash resonated as the incredibly sturdy table was cleaved apart by the sword energy, splintering into wood shavings. Young master, be careful. Yi Weiying had managed to regain his composure and, upon seeing Yi Lin in peril, instantly lunged forward without a second thought. In his eyes, the man was akin to an ant, truly seeking his own demise. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of the man in black, who swiftly countered with a sword strike that sent Yi Weiying sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, a figure flickered, and a long sword sliced through the air, its chilling light pursuing Yi Lin, aiming directly at his brow. Although Yi Lin relied on his extraordinary martial arts to exchange a few blows, the disparity between the 9th level of body refinement and the late stage of innate mastery was insurmountable. In terms of reaction speed and attack power, they were worlds apart. It appeared that refraining from utilizing his hidden cards would not suffice. Law of heaven and earth. Yi Lin shouted softly, and a resounding manifestation of the 3 worlds king materialized behind him. Cloaked in black and red flames, it displayed the past, present, and future. With a vertical eye on his forehead and 8 arms sprouting from his back, each arm wielded a different artifact. One held a classic text, another a scepter, a third a command token, a fourth a spear, a fifth a clean vase, a sixth a lotus, a seventh a colossal sword, and the last a golden pestle. In an instant, an aura of majesty and solemnity surged forth, evoking profound reverence. Such a formidable and divine phenomenon startled the man in black, causing his assault to momentarily falter. At that moment, the king's statue transformed into a beam of golden light that merged into Yi Lin's body. Boom! The pressure erupted, and a tempest ensued. Yi Lin's stature expanded dramatically, increasing by over 3 meters, his entire being radiant with golden light, resembling a golden-bodied Arhut, his eyes shining like gold. In that moment, Yi Lin felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him, capable of moving mountains and hurling giants with ease. With a powerful grip, he unleashed a thunderous punch against the opponent's sword. Clang! The collision of fist and blade resonated, generating a blinding shower of sparks. How is this possible? The man in black exclaimed in astonishment, feeling an incredible force transmit through the sword, nearly shattering his innate true essence. In disbelief, he retaliated with a swift strike. Yet to his surprise, he couldn't break through Yi Lin's defense. Instead, he only left a white mark on Yi Lin's body, which vanished in a flash of golden light. Could this be an exceedingly rare metallic martial soul? The man in black displayed a look of astonishment. But before he could ponder further, Yi Lin launched an unrelenting onslaught. Bang! 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 Clang! Clang! Yi Lin unleashed a fervent barrage of punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee blows. Each strike was lethal, each move ferociously precise. He even utilized a mutually destructive approach, executing the modern art of close combat to perfection. During his previous seclusion, he had tested this state, realizing he could only maintain it for 3 seconds. Thus, he aimed to inflict as much damage as possible within that fleeting time. The man in black was momentarily overwhelmed, finding himself at the mercy of this peculiar fighting style, rendered incapable of counterattacking. Despite his attempts to slash at Yi Lin with his sword several times, he could only leave behind a series of white marks. Just as he felt a pang of anxiety and contemplated retreat, the relentless pressure suddenly lifted, and the tempest of attacks dissipated. He then witnessed Yi Lin deflate like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking in size and revealing a weakened appearance. The man in black was momentarily taken aback. Damn it! Innate warriors are truly formidable, Yi Lin muttered weakly, having exhausted every ounce of his strength. Yet, remarkably, he had failed to inflict even a scratch on his opponent. It appeared that this state could not be sustained for long. Suddenly, the man in black reacted, unable to suppress a wild, sinister laugh. In that case, you shall perish. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he heard the sound of numerous footsteps rushing towards the front yard. In an instant, he lunged forward, his longsword unleashing a 3-meter arc of lethal energy aimed directly at Yi Lin's heart. At that moment, he perceived Yi Lin as nothing more than a corpse. The thought of the substantial reward soon to be his ignited a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Huh, do you truly believe I am doomed? Fool! Yi Lin smirked disdainfully, his gaze filled with contempt, as he brandished a formidable sniper rifle. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger at the advancing figure in black. In an instant, a bullet imbued with terrifying destructive force shattered the sword energy, grazing the longsword and piercing through the man's chest. With a spray of vibrant crimson, a blossom of blood erupted into the air. Chapter 55, Feigned Death. Escape. The man in black trembled, a gaping, smoke-emitting hole the size of a fist now marred his left chest, blood oozing from the wound. Shock and horror etched across his face as he incredulously gazed at the gaping void in his torso. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Truly, a formidable innate expert. How troublesome. Seeing him fall, Yi Lin exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him as he stowed the sniper rifle away. He had aimed for the man's heart. Such a significant hole would have obliterated even an iron heart. Young master, are you all right? The sound of hurried footsteps filled the air as members of Junlin rushed from the front yard to the rear. Their expressions were fraught with anxiety, fully aware of the black-clad man's terrifying prowess, fearing for Yi Lin's safety. Do not worry, I am fine. Yi Lin retrieved a handful of medicinal pills, quickly swallowing them. A surge of golden light enveloped him, dispelling his weakness and restoring his vigor. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The Junlin members, upon seeing the lifeless body of the man in black, collectively sighed in relief, their worries alleviated. However, witnessing Yi Lin's excessive consumption of medicinal pills left them speechless. Consuming body-refining pills in such copious amounts, Even an innate expert would not dare to indulge so recklessly. The assassins from the Blood Butcher organization, whose employer, the Zhang family, I have eradicated, still pursue me relentlessly. This poses quite a challenge. Yi Lin furrowed his brow, feeling quite unsettled by this uncontrollable latent threat. Being on the defensive was not his style. It seemed certain plans needed to be expedited. Silently approaching the corpse of the man in black, Yi Lin intended to see if he could unearth any useful clues. However, as he drew near, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. A profound sense of impending death emanated from the lifeless body before him. This is bad. In that fleeting moment, Yi Lin's heart jolted with alarm. Without a second thought, he swiftly retreated. Die. Almost simultaneously, the man in black, who should have been dead, sprang up like a specter. The void suddenly brightened as a fierce radiance erupted from the long sword in his hand, striking towards Yi Lin's heart with the swiftness of lightning. Young master, be careful. The members of Junlin were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, instinctively shouting out in alarm. However, the sword was far too swift. Even though Yi Lin sensed the impending danger in advance, he could not evade this precise and brutal strike at such a close range. Clang! The sword pierced his chest, and a terrifying force erupted, sending shockwaves that riddled the stone floor with numerous holes. Yi Lin's heart sank. Yet he was suddenly aware that he felt no pain from the strike. It then dawned on him that it was the mysterious soft armor from the Zhang family. This armor had withstood an explosion without a trace, shrouded in enigma. Remarkably, this was the second time the armor had shielded him from harm. Damn it! The black-clad man, his lethal strike thwarted, wore a mask of fierce, murderous intent. With a sudden, piercing cry, he twisted the sword, aiming for Yi Lin's throat. But at that moment, Yi Lin had regained his composure. He raised his hand and pushed forward, unleashing the external binding seals from the 24 beads, causing golden light to surge in the wind, transforming into a massive swastika that struck the black-clad man. Caught off guard, the man was pierced by the golden light, which surged beneath his skin, causing him to momentarily freeze, his body instinctively leaning forward. Yi Lin seized the opportunity to draw out his sniper rifle. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the black-clad man let out a thunderous roar. Utilizing some arcane technique, his body erupted with crimson light, shattering the binding seals. At the instant Yi Lin fired, he soared into the air like a great bird, skimming the rooftop and shattering tiles as he fled the Yi residence. Chapter 56. When you have a shield, use it. Bang. At the moment of his departure, a burst of flames erupted, striking the rooftop and creating a large hole. Unfortunately, the black-clad man managed to evade the sniper's deadly assault at the most crucial moment, vanishing into the darkness with his grievously injured body. Damn it, another oversight. Yi Lin muttered under his breath, clenching his fist as he gazed in the direction of the man's escape. He recalled that on Earth, some individuals had their hearts naturally positioned on the right side. He had aimed directly at the man's heart, and yet, a gaping hole had appeared on the left side of his chest. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the black-clad man's heart must indeed be on the right side. One could not help but acknowledge the tenacious vitality of innate experts. It was terrifyingly resilient. A fist-sized hole in his chest, a copious loss of blood. And yet he could still feign death long enough to launch such a lethal attack and escape. Yi Lin took a deep breath, a sense of unease swelling within him. The bloodshed would not cease, and it troubled his very soul. Young master, are you all right? The members of Junlin rushed over, their faces etched with concern. He sustained grave injuries, and the group quickly divided into several teams, arming themselves with rocket launchers to pursue their target. Anyone daring enough to assassinate the young master must not be allowed to escape from Qingtian City. The members of Junlin were filled with fury, swiftly organizing themselves for the task at hand. In hindsight, they regretted not having their rocket launchers at the ready. Even a master among innate martial artists would have difficulty withstanding such a barrage. Primarily, they had refrained from deploying them due to the recent construction of the Yi family estate, not wishing to demolish it. And they had not anticipated the formidable strength of their adversary. By all means, arm yourselves. 30 of us, leaving only the injured behind. The rest will form teams of 4, fully stocked with ammunition, to eliminate him. They declared. Indeed, anyone bold enough to assassinate the young master and invade the Yi residence must not be permitted to leave Qingtian City alive. The members of Junlin seethed with righteous indignation, their hearts aflame with a sense of humiliation. They had nearly allowed their young master to be slain under their protection, a disgrace beyond measure. Enough. Return, Yi Lin commanded, furrowing his brow as he addressed the crowd. Though he is gravely injured, you have witnessed the terror of innate martial artists. Your weapons, while formidable, are insufficient given your weak foundation in martial arts. The dying counterattack of an innate martial artist is something even I cannot guarantee surviving unscathed. Within 10 paces, bullets and rockets would be futile against a practitioner of the gathering chi realm, let alone an innate martial artist. What shall we do? Shall we simply allow him to escape? The members of Junlin looked to Yi Lin, discontented. Yi Lin sheathed his sniper rifle, asserting, that is not an option. No matter how resilient the life force of an innate martial artist, a gaping wound in his chest will prevent him from fleeing far. He will undoubtedly seek a place to recuperate. At this juncture, Yi Lin turned to Yi Weiying, inquiring, how are you? Are you unscathed? Rest assured, young master. I am fine. Yi Weiying replied from the hall, coughing up a trickle of black blood, quickly wiping it away as he forced himself to step forward despite the excruciating pain. Is this what you call fine? Yi Lin observed Yi Weiying's condition with concern, frowning as he tossed him a bottle of healing elixir. Take this medicine for your injuries. Young master, I assure you I am well enough. You may simply issue your commands. I am the most familiar with everything in Qingtian City. Yi Weiying caught the elixir and swallowed a few pills, his third-tier technique. The sun-swallowing art, subtly activating, improving his complexion significantly. He understood that since Yi Lin had called upon him, there must be a task where he was needed. Moreover, being at Yi Lin's side, this was the extent of his utility, compelling him to demonstrate his value. Yi Lin discerned his thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. Since you insist, take a few members with you and ride the demon wolves to notify the various families. Inform them that there are those seeking to disrupt the stability of Qingtian City with an assassination attempt against me, but we have retaliated, leaving them gravely injured and in hiding. Our Yi family is in dire need of assistance, as we lack manpower. Understood. I shall inform the families at once. Yi Weiying nodded, promptly selecting several Junlin members, and, like the wind, they galloped out of the Yi family estate on their demon wolves. The members of Junlin observed Yi Weiying's departure and gathered around, expressing their concerns. Young master, this individual was injured by our hands. Why should we cede this credit to other families? One remarked. Indeed, young master, we could simply deploy more of our own men. Another chimed in. Moreover, it makes the Yi family appear ineffectual, inviting disdain. Yi Lin cast a glance at the men, responding coolly. Did you take my previous words as mere whispers in the wind? Innate warriors possess formidable vitality, and should they retaliate, casualties will undoubtedly ensue. If we have a ready shield, why not utilize it? With a contemplative tone, Yi Lin continued, remember, at all times, you must seek to minimize your own peril. Do not rush recklessly into danger at the first sign of trouble. That is the very height of folly. Do you understand? Understood. We shall heed your teachings, young master. The Junlin members replied, suddenly enlightened to Yi Lin's intentions. Gazing upon Yi Lin's seemingly harmless visage, an involuntary reverence stirred within them. The young master is truly formidable. Anyone who dares to oppose him must rely on their own fortune. That is well, Yi Lin affirmed. Prepare yourselves. When Yi Weiying returns with news, you shall form several teams and follow in the wake of the warriors from the various families. Remember, do not attempt to show off or take the lead. Also, strive to leave some of the adversary alive for capture. Yi Lin's expression turned grave as he imparted these instructions. Rest assured, young master, we will carry out your commands and ensure the mission's success. The group responded in unison, swiftly beginning to inspect their firearms and ammunition. Chapter 57. The counterattack of the innate master. Given Yi Lin's esteemed standing and influence in Qingtian City, a single command would suffice to turn the city upside down. Thus, it was not long after Yi Weiying's departure that the atmosphere in Qingtian City began to stir with activity. The sounds of footsteps, shouts, and the clashing of weapons and armor gradually filled the air. Throughout the city, torches illuminated the surroundings brightly. Young master, Yi Weiying returned swiftly astride a demon wolf, dismounting to report in the backyard. I have notified the various family factions as per your instructions. Did you take note of their reactions while informing them? Yi Lin inquired casually. Yi Weiying paused, recalling the encounter. Young master, these families were quite obedient this time. They displayed no signs of displeasure. Indeed, they seemed rather eager. Yi Lin nodded in approval. Excellent. It appears these individuals are relatively compliant. When you lead the troops out, ensure everyone remains alert. Should you sense any ill intentions or grievances from these families, seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Understood. The group felt a chill run through them, a glint of ruthlessness evident in their eyes. Everyone follow me, Yi Weiying commanded, waving his hand as he turned to lead the Junlin members. They mounted their giant demon wolves and surged forth from the Yi residence. Bring me the Wolf King, Yi Lin called out as the others departed. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to venture out as well. The Blood Butcher's assassins were unlike any other, and crucially, he aimed to leave some alive. Firstly, there is a desire to extract useful information from the adversary's lips. Secondly, should the opponent perish, it is feared that the assassins dispatched by the blood butchers will be even more formidable, potentially attracting the attention of the higher echelons of blood butchers. After all, Qingtian City is merely a remote and inconspicuous town, which has not seen a congenital master in a century. Yet, it has suddenly suffered consecutive losses of such high-caliber experts, inevitably arousing suspicion and scrutiny. Should the higher-ups of blood butchers fix their gaze upon this matter and discover the existence of firearms, the precarious equilibrium that has just been established may collapse entirely. Thus, the assassin must not be allowed to die just yet. Yi Lin pondered briefly, and at that moment, a clan member led forth the Silver Wolf King. He mounted the back of the Wolf King, transforming into a streak of lightning as he departed from the Yi residence. Upon arriving on the streets of Qingtian City, martial artists dispatched by various families were seen brandishing torches and wielding sharp blades, hastily traversing the alleys in search of the hiding place of the man in black. Young Master Yi. Greetings, young Master Yi. Upon sighting Yi Lin atop his iconic Wolf King, the martial artists of various families approached him with utmost respect. The legends surrounding Yi Lin had spread like wildfire in Qingtian City these past few days, and no one dared regard him as mere youth any longer. They all bowed reverently, eager to pay their respects. Yi Lin returned the gesture with a slight smile, saying, "I apologize for intruding at this late hour. I truly appreciate your efforts." The crowd responded, insisting it was no trouble at all, their faces alight with excitement, ready to rally behind Yi Lin. "Young Master Yi, I heard you were attacked. That villain is exceedingly audacious. Are you unharmed?" A flurry of footsteps approached as Nye Yuanshan, clad in elegant white robes and accompanied by the elite warriors of the Nye family, hurriedly arrived to assess Yi Lin. Currently, Yi Lin stood as the pillar of Qingtian City. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly impact the entire city's operations. "I apologize for causing distress, esteemed family head. It is indeed a matter of insufficient manpower within the Yi family. Qingtian City is vast, and while I wish to act, I find myself powerless," Yi Lin replied, his expression one of helplessness, weaving a tale that blurred the line between truth and fiction. "You need not speak so formally, young Master Yi. In these times, the prosperity of our families in Qingtian City is intertwined. When one suffers, we all suffer. How could we stand idly by?" Nye Yuanshan remarked, though inwardly he couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking that the Yi family was hardly short of manpower, having nearly decimated their own ranks. "Ha ha ha, indeed. Family head Nye speaks wisely. We are all aboard the same vessel." Shi Gongying from the Shi family also arrived with his elite warriors, all wielding large blades and carrying torches. "You are well, young Master Yi?" Shi Gongying approached, displaying a concerned demeanor as he scrutinized Yi Lin. Following this, the Sword Gate and the Liu family, among others, also hurried to join. Yi Lin had not anticipated that, at such an hour, all the family heads would converge. "Thank you all for your concern. I am unscathed, but I must trouble you all," Yi Lin stated. The adversary is a congenital master. Locating him solely with the Yi family's resources would prove exceedingly difficult. However, he has sustained grave injuries and will not flee far. This simplifies matters considerably. Rest assured, young Master Yi, the entirety of Qingtian City is under our control. Finding an injured individual is but a trivial task. Indeed, let us proceed, splitting up to act independently. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we shall unearth him. The various prominent families proclaimed, dispersing in unison, their elite members embarking on a thorough search. In recent days, these families have savored the fruits of Yi Lin's business strategy, eagerly seeking an opportunity to ally themselves with him. They are not fools. Individuals of Yi Lin's caliber cannot be confined to a single city. If they do not seize this moment to forge a connection, they may find themselves unable to do so in the future when he soars to great heights. The members of Junlin also separated, each family accompanied by 4 individuals. This way, should any discovery be made, they could signal with a gunshot. "We too shall depart." Yi Lin pressed the abdomen of the Silver Wolf King, trailing behind the others, a string of prayer beads appearing in his hand, faintly shimmering with golden light. He remained unhurried, silently manipulating the beads, occasionally witnessing a fleeting flash of gold. As for the search, he was content to let others bear that burden. Time passed, and suddenly the sky brightened, a red light piercing the heavens. Yi Lin's eyes widened as he turned towards the source of the signal flare. Bang! At that moment, the gunfire resonated, and a multitude of torches converged upon a singular location. "Let us go." Yi Lin realized that the man in black had been located and hastily urged the Wolf King to transform into a streak of lightning. "Block him. Do not allow him to escape." Quickly, everyone, fear not. He is gravely injured, akin to a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap far. Let us converge. We must not afford him a moment's respite. By the time Yilin arrived, several families had already encircled the man in black, engaged in a bloody melee. The Junlin members were also present, adhering to his commands, taking cover at the rear, their eyes cold and resolute, guns at the ready. Despite his grievous injuries, the man in black remained formidable, exclaiming, "You shall all perish." One hand pressed against his wound, bandaged, while the other brandished a sword, its light flickering ominously. In mere moments, a number of warriors lay defeated at his feet. "Kill!" Shi Gongyin shouted amidst the fray, two soul rings rising beneath him as his body swiftly petrified. Launching towards the man in black. "Get lost!" The man in black, exuding a murderous aura, swept his sword in a peculiar arc, unleashing a chilling dark energy that pierced Shi Gongying's abdomen. With a pained cry, Shi Gongying's petrification unraveled, staggering backward while clutching his wound, his complexion pale. "You rabble! Were it not for the powerful hidden weapon that struck me, I would have annihilated every family in Qingtian City without exception. Die!" The man in black's expression was sinister, filled with the fury of a dragon trapped in shallow waters, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved a member of the Nye family in two. Following this, he unleashed several more strikes, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 warriors from the various families before making a sudden dash to escape. Nowhere to flee, Nye Yuanshan let out a fierce howl, seemingly invoking a formidable secret technique. His figure radiated a blue light, blending seamlessly with the wind, as he brandished a sharp sword to intercept his assailant. Seeking death. Get lost. The man in black, with a gaze as ferocious as a predator, disregarded his grievous injuries and suddenly unleashed his power, causing a surge of bloodlight to rise. With a resounding boom, Nye Yuanshan was sent flying, blood spewing forth. Chapter 58. Capture alive. The man in black was truly brutal and ferocious. Nye Yuanshan, struck down by a single sword blow, revealed a face etched with horror. To sustain such grave injuries, yet wield such terrifying strength. Was the innate realm truly so formidable? Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner trepidation, Nye Yuanshan hastily retrieved a healing elixir, which improved his complexion somewhat. He could hardly fathom just how powerful this foe was before suffering such wounds. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but glance at Yilin, head of the Nye family, head of the Shi family. Now that you have located him, you may withdraw your men. Allow us to handle this from here, lest he retaliates and inflicts severe losses upon you. Yilin, having witnessed many fall, understood that it was time for him to take action. His words stirred a wave of gratitude among the members of various families. "Everyone, heed my command and disperse." The heads of the families echoed his orders. The man in black, amidst his frenzied slaughter, suddenly sensed an emptiness before him. By the time he reacted, members of Junlin had distanced themselves and raised their machine guns, encircling him. Damn it! More of these hidden weapons. The man's pupils constricted, his face contorted with fury and apprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding his injuries, he unleashed at terrifying speed, creating an afterimage as he darted towards a martial artist who had lagged behind, seizing them as a hostage. "Wait for me." The man in black held the martial artist in front of him as a shield, issuing a piercing shriek, akin to a great bird taking flight. The Junlin members hesitated briefly at the sight of their compatriot being taken hostage. Just then, a series of 3 gunshots rang out from behind the crowd, splattering blood and eliciting screams. Instinctively, everyone turned to see Yilin, his expression cold and unyielding, wielding a Barrett sniper rifle and firing with abandon. With a relentless barrage, Yilin discharged 6 shots in rapid succession, each bullet piercing the same spot, traversing the martial artist's abdomen and striking through his dantian. "Ah!" The martial artist's agonized wail echoed as his belly was punctured, blood gushing forth, and intestines bursting in a gruesome display. This shocking scene left everyone in a state of stunned disbelief. No one anticipated that Yilin would shoot without a moment's hesitation. After all, the martial artist belonged to the Nye family's elite ranks, considered one of their own. Yet, even in the face of this kinship, Yilin's ruthless and decisive nature was unmistakably revealed in that moment. "Let's go." Paying no heed to the gazes of those around him, Yilin, after firing, swiftly maneuvered the Silver Wolf King and charged ahead like lightning. The abdomen is the most vulnerable area, lacking muscle and bone, particularly the dantian, which is hollow. 6 fearsome, penetrating sniper bullets struck with blinding speed, piercing through the body of the Nye family warrior and brutally embedding themselves into the abdomen of the man in black. As the Nye family warrior let out a harrowing scream, the black-clad man shuddered, emitting a low groan. A series of hissing sounds escaped from his body. As a gaping hole was created in his dantian, a torrent of true essence erupted, tainted with blood, casting a crimson hue across the air before dissipating rapidly. In the next moment, devoid of the support of true essence, both the black-clad man and the Nya family warrior plummeted to the ground, unleashing chilling cries as they rolled away from each other. Spotting Yilin rushing towards him, the black-clad man revealed a sinister expression and bellowed, "You brat! Blood Butcher will not spare you. Just wait." With that, he raised his long sword in an attempt to end his own life. Bang! Yilin, quick-witted and swift, drew his Desert Eagle and fired a shot, precisely knocking the sword from the man's grasp. Instantly, the Wolf King arrived. Yilin, holding a string of prayer beads, thrust his palm forward, and 24 beads radiated golden light, releasing layers of swastika-like inscriptions that surged into the man's body. "Ah, what have you done to me, you despicable wretch? If you have the guts, grant me a swift end." As the golden light entered his body, the black-clad man screamed in agony. Uncontrollable bursts of golden light erupting beneath his skin, causing his bones to creak and his eyes to bulge. Yilin chuckled coldly, "Want to die? Your life is mine now. Only I decide when you meet your end." With a thought, the power of the external binding seal transformed into countless strands of golden light, tightly constraining all his joints. Even his mouth was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance to prevent him from biting his tongue in an attempt to escape. Muffled cries emanated from the black-clad man as he struggled wildly, his lips moving yet unable to utter a single word. With a hole blasted through his dantian, he was rendered powerless, incapable of breaking free from Yilin's control. "Someone, bind him and take him back to the family dungeon for confinement." Yilin commanded the members of Junlin without looking back, ensuring the black-clad man was secured. He then dismounted from the Wolf King's back and approached the Nya family warrior. "Your dantian has been shattered. Even if you recover from your injuries, you will only be an ordinary person from now on. Do you hate me?" Yilin inquired calmly. The warrior inhaled deeply, closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, forced a smile. "I do not hate you, for I understand that by shattering my dantian, you have freed me. Otherwise, if he were to escape, he would surely kill me at the first opportunity." Indeed, Yilin nodded in satisfaction at his response, hoping to instill this perspective in others to prevent any discontent among the ranks. Hearing this, Nya Yuanshan sighed, and the lingering discontent in his heart dissipated. "Yi Weiying, please assess the losses among the families. Every brother who sacrificed today must be given a proper burial, and financial compensation should be distributed to their families," Yilin declared, resolutely consolidating the hearts of the people. "Remember, we must not neglect the contributions of our brothers." "Yes, my lord." Yi Weiying sighed inwardly and immediately proceeded to tally the casualties. Yilin also produced a pill and personally handed it to a martial artist, eliciting profound gratitude from the recipient. In Chapter 59, titled Striking a Blow, it becomes evident that wealth holds little significance for Yilin. It is merely an external possession. Problems that can be resolved with money do not trouble him, for he knows that wealth can always be regained through various means. If necessary, he could relocate and, with his brothers, undertake another venture. However, the loss of life is a different matter altogether, one that deeply unsettles him. The members of Junlin have been nurtured with considerable effort, and despite their average martial prowess, they are incomparable to the members of other prominent families in Yilin's eyes. This is precisely why Yilin utilizes members of other families as shields in conflict. To the heads of the Nya, Shi, and Lu families, your hard work is appreciated. Once the losses are tallied, I shall ensure double compensation is delivered to your homes. We cannot allow our brothers to have sacrificed in vain." With everything nearly settled, Yilin assumed a dignified posture and clasped his fists in salute to the various families. "You speak as if we are strangers, young Master Yi. We are all comrades now. Our fortunes are intertwined, and we should stand united." Shi Gongying remarked with a hint of flattery. "Isn't it just a few family martial artists who perished? Can that possibly compare to the fortune we have gained from clinging to the Yi family? Under Yilin's order, in just a few days, which family has not reaped considerable rewards? A few deaths are inconsequential. We can simply train replacements." "Indeed, young Master Yi has a point. You seem to regard us as outsiders. Without your guidance, we would still be entangled in our own schemes, with casualties inevitable." Another family leader chimed in. "Precisely. This minor loss pales in comparison to the gains we have achieved." The other leaders, clear-headed, echoed the sentiment, dismissing the matter with gestures. Having conveyed his thoughts, Yilin engaged in light banter before taking his leave. Upon returning to the Yi residence, dawn had already broken, marking the passage of the night. Entering the hall, Yilin turned to address the assembly. "Following this assassination attempt, I trust you have discerned that firearms are not invincible. in the presence of true masters. They reveal significant weaknesses. Therefore, you must diligently enhance your skills. Each of you possesses ample medicinal pills, and I have imparted martial techniques to you. From this moment forth, you are to proceed to the Wansho mountain range for intensive training. Additionally, take all 100 battlefield slaves with you. Train them as I have instructed you. Do you all understand? The assembly responded with solemnity. Understood. Very well, off you go. Yi Lin waved his hand. The members of Junlin promptly exited the hall, preparing their weapons and ammunition as they stealthily made their way to the Wansho mountain range in groups. Once they departed, Yi Lin turned to Yi Weiying, saying, "You should also head down and ensure that the bloodthirsty assassin is confined in the dungeon. Have a few reliable clan members rotate shifts to guard him for 12 hours each day. It is imperative that he does not perish." Understood, young master. Yi Weiying nodded slightly and turned to leave, only to be called back by Yi Lin. Let us do this to prevent him from taking his own life. You shall personally venture to the dungeon and sever all his tendons. Alternatively, use medication to restrain him. What I require is absolute certainty. The calmness of his words concealed a chilling ruthlessness, causing Yi Weiying to gasp in shock. My lord, he has already been rendered a useless man. Is it not excessively cruel to sever his tendons? What's this? Do you deem my methods too brutal? Yi Lin's gaze pierced through him, his indifferent tone amplifying the pressure on Yi Weiying, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Have you ever considered that if I were not somewhat capable, I might not even have the chance to live? And have you pondered what your fate would be should I perish? Now, merely severing his tendons evokes your sympathy? Yi Lin continued, should he take his own life or die, the shattering of his soul token would alert the blood slaughterer. Have you contemplated the repercussions of their next arrival? Should we heed your suggestion and grant him a swift end instead? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing this, Yi Weiying immediately knelt, wiping away his sweat. My lord, I acknowledge my error and assure you it shall not happen again. Humph. Yi Lin's expression suddenly turned cold. Reflect on how many times this is for you. Remember, my decisions are not to be questioned. Absolute obedience is required. Should you fail in this regard, willingly relinquish your position so I may appoint another. Yes, I understand. I assure you, I will not err again. Yi Weiying repeatedly wiped his sweat, filled with regret. Enough, attend to your duties. Yi Lin took a sip of tea before gesturing for him to depart. Yi Linger emerged from the hall, having heard the reprimand clearly. Brother, you are too harsh on Yi Weiying. He has been loyal to us. What do you know? This is a lesson for him, Yi Lin replied, setting down his teacup and gazing at the brightening sky outside. Yi Weiying possesses commendable capabilities. However, he is plagued by a woman's compassion. Our family is expanding, and we will face an increasing number of foes, ever more formidable. Such compassion is utterly unacceptable. If we do not correct him now, it will be too late when trouble arises. After concluding his statement, Yi Lin suddenly stood and looked at Yi Linger. How fares your side? Have you learned anything? Yi Linger shook her head. Yi Xiangdong harbors a deep-seated hatred for us and refuses to divulge anything, merely stating that death is imminent. Oh, Yi Lin scoffed coldly. It seems this old man possesses a measure of fortitude. I shall pay him a visit. Soon. The brother and sister arrived at the small dark room designated for the imprisonment of Yi Xiangdong and his son. 2 family guards stood watch outside, and upon noticing Yi Lin's personal arrival, they perked up, their expressions slightly excited as they approached to pay their respects. Young master, you have come. Indeed. I appreciate your hard work, he replied. Yi Lin casually nodded, prompting 2 family guards to respond with fervor. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty. He inquired nonchalantly. How are they behaving, those 2? The guards exchanged bitter smiles, saying, they spend their days cursing and throwing things, especially directing their vitriol towards the young master and Miss Linger, with vile and despicable language. All right, I understand. Open the door. A cold glint flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. The guards hastily complied, and before he could step inside, the sound of Yi Xiangdong's curses echoed from within. Wretched creature, ingrate. You came to ask earlier, and now you return. Are you so desperate for a man seeking death? Yi Lin's eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling intent. Meanwhile, Yi Linger felt a flush of indignation rise within her. How dare he? It seems that during my absence, he has grown too comfortable and developed an unwarranted sense of entitlement. Stepping into the room, Yi Lin's gaze fell icy upon the imprisoned Yi Xiangdong. Chapter 60. Interrogation. It's you, Yi Lin. Yi Xiangdong had anticipated another visit from Yi Linger, but was taken aback to find Yi Lin instead, his face contorted with resentment. Yi Lin. Yi Ying emitted a primal roar, his hair wildly disheveled, chains rattling as he struggled against his bonds. Despite having his tongue pierced, his voice, imbued with malice, could still be discerned. It was evident that this father and son duo harbored a profound enmity towards Yi Lin. Linger, during these past few days of questioning, have you not resorted to any measures or inflicted punishment? Yi Lin scrutinized the pair, noting the absence of fresh wounds, and frowned at Yi Linger. None, she replied, her tone reminiscent of a buzzing fly, leaving Yi Lin speechless. No wonder these two felt emboldened. It appeared they had been well fed and cared for, allowing them to forget their earlier suffering. Wretched creatures, I tell you, your end is nigh. It would be wise to release me now. Perhaps I might spare your lives later. Otherwise, when the master arrives, you and your sister shall meet a grim fate. Yi Xiangdong boasted, exuding a false sense of security. Old fool, it seems you remain oblivious to your situation, daring to be so arrogant as a prisoner. Yi Lin scoffed, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he raised his hand and fired a shot, the sound of the gunshot resonating as it pierced through Yi Xiangdong's thigh. Ah! Yi Xiangdong cried out in agony as his leg trembled involuntarily, blood gushing forth, much to the satisfaction of the two guards behind Yi Lin, who had endured their share of insults in recent days. Are you awake now? After the shot to Yi Xiangdong's thigh, Yi Lin coolly blew on the gun's muzzle, saying, if you're not, I can always give you another shot. It's merely a matter of a finger's motion. Yi Lin, you wretched creature. You will pay dearly for your actions today. Yi Xiangdong howled in rage, appearing completely unhinged. It seems you remain oblivious, Yi Lin remarked, shaking his head. With that, he raised his hand and fired 3 more shots. Bang, 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 each striking the fleshiest part of Yi Xiangdong's thigh. Wretched beast you. Yi Xiangdong's gaze burned with fury, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. Bang, bang. Before he could utter another word, Yi Lin fired 2 shots, forcing his words back into his throat. The bullets struck the toes of his shoes, obliterating them and leaving his big toes severed. Each frame was vividly explosive. Ah, the excruciating pain, piercing through his fingers, finally jolted Yi Xiangdong back to lucidity. Memories of Yi Lin's ruthless and decisive methods from days prior surged within him, igniting a flicker of regret. Can we have a proper conversation now? Who exactly are the forces behind you? Yi Lin waved his hand, and the family guards promptly brought forth a grand armchair. As he settled into it, an indescribable aura emanated from him. Toying with his handgun, he regarded his adversary with a cool detachment, stating, I shall grant you 3 breaths to ponder. Should you remain silent after that, I will fire a shot every breath, either at you or your son. You choose. Yi Xiangdong, seething with rage, retorted, Yi Lin, do not forget that we are your elders. Do you not fear that your actions will chill the hearts of our family? Yi Lin casually cleaned his ears, counting down. The fury in Yi Xiangdong escalated. You wretched child, this is sheer rebellion. You ingrate. Yi Lin blew on his fingers, remaining unfazed. You, Yi Xiangdong, exasperated, felt a chill of betrayal. 3. Yi Lin suddenly raised his gun. Bang! He shot Yi Ying in the shoulder, provoking a furious growl from him. The anguished cries of his son incited Yi Xiangdong to grit his teeth and bellow, stop. I will tell you everything. What do you wish to know? Only when faced with dire consequences do you speak. Yi Lin scoffed. To think I had to resort to such measures to elicit the truth from you. Truly pathetic. What I seek is simple. Disclose all that you know. All that you have concealed from me. Be mindful. If your revelations do not satisfy me, I will not hesitate to pull the trigger. Leaning back in the grand chair, legs crossed, Yi Lin aimed the gun menacingly, causing Yi Xiangdong's complexion to pale. Very well, I shall ask, and you shall answer, to spare us both time. Yi Lin abruptly uncrossed his legs and inquired, First, tell me about my parents. Why did they vanish without reason? Where did they go before their disappearance? The ancient divine ruins. 3 years ago, they opened, and your parents ventured forth, seeking fortune. Alas, it seems they encountered some misfortune and were captured by an unknown force. Yi Xiangdong relayed the information gathered by the family. Our clan sent people to investigate and discovered that this force does not belong to our dynasty. Yi Lin's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the ancient divine ruins, recalling some details. The ancient divine ruins were described in ancient texts as a small world created by deities, rich in spiritual energy, and once a sacred ground for martial arts. However, chaos had erupted within, transforming the sanctum into a wasteland, and it had since been sealed, opening only sporadically every few years. The so-called ancient divine ruins. From the perspective of Yi Lin, a soul of the 21st century, can be perceived as an alternate dimension or perhaps a parallel realm. It appears that this world harbors many enigmatic locales, which piques Yi Lin's interest, a glint of brilliance flashing through his pupils. Brother, Yi Linger, somewhat apprehensive, tugged at Yi Lin's sleeve. Regaining his composure, Yi Lin smiled and patted her reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. Our parents' soul tokens remain intact, indicating they are still alive. I have vowed to find them. Yi Ling nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. Yi Lin turned his attention back to Yi Xiangdong and inquired, "Now, tell me, who is supporting you from behind, and what are your plans and schemes?" At this, Yi Xiangdong's expression shifted slightly. Not willing to speak. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, resting his finger on the trigger. Upon witnessing this gesture, Yi Xiangdong's heart raced, prompting him to exclaim, "I will tell you. I will tell you. In truth, I am unaware of their background. I only know that their influence is substantial, and they possess many skilled individuals. They approached me proactively. They promised me the position of clan leader and proposed a collaboration, intending to establish ties with the Sihai and require me to provide a steady supply of weapons. Through you and the Sihai commercial house, why not collaborate directly with the Sihai?" Yi Lin furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying intrigue. Yi Xiangdong appeared taken aback, seemingly having never contemplated this question before. Upon reflection, there indeed seemed to be a hint of suspicion. It is well known that the Yi clan's hammer martial soul possesses a unique talent for forging weapons. Anything produced by the Yi family is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Their need for a substantial and stable supply of weapons might indeed be the reason they sought me out, Yi Xiangdong concluded, unable to provide a more suitable rationale. "What do you mean by your ominous words? Are the masters you mentioned planning to deal with me?" Yi Lin raised an eyebrow. "If they are interested in our Yi family's weapon forging prowess, then the identity of the clan leader is inconsequential to them. What reason would they have to act against me?" "You." Yi Xiangdong gazed at Yi Lin in astonishment. These were considerations he had never pondered. The youth, so young yet so astutely perceptive, had left no stone unturned in his reasoning. Had he realized earlier how meticulous and profound this young rascal's thoughts were, he would have disregarded the opinions of his kin and acted decisively to eliminate him. Thus, your expression suggests that you have become devoid of any informational value. Is that correct? Yi Lin stood, speaking with an air of indifference. At these words, Yi Xiangdong's heart leapt, and he urgently shouted, "Yi Lin, what are you planning to do?" Yi Lin ignored him and turned to the family guards, instructing, "You two, fetch Yi Weiing for me." "Yes, young master." The two guards promptly exited the room, and shortly thereafter, they returned with Yi Weiing in tow. Yi Weiing appeared to have just dealt with the assassin, blood still staining his hands. As he entered, he wiped the blood from his hands and respectfully bowed, saying, "Young master, you summoned me? Have matters over there been resolved?" Yi Lin inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the bloodstains on his hand. "Young master, it has been taken care of by my own hands," Yi Weiing replied respectfully. Yi Lin nodded slightly, responding coolly, "While you are at it, you might as well deal with the two of them. Keeping them alive is merely a waste of resources." Indeed, Yi Weiying's eyes gleamed with understanding. However, this time, he exhibited no hesitation. Immediately after speaking, he drew his longsword and advanced towards Yi Xiangdong and his son. "What are you doing? Yi Lin, you treacherous wretch. I have divulged all that I know to you. What more do you desire? I am your elder, your father's brother. Are you not concerned about tarnishing the family's reputation by killing me?" Yi Xiangdong's voice rose in a frantic, desperate shout as he recognized Yi Lin's intent to kill him. "Elder? I seek to rid myself of this so-called elder." Yi Lin scoffed. "Had I not feared that slaying you would soil my hands, I would have resolved this matter myself. Old fool. Yi Lin, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall haunt you even in the afterlife. Then let it be so, become a ghost, and speak of it." Yi Lin retorted, pulling Yi Ling air away, wishing to shield her from the gruesome scene. Seeing the murderous intent in Yi Lin's eyes, Yi Xiangdong panicked and pleaded, "Yi Lin, I was merely jesting. You cannot kill us. I possess many secrets. Though the Yi family appears prosperous and dominant now, it is precisely this situation that places us at risk of annihilation. Do you not understand? The Qingtian Conference in Qingtian City has always adhered to regulations set by the provincial government. By disrupting this order, you invite calamity upon yourself." Yi Lin paused momentarily. "Have you finished? If so, Yi Weiying, escort them on their final journey." He disregarded their cries and curses, leading Yi Ling air out of the confinement. "Yi Lin, by murdering your own uncle, you shall meet an unworthy end. You will plunge the Yi family into an abyss from which we cannot escape." Yi Xiangdong screamed in a fit of rage, while Ying beside him also bellowed in fury. "Grand Elder, do not waste your breath. For the sake of our kinship, I shall grant you a swift end. Rest assured, as long as our young master remains, the family will flourish like never before, and none shall impede his path." Yi Weiying, undeterred by the insults, steeled his resolve and approached, disregarding Yi Xiangdong's menacing glare, and with a swift motion, struck with his sword. The blade pierced through, and blood erupted forth. Yi Xiangdong's eyes widened in shock, blood gushing from his throat as Yi Weiying silenced him. You shall also embark on your journey. Perhaps this is a form of liberation for you. Yi Weiying then turned his gaze towards Yi Ying, swiftly delivering another blow to conclude his life. The entire confinement room fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of blood dripping. A pungent scent of blood soon permeated the air, as the family guards outside dared not utter a word. Yi Weiying emerged with an expression of tranquility, methodically cleaning the blood from his sword before sheathing it, as if he had undergone some transformative experience. Both of you, please clean up the body and give it a proper burial, Yi Weiying said calmly as she entered the hall, wielding her longsword. In the hall, Yilin sat with his eyes closed, manipulating his prayer beads, resembling an old monk in meditation. Yilinger had gone to attend to family matters, leaving only 2 maidservants quietly standing behind Yilin. Observing this, Yi Weiying took a deep breath and respectfully reported, Young master, I have dealt with everything as per your instructions. Yilin paused his manipulation of the beads, opening his eyes to say, Very well, consider this a test for you. Congratulations on passing. Remember, showing mercy to the enemy is akin to cruelty to oneself. You will understand this in due time. Yes, thank you for your guidance, young master, Yi Weiying replied humbly. Now let us discuss serious matters. Yilin rose, waving his hand to dismiss the 2 maidens from the hall, then furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you know about the provincial government above? The provincial government above? Yi Weiying was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head, saying, Young master, I truly do not know much about this. All I know is that we belong to a provincial government of the Great Li dynasty, called Qingzhou. Our Qingtian city is merely an inconspicuous, nameless little town within Qingzhou. Is that all you know? Nothing more? Yilin expressed his dismay. This was no different from his own knowledge. Asking was tantamount to futility. Yi Weiying felt somewhat embarrassed and admitted, To be honest, young master, I have never left the province in my life. So my knowledge of the outside world is merely hearsay. Yilin nodded, not expressing any displeasure, but instead fell into deep contemplation. He was utterly in the dark regarding the provincial government as circumstances, which left him in a passive position. After all, he had heard more than once about the rules of the Qingtian assembly set by the provincial government. Now that he had personally breached their regulations, it was likely to invite trouble. It seemed this world was, in essence, a realm governed by capitalists. The rules established by the provincial government for the Qingtian assembly, which mandated open combat for territory every 3 years, appeared to be for profit but were, in reality, a means of control. The intention was to exhaust the strength of various families, preventing any single family from becoming too powerful and slipping from control. This clearly indicated that the families were being cultivated like leeks. After pondering this, Yilin could not help but shake his head. No wonder Yi Xiangdong had warned him of impending disaster. He had encroached upon others' domains and disturbed their interests. With this thought, Yilin turned to Yi Weiying and said, Yi Weiying, I have a task for you. Please command, young master. Yi Weiying felt a surge of anticipation, sensing that Yilin was about to make a significant move. Go to the front courtyard and place the statue of the Bright King at the very center of Qingtian City, constructing a high platform for it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yilin's eyes. I want everyone in the city to know that the divine statue has manifested. With sincere devotion, one can quell distractions, stabilize martial arts, and even receive blessings to awaken their martial soul. Please ensure that this matter is handled with utmost diligence, and feel free to embellish it somewhat. It is imperative that every inhabitant of Qingtian City becomes aware of the existence of the divine statue. Understood, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. Although Yi Weiying was uncertain of Yilin's true intentions, he promptly turned and set about his task with efficiency. Yilin observed his departing figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. If we are to act, let us make it a grand affair. The forces of the state, blood butchery, and the Qingming sect are all formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. Currently, they remain oblivious, but this time lag will not last. Once they receive word and react, I will undoubtedly be their first target for elimination. Thus, Yilin must hasten his progress. Aside from advanced weaponry, his only means of swiftly enhancing his strength lies in harnessing the power of incense offerings to cultivate the Buddha's golden body. The Yi family is few in number, and their accumulated incense power is quite limited. However, if this influence can be extended throughout all of Qingtian City, the potential would be tremendous. Contemplating this, even Yilin could not help but take a deep breath, filled with anticipation. Yi Weiying's efficiency in executing the task was remarkable. Before long, a piece of news surged through every corner of Qingtian City like wildfire, igniting a tremendous uproar. It eclipsed the excitement surrounding Yi Lin's upcoming Qingtian conference by several magnitudes. At this very moment, various taverns, inns, and merchant establishments buzzed with animated discussions as mealtime approached. Have you heard? A divine statue has appeared in Qingtian City. It is simply unbelievable. I heard it early this morning. I wonder if it's true. They say that this divine statue, when worshipped sincerely, can manifest its presence, assisting individuals in overcoming distractions, stabilizing their martial paths, and, if fortunate, bestowing divine blessings that awaken one's martial soul. It is known that deities were beings from ancient times, symbolizing supreme power. If true, such a possibility is indeed profound. Damn it, what are we waiting for? The sooner we act, the better. If it is genuine, we might just receive the deity's blessings. Indeed, we commoners lead mundane lives, and ultimately, we lack awakened martial souls. Once awakened, our fortunes could change. Damn it, why does this meal taste so bland today? I'm done eating. Let us go, let us go. We shall pay homage to the divine spirit. Within the bustling taverns, thousands were overcome with excitement. Gazing at the previously appetizing dishes, they found their appetites vanished, slamming their tables in impatience as they hurried towards the very heart of Qingtian City. In less than an hour, the city nearly erupted with fervor. Even within his estate, Yi Lin could distinctly sense the altered atmosphere of Qingtian City. The streets were awash with throngs of people, a cacophony of noise rising as they surged towards the location where the divine statue was to be enshrined. Are they coming? Yi Lin inhaled deeply, grasping the prayer beads in his hand, and retreated to the secluded chamber, awaiting in tranquil anticipation. Here they come, Brother Yi. A multitude of people has arrived. Look around. Heads are bobbing from all directions, a throng of humanity. The two guards of the Yi family, tasked with safeguarding the statue, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. The weight of the crowd was overwhelming. Why the panic? This is precisely the effect we desired. Yi Wei barked an order and stepped forward. Addressing the gathering with a commanding voice, esteemed villagers, you have surely heard of the divine statue. This statue is a gift from our young master. Now selflessly, he has presented it for all to worship and venerate, aiming to benefit our Qingtian city. Our young master has declared that anyone who receives the divine blessing and awakens their martial soul may choose to join the Yi family as a martial guardian, with rewards and teachings aplenty. What? Is this truly the case? Such a wonderful opportunity. The crowd's excitement surged, their admiration for Yi Lin magnified manifold. A benevolent soul. The young master of the Yi family is truly a paragon of virtue. Indeed, at such a tender age, to possess such magnanimity and selflessness in unveiling the divine statue is nothing short of heroic. We must remember the kindness of young Master Yi. Hoping to receive the divine blessing, join the Yi family and repay this grace. All present bore expressions of gratitude, visibly animated. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Yi Wei nodded to his companions. Remove the drapery. Yes. Several clan members promptly pulled away the white cloth shrouding the statue. Before the crowd, a lifelike and imposing statue of the king of the three realms emerged. It bore 3 faces and 8 arms. One radiated compassion, another displayed fury, and the last exuded authority. Each of its 8 hands held a distinct object: a scripture, a scepter, a command token, a spear, a pure vessel, a lotus, a colossal sword, and a golden pestle. An indescribable aura of grandeur, magnificence, and solemnity enveloped the scene, penetrating the hearts of all. Chapter 63. The City in Uproar. O my heavens! Divine being, this is the true essence of divinity. This is how a deity should appear and resonate. Quick, quick, let us pay homage. O divine being, please accept my reverence. Divine One, grant me awakening. Madness ensued as the visage of the king was unveiled. The throngs of people went wild, shouting and kneeling before the statue in fervent worship. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly electric. The age of the ancient deities felt so distant, their images long lost to the hearts of the people. Yet, upon witnessing the divine figure, all their fantasies of the divine suddenly coalesced, unbeknownst to anyone. As waves of individuals knelt, shimmering specks of golden light erupted from each of them. Initially scattered, these golden rays multiplied as more and more people bowed, filling the air with a dense array of shimmering brilliance. At last, these golden rays converged into delicate strands, flowing like a tide towards the radiant figure of the King of Light. A resounding hum echoed as the profound and pure fervor of devotion enveloped the figure, causing an explosion of golden light and extraordinary phenomena. Incantations and sacred symbols emerged, swirling in the void like divine script, radiating brilliance. Oh my! Look, everyone! The divine presence has manifested. The deity truly reveals itself. Suddenly, a voice, filled with excitement, erupted from the crowd. Instantly, everyone lifted their heads to witness an astonishing sight. Heavens! The divine presence has indeed manifested. The ethereal incantations and symbols flowed, emanating a rich golden light, ultimately coalescing into a golden halo that enveloped an area the size of an acre. Within that golden radiance, a majestic and grandiose silhouette sat cross-legged, its divine form resembling that of a great sun, impossible to gaze upon directly. Mystical sounds of sacred chants resonated in the air, and an otherworldly fragrance wafted, purifying the soul. Many, entranced by the celestial sounds and fragrant aromas, experienced unprecedented relaxation as greed, anger, ignorance, and all negative emotions dissipated entirely. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed through the crowd as a young man burst forth, radiating a dazzling soul ring, with a white tiger apparition roaring behind him, emitting a soft white light. My martial spirit. I have awakened my martial spirit. Oh my, I have truly awakened my martial spirit. This unexpected spectacle momentarily left the young man astonished, but he quickly regained his composure and erupted into ecstatic shouts. Those around him were equally astonished, yet they soon found themselves overwhelmed with excitement. What could be more convincing than witnessing such a manifestation? The atmosphere intensified, becoming tenfold, 100-fold more fervent. O divine presence above, bestow your blessings upon me. O divine presence above. Everyone, now even more fervent than before, knelt once more, their expressions fervent and resolute. If they had initially harbored some skepticism, they were now unwavering in their faith, transformed from ordinary believers into fervent devotees, contributing even greater and purer waves of devotion. The radiance of the King of Light was the most direct manifestation, visibly expanding from 1 acre to 2. Behind the figure, a towering blaze of black and red flames flickered, as if tangible. Suddenly, the void brightened anew, as a soul ring burst forth from the crowd, transforming into a cerulean long sword, shimmering like a pool of autumn water. A first-grade sword martial spirit. Yi Weiying, witnessing this scene, recognized yet another blessing bestowed. Another martial spirit awakened. Before the sword martial spirit could be fully retracted, a piercing eagle's cry resonated. 2 more soul rings burst forth, revealing a colossal black eagle soaring through the void, shrieking fiercely. The awakening of martial souls has occurred again. Oh my. No. It is the divine blessing. Another soul has received the grace of the deities. Alas, could it be that my faith is insufficiently devout? Why have I not been favored? O divine beings above, bestow your blessings upon me. The crowd is nearly driven to madness as they witness the continuous awakening of martial souls, fervently engaging in prayers. Indeed, it was but a fleeting moment before more individuals began to awaken their martial souls. Radiant soul rings burst forth in the void, various martial souls shimmering and intertwining with the majestic visage of the king, creating a scene that felt almost transcendent. Even Yi Weiying found himself momentarily entranced, pondering whether the sacred grounds of martial arts within the ancient divine ruins might resemble this spectacle. Meanwhile, Yilin sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, holding prayer beads and patiently awaiting his moment. As the inhabitants of Qingtian City began to kneel before the majestic visage of the king, he suddenly felt a tremor in his mind, a stream of fragrant spiritual will traversing the space, surging directly into his consciousness. In an instant, he sensed a tightening at his brow, where a hint of golden light began to flicker. Then, it felt as though a bolt of golden lightning struck his forehead, unleashing a wave of intense pain. Gradually, more and more golden light emanated from his brow, illuminating the entire chamber in a resplendent glow, even obscuring his original form. Ah! Yi Lin let out a suppressed roar, overwhelmed by the searing pain that coursed through him, as if his brow were melting under the heat. Golden light erupted from his forehead in beams akin to lasers, a chaotic force surging forth. The incoming waves of spiritual will were increasingly violent, each wave more potent and pure than the last. Within mere moments, he felt as though his consciousness might shatter from the overwhelming pressure. Damn it! It seems I underestimated the potency of spiritual will and the divine influence in this realm. Gasping in agony, Yilin hastily cast aside the prayer beads, calming his mind, as he formed the foundational seal of the Three Realms King, channeling the Buddhist golden body technique. However, as he activated this technique, a thunderous explosion resonated within him, as if his very being had been ignited. A terrifying force erupted from his body, with golden light surging forth like a cascading waterfall, shattering the stone bed beneath him. His aura skyrocketed, akin to a rocket ascending rapidly. The essence of his body, initially at the 9th level of body refinement, was instantly shattered, propelling him to the first level of energy gathering. Without pause, he surged forth, breaking through to the second level, third level, and fourth level of energy gathering. As if there were no limits to his ascent, the golden light radiating from his form grew ever more brilliant and intense. Unbeknownst to him, an incense stick's worth of time had elapsed. Within Qingtian City, the news spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Everyone became aware of the authenticity of the divine blessing that awakened martial souls. Rather than dissipating, the crowd only swelled further. Eventually, the entire city of Qingtian succumbed to a state of paralysis. The heads of the prominent families and their kin could no longer remain seated, all emerging to witness the miraculous event. Then, some individuals attempted to worship with a devout heart, their distracting thoughts vanishing into thin air, leaving their minds remarkably clear. Many martial artists, who previously could not transcend their limits, astonishingly broke through their barriers. This revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd. As an unceasing flow of incense and goodwill surged towards Yilin, seemingly without cost. This influx persisted for an entire day, continuing into the night before the crowd finally dispersed. However, even in the deep hours of the night, the chamber echoed with the sounds of Buddhist chants and shimmering golden light. Amidst the resplendent glow, a majestic figure of a deity with 3 faces and 8 arms floated, its presence interlaced with dark red flames. The 8 divine instruments radiated light, exuding an overwhelming aura that filled the entire chamber. Chapter 64. The young master flew away. Time passed, minute by minute. Within the chamber, Yilin was enveloped in a surge of golden light, showing no signs of abating. A formidable aura, akin to that of a dragon or an elephant, continuously enveloped him. The once ethereal figure of the deity behind him, now visibly solidified after absorbing a considerable amount of goodwill. If it had previously been a mere shadow, it now resembled a figure adorned with golden foil, though still insubstantial within. It now possessed an exterior. This marked a monumental qualitative leap. Unbeknownst to him, yet another hour slipped away. The golden light within the chamber finally began to recede, like the ebbing tide, merging back into Yilin's body and brow. At that moment, as the divine figure and golden light returned to him, Yilin distinctly sensed a profound connection between his body and soul, as if some seal had been broken. Pop, pop. Yilin's body trembled, and to his astonishment, 3 soul rings emerged, gently hovering around him. Had his martial soul ascended? Yilin was momentarily stunned, acutely aware of the 3 soul rings filtering the world's vital energy, circulating within him. The volume of energy absorbed was several times greater than that of a single soul ring. Could it be that the martial soul also ascends with the advancement of cultivation? A hint of joy flickered in Yilin's heart. As he focused, light intertwined in his palm, and a large hammer materialized in his grip. The form and color of his martial soul had transformed. How marvelous! Yilin gazed at the hammer in his hand, utterly fascinated. His martial soul had shifted from a black iron hammer to a weighty brass hammer, appearing more tangible and possessing a greater sense of heft. He lightly shook the brass hammer, and the air resonated with a deep hum, creating ripples that suggested immense weight. His control had intensified. This meant he could attempt to forge weapons imbued with intricate diagrams using his martial soul. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he could not restrain a hearty laugh. Particularly today's gains far surpassed his expectations. The golden body of Buddhism and the figure of the deity could only be truly comprehended by those who had personally cultivated them. The golden body of Buddhism could continually grow stronger with an unending supply of elixirs, while the deity's figure could also strengthen indefinitely with a continuous outpouring of goodwill. If there exist transcendental techniques above the 9 grades in this world, then these 2 techniques undoubtedly surpass even the highest tier of such excellence. In Yilin's mind, he referred to these 2 techniques as divine methodologies. It was time to emerge from seclusion. After pondering for a while in the training chamber, Yilin gradually rose to his feet. He raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the beads he had previously cast away returned to his grasp as if played in reverse. Fortunately, Yi Wei-ing and the others were absent. Otherwise, they would have been utterly astonished by this spectacle. This act, known as the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, is a hallmark skill possessed only by those who cultivate qi. Stepping out of the chamber, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Yilin took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them, 2 beams of light piercing through the night like flashes of lightning. In the next moment, he took a step forward, as if traversing an invisible staircase, ascending into the air with each stride. Initially, he treaded with caution, but soon he relaxed, moving as if strolling in a garden, savoring the exhilaration of walking through the void. He traversed from the back courtyard to the front, his spirits soaring. Then, with a flicker of his figure. He soared forth like a great bird, vanishing into the vastness of the night. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by two patrolling guards, leaving them momentarily stunned before they quickly regained their composure, erupting into astonished shouts. "He is flying. The young master has flown away." Their shock and excitement left them stumbling over their words. As their cries echoed, the previously tranquil Yi family soon buzzed with commotion. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps converged as numerous family warriors emerged. What on earth has happened? Yi Weiying arrived in the front courtyard, his expression laden with confusion. One guard immediately pointed towards the direction Yi Lin had departed, exclaiming, "He has flown. He has flown away." Smack! Yi Weiying delivered a sharp slap to the guard's face, admonishing, "Speak clearly. What do you mean he has flown?" Remarkably, this sudden slap seemed to restore the guard's coherence. He promptly began to articulate, "Brother Yi, it's the young master. He has truly flown away." "What did you say? The young master has flown away?" Yi Weiying's expression morphed into one of incredulity, his gaze darkening as he glared at the guard. "Do you think I lack sense, or am I just foolish? Dare you jest about the young master again, and I swear I shall deal with you." "No, Brother Yi. I mean it. What I say is the truth. The young master genuinely flew away before our very eyes. You can ask Lao Lu." Yes, Brother Yi. We are not deceiving you. The young master indeed zipped away right in front of us." Lao Lu hurriedly corroborated the claim. "Ah, you old Lu. Do you dare to mock me as well?" Yi Weiying's ire flared as he observed their earnest expressions. Were it not for the fact that he had been with the young master that very morning, he might have believed them. A mere 9th-level body refinement cultivator. "And you tell me he can fly? Unbelievable." Yi Weiying stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the 6th man tumbling to the ground. Following this, he berated, "I warned you to fly away. You dared to jest with the young master, did you? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" His relentless kicking and scolding left another individual utterly bewildered. How could speaking the truth lead to punishment? "Brother Yi, I swear I didn't deceive you. The young master really did fly away." The 6th man, having endured a couple of painful kicks, cried out in agony, "Gentle. Do you think gentleness will instill a lesson in you?" Yi Weiying threatened to kick again. Just then, a peculiar voice echoed from behind. "What are you doing? It's the dead of night, and you all are making a ruckus? Shouldn't the clan members be resting?" "Young master." Yi Weiying halted abruptly and spun around, only to find the space behind him empty. Where did he go? Was it not the young master who spoke just now? Doubt crept into Yi Weiying's mind as he turned back, wondering if he had imagined it. But as he turned, he noticed everyone else's mouths agape, their eyes fixated on the sky. Yi Weiying quickly glanced upwards and was astonished to see Yi Lin leisurely standing in midair, curiously observing them. "Hiss, young master." Chapter 65, The Innate Realm? Is it truly you? Yi Weiying gazed incredulously at Yi Lin suspended above, his entire being frozen in disbelief. In his mind, he felt his jaw drop, as if dislocated by the sheer shock. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. This had to be an illusion, certainly just an illusion. Yi Weiying fervently shook his head, rubbing his eyes vigorously, struggling to reconcile the reality before him. Just this morning, the young master was clearly at the body refinement stage. How could he have achieved the ability to walk on air in just one day? To walk on air was a power reserved for innate martial artists. It was unfathomable. Simply unfathomable. After vigorously rubbing his eyes, he inhaled deeply and looked again. Yi Lin still hovered in the air, and he felt a profound sense of existential doubt wash over him. What are you all making such a commotion about? Yi Lin's figure shifted, gracefully descending from the sky without causing even a whisper of wind. Why, young master? Is it really you? Yi Weiying's mouth hung agape, a visage of shock, in stark contrast to the composure he had displayed earlier when confronting Yi Xiangdong. Of course, who else could it be? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, piecing together the chaos that had unfolded, and waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this fuss. Go about your business. And remember, keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, their faces brimming with excitement. An innate martial artist. Their young master had unknowingly become an innate martial artist. The Yi family was on the brink of rising. They would finally break free from the confines of Qingtian City, no longer limited to just one city. What news could be more exhilarating than this? Young master, have you truly transcended to the innate realm? After the crowd dispersed, Yi Weiying remained in a state of astonishment, feeling as though everything was a mere dream. Just that morning, Yi Lin was still in the body refinement stage, yet after a day's seclusion, he had remarkably leaped over the qi gathering stage to ascend to the innate realm. If what you refer to as the innate realm entails the ability to traverse the void, then it must indeed be true. Yi Lin smiled faintly, not disclosing that he possessed no true essence within him. His ability to walk through the void came naturally. The Buddhist golden body is a technique of external refinement. Although it lacks true essence, it harbors formidable power. If he were to label it, Yilin could only describe it as a divine ability. When the physical body is fortified to a certain extent, various divine abilities naturally emerge. Of course, at such a level, Yilin was confident that even an ordinary innate warrior would not necessarily be his opponent. The terrifying nature of divine techniques was something only he fully comprehended. Hiss. Yi Weiing could not help but gasp in disbelief. Although he had speculated that Yilin was an innate warrior, it was still merely conjecture. Now, upon receiving Yilin's confirmation, the shock within him was unimaginable. To ascend from body refinement to the innate realm in a single day. How astounding. Were it not happening before his very eyes, how many would believe it? It was likely that only those with an awakened 9-rank martial soul could achieve such feats across the continent. Enough of your wide-eyed astonishment. Come here, and I shall bestow upon you a boon. Yilin observed his astonished demeanor and suddenly raised an eyebrow, his hands weaving intricate gestures as golden light continuously converged. Yi Weiing approached, somewhat perplexed. Just then, Yilin abruptly halted his gestures, forming a sword-like finger that shot forth like lightning towards Yi Weiing's brow. Buzz! A blinding golden light erupted from Yilin's fingertip, then penetrated Yi Weiing's forehead. Almost visibly, the golden light spread like countless tendrils, extending throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, golden lines illuminated beneath Yi Weiing's skin, coursing through his meridians and acupoints, ultimately culminating in a powerful surge to his abdomen, erupting in a burst of golden brilliance. This fierce and domineering method forcefully shattered Yi Weiing's entire network of meridians and acupoints. The pain akin to being cleaved by blades. Within mere breaths, a layer of dark, oily impurities surfaced from his body as his flesh, bones, and even marrow underwent a vigorous cleansing. Boom! Yi Weiing's body shuddered violently as a torrent of energy exploded forth, true qi surging outwards, his aura swelling, and his hair standing on end. Only then did Yilin withdraw his finger. I have broken through to the qi gathering stage, Yi Weiing exclaimed, witnessing the true qi erupting from his body, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, profoundly grateful as he addressed Yilin. Thank you, young master, for your upliftment. Simultaneously, a tumultuous wave of astonishment surged within him. For the means by which Yilin enhanced his cultivation were truly unprecedented and astonishing. This is simply astonishing. Has the young master truly inherited the divine legacy? The unprecedented and fearsome weaponry, the terrifying manifestation of the King of Brightness, and everything that has transpired today. Hiss! Yi Weiing could not dare to contemplate further. Rise, Yilin commanded with a wave of his hand, an invisible force compelling Yi Weiing to stand, leaving him utterly astonished within. At that moment, he felt as if all sensation had left him, his thoughts adrift. It was only upon following Yilin into the family's weapon forging workshop that he regained his senses. Young master, why have we come here? To forge weapons. Yilin's eyes sparkled with determination as he approached the forging platform. With a slight adjustment, he instructed, bring me Yiming iron, Xinyao bone, Qijing copper, Han iron, and Jinying stone, all in equal proportions. This time, Yilin intended to forge a weapon inscribed with a formation diagram, utilizing only the finest materials of significant rank. Forge weapons? Yi Weiing was momentarily taken aback, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He knew that whenever Yilin personally forged a weapon, its potency would surpass that of the previous creation by a considerable margin. Without hesitation, he hurried to gather all the materials and present them before Yilin. Yilin gently closed his eyes, the family's inherited forging diagram vividly replaying in his mind, familiarizing himself with it repeatedly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, clenched his palm, and a swirling, earthy light erupted from his hand, elongating to reveal an enormous copper hammer. Buzz! 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 Immediately, 3 blinding soul rings burst forth, enveloping the hammerhead, and a heavy aura swept through the air. What? Yi Weiing's eyes widened in disbelief once more at this spectacle. The martial soul. The young master's martial soul has transformed. Yi Weiing's face was filled with terror as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, reopening them to confirm. Indeed, it has changed. Yi Weiing could hardly contain his astonishment, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. He distinctly recalled that during their last expedition to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, the young master had forged a weapon right in front of them, and his martial soul had been a black iron hammer. Yet now, it had transformed into a copper hammer resembling brass. This was the first time he had heard of a martial soul undergoing mutation. Moreover, not only had the martial soul mutated, but its rank had also risen. Previously, The young master's martial soul was accompanied by a single soul ring, categorizing it as a first-grade martial soul. But now, it was adorned with 3 dazzling soul rings. A third-grade martial soul. Yi Weiying felt as though the events of today might shatter his very spirit. Could it be that the young master has been resurrected as a deity? Clang. A sound of hammering suddenly echoed, and a flurry of sparks erupted, jolting Yi Weiying back to reality. His gaze sharpened as he beheld Yi Lin, who had prepared himself. The copper hammer enveloped in soul rings descended with force, striking the premium materials and expelling a multitude of impurities. The sparks flying forth were the remnants of the impurities contained within the materials. In the fleeting moment when Yi Lin struck, a surge of impact and heat ignited flames. Clang, clang, clang. A personal performance commenced. The copper hammer swung continuously in Yi Lin's grasp, sending forth a flurry of sparks as various materials were introduced. As if molded by an invisible hand, constantly transforming in shape. Everything appeared to be a captivating spectacle, a feast for the eyes. Exhilaration surged through him. Yi Lin immersed himself in the sheer joy of weapon forging, finding it almost impossible to extricate himself. The recent elevation of his martial soul offered an unparalleled sensory delight. His mind was enraptured, and through his martial soul, he perceived the structure of each material and the impurities it harbored. With every strike of the hammer, a peculiar force expelled the dross from the materials according to his will. He could even manipulate the structure of each material through his martial soul. It felt akin to traversing from the macroscopic to the microscopic realm, extraordinarily unique. Before long, all the materials coalesced into a harmonious blend. Under his relentless hammering, they stretched and transformed into a dark, cold spear, the battle ray gun. This crafting process was starkly different from the large sniper rifle he had previously created. His earlier work consisted solely of assembled components, whereas this time, the transformation brought forth by his martial soul allowed for effortless mastery. The metal, under his command, shaped itself from within to form a singular entity, achieving true unity. This sensation was reminiscent of the extraordinary abilities depicted in novels, where one could manipulate metal at will. Next came the final step, the imprinting of the formation. Yi Lin inhaled deeply, his gaze igniting with fervor as intricate formation diagrams swirled in his mind. "Gather spirit," he uttered in a low voice, and the copper hammer in his hand suddenly radiated with brilliance, his internal power swiftly depleting as the essence of the world surged forth. Clang. With total concentration, he swung the hammer, filling the air with a sizzling sound as brilliant lights emanated, weaving an intricate formation like a spider's web. As the formation emerged, the essence of the world visibly accelerated in its gathering. Then, with a flash of light, the formation gracefully draped over the weapon like a garment, seamlessly integrating into it and forming mysterious patterns. A humming sound resonated as the formation successfully fused, and the entire spear glimmered with a radiant sheen. Yi Lin wielded the copper hammer once more, imprinting several additional formations to reinforce the weapon. "Yi Weiying, hand me your longsword." Upon completing the weapon, a gleam sparked in Yi Lin's eyes. He reached out and drew the longsword from Yi Weiying's hand. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the sniper rifle with the sword. A blinding spark erupted, making it nearly impossible to behold. "Hiss!" Yi Weiying gasped, utterly astonished. For despite Yi Lin's fierce slash, the sniper rifle remained unscathed, merely bearing a faint white mark upon its surface. Moreover, the white imprint, glimmering with the brilliance of the formation, gradually faded and then vanished entirely. In contrast, his sword had become so dulled and battered in Yi Lin's grip that it was hardly recognizable. This was astonishingly resilient and robust. Yi Weiying could scarcely believe it. After all, his weapon had undergone extensive forging, rendering it significantly sharper and harder than ordinary armaments. In typical combat, it was the adversary's weapons that would suffer damage, while his longsword merely dulled slightly, easily restored to its original edge with a bit of honing. Yet now, following their clash, it seemed nearly irreparable. The efficacy of this formation truly was formidable. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. Although he utilized the finest materials from the Yi family, he alone understood the magnitude of his strength. The fusion of speed and power could slice through steel as easily as water. Moreover, he had just wielded a sword forged from pure steel through countless trials. "Bring me another sword," Yi Lin commanded, addressing the somewhat dazed Yi Weiying. "Certainly." Yi Weiying quickly regained his composure, selecting a slightly superior longsword from the workshop. He handed the sword to Yi Lin, who flicked the blade, producing a delicate hum. It was indeed a finely crafted sword. Yi Lin nodded approvingly before suddenly issuing a fierce shout, channeling his energy, golden light erupting from his form. With a powerful swing of the longsword, a 3-foot arc of golden light burst forth. The air was violently torn as the golden blade struck the large target. Clang. This time, the sound was distinctly different. No sparks flew, only a brilliant flash of gold erupted. The large target visibly bore a deep gash from the golden sword light. Meanwhile, the long sword, even under the protection of the golden aura, had its edge compromised. Although bolstered by the sword energy, its destructive power was significantly amplified. The large target still managed to withstand the assault. A faint smile crept upon Yi Lin's lips. The quality of this large target exceeded all his expectations. In the future, even in dire circumstances, it could serve as a weapon in battle. He still vividly remembered the scene from that day when Blood Butcher had executed a stealth attack. His subordinates, armed with a Gatling gun, had yet to fire when their weapon was cleaved in two by a single strike. Had the Gatling gun possessed such resilience at that time, the injury would have been on the enemy instead. Next, he was eager to test the effect of imprinting bullets with the formation. An intense anticipation gleamed in Yi Lin's eyes. Chapter 67. Testing the gun with one's body. The crafting of bullets was relatively straightforward. Utilizing only the leftover materials, Yi Lin produced over a dozen. However, the Yi family's resources were limited, and they possessed but a few forging formations. The variety of formations was extensive, including attack formations, defense formations, and support formations, each quite intricate and categorized into 9 levels, similar to martial arts techniques. The Yi family had merely 4 formations: the Spirit Gathering Formation, the Reinforcement Formation, the Ice Cold Formation, and the Tracking Formation. Furthermore, the grade of these formations was but the lowest tier, merely first grade. Nevertheless, even so, it is remarkably rare. The array maps are highly coveted, typically circulating among noble families and sects of royal lineage. Yi Lin concentrated, tightening his grip on the hammer-like martial soul, and exhaled a breath of stale air. For him, the fusion of array maps with firearms represented a groundbreaking endeavor across realms. Moreover, in the later stages, the continued efficacy of the firearm's formidable power would likely be intricately linked to the array maps. The imprint just engraved upon the gun's body could only be deemed a partial success. The true significance lay in the bullets themselves. Additionally, there was the possibility of merging handprints with bullets to create a consumable artifact akin to a one-time use talisman. He had already crafted such bullets, but various distractions had prevented him from testing them. With the stars aligning perfectly today, he decided to attempt both endeavors, perhaps leading to unexpected brilliance. Embracing this thought, Yi Lin immersed himself wholly in his martial soul, envisioning the patterns of the array map and resolutely bringing the hammer down. Clang! As the hammer struck, no sparks flew. Instead, radiant beams swiftly sketched the array map beneath the hammer's martial soul, merging into the bullet. In an instant, light radiated forth, enveloping the bullet in a chilling aura, while the metallic shell reflected a crystalline sheen. It was indeed the first-grade ice array map. It worked. Yi Lin's eyes brightened as he seized the bullet. A cold, profound chill pierced his skin and coursed through his veins. What an intense chill! Yi Lin was slightly taken aback as golden light surged within him, countering the icy sensation. Let me see. Yi Wei-ying, equally excited, understood Yi Lin's intentions from his own experience with firearms. The implications of a successful experiment were beyond imagination. Be careful. The chill contained within the bullet is quite potent. Yi Lin passed the bullet over. Yi Wei-ying took a deep breath before accepting it. Hiss. Despite being prepared, the cold emanating from the bullet struck him like a needle, rendering his entire hand as if frozen. Yi Wei-ying shook his head in astonishment. This is incredible. Young master, if this bullet were to strike a body, the chill would invade the lungs or bloodstream. Even if it doesn't kill instantly, it would undoubtedly hinder and numb the opponent. Especially against skilled adversaries, its effects would be amplified. If we were to equip a large number of these bullets, the possibilities are unimaginable. Yi Wei-ying inhaled repeatedly, envisioning the combination of the Gatling gun with ice bullets. If sufficiently equipped, even a volcano could be extinguished. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Yi Lin chuckled at his words. What are you thinking? Although many clansmen awaken their martial souls, they are all first grade. Crafting weapons through relentless forging is feasible, yet creating weapons of higher grade is out of reach. To master and forge an array map requires at least a second-grade martial soul, possessing the capability to do so. Pointing at myself, I could be exhausted. It could serve as a trump card, but nothing more. However, despite his words, Yi Lin was contemplating ways to decipher the situation within his heart. In a short span of time, while conversing, he had inscribed the array patterns onto a dozen bullets. Observing the arrangement of these bullets, he pondered further and retrieved several bone bullets from his spatial ring. These bone projectiles were crafted from the wings of an almost innate-level vulture and infused with external binding seals. Young master, how shall we proceed with the experiment? Yi Wei-ying's sudden query caught Yi Lin off guard. Indeed, to assess the potency of the bullets, a target was essential. Yet, who among the common folk could withstand the might of the barter ray? A single shot would be fatal. How could one discern the effects of the bullets after the array patterns were applied? Young master, I have already broken through to the Qi gathering realm. Perhaps I could serve as the target for the experiment? Yi Wei-ying suggested tentatively. However, Yi Lin promptly dismissed the idea. The power of the barter ray is such that a single shot would cost you your life. What use is there in testing it then? It seemed he had no choice but to take the risk himself. Finding an innate expert was no easy task. And with a determined resolve, Yi Lin gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Let us go, before dawn breaks fully. We shall venture outside the city and test their might. Young master, that is unwise. Yi Wei-ying exclaimed, his scalp tingling at the thought. Allowing Yi Lin to take such risks was perilous. Should anything go awry, not only would the Junlin members be outraged, but even their kin would surely tear him apart. Regrettably, Yi Lin's mind was made up. Enough of this nonsense. Let us move. As the words fell from his lips, he seized Yi Wei-ying by the collar and, in a swift motion, soared out of the Yi family estate like a great bird, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Young master has flown away again. Yes, I see it. And he has someone with him. That must be Brother Yi. The two family guards, who happened to be patrolling near the workshop, witnessed this scene. Yet, from their tone, it was evident they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Meanwhile, Yi Wei-ying felt the fierce wind rushing past his ears, making his eyes squint shut. And he was utterly astonished. Although he had never been taken by another innate expert, he could instinctively deduce the truth. A typical innate martial artist could never match the ferocity of Yi Lin's speed while carrying someone. Truly, the young master was beyond human comprehension. One could not measure him by ordinary standards. All right, we have arrived. Suddenly, Yi Lin's voice echoed in his ears. Yi Wei-ying, momentarily distracted, felt his feet touch solid ground. He hastily opened his eyes and, aided by the dim morning light, recognized their surroundings. It was indeed the grove where they had once pursued Yi Lin. This is the spot. Without allowing Yi Wei-ying a moment to reflect, Yi Lin swiftly retrieved all the bullets and handed the sniper rifle to him. You remember how to use the sniper rifle, I presume? No need for instruction. I still recall how to operate it. Yi Wei-ying instinctively replied. Yi Lin nodded slightly. Good. For the first shot, use the bullet inscribed with the tracking array to test its tracking ability. Then follow with the ice bullet and the externally bound bullet. Understood. Yi Wei-ying nodded solemnly. He did not refute, for he understood that once Yi Lin made a certain decision, no one could alter it. Prepared. Yi Lin's foot shimmered with light as he swiftly dashed over 100 meters away. Yi Wei-ying's expression turned serious as he quickly loaded the bullet. Calming his mind and lifting the Bartley, aiming at Yi Lin, waiting for the command to pull the trigger. Chapter 68. Testing the gun with one's body too ready. Fire. Yi Lin's voice resonated, causing Yi Wei-ying's eyes to narrow slightly. In the next moment, he felt his heart sink as he squeezed the trigger. A faint gunshot echoed, and a shadow darted through the air with terrifying speed, shooting towards Yi Lin. At the instant of firing, Yi Wei-ying felt a lightness in his mind, as if a fragment of his thoughts had merged with the bullet. This fragment was aimed at Yi Lin. Thus, the secret of the tracking formation was revealed to Yi Wei-ying. Meanwhile, at the moment Yi Wei-ying fired, Yi Lin felt a tightening sensation on his scalp, a subtle yet palpable force locking onto him. Had it not been for the refined manifestation of the King of Enlightenment, which had greatly augmented his mental acuity, he would have struggled to perceive it so clearly. Bang! Instinctively, Yi Lin stomped his foot, unleashing a cascade of golden light that erupted, creating a large crater in the ground, propelling him sideways by 3 meters. Whoosh! At that moment, the bullet suddenly veered, pursuing Yi Lin like a shadow. The instantaneous speed was so swift that even Yi Lin felt a jolt of shock. The next instant, the bullet struck him fiercely. Clang! The exquisitely refined force penetrated his clothing, impacting against his inner armor. Even with the mystical protection, the force of the impact sent Yi Lin staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. Wow! Yi Lin gasped, taken aback by the unexpected nature of the tracking bullet. Those unaware would likely fall victim easily. He pondered whether the tracking formation could be effectively combined with the ice formation. If so, it would be even more formidable. Yi Lin felt a surge of excitement within and shouted, Yi Wei-ying, continue using the tracking bullets. I wish to see their limits. Understood. Yi Wei-ying responded loudly, promptly selecting 2 more tracking bullets, loading them, and taking aim to fire with extraordinary finesse. Puff! In an instant, a black line sliced through the air, once again lunging violently towards Yi Lin. This time, he was well prepared. He shouted sharply as his technique activated, radiating golden light, and swiftly moved 3 feet to the side. However, this time he held his breath, and the moment he shifted 3 feet, he rolled on the ground. Then, using both hands and feet, he leaped like a frog jumping into a river, propelling himself 7 or 8 meters further and rolling again. Puff! Just as he came to a halt, a bullet grazed past his ear, embedding itself in the ground with a soft thud, creating a hole. Wow! Yi Lin was startled. The capabilities of this tracking formation were indeed terrifying. Despite all his evasive maneuvers, he had still been tracked down. Moreover, this is truly a marvel of science. The bullet, upon entering the chamber, accelerates in a spiraling motion. Once it exits the barrel, any alteration in its angle, subject to physical forces, transforms it into a wild projectile. Thus, striking the intended target becomes a matter of sheer luck. Yet, after so many directional shifts, it astonishingly maintained its accuracy, narrowly avoiding a grievous mishap. Yi Lin examined the bullet hole on the ground, measuring it, and discovering that it was rather shallow. This indicated that the bullet's power had diminished significantly, to the extent that even a practitioner at the gathering chi stage could catch it barehanded. It seems that under the influence of the tracking formation, the bullet's deviation would not result in it becoming a stray shot. However, the repeated alterations reduced its kinetic energy, drastically lowering its lethality. Yi Lin swiftly arrived at this conclusion, drawing a long knife and calling out to Yi Weiying, "Fire another shot." "All right." Yi Weiying responded promptly, firing once more. The deadly black line shot forth again. Yi Lin took a deep breath, channeling the power of the Buddha's golden body into his gaze. 2 beams of golden light igniting in his eyes, fixated intently on the incoming bullet. Huh! In the next instant, he let out a mighty shout, his entire being radiating golden light. He then unleashed a powerful slash, the golden energy following suit and coalescing into a terrifying blade of light, striking the bullet with pinpoint precision. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the bullet was deflected, crashing into a tree trunk with a resounding thud. Exhaling, Yi Lin observed the bullet fall and finally relaxed. Indeed, the tracking ability is formidable. He steadied his breath, gazing at the ruined long knife, revealing a look of satisfaction. The bullets from Batley demand extraordinarily high levels of eyesight, speed, and sensory perception to strike accurately. Especially now, this particular Batley bullet, seamless and of superior ceiling, boasted terrifying explosive power. Yi Lin was confident that among innate martial artists, few could replicate his feat of hitting this bullet. This tracking bullet, whether utilized for assassination or as a trump card, would prove more than sufficient. Yi Weiying changed the bullet. Yi Lin felt a surge of excitement. To test the ice bullet, he daringly removed his mysterious inner armor. Without hesitation, Yi Weiying loaded the ice bullet and fired again. A flash of crystalline light pierced the air, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Huh! Yi Lin bellowed, unleashing a torrent of golden light, his entire being resembling a blazing inferno, a fierce and overwhelming aura emanating from him. He stood firm, pushing the Buddha's golden body to its limits, directly confronting the bullet. Thud! A jet of blood suddenly erupted from his chest as the ice bullet penetrated his flesh. Yi Lin's body surged with golden light, muscles constricting as he valiantly resisted the bullet's tearing force, his eyes reddening from the pain. Fortunately, the Buddha's golden body proved immensely resilient. Managing to compress the bullet within his flesh, and with a surge of golden energy, he expelled the bullet. However, almost immediately, an excruciating chill radiated from the wound, swiftly spreading throughout his body. In but a fleeting moment, Yi Lin's lips turned slightly blue, his entire body became cold and rigid, his movements sluggish, as if his very essence had been frozen. Such formidable icy power. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Lin's eyes as he hastily activated his cultivation technique, channeling golden light and vital energy to dispel the chill. However, he soon realized that the coldness invading his body was vastly different from that which lingered within. This frost, nestled within his flesh and blood, felt like a razor-sharp blade, causing his hair to stand on end. How careless of me! Yi Lin grimaced in pain. A bitter smile reflected in his eyes as he quickly settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving a medicinal pill to swallow and fervently activating his technique. Before long, a dense fog of white vapor began to rise above his head. Yi Weiying rushed over to provide protection, but as he approached, his countenance shifted dramatically. He felt as though, in just a few steps, he had transitioned from summer to winter, the chill raising goosebumps across his skin. After a considerable time, Yi Lin finally concluded his technique, revealing a wry smile. Damn it, I underestimated it. The potency of this ice bullet, once it enters the body, exceeds imagination. Should we even attempt it? Yi Weiing expressed his concerns. Of course. Why not? Yi Lin's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Bring me the bone bullet. I have just conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 69. The 8 Great Realms. The size of the bullet was indeed too small. Yi Lin was currently unable to replicate multiple formations on such a diminutive projectile. For instance, merging the tracking formation with the ice formation would necessitate continuous experimental adjustments, incurring a time cost. However, employing external binding seals and the blazing fire seal would be considerably simpler. The two methods are entirely different manifestations, posing no conflict. Moreover, executing external binding seals and blazing fire seals was second nature to Yi Lin. For example, combining the tracking formation with an external binding seal or a blazing fire seal, or perhaps the ice formation with an external binding seal, and so forth. Merely contemplating this made Yi Lin feel a surge of excitement. Young master. Yi Weiing produced the bone bullet and handed it to Yi Lin. Also, give me the gun. Yi Lin accepted the bone bullet, simultaneously grasping the firearm. With a thought, a streak of golden light infused the bullet. In the next instant, he chambered the round, raised the gun, and aimed at a distant tree before pulling the trigger. With a whoosh, the pitch-black bullet shot forth, traversing hundreds of meters, striking the tree with precision. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted as the entire tree ignited in a fiery blaze, crackling ferociously. In scarcely a heartbeat, a tree of substantial girth was reduced to a hollow shell, crashing to the ground. This, Yi Weiying's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Witnessing the once vibrant tree swiftly reduced to ashes stirred a tempest within his heart. How terrifying! If this were to strike a person, would it not incinerate them to ashes with a single shot? Young master, this is truly terrifying. Yi Weiying's heart raced, nervously swallowing hard. Yi Lin himself was taken aback. The power of the blazing fire seal seemed to have multiplied several-fold since before. Indeed, during this retreat, both my Buddha's golden body and the manifestation of the King of Brightness have achieved a qualitative leap, resulting in a natural enhancement of my offensive capabilities. Yi Lin quickly came to this realization. Perhaps it was the fierce flames of the burning tree that startled the great bird residing in its nest within the woods. Suddenly, with a flap of its wings, a large bird, alarmed, soared out of the thicket, gliding just above Yi Lin's head. Quick, bring me a tracking bullet, Yi Lin exclaimed, a sudden idea striking him, urging Yi Weiing without delay. The latter instantly comprehended his intent and hastily produced the tracking bullet. Yi Lin formed a seal with both hands, and a beam of golden light surged into the bullet. He then swiftly loaded it, aimed, and fired. The bullet pierced through the air, carrying a fragment of Yi Lin's thought, and in pursuit, it struck its target with precision. Bang! A conflagration erupted mid-air. The great bird did not even have time to emit a cry before it was reduced to a flurry of sparks, dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Both Yi Lin and Yi Weiing inhaled sharply, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. It was a triumph. Initially, the bird had already flown a considerable distance, soaring in a rhythmic up and down motion. However, under the influence of the tracking formation, the bullet struck with unparalleled accuracy, and the fiery imprint contained within it erupted, turning the creature to ashes. This was nothing short of perfection, a flawless match. If this were to be employed for assassination, it would undoubtedly ensure a guaranteed kill. Yi Lin was filled with excitement, nearly yearning to wield this powerful sniper rifle and eliminate the primary threat posed by the Blood Butcher organization at their headquarters. Yet, while he could not locate the Blood Butcher's base, could he not find the whereabouts of the Qingming sect? Yi Lin caressed the sniper rifle in his hands, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Yi Weiing, once we return to the city, convey my orders for all the major families to compile any information regarding the Qingming sect and present it to me. The son of Yi Qinghong, Yi Xian, had joined the Qingming sect, and half of the family's interests had flowed into it. Now that Yi Qinghong had been slain, the supply was severed. Once the Qingming sect became aware, they would not let this matter rest, especially Yi Xian, who would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his father's murder. Rather than waiting passively for them to retaliate, it would be more prudent to take the initiative. Are you planning to strike against the Qingming sect, young master? Yi Weiing felt a flicker of alarm in his heart and quickly cautioned, young master, the Qingming sect is one of the independent forces beyond the jurisdiction of the state, possessing formidable strength, with disciples spread across 24 cities. Although they may not match the Blood Butcher, they are a dominant power within the state. Our Yi family does not yet possess the strength to confront them. Yi Weiing expressed his concerns. What are you worried about? Yi Lin arched an eyebrow. Have I ever suggested openly provoking them? I am fully aware of their formidable strength, which is precisely why we must act preemptively. At the very least, We must instill a sense of panic within the Qingming sect, so they are too preoccupied to pay attention to us. This way, our Yi family will have more time to grow and strengthen. This is the essence of striking first, Yi Lin reprimanded briefly, then turned to stow his weapon into the spatial ring as he made his way into the city. Upon their return, dawn had already broken. Yi Weiying hastily consumed a modest breakfast, remembering Yi Lin's instructions, and promptly set out to gather intelligence from various prominent families. He then proceeded to the Juxian building to discreetly inquire among passing merchants and sought additional information from Manager Song. It was not until midday that Yi Weiying, looking somewhat disheveled, returned to find Yi Lin busy at the workshop crafting bullets. "Young master, I have thoroughly investigated the matters you assigned me," he reported. "Let us change our location for this discussion." Yi Lin gestured, wary of being overheard by other clan members. He stored a pile of bullets into his spatial ring and headed towards the family's assembly hall, with Yi Weiying hastily following suit. Upon reaching the hall, Yi Lin instructed the servants and maids to withdraw before turning to Yi Weiying. "Speak, what have you uncovered? What is the extent of the Qingming sect's influence? Where is it precisely located?" "Young master, the Qingming sect is situated atop Qingming Mountain, just outside the main city of Qingzhou. It is said that the sect has 500 resident disciples, half of whom are at the gathering Qi level, with several dozen at the innate level. Furthermore, the sect leader is rumored to be a master who has condensed a true martial Dan." "True martial Dan?" Yi Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. At this point, he was no longer the novice who had first arrived in the martial soul continent. He possessed a comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system. Cultivation is divided into 8 major realms: body tempering, gathering Qi, innate, true Dan, nirvana, true martial, human king, and supreme. The first 3 realms are, strictly speaking, merely the entry levels of martial arts. Only upon condensing a true martial Dan and becoming a true Dan warrior does one truly step into the realm of mastery, leading to profound changes in strength. However, it was rather laughable for someone at the true martial Dan level to presume they could intimidate Yi Lin. How long would it take to reach Qingzhou from Qingtian City on horseback? Yi Lin pondered for a moment before posing the question, startling Yi Weiying. "Young master, if one rides nonstop, it would take approximately 4 to 5 days. If traveling only during the day, it might require 7 to 8 days. Chapter 70. Hurry and inform young Master Yi. Someone is causing trouble. Understood. Yi Lin nodded lightly, having formed a preliminary understanding. Traveling swiftly through the night on horseback would take him 4 to 5 days. Yet, with the Silver Wolf King, known for its speed, he estimated that 2 days would suffice. "You have run about all morning and must be weary. Go and rest." Yi Lin waved his hand dismissively, returning to his meditation beads, leaving no one aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. Within the city, following the previous day's commotion surrounding the divine statue, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Members of various families and martial artists approached with reverence, cleansing themselves of negative emotions while noticeably advancing in their martial pursuits. Among the throngs, a few clan leaders could be seen finding their own spots to silently offer their respects before sitting down to meditate with poise. The presence of the Ming Wang's manifestation had transformed the entire atmosphere of Qingtian City into one of tranquility and prosperity. The merchants engaged in trade seemed reluctant to depart, yet there were always uninvited guests who could not be avoided. Who could tell me what precisely transpired here? A young man in his 30s arrived at the city of Qingtian, his countenance darkening upon witnessing the dense throng of individuals kneeling on the ground. Behind him, 2 attendants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they bowed and said, "Young master, please wait a moment. We shall inquire about this situation at once." With that, they swiftly merged into the crowd. After a brief interval, the 2 attendants emerged from the throng, their faces etched with astonishment as they rushed back to the young man. "Young master, the situation is rather peculiar." "Oh, what is it?" The young man raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the expressions of his subordinates. The attendants exchanged glances, and one whispered, "Young master, according to our recent inquiries, this matter is quite extraordinary. Do you see that 8-armed statue at the center of the square?" "I see it." "What is the significance?" the young man inquired, perplexed. In unison, the attendants replied, "That is the statue of a deity. Based on our findings, this statue possesses remarkable powers. With sincere worship, one can quell distractions and stabilize martial arts. Moreover, if one's heart is sufficiently devoted, it is said that the deity bestows blessings, allowing those without martial souls to awaken them." "What did you say?" The young man's expression shifted dramatically. "A statue of a deity? Bestowing martial souls? Is this true? You both know my temperament. If you dare to deceive me, you are aware of the consequences." The attendants' faces paled. They dared not vouch for the truth of their claims. After all, They had only just arrived and had not witnessed the phenomenon firsthand. Are you truly jesting with me? The young man's expression darkened as he noted their hesitation. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, a brilliant light surged from within the crowd. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The trio swiftly turned to see 3 earth-colored soul rings blossoming around a young boy, whose back was illuminated by the imposing silhouette of a massive brown bear, its thunderous roar reverberating throughout the square. A third-grade martial soul. The Earth Bear? The young man's countenance shifted abruptly from astonishment to deep emotion. The attendants were equally taken aback. The awakening of a martial soul. Could it be that the statue of the deity truly had the power to awaken martial souls? This was utterly incredible, a veritable treasure of the ages. Their gazes filled with disbelief, the trio momentarily set aside their original purpose for coming. The crowd erupted in excitement. The boy, the first to respond, exuberantly shouted, "I have awakened my martial soul. I have also received the deity's blessing. Thank you, deity. Thank you, young Master Yi." The boy's elation rendered him somewhat incoherent. To an unacquainted observer, he might have seemed mad. Surrounding onlookers gazed upon him with unparalleled envy. What remarkable fortune! Another martial soul awakened. My goodness! And it is a third-grade martial soul. This must be regarded as exceptional talent in our city of Qingtian. Indeed, he seemed to have arrived yesterday, but it was only today that he awakened. It appears we must come daily to persist. Just as this was mentioned, another flash of brilliance erupted from the crowd. With a sharp sound, a surge of blade energy shot skyward, and as the light dissipated, it transformed into a long sword. At the hilt, 2 radiant white rings encircled it, dazzling to behold. A second-grade sword martial spirit. Indeed, just as one wave subsides, another rises. The one awakening their martial spirit was also a ragged young lad. He lifted his hand and grasped the sword martial spirit, the 2 soul rings humming vibrantly. Streams of natural energy filtered through the soul rings and circulated within him, igniting an unparalleled excitement. Master! The 2 attendants could not contain their astonishment as they gazed into the arena, then turned to the equally shocked young man. It took the young man a moment to gather his wits. Then he inhaled deeply, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought? Truly unexpected. It seems even the heavens have favored me, allowing me to encounter such a divine object in this small Qingtian city. This divine statue. I must possess it and return it to my family. All the martial artists in the family will surely be grateful to me. The young man clenched his fist tightly, a spark of brilliance flickering in his gaze. Let us depart to the gathering of Heroes Pavilion. Inform all the families in Qingtian City to come meet me. First, we must ascertain the origins of the divine statue, then we shall deal with them. Suddenly, the young man pointed towards the crowd with a sinister smile. Bring me those 2 youths from earlier. One possesses a second-grade sword martial spirit, and the other a third-grade beast martial spirit. Their potential is commendable, perfect for nurturing in our family. Especially that beast martial spirit, the Earth Bear. Once it matures, it will undoubtedly become a formidable shield. Understood. The 2 attendants exchanged cold smirks, and one of them soared into the crowd. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 streams of true essence, transforming into 2 massive hands that seized the 2 boys, lifting them into the air and gripping their necks. Who are you? Let me go, please. They cried out in panic, struggling desperately to break free. Yet, the attendant remained unmoved, a cruel smile creeping across his face. You little rascals, so ungrateful. Let me inform you. Our master has taken a liking to your potential and intends to recruit you into our family. You should be pleased. Bah! Who even knows who your master is? Who would want to join your family? We wish to join the Yi family and become young Master Yi's followers. We are going nowhere. Indeed, my mother taught me to be a person of integrity, to be grateful. Young Master Yi is the one we wish to serve. You must let us go. Please let us go. The 2 boys struggled fiercely, drawing the ire of those present. The attendant narrowed his eyes and scoffed. The Yi family? Humph, they will soon cease to exist. Preposterous. A young man, seated nearby in meditation, rose abruptly, his gaze ablaze with anger. You do not seem to be from Qingtian City. Why come here to cause trouble? Put those 2 children down at once. How noisy. Get lost. The attendant, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to defy him in such a modest place, unleashed a surge of true energy, sending the young man hurtling away with a thunderous crash. Bang! The young man landed heavily on the ground, prompting 2 men from the crowd to rush over, exclaiming, Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt? Coughing up a mouthful of black blood, the young man, seemingly unperturbed by his own condition, urgently urged the 2 attendants, quickly, go inform young Master Yi at the Yi family. Tell him that a master of innate skills has come to our Qingtian city to cause trouble and abduct people. Hurry. This young man was none other than Lu Qingzhou, the head of the Lu family, the first to arrive from the city below for the Qingtian conference organized by Yulin. A rather feminine name indeed. Chapter 71. Visitors from the state government. Young master. The attendant grasped the two youths and swiftly pursued the young man. Lier, why are you lagging behind? Before the young man could speak, another attendant inquired. I encountered a foolhardy individual attempting to impede my path, and I took the liberty of teaching him a lesson. Lier scoffed disdainfully. He then lifted the two youths and admonished. You two little rascals better behave yourselves. The person before you is our young master. Being allowed to stay by his side is a stroke of luck for you. If you continue to be ungrateful, beware, or I shall skin you alive. Who are you trying to scare? This is Qingtian City, the territory of young master Yi. If you dare to capture us, young master Yi will not let you off easily. Slap. Lier delivered a resounding slap, reddening the boy's face as he coldly remarked. Though a third-grade martial soul is rare, if you continue to test my limits and I accidentally kill you, the young master would not say a word. As for the Yi family, after today, they shall cease to exist. You'd best behave. Lier's ruthless demeanor effectively intimidated the two boys, rendering them temporarily speechless. Before long, the group arrived at the Juxian building. The young man casually surveyed the surroundings and chose a table towards the center, sitting down with a commanding presence and waving his hand. Seeing his demeanor, the attendants, Lier and Li San, immediately fell into their routine, barking, "Where's the manager? Can't you see our young master has arrived? Get out here at once." It seems a distinguished guest has arrived. I, Song, the manager of Juxian building, offer my humble apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Manager Song, hearing the shouts, emerged from the back with a beaming smile. You are all esteemed guests. Shall I take you upstairs to a private room? Li San glared. Our young master does not appreciate cramped spaces. He prefers to sit downstairs. Evict all the patrons. We need this place for important discussions. What? Manager Song was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Are you deaf? Did you not hear our young master intends to hold significant matters here? Lier barked again. Quickly, clear the place out. This is not appropriate, is it? We conduct business with open doors. It is unreasonable to expel customers, especially since you did not inform me in advance. The innkeeper Song, feeling quite troubled, remarked that the business at the tavern had already been adversely affected due to the matter concerning the divine statue, leaving only a sparse few tables occupied. If he were to force them out, how would he continue his trade? Who are you? Such arrogance. We are here merely to dine. Why must we leave just because you have arrived? Two diners, displeased, stood up to voice their objections. Little did they know that these few words would bring them to a tragic end. The young man cast a dark glance their way and, with a chilling tone, declared, I do not appreciate being disturbed while I dine. Those who interrupt me often find their voices silenced forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Lier and Li San grinned maliciously and lunged forward. The innate experts unleashed their true essence, wreaking havoc in an instant. The two tables of patrons were seized. Their necks twisted with ruthless efficiency, and their heads collided with a sickening thud, releasing a wave of bloodshed. Murder! Murder! Panic-stricken screams erupted from the other tables, and several women, horrified, vomited on the spot before scrambling out of the gathering virtue pavilion. The innkeeper, paralyzed with fear, could not believe the ferocity of the assailants. They killed without hesitation. The display of their formidable strength was simply terrifying. The two youths, who had been abducted, had never witnessed such brutality and huddled together, trembling in fright. Now it is peaceful, the young man remarked with a hint of a smile. Innkeeper, bring forth your finest and most expensive delicacies to entertain me. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. Song, drenched in cold sweat from the intimidating display, hurried to the kitchen to make the necessary arrangements. He discerned that these individuals were of no ordinary background. He hoped they were not here for the sake of Qingtian City. Otherwise, the hard-won tranquility would be shattered once more. Wait. Just as Song was about to enter the kitchen, the young man called out to him again. Innkeeper, this is my first visit to Qingtian City, and I am not very familiar with it. Please send someone from your establishment to convey a message to the various families. Inform them that the Li family from Qingzhou Prefecture has arrived, and they should come to discuss matters. The Li family from Qingzhou Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Song's heart quivered, and he displayed a look of astonishment. No longer daring to delay, he quickly bowed and said, Yes, I understand. I will dispatch someone to notify the heads of the families as per your instructions. Indeed, the innkeeper is clearly a person of goodwill. No wonder my elder brother mentioned your gathering virtue pavilion during his last visit. The young man smirked darkly and waved his hand, saying, I appreciate your assistance, innkeeper. Too kind. It is merely my duty. Song replied nervously as he wiped the sweat from his brow and promptly summoned a few idle staff members. Listen closely. You must immediately notify the various families that someone from the state capital has arrived. They must hurry, for this visitor is unpredictable. Be cautious not to arrive late and cause a calamity. Lu, you are the most astute. Go to the Yi family. It is imperative that we meet Master Yi. Inform him that individuals from the provincial government have arrived, and they may pose a threat to him. He must handle the situation accordingly. Yes. The idle companions swiftly departed. Manager Song wiped the sweat from his brow and murmured in the kitchen, Yi Lin, my assistance is limited to this. Though you possess extraordinary talent, the time for your growth is regrettably brief. I hope you make a prudent decision. After uttering these words, he steeled himself and began urging the kitchen staff to prepare the dishes. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Yi Lin was quietly contemplating when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from the hall. His brow furrowed slightly as he recognized the returning Yi Weiying. Pausing his manipulation of the prayer beads, he opened his eyes and peered outside. My lord, something terrible has occurred. There has been an incident in Qingtian City. Yi Weiying rushed into the hall with sword in hand, a grave expression on his face. What has happened? Yi Lin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Was it a family dispute? A breach of decorum? No. Yi Weiying interjected, calling out to the two household servants who had just entered. You two. Come in and explain the matter in detail to my lord. He then turned back to Yi Lin, saying, these two are servants of Lu Qingzhou from the Lu family. They were cultivating beneath the statue of the deity when they were attacked by a congenital master. I didn't inquire in detail, but upon hearing that a congenital master had appeared, I took the liberty of bringing them here. Understood. Yi Lin nodded, indicating he bore no ill will. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the two servants, stating calmly, you two, recount the events in full detail. Yes. The two servants stepped forward, recounting the sequence of events meticulously. Chapter 72. How do you wish for my respect? A congenital master? Attacking people in our Qingtian city? And injuring the head of the Lu family? Yi Lin listened intently to the servant's account, his brow furrowing in confusion. What could be happening lately? Why do congenital masters seem to flock to a small place like Qingtian city, as if it were without consequence? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, unable to grasp the rationale, and stood up decisively. The adversary had brazenly harmed the head of the Lu family on his territory and abducted two promising talents with awakened martial souls. He could not let this transgression go unpunished. Otherwise, who would trust him after he had painstakingly built his reputation? Let us go? I must see who dares to act so audaciously. A glint of cold determination flickered in Yi Lin's eyes as he put away the prayer beads and strode toward the door. Just as he stepped out of the Yi residence, a servant from the Gathering of Heroes building hurriedly approached, nearly colliding with him. Yi Weiying had already drawn his sword, nearly prepared to attack. Fortunately, Yi Lin intervened. Yi Lin, possessing a keen memory, recognized the servant as Xiao Lu from the tavern, and his brow furrowed. It is you? My lord, Master Yi. The tavern servant was startled and quickly patted his chest, taking a deep breath. An incident has occurred. Uninvited guests have arrived at the tavern, and violence erupted without warning. The manager sent me to inform you that they are emissaries from the provincial government, and they have already summoned the heads of the various families in Qingtian City to meet with them. The manager also mentioned that the provincial government may have intentions against you, so you must be cautious. Xiao Lu spoke in one breath, unable to suppress a couple of gasps. The provincial officials have arrived? Yi Lin, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise at their swift action. He then clapped Xiao Lu on the shoulder and said, all right, I understand. Go to the Yi family treasury and collect 10 taels of silver. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Xiao Lu did not expect that delivering a mere message would yield such a generous reward, and he instantly felt elated, secretly praising Yi Lin's magnanimity. Let us proceed directly to the Juxian Lu. If all goes as expected, the person who injured the head of the Lu family should be connected to the provincial officials. Yi Lin snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The order in Qingtian City was something he had painstakingly established, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt it. A decisive confrontation with the provincial officials was inevitable. Before long, the group arrived at Juxian Lu, their faces devoid of emotion. Upon seeing Yi Lin, Manager Song sighed inwardly, recognizing the impetuosity of youth in his eyes. Although Yi Lin was ruthless and wielded formidable power, his actions bore the hallmark of a young hero. However, he was still too young, having insufficient time to grow, and thus how could he possibly contend with the centuries-old power of the provincial government? Especially since Yi Lin had come with only a handful of attendants, including Yi Weiying, which seemed to belittle his adversaries. Sighing again, Manager Song greeted him as usual. Young Master Yi, you have arrived, and the other family heads are already here. All of them. Yi Lin arched an eyebrow, nodded without speaking, and strode directly into the tavern. It seemed that the authority of the provincial government still outweighed his own in the eyes of the various families. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, as the arrival of the provincial officials was clearly aimed at him. It was an opportune moment to reassert his dominance. Upon entering the tavern, Yi Lin immediately felt a multitude of eyes fixated upon him. He surveyed the room with a playful gaze. Apart from Ye Yuanshan, the heads of the other families seemed to avert their eyes. It seems everyone is gathered quite well, he scoffed lightly, dismissing their hesitance. After centuries of suppression, it was not so easily relinquished. Younger Master Yi, Nye Yuanshan rose, his gaze laden with meaning as he greeted him. Yi Lin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then continued scanning the room, his brow furrowing suddenly. Were they not all supposed to be here? Where's the head of the Liu family? Moreover, it appeared that they had also rearranged the tables in the hall to mimic his previous setup. Yet, there was not a single empty seat left. Not even a solitary stool remained. A show of force? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow again, recognizing this as an attempt to retaliate in kind. Evidently, someone had spread word of his previous actions, seeking to claim the credit. Upon witnessing this situation, Yi Weiying could scarcely restrain himself from drawing his sword. However, Yi Lin was quicker, grasping his hand and smiling lightly. Let's maintain harmony for prosperity. Go, bring me a chair from upstairs. Oh wait, make that too. The head of the Liu family has been injured and has yet to arrive. We should prepare a chair for him as well. Understood. Yi Weiying let out a cold snort, casting a glance at the assembled company before ascending the stairs to retrieve 2 grand chairs. Placing one behind him, Yi Lin boldly seated himself, retrieving a string of prayer beads to leisurely manipulate. The contrast was striking, while the others occupied mere dining chairs. His presence in the grand chair exuded an undeniable authority. Throughout the encounter, Yi Lin refrained from acknowledging the officials from the provincial government. A young man suddenly smirked darkly, slowly polishing a dagger with a handkerchief, seemingly indifferent to the atmosphere. Behind him, Li Er and Li San held a youth aloft, their eyes fixed on Yi Lin with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased, yet they remained silent. Yi Lin internally scoffed, choosing silence as well, his fingers rhythmically gliding over the beads while occasionally surveying the group. Sensing the tension had reached a boiling point, the young man ceased his dagger's polishing, casting a sinister smile in Yi Lin's direction. So you are Yi Lin? Indeed, a youthful hero. When I was your age, I was still molding clay at home. Yet you have single-handedly upended the status quo, establishing Qingtian City as the unrivaled power. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow at the remark, responding with a faint smile. Are you implying I should return to molding clay? The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, a shadow crossing his features. Do you know my identity? Apologies. But I am not interested, Yi Lin replied coolly, gesturing with a flick of his hand, causing a teacup from a neighboring table to soar into his grasp. Yet, before he could sip from the cup, the head of the household slammed his palm on the table, admonishing sharply, Yi Lin, your behavior is utterly brazen. A mere junior, showing no respect in our presence. Which of us here does not outrank you? You seek death. Yi Weiying's anger flared at the words, drawing his sword with a metallic clash, ready to teach the offender a lesson. These individuals, betraying their own, were nothing but fickle reeds swaying with the wind. The master had established order. Who among them had not benefited? Yet, with the arrival of the provincial officials, they immediately shifted their allegiances. Truly despicable. Stand down. Yi Weiying softly interjected, lifting his teacup for a sip before placing it back on the armrest of the grand chair and rising slowly. What manner of respect do you seek from me? Before you act against me, might you conduct your inquiries first? Yi Lin inquired, stepping away from the grand chair to approach the head of the household, his voice low and chilling as it reached the man's ear. For reasons unknown, the head of the household suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. In an instant, a hand rested on his nape, and Yi Lin's voice, laced with an icy undertone, echoed once more, when I was helping you profit, why did you not demand my respect then? Now, as you fill your coffers alongside me. The moment the provincial officials arrive, you turn your back on me, and expect respect? As he spoke, Yi Lin revealed a faint smile, his hand gradually exerting pressure. Humph. Yi Lin, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Do you comprehend the significance of young Master Li? In his presence, do you dare to act so insolently? The head of the household appeared emboldened, believing that, in this setting, with the provincial officials present, Yi Lin would not dare to act against him. Even the young man himself harbored such beliefs. The Li family of the provincial capital, what a prestigious name. Is it audacious for me to speak the truth in this manner? Yi Lin suddenly beamed. If that is the case, allow me to indulge in a bit of audacity for your amusement. With that, he abruptly exerted force with his hand, and with a crack, he snapped the neck of the family head. Ah, Yi Lin, how dare you strike? You are courting death. The sudden surge of pain elicited a shriek from the family head, his eyes nearly bursting with blood. Indeed, you are correct. I am courting death. Yi Lin's smile remained undiminished as he twisted forcefully, and with a crack, the head spun a full 360 degrees, silencing the cries instantly. The young man's sinister smile froze on his face, and the entire tavern fell into an eerie silence. Bah, killing you would soil my hands. Yi Lin scoffed, extending his hand backward. Yi Weiying promptly understood and handed him a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands. You dare to act in my presence? The young man, now fully aware, glared at Yi Lin with a darkened expression. The other family heads inhaled sharply in relief, thankful they had refrained from provoking Yi Lin moments ago. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with the young man, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just as he was about to speak, a light cough echoed from the entrance of the tavern, and Lu Qingzhou arrived accompanied by several guards. Yi Lin snorted and turned to Lu Qingzhou, asking, "How is your injury?" "Not bad. Thank you for your concern, young Master Yi." Lu Qingzhou entered and immediately assessed the situation, spotting Li Er, who had made an attempt on him. "Please, take a seat." Yi Lin raised an eyebrow and returned to his armchair, inviting Lu Qingzhou to sit as well. Lu Qingzhou nodded and approached. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Yi Lin caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance that slightly cleared his mind. "Very well. Now that everyone is gathered." Yi Lin surveyed the room and stated nonchalantly, "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." The young man's complexion turned grim, his eyes brimming with malice. Since Yi Lin's arrival, he had commandeered the atmosphere, leading others by the nose. The young man had attempted several times to assert his presence and regain control, but each effort had been effortlessly thwarted by Yi Lin. At this moment, the tavern had undeniably become Yi Lin's domain. "Heh." The young man strained to maintain his composure, a dark smile forming. "Yi Lin, are you aware of the taboos you have transgressed? And why I have summoned everyone here?" With a thud, Yi Lin drew a long knife and placed it on the armrest of his chair, stating coolly, "When a person of strength speaks in such a manner, it is mere theatrics. When one lacking strength does so, it is an invitation to death." Upon finishing, he lifted his gaze, locking it onto the young man, and coldly inquired, "May I ask if you are engaged in theatrics, or are you seeking death?" "Nonsense." The young man could no longer contain himself, erupting in fury as he slammed his hand on the table. His two attendants immediately shouted, "How dare you speak to our master in such a manner? Kneel and slap your face in apology." "Kneel before you?" Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, casting a chilling gaze in response. "Do you realize that the last person who dared to speak to me in such a manner now lies beneath a mound of grass in their grave?" "Young master." Li Er's face contorted with malice, his intentions clear as he prepared to strike. Li Gongzi did not conceal his wicked intentions. Waving his hand dismissively as he spoke in a sinister tone, "Go ahead and make your move, but do not kill him. I want him to fully comprehend the consequences of offending me. Rest assured, young master, I guarantee he will not perish." With permission granted, Li Er grinned wickedly, his figure flashing forward, infused with profound, true essence, lunging at Yi Lin. "Scoundrel!" Yi Weiying, filled with fury, drew his sword, ready to engage in a desperate fight. However, in an instant, an invisible force bound him, halting his movements. At that moment, a sharp sound echoed as the long blade resting against the armrest of the Grandmaster's chair unsheathed itself with ferocity. Everyone could only perceive a dazzling flash as the blade soared skyward. With a soft thud, Li Er's form stiffened, and the room was engulfed in a torrent of blade light that swiftly returned to its sheath. Yi Lin momentarily flickered with a heavy shadow before coming to a standstill. The heads of various clans were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired, witnessing only the fleeting brilliance of the blade. Only Nie Yuanshan, Yi Weiying, and the remaining servant pair discerned the instantaneous movement of Yi Lin. The young man's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face. Li San gasped, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Bang! At that moment, Li Er's body suddenly swayed and collapsed onto the ground, revealing a crimson gash across his neck, blood gushing uncontrollably. Hiss! It was only then that the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment directed toward the seemingly indifferent Yi Lin. If they had not misjudged, Li Er had exuded an innate aura moments ago, yet Yi Lin had effortlessly severed his throat? How could this be? Even Nie Yuanshan's heart trembled, the strike having nearly engulfed his very spirit. When had Yi Lin's martial prowess escalated to such terrifying heights? Wasn't his strength primarily derived from weaponry? Could it be that he too was an innate master? Lu Qingzhou's gaze became vacant as he stared at the fallen Li Er. Taking a considerable amount of time to regain his senses, his mind overwhelmed with indescribable shock. The entire Ju Xian building abruptly fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the muted sounds of blood gurgling from the trachea. Yi Lin sipped his tea, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, "It seems the individuals dispatched from the prefecture are rather ordinary. Might I kindly request that you conduct a bit of research and show me some respect before attempting to confront me?" Chapter 74. Do you wish to pluck fruit from my hands? Though Yi Lin's tone remained calm, it resonated in the ears of all present with an unmistakable air of brazen defiance. The young man's complexion darkened to its utmost depths. For the first time in his life, he felt utterly subdued, trapped in a suffocating impotence. Li San remained silent. His previous gaze toward Yi Lin, one of disdain akin to that directed at a corpse, had unconsciously shifted to one of trepidation. What? Has no one anything to say? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, observing the sudden silence that enveloped the crowd. He slowly rose to his feet and kicked the corpse beneath him aside. Since no one dared to speak, it was time for him to voice his thoughts. Yi Lin's previously calm demeanor transformed into an icy resolve as he spoke. When chaos reigned in Qingtian City and members of the Yi family dared to create turmoil, where were the officials of the state? Now, under my singular effort, order has been restored in Qingtian City, allowing everyone to thrive in harmony, and the city's prosperity is within reach. Yet, it is precisely at this moment that you, the officials, find yourselves restless. What is it? Do you sense that the development of Qingtian City has slipped from your grasp? Yi Lin's face bore a sardonic expression. Now you wish to pluck the fruits of my labor from the Yi family? Suddenly, Yi Lin turned his gaze towards the various family heads, his countenance turning grave. I do not blame you for being cowed by the oppressive might of the state, as the weight of a century's accumulation cannot be undone in a day. However, since my arrival at this establishment, aside from the head of the Nye family, has any of you expressed gratitude for my previous deeds or even offered a nod of acknowledgement? Or have you already chosen your sides, preparing to cast me out? Enough. A young man abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his gaze darkening as he addressed Yi Lin. You, a mere head of the Yi family, are nothing more than a frog in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world simply because of a modicum of power. My Li family governs 24 cities under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou, and your Qingtian city is but a trifling speck. As he spoke, the young man leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Lin. I now offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and I shall spare your life, preserving your entire family's existence. Should you refuse to heed this warning, your Yi family will undoubtedly be obliterated by the iron fist of the Li family, leaving not a trace behind. With that, he sneered coldly, watching Yi Lin in silence, seemingly awaiting his response. The Li family of Qingzhou, ruling over 24 cities, indeed wielded considerable power. Yi Lin wore a faintly mocking expression, raising his hand dismissively as he turned away. Close the doors of the establishment and guard outside. If the first to open the door is not me, remember, fire the rocket launcher without hesitation. With that, Yi Lin produced a spatial ring, extending his hand behind him. Yi Weiying understood the implication, accepting the ring and discovering it contained numerous rocket projectiles, each inscribed with faint array patterns. They were tracking arrays. A glimmer of brilliance lit up Yi Weiying's eyes, his heart racing with shock and excitement, causing his hands to tremble slightly. The thought of rocket projectiles embedded with tracking arrays, capable of precise strikes, was nothing short of hellish. If a single soldier's rocket launcher could track and deliver precise strikes, even innate masters would be left in the dust. Not even a sniper rifle could compete. Rest assured, my lord, whoever steps outside before you will be guaranteed to be torn to shreds. Yi Weiying revealed a chilling smile, surveying the room before stepping outside and slamming the doors shut with a resounding bang. He subsequently produced 2 individual rocket launchers, one slung over each shoulder, loaded with tracking missiles. Kneeling on one knee across the street, he aimed at the entrance of the tavern. Through the frosted window, Manager Song observed this alarming scene, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had heard descriptions of such weaponry. With a single strike, the front courtyard of the Yi family had crumbled into ruins. If his tavern were to be hit, would it not be reduced to mere rubble? How? Do you believe that shutting the door grants you any semblance of power? The young man, watching Yi Lin's series of actions, suddenly broke into a sinister smile. You probably think that by slaying Li Air with a single strike, you have rendered us all powerless against you, do you not? All of us. Which us do you refer to? Yi Lin replied with a faint smile, his gaze fixed upon the young man. Do you truly believe that any of them would heed your call or dare to act against me? His calm words conveyed an air of unwavering composure, tinged with a hint of indifference. The young man's expression darkened at his words, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Each person caught in his line of sight instinctively averted their eyes. Nye Yuanshan had maintained a consistent demeanor throughout. Yet the others were visibly shaken by Yi Lin's sudden explosion of ferocity. Recalling Yi Lin's ruthless nature from the past, they were deterred from stepping forward. What if something were to go awry? Very well, very well. The young man's countenance soured further, his voice dripping with malice. It seems in your eyes. The Li family's reputation is not sufficiently resounding. Spare me the trivialities. Today, you have come for me, have you not? Coincidentally, I have sought you as well. Yi Lin, with an expression of indifference, lifted the long blade resting on the armchair and slowly drew it from its sheath. A dazzling blade of light flickered from the weapon. With the sword held horizontally, Yi Lin's gaze turned icy, his voice devoid of warmth. Those unwilling to engage should step aside. I would not wish for any of you to be inadvertently harmed. After today, should anyone harbor ulterior motives, should there be a next time, do not expect mercy beneath my blade. With that, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and struck down. A thunderous roar echoed as golden light erupted, the makeshift table before him splintering into countless pieces. Seeking death, the young man also revealed a terrifying ferocity, raising his hand to unleash a streak of light aimed at Yi Lin's face. It was none other than the dagger he had meticulously polished. Yi Lin's eyes gleamed with determination, cold and sharp. He slightly adjusted his blade, and with a resounding clang, he deflected the dagger, continuing his relentless advance toward the young man. At that moment, Li San also drew forth a long sword, its blade gleaming like a silver ribbon, slashing diagonally with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. Clang! The clash of blades rang out, the piercing sound tearing through the atmosphere. The friction between the swords sparked countless fiery embers, the acrid scent of charred metal permeating the tavern. Death! In the fleeting moment of their standoff, the young man seized the opportunity to draw a long sword, intricate runes swirling, its cold light radiating as he thrust it toward Yi Lin's heart. The sword had not yet reached him, yet the terrifying, concentrated sword energy had already cleaved the air. Everyone instinctively held their breath, retreating in haste, fearful that the shattering sword energy and flashing blades would sweep over them. Chapter 75. If you cannot escape, you perish. If you do, you still perish. I have proclaimed that within this establishment, only one of us shall emerge alive. If you cannot escape, you perish. If you do escape, you still perish. Yi Lin's countenance was stern, and suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted from within him. With a powerful thrust of his long blade, he unleashed a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Li San stumbled back, his face flushed crimson. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly withdrew his blade in defense, and as their weapons clashed, Yi Lin crouched low, sweeping his blade toward his opponent's abdomen. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly cleave the young man in two. What a ferocious technique! The young man's eyes narrowed as he propelled himself backward with a sudden push. Just then, Li San's long blade, imbued with fierce momentum, descended upon Yi Lin's head once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lin rose to his full height, his blade arcing upward with tremendous force. In that moment, he channeled the essence of the Buddhist golden body technique to its zenith, the golden light within him surging like a tidal wave. The blade's initial gleam was blindingly white, but in an instant, a wave of golden radiance enveloped it, transforming the blade into a dazzling spectacle of gold. The blade's brilliance shifted from stark white to a resplendent gold, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror and might. With a thunderous crash, golden light erupted, illuminating the entire establishment, rendering ordinary eyes unable to behold its brilliance. The onlookers strained to focus their vision, only to witness a figure hurtling backward, crashing against a pillar with a resounding thud. Dust and debris cascaded from the rafters above, and the staff of the establishment felt a surge of dread, fearing the collapse of the structure would bury them all. Cough, cough, cough. The ferocity of that strike was unparalleled. Although Li San managed to parry it, he could not suppress the surge of blood that rushed to his throat. Spitting out a mouthful of clotted blood, it became clear to him why Lier had been felled by a single stroke. Firstly, he had been caught unawares. Secondly, his opponent was far too formidable. The family had indeed underestimated the situation, and it appeared they were on the brink of a bloody confrontation. Li San inhaled deeply, seizing a fleeting moment while the young man and Yi Lin exchanged blows, swiftly producing a pill and swallowing it whole. Then, with a low growl, he shook his long blade, and two soul rings erupted from his body, drawing in the surrounding essence of heaven and earth to empower his weapon. In an instant, a more formidable and elongated blade radiance burst forth, darting like lightning into the fray, aimed at Yi Lin's back. Yi Lin sensed the lethal intent approaching from behind and unleashed a barrage of strikes, preparing to counter. Leave him to me. The young man's gaze was icy, and his long sword trembled with ominous energy as he unleashed a series of razor-sharp strikes. each aimed with deadly precision at Yi Lin's eyes and throat, merciless and cunning. After all, he was a member of the Li family from Qingzhou Prefecture, steeped in a rich historical legacy, possessing formidable techniques and martial prowess that ensnared Yi Lin in a perilous predicament. I have underestimated you. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Lin's eyes, and as he attempted to withdraw his blade for a counterattack, it was too late. With unwavering resolve, he swung down his blade with ferocity. Bang! Bang! In almost perfect synchrony, two dull thuds resonated through the air. The young master was cleaved away by Yi Lin's blade, while simultaneously, Yi Lin himself was struck down by Li San. In stark contrast, the young nobleman was struck by Yi Lin's blade, causing him to spurt blood. However, Yi Lin himself, thanks to his internal armor and the formidable resilience bestowed by the Buddhist body, remained utterly unscathed. With a swift roll, he executed the ground-laying sword technique, sending the blade's radiance surging after the young nobleman, who was abruptly engulfed by its ferocity. A splatter of blood erupted forth, accompanied by a pained scream as the sword's brilliance dissipated, leaving a gaping half-foot-long wound upon his body. Young master, Li San's face twisted in fury, revealing a menacing countenance as he unleashed a strike, the blade's light sweeping across several meters, its energy cleaving through the ground like a plow, aimed at Yi Lin's back. The injury inflicted upon his master felt as if it were an affront to his very life. Upon returning to his clan, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment for failing to protect his lord, with dire consequences likely to extend to his family as well. I have stated before, today, only one of us shall walk away, and that shall be me, Yi Lin retorted coldly, pivoting sharply, his foot striking the ground. A torrent of golden light erupted forth like a raging dragon, crashing against the incoming blade's energy with a thunderous impact. The terrifying force was shattered in an instant. The golden glow countered, leaving the air thick with fragmented energies. Li San, his eyes wide with astonishment, was about to change his tactics when he saw Yi Lin advance, his speed akin to that of a tiger in pursuit. With his left hand raised, he propelled a string of prayer beads forward, appearing slow yet deceptively swift. Several swastika symbols erupted from the beads, growing larger than a man and burrowing into Li San's body in an instant. Li San's visage twisted in horror. He hastily summoned his internal power to resist, only to discover that the golden light was impervious to his true essence, penetrating his body as if it were an unguarded realm. In the next moment, his body tightened, ensnared in a relentless grip, his complexion paling dramatically. Raising his head, he beheld Yi Lin approaching with a cold demeanor, the words dying on his lips as the blade's light flickered, plunging him into darkness. With a sickening thud, his severed head rolled to the ground, and silence enveloped the tavern once more. From the onset of their confrontation to the moment Li San was slain, what seemed a convoluted sequence transpired within mere exchanges, yielding a dramatic outcome. The ordinary staff of the tavern, bewildered, barely comprehended the events before witnessing the flash of the blade that obliterated Li San's head. Master Song felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. Utterly unprepared for the ferocity Yi Lin demonstrated. Young Master Li, will you kneel and apologize, allowing me to spare your life? Or shall I resort to ruthless measures and eradicate your entire Li family, young and old alike? Yi Lin turned to the young man, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he echoed the earlier words back to him. Yi Lin, I confess I underestimated you. Yet the Li family is not one to be trifled with. If you recognize the gravity of your situation now, I can intercede and spare your life. If you pledge your service to my family. Otherwise, prepare for the severance of your bloodline. Li Chenghua's expression darkened, blood seeping from his wounds and dripping from his long sword as his gaze remained fixed on Yi Lin, unwavering. Yi Lin, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of derision, flicking the blood from his blade. It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. In that case, it is time for you to depart this world. After Yi Lin finished speaking, he suddenly erupted into action, gripping his long knife tightly and swinging it with great force. A surge of golden light emanated from within him, and 3 soul rings blossomed on his arms, spinning like springs as they frantically absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Die! With a thunderous crash, he struck, causing the entire floor of the Gathering Virtue Tower to crack, golden light flooding the room and causing it to tremble. Even Yu Weiying, outside on the street, sensed the ground quake violently. Then, with a resounding roar, the walls of the tavern were shattered, and a torrent of golden light burst forth, accompanied by a bloodied figure. It was none other than Li Chenghua, who had been directly cleaved through the tavern by Yi Lin's blade. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Lin, you wait for me. The Li family will not let you off. Li Chenghua spat blood, steadied himself, and shouted with venomous rage. Opposite him, Yi Weiying looked at him with a peculiar expression. were it not for the fear that a rocket might demolish the tavern and harm his young master. He would have relished the opportunity to obliterate his opponent. No need to wait. You have no chance left. A flash of blade light swept out from the tavern, thick with murderous intent. Li Qinghua's expression changed dramatically as he let out a low growl, grabbing two passers-by off the street and tossing them backward to serve as scapegoats, torn apart by the blade light. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a burst of blood light, employing a secret technique for escape as he shot upward into the sky. Yi Wei Ying's eyes brightened in an instant. Chapter 76. Under the rocket launcher, reduced to ashes, Yi family brat. You wait for me. I will wash your entire Yi family in blood, sparing not a single one, man or beast. Li Qinghua roared, enveloped in a dense aura of blood as he executed his escape technique. You can speak of surviving and escaping Qingtian City if you manage to do so. Yi Lin observed the frantically fleeing Li Qinghua, flicking the still wet blood off his blade, a cold smile gracing his face. The heads of various families rushed out of the tavern, their expressions shifting as they watched Li Qinghua retreating quickly. If he managed to escape, it would surely spell endless trouble for them. Nie Yuanshan's face was grave, voicing the collective concern of everyone present. After all, their recent actions had undoubtedly provoked him. And given his dark and vengeful nature, they could expect to be marked in his memory. Escape? Ha ha ha. Yi Weiying suddenly chuckled sinisterly, allowing their adversary to fly a full 200 meters before grinning widely, simultaneously firing two rocket launchers. Boom, boom. The crowd felt two massive shocks reverberate beside them, their heads momentarily spinning. Then, two streaks of crimson fire shot forth, swift and ferocious, carving through the air in a dual assault that managed to curve and strike Li Qinghua. Boom. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky, forming a colossal fireball that rolled like molten lava. Li Qinghua barely had time to utter a scream before being consumed entirely by the immense fireball. The terrifying shockwave swept through the air, rumbling for hundreds of meters, the intense heat causing discomfort to everyone present. Yet, all remained seemingly unresponsive, entranced by the gigantic, rolling fireball above. Within Qingtian City, nearly everyone beheld the enormous fireball in the sky, and at its heart, it appeared as though a figure was being devoured. A wave of inexplicable dread enveloped everyone, prompting silent prayers to the divine. The thick incense of fervent wishes coalesced steadily around the statue of the bright king. Fortunately, Yi Lin had refrained from cultivating today. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly unleashed an extraordinary phenomenon. Suddenly, a searing long sword, glowing crimson, fell from the void above. It was only then that the crowd reacted, collectively gasping in shock and horror. Li Qinghua's figure had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, truly reduced to ashes. Yi Weiying, witnessing Li Qinghua's fate, finally lowered his rocket launcher and rubbed his slightly numb shoulder with disdain. Who dared to covet the young master's favor? If he did not perish, who would? Young master, the task is accomplished. Yi Weiying approached Yi Lin, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at the heads of the various clans, eliciting a nervous chuckle from them, their hearts racing with anxiety. Indeed, Yi Lin nodded, reclaiming his ring and turning to slip into the tavern. Observing Yi Lin's avoidance of the main entrance, the others exchanged glances before following him through the hole created moments ago. Yi Weiying, observing their expressions, could not help but let out a cold laugh. When a tavern attendant emerged, he shot a glance and instructed, "Go take care of the bodies." Of course. The attendant replied obsequiously, proceeding to clean up the unfortunate corpses of the two scapegoats. Inside the tavern, Yi Lin resumed his seat in the grand armchair, his bloodied long knife left unsheathed, resting against his side. The other patrons, noticing Yi Lin's silence, exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. The atmosphere grew eerily tense, with beads of sweat beginning to form on the foreheads of some anxious clan leaders. What's the matter? No one has anything to say? Suddenly, Yi Lin's voice broke the silence, causing everyone to jolt. I assumed that before my arrival, you spoke extensively of my deeds to them. Each forehead glistened with sweat, a sign of their guilt. Sensing the atmosphere had reached a tipping point, Yi Lin flicked his blade, producing a sound akin to a soul's interrogation. The countenances of the crowd turned awkward as they yearned to respond, but Yi Lin abruptly sheathed his sword with a clang, cutting them off. Rising, he lifted his blade once more, his tone nonchalant yet firm. I have no desire to hear further. You must contemplate how to conduct yourselves in the future. This is both the first and last warning. I do not require fence-sitters here. Should this situation arise again, I assure you, my blade will not discriminate. With that, Yi Lin huffed coldly and departed the tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, he paused momentarily, his voice drifting back. Additionally, the business of the clan leader I previously dispatched will be taken over by the Liu family. As for the members of their clan, not one shall remain. You may manage that as you see fit. Yes, yes, we understand what must be done. At last, the others could voice their agreement, each hastening to declare their compliance. As if delaying even a moment would incur grave consequences. Yilin did not turn back to acknowledge the crowd. He simply stepped outside and vanished from sight. The heads of the various families breathed a collective sigh of relief as they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The two youths, forcibly brought there, gazed at the seemingly invincible Yilin, who commanded respect despite being only slightly older than themselves, their eyes ablaze with fervor. You two, come with me. Yue Ying, having noticed the two boys and informed by the Liu family's attendants of their remarkable martial spirit talents, deemed such promising individuals too valuable to overlook. With a wave of his hand, he led the two excited youths away from the gathering of Talent's pavilion. Since young Master Yi has departed, let us hasten to fulfill the tasks assigned to us, Nie Yuanshan announced. However, I must caution everyone. This Yilin possesses boundless potential. The powers above the state have long exploited us, demanding our resources while denying us opportunities for growth. They expect the horse to run without providing it with fodder. To put it bluntly, we are akin to vegetables planted in a garden, or worse, meat on a chopping block, ready to be sliced at their whim. Instead of languishing under another's control, like a puppet, I would rather stake my future on Yilin, at least if he rises. Our Nie family shall also partake in the spoils. With that said, I urge you all to ponder this carefully. I take my leave. Nie Yuanshan departed with steadfast and resolute steps, leaving the crowd in a state of uncertainty and mixed emotions. Bang! Shi Gongying suddenly slammed his palm onto the table. His expression fierce as he declared, Nie family head speaks true. From this day forth, my Shi family recognizes only young Master Yi. Farewell. Indeed. We shall follow young Master Yi. By heavens, we are all in. The crowd seemed invigorated, rallying around Yilin as Nie Yuanshan suggested, preferring to invest their loyalty in him rather than remain under the control of others, confined to a small territory while entertaining their masters. They resolved to place all their bets on Yilin, driven not only by self-interest, but also for the sake of their descendants. Chapter 77. Preparations before departure in Qingzhou Prefecture. The Li family, as the true rulers of the 24 cities beneath the state, boasted immense wealth and a thriving lineage. The clan was rich in talent, with even the officials dispatched by the court merely serving nominally as overseers of the prefecture. In reality, the state officials had long been stripped of their power, bowing to the Li family's authority. Key positions within the state administration were occupied by members of the Li clan. In Qingzhou Prefecture, the Li family was the unquestionable local despot, with no one daring to provoke them. Even the Qingming sect maintained a cautious distance, ensuring a peaceful coexistence with the Li family. However, today, the Li family was in an uproar. The family members tasked with guarding the ancestral soul tablets abruptly discovered that the soul tablet of an innate master had shattered. This signified that someone had dared to strike against the Li family. At that moment, within the Li family estate, the patriarch Li Yuanlong sat in a grand chair. And upon receiving this news, his rage was palpable. His hair stood on end, and an uncontrollable surge of true essence shattered the chair beneath him. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. Who dares? Who dares to lay a hand upon the Li family? Li Yuanlong rose, his inner strength surging, transforming the entire conference hall into a tempestuous storm, leaving all clan members with bowed heads, too fearful to breathe. The matter at hand was far too grave. The family had suffered not only the loss of two innate martial artists, but also a direct blood relative. Where are they? Speak. Have we uncovered the culprit? Who would dare to strike against the Li family? After venting his fury, Li Yuanlong regained a semblance of calm, only to find the assembly silent, their heads lowered, which incensed him further. At that moment, the family steward felt compelled to step forward and said, Master. Young Master Chenghua took it upon himself to journey to Qingtian City to handle some affairs. The steward's words trailed off, yet the implication was evident. Li Yuanlong's brow furrowed. Qingtian City? If memory serves, it ranks at the bottom among the 24 cities, does it not? Aside from some resources in the Wan Beast mountain range, it has not produced an innate master in centuries. How could anything happen to Chenghua there? Wait, what prompted Chenghua's visit to Qingtian City? Li Yuanlong sensed something amiss. His gaze cutting through the gathering. News arrived that in Qingtian City, someone had broken our established rules, monopolizing power with impressive means, swiftly subjugating all other families. Young Master Chenghua, with some leisure time, had voluntarily taken two attendants there. The steward wiped the fine sweat from his brow, glancing around to find that neither the direct nor collateral bloodlines dared to speak. Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels. They flaunt their power in ordinary times, but now, faced with a crisis, they cower in silence. Cursing inwardly, The steward maintained a composed exterior. Li Yuanlong, however, still seethed with fury and declared, I care not what transpired in Qingtian City. Whoever dares to kill my Li family members must be uprooted entirely. If this is allowed to stand, what becomes of the Li family's authority? Listen well. Within 3 days, I expect this matter resolved and made known across the 24 cities. It seems some have mistaken our long silence for weakness. Yes, yes, we hear you. The assembly responded in unison. With that, Li Yuanlong stormed out, and the gathered members, after a brief discussion, formed a contingent, brimming with murderous intent, and set off towards Qingtian City. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Lin threw himself into production without pause. Initially, he had intended to head to Qingzhou Prefecture to sow chaos within the Qingming sect, hoping to secure more time for his own growth. However, to his surprise, the Li family from the prefecture arrived first, catching him unawares. At this juncture, it was likely that the Qingzhou Prefecture Li family had already learned of the demise of Li Changhua and his companions, and they would soon dispatch forces to retaliate. I must manufacture ample ammunition to intercept them before they arrive. Fortunately, I have the Silver Wolf King, whose speed surpasses theirs. Yi Lin tirelessly crafted an unknown quantity of ammunition before finally pausing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Waiting idly was not in his nature. He preferred to take the initiative, allowing for greater maneuverability, especially when faced with two formidable forces. Embarking on this journey alone emerges as the wisest choice. This strategy may bewilder the opposition, thereby affording a temporary respite for development. After a brief pause, Yi Lin rose to continue forging ammunition. It was not until the depths of night, when the clan members had succumbed to slumber, that he first felt the weight of exhaustion and decided to pause. Yi Weiying stood guard at the door like a statue, unwavering in her vigilance. Finally, after another half an hour had elapsed, Yi Lin sensed that his preparations were nearly complete and began to gather all the ammunition. Yi Weiying, come in, Yi Lin called out. Upon hearing his summons, Yi Weiying hastily entered the workshop, addressing him as young master. I intend to set forth early tomorrow morning. During these next few days, I need you and Ling Er to keep a watchful eye on the family. If any significant turmoil arises, gather the brothers back. Yi Lin instructed. Remember, do not show any mercy. When action is required, strike decisively, and if necessary, eliminate the threat. Understood, Yi Weiying replied, her expression solemn. Now, please bring me the Silver Wolf King. I will meditate to restore my energy, and then we shall be ready to depart. With a weary gesture, Yi Lin signaled for her to fetch the Silver Wolf King. Once Yi Weiying left, Yi Lin retrieved a body-refining pill and promptly consumed it. The Buddhist golden body surged to life, vigorously operating, and the weariness dissipated, rejuvenating his spirit. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He raised his hand, revealing 3 spatial rings. These rings had been discovered at the site of the demise of the trio, and until now, he had not examined them. Given their origins from individuals affiliated with the state, the contents should be worthwhile, one would presume. With a raised brow, Yi Lin selected one and cautiously probed its interior with his consciousness. To his astonishment, his expression shifted as he realized the pitiful state of its contents. Was it possible that it was so miserably lacking? Aside from a few commendable weapons and some medicinal pills, there was little of substantial value within. He withdrew everything, lamenting the wasted potential of such a spacious ring. Emptying the first ring, he picked up another, only to find similarly meager offerings. After all, he was not in need of more medicinal pills. It was not until he examined the third spatial ring that his eyes sparkled with excitement. Good fortune, Yi Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight. This ring possessed a space twice the size of the one he had seized from Qiutian Bao. Moreover, it was filled to the brim with treasures: gold, silver, weapons, medicinal pills, and martial arts manuals, none of lesser quality than those from Qiutian Bao. It appeared this ring belonged to Li Changhua. Indeed, the lineage of direct descendants was unparalleled. Yi Lin could hardly contain his delight at this substantial fortune. Most notably, within lay a plethora of martial arts manuals, numbering in the dozens, and seemingly of a higher caliber than those previously amassed by Qiutian Bao. Wind Chasing Blade, a second-tier martial technique. Knife Concealment Technique, a third-tier martial technique. Sealing Art, a third-tier martial method. The Dragon Elephant Technique, a fourth-grade, incomplete martial art. Along with the Sea-Splitting Wave, Fire Emperor's Aura, and Blade Drawing Slash, captivated Yi Linyue's attention, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It was evident that the techniques possessed by the prominent families in the state were of a superior grade. The Yi family, at this moment, was in dire need of such martial arts and techniques. However, acquiring graded techniques in a small place like Qingtian City was akin to finding a rare treasure. While martial skills were somewhat accessible, acquiring techniques was a formidable challenge, even for those with wealth. Techniques of second grade and above had predominantly been monopolized by the influential families. Even if they did not practice them or deemed them unworthy, they would never allow these techniques to circulate. For instance, the Li family of Qingshou Prefecture, their direct descendants practiced third-grade techniques, and some even fourth-grade techniques, while collateral relatives would be fortunate to practice second-grade techniques. First-grade techniques were primarily relegated to the training of subordinates and lackeys. This monopoly on superior techniques and martial arts is precisely why the affluent families can exert control over the smaller families in the cities below. Akin to a technological blockade on Earth, they hold the most advanced and crucial technological cores, leaving others to live under their thumb. Young master, just as Yi Lin was lost in thought, Yi Weiying approached with the Silver Wolf King. Yi Lin released all the techniques he possessed, scattering them at his feet. He intended to select a few capable clan members to train in these techniques. Additionally, the individuals awakened during the past few days should be provided with some basic techniques to practice. After observing their aptitude and character, those deemed capable could then choose from the higher techniques for their training. Yi Lin pointed at the scattered high-grade martial arts manuals, speaking nonchalantly, as if he were pointing at a collection of inexpensive goods. Are these all martial techniques? Yi Weiying's expression shifted slightly as he crouched down to examine them closely. Hidden blade technique. Third-grade martial skill. Third grade. Picking up a manual, Yi Weiying was momentarily taken aback. In the past, encountering second-grade techniques was a mere fantasy. Now, third-grade techniques lay scattered before him. The changes in less than 3 months felt surreal to him. He picked up another manual, and his eyelids twitched again upon reading. Blade drawing slash. Third-grade martial skill. Another third-grade. Yi Weiying couldn't help but gasp, then seized another manual. Fire Emperor's Aura. Third-grade martial skill. Sea Splitting Wave. Third-grade martial skill. Sealing Technique. Third-grade technique. Dragon Elephant Technique. Fourth-grade technique. Upon seeing the fourth-grade technique, Yi Weiying's hands trembled involuntarily. Fortunately, it is merely incomplete, it is not whole. Yi Lin, hearing this, displayed a look of incredulity. So, the incompleteness was a positive aspect? Young master, are you certain you wish for the clan members to practice these techniques? They are all third-grade martial techniques. Yi Weiying looked at Yi Lin in disbelief. And so what if they are third-grade? Martial arts are lifeless, but talent is vibrant. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow and declared, remember, in the Yi family, talent is of utmost importance. Techniques and weapons can be reclaimed or seized again if lost, but if we lose our kin, what use are these martial arts? Can they be consumed as sustenance? Yi Weiying opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly speechless, letting out a bitter smile. Yet, deep within, he felt an immense admiration and pride for Yi Lin's expansive mindset. To have such a master is a blessing bestowed by the heavens upon all. Yi Lin said little more, perusing the concealed blade technique, discovering it to be a handwritten manuscript, likely a unique martial skill of the Li family. This piqued Yi Lin's interest, and he diligently memorized the concealed blade technique before instructing Yi Weiying to store all the martial arts manuals in the family treasury. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The Yi family remained brightly lit. Yi Lin sat regally in the hall, a faint golden light emanating from him, with ethereal vapors rising behind him, accompanied by a delicate fragrance and the resonant chants of sacred melodies. In the void, unseen by anyone, wisps of incense and aspiration continuously flowed into Yi Lin's consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Lin entered a tranquil state, a sphere of golden light emanating from his brow, radiating incessantly. His entire head became illuminated, revealing a golden aura that swirled, casting a halo of light around him like a celestial being from the South Pole. No one knew the magnitude of the aspirational energy that had coalesced in Qingtian City over the past 2 days. The sheer volume of this energy was so immense that Yi Lin could not dare to absorb it fully, fearing he might be overwhelmed. He recalled the excruciating pain from when his consciousness nearly shattered during a previous attempt and had no desire to endure that again. After 2 hours of silent cultivation, the sky began to brighten, and the bustling life of Qingtian City returned. It was time to depart. Yi Lin sensed the shift in the energies of heaven and earth, gradually withdrawing his focus as the golden light receded into his body like a tide. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and 2 beams of golden light burst forth from his eyes, illuminating the entire hall. A soft voice then echoed, "Since you have arrived, why hide and play childish games of concealment? Who goes there?" Yi Weiying, standing at the door, changed expression upon hearing this, instantly drawing his sword. He had not sensed the presence of the intruder, indicating that they were formidable. The recent influx of nefarious figures in Qingtian City was alarming, but thankfully, his master was present. With utmost vigilance, Yi Weiying gripped his sword, activating his sun-swallowing technique, which enveloped him in a faint red glow. Who would have thought that a mere Yi family would produce such an extraordinary youth? A voice of astonishment rang out from beyond the hall, followed by a figure who approached with an air of nonchalance. How audacious! Yi Weiying exclaimed, seeing the individual boldly entering the hall without a hint of trepidation. He swiftly brandished his sword, unleashing a blazing arc of sword light aimed at the intruder. Chapter 79. Did I give you face? The technique is commendable, but alas, your strength is lacking. A faint laugh suddenly echoed in his ears, causing Yi Weiying to momentarily lose focus as his sword sliced through empty air. The individual had already brushed past him, stepping into the grand hall. Seeking death, Yi Weiying's heart raced with alarm, fearing that the stranger intended harm towards Yi Lin. He swiftly pivoted, charging forward with his sword once more. Do not be agitated. I harbor no ill intentions towards your young master. The newcomer smiled lightly, waving his sleeve with casual grace. Yi Weiying felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, and despite the lack of malice emanating from the visitor, he could not suppress the chill in his voice. Have I granted you the privilege to act so brazenly? Anyone who dares to harm those under my protection, regardless of your identity or intentions, should consider the consequences of their actions. A dangerous aura radiated from Yi Lin as he lifted his firearm, aiming it steadily at the visitor. The man was middle-aged, clad in flowing white garments that exuded an air of elegance, his smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Yet, Yi Lin never judged by appearances. His firearm remained unwaveringly directed at the man, causing the smile to falter slightly. Is this the manner in which the Yi family receives guests? The middle-aged man replied with a slight smile, unperturbed. Yi Lin, however, was unrelenting, raising an eyebrow and retorting. Sneaking about, and you dare to call yourself a guest? The middle-aged man's smile widened, his demeanor growing more radiant. You are quite impressive, you suit my tastes, making my journey to Qingtian City worthwhile. However, are you not curious about my identity, or why I have sought you out? His gaze lingered on Yi Lin's firearm, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, shaking his weapon lightly. Get to the point, my patience is limited. The middle-aged man's breath hitched momentarily, taken aback by the young man's unwavering coldness. He found himself at a loss for words, rubbing his nose, feeling awkward for the first time in front of a youth. Young Master Yi, you must have noticed that I mean no harm to the Yi family. Thus, I will be direct. He composed himself and began, in truth. I am the individual behind Yi Xiangdong. I have come to propose a business arrangement with you. Wait. Yi Lin interrupted sharply. Clarify your identity before discussing anything further. What do you mean? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. You are not the one behind Yi Xiangdong. Yi Lin's tone was calm, yet imbued with certainty. Who stands behind you? If you refuse to disclose your identity, I must insist you leave. The man's eyelids twitched, and he swiftly masked his surprise with a smile. Young Master Yi, you are being rather hasty. How can you be so sure that I am not the person behind Yi Xiangdong? If not me, then who could it be? I will say this once more, my patience is finite. Do not waste my time. Yi Lin interjected coldly, his firearm now aimed directly at the middle-aged man's forehead. I will count to 3. Reveal your true identity, or I will not hesitate to act. All right, I will speak. I will speak. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat helpless, raised his hand and glanced around, saying, Is it acceptable if I find a place to sit down? Feel free. Yi Lin replied nonchalantly. To his surprise, the man remarked, I didn't expect someone so young to be so vigilant. It makes one difficult to engage with. Shaking his head with a smile, the middle-aged man initially sought a cup of tea, but upon noticing Yi Lin's impatience and Yi Weiying's icy demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Nowadays, the youth lack even the most basic etiquette of the Greatly dynasty. However, as he pondered further, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, and he regained his composure, once again presenting a warm smile. Young Master Yi, would you believe me if I claim to have military connections? Military connections? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, recalling certain details revealed by Yi Xiangdong, and fell into a moment of contemplation. There was indeed a degree of possibility, yet he perceived that this so-called military identity of his was rather dubious, lacking legitimacy and perhaps shrouded in secrecy. Wait, are you not the least bit surprised by my assertion of military ties? The middle-aged man asked, bewildered. What is there to be surprised about? Since Zhang Tianji's escape and subsequent information gleaned from Yi Xiangdong, I suspected your group harbored some form of background. Yi Lin replied coolly. Moreover, your support for Yi Xiangdong, coupled with your demands for a substantial supply of weaponry while operating in the shadows, suggests you are covertly recruiting a private army necessitating some official backing. What did you say? The middle-aged man's pupils involuntarily contracted, and a murderous intent nearly stirred within him. Yi Lin's gaze sharpened, seemingly piercing through the man's thoughts, and he calmly continued, "Do not panic. Allow me to speculate further. As I understand, the reigning emperor of the Great Li dynasty is a woman whose authority has long been undermined. She has a brother, notorious for his debauchery, who has sullied the reputations of noble families on several occasions, ultimately leading to his exile to a remote area to preserve his life. Yet, in my view, all of this is merely a facade of enduring hardship, as only by distancing oneself from the palace and the center of power struggles can one seek development and accumulate strength in the shadows. I dare to conjecture that the true figure backing you is none other than that infamous former prince relegated to obscurity." After speaking, Yi Lin casually adjusted his sniper rifle, a faint smile gracing his lips. To be candid, throughout the vast 5,000-year history of China, the intrigues of court and ministers have been numerous. From what he learned from Yi Xiangdong about the need for a continuous supply of weaponry, Yi Lin remained vigilant. He discreetly dispatched someone to inquire with Qiu Tianbao of the Sihai Trading Company regarding the state of the Great Li dynasty. Observing the local family's grip on the lower factions, it became apparent that the court had little influence, leading him to suspect that it was losing power, overshadowed by familial forces. Thus, considering the need for a substantial supply of weaponry while operating so clandestinely, it was not difficult to draw conclusions. Of course, this analysis stemmed from a modern perspective, viewed through the lens of a historical narrative spanning millennia. Boom. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Yi Lin's eloquent discourse, felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. His inner essence surged uncontrollably, shattering the grand chair beneath him and the table beside him into mere fragments. How is this possible? How could you deduce such precise information from these trivial clues? The man's expression morphed dramatically, his essence roiled, his tattered garments billowing as he regarded Yi Lin with the gaze of a haunted soul. At this moment, the middle-aged man's emotions were in tumult, his essence undulating like the roaring waves of the ocean, obliterating everything within a 2-meter radius. He observed Yi Lin's visage, a mixture of astonishment, dread, and a palpable aura of murderous intent. Yi Wei Ying's figure flickered as he positioned himself beside Yi Lin, 2 rocket launchers now resting upon his shoulders. His gaze icy and resolute, poised to unleash destruction at any moment. To dare to direct such lethal intent at the young master would warrant the annihilation of the entire Yi residence without hesitation. "Stand down, stow the rocket launchers," Yi Lin commanded without turning, gesturing for Yi Wei Ying to comply. Though the middle-aged man exuded a formidable presence, Yi Lin was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. This was the hall of the Yi family. Any accidental discharge could lead to the ruin of their painstakingly restored home. Yi Wei Ying inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. And upon realizing that the man showed no inclination to strike, he gradually lowered the rocket launchers. The middle-aged man too drew in a steadying breath, his countenance shifting between shadows and light as he regarded Yi Lin. "I had always believed we were sufficiently cautious in our endeavors. Yet I never anticipated that a mere youth would see through our plans. Does this imply that our scheme has been laid bare to others as well?" His expression fluctuated, but ultimately he clenched his fist and declared, "Impossible. Our scheme has been years in the making, a subtle orchestration from the very beginning, allowing us to evade the scrutiny of the prominent families. Your ability to discern this truth merely suggests that you possess extraordinary insight. Otherwise, how could one so young manage to exert control over the entirety of Qingtian City?" The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and rationality, for not everyone possessed such remarkable talents. He was unwavering in his belief that their plan was foolproof. "Thus, my conjecture was not mistaken," Yi Lin replied coolly. "It appears that the Great Li dynasty has indeed become an empty shell, rendered powerless by various factions. This is precisely why I sought you out." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened as he said, "I have heard from Zhang Tianji that you possess a weapon of immense destructive capability, one that allows even ordinary individuals to wield its power. I have come to propose a significant transaction with you, young Master Yi. We wish to purchase your weapon in substantial quantities, sparing no expense. Just name your price." "Priceless." Yi Lin's countenance darkened as he coldly interjected, interrupting the man. The notion of selling his firearms, which served as his means of survival in this world, was utterly intolerable. "Yi Wei Ying, show him out." With a cold expression, Yi Lin spoke, and Yi Wei Ying immediately hefted the rocket launcher, replying icily, "Please proceed." "Wait." The middle-aged man, observing Yi Lin's intense reaction, became anxious. "Young master, please do not refuse. I understand that such weapons are the cornerstone of the Yi family's survival. Yet I also know that you possess more than one of those weapons. All we require is the least powerful one, and since your family excels in weapon crafting, you could easily employ a formation diagram as a protective measure to prevent any leaks about the weapon's secrets. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, Yilin thought to himself, yet maintained a frigid demeanor, saying, unfortunately, I must disappoint you. The Yi family is merely a small clan with shallow foundations. Where would we obtain such high-end formation diagrams? I would rather destroy the weapons than allow them to fall into the wrong hands. It would be best if you took your leave. Alternatively, we could provide you with swords and spears like before, as we did with Yi Xiangdong. No, no, no. The middle-aged man waved his hands repeatedly, his expression frantic. Had it not been for the description of the weapon provided by Zhang Tianji, he might have been content to purchase swords and spears long-term without coming in person. However, upon learning that Yilin possessed a weapon capable of enabling an ordinary soldier to unleash a lethality comparable to that of a Qi gathering or innate martial artist, he could no longer remain composed. Just imagine, if such a weapon were acquired and equipped to a private army, what a thrilling spectacle it would be. 10,000 could stand against 100,000, or even 200,000. Surely that is not excessive? With such weaponry, the Dali dynasty could swiftly overturn the entire landscape. Otherwise, their clandestine accumulation of strength over the years, 10, 20, or even 30, would not change the current situation. After all, 3 feet of ice does not form in a single day. Therefore, regardless of the cost, he was determined to secure this collaboration. Yilin, you do not lack formation diagrams, do you? I do. Even if I do not, the prince behind me does. If the prince does not possess them, they can certainly be found within the imperial palace of Dali. As long as you provide us with the weapons, I assure you that I will procure the formation diagrams for you, even if it means exhausting the national treasury. The middle-aged man said urgently. Are you certain you can make such a decision? Yilin felt a flicker of excitement within, yet still feigned indifference, stating, after all, formation diagrams are quite precious. Those noble families and sects guard them like treasures. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man became animated, realizing there was still room for negotiation. He promptly replied, you are correct. Formation diagrams are indeed valuable, but if the dynasty is on the verge of collapse, what good are they, no matter how many you possess? If young Master Yi is willing to relent, I, Jiang Zhongliu, will do everything in my power to obtain the formation diagrams you need. Yilin's heart skipped a beat, yet he coldly retorted, words alone mean nothing. You must bring the formation diagrams first. He stood up, intending to dismiss his guest, and prepared to depart. However, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at the sniper rifle in Yilin's hands and said, young Master Yi, rest assured, I will certainly procure the formation diagrams for you. Could you perhaps allow me a glimpse of the formidable power wielded by your weapon? The middle-aged man inquired, his curiosity piqued. Are you eager to test it? Yilin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, the man affirmed earnestly, recognizing the value of first-hand experience. I wish to personally witness its true might. Very well. Yilin responded with a sudden smile. Since you express such a desire, I shall indulge you. Without any forewarning, he raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. The middle-aged man, taken aback, suddenly saw a black line erupting from Yilin's weapon, hurtling directly towards him. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, igniting his instincts. He let out a fierce shout, channeling his true energy as he drew his sword, positioning it defensively across his chest. Clang! A faint metallic sound resonated as an extraordinary force collided with his blade. It felt as if he had been struck by an unseen titan, propelling him backward several feet, shattering the floor beneath him. His arms throbbed with a numbing pain, and upon examining his sword, he found a bullet embedded within it, having penetrated deeply. How is this possible? He gasped, shock washing over his features, his scalp tingling with disbelief. This sword was crafted by the Imperial Palace's finest blacksmith, rated at the 4th tier for its exceptional hardness. Yet it had nearly been perforated in a single strike. The incredulity was staggering. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yilin had merely flicked his finger to achieve such a feat unbelievable. This was utterly beyond belief. Chapter 81. Departure and encounter. The middle-aged man stared at his sword, astonishment etched in his eyes, lingering long after the event. If such a weapon were placed in the hands of an ordinary person, assembling 1,000,000 into an army would render the reclamation of territory a mere matter of months, not decades. This weapon must be acquired at all costs, even if it meant depleting the national treasury. With such a weapon in possession, reclaiming the land and extracting wealth from the noble families would be effortlessly achievable. Amidst his astonishment, an unshakable resolve began to form within him. He must secure Yilin's cooperation. Though he had contemplated seizing it by force, the moment he laid eyes on Yilin, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, Yi Lin emanated an indescribable aura of danger. Secondly, their group operated in the shadows. Should their actions become public, the repercussions could obliterate their decades of effort. With these thoughts in mind, the middle-aged man hurriedly delved into his spatial ring, rummaging through its contents until a smile brightened his face as he unearthed 2 jade tablets. "Young Master Yi," he began, "we are in dire need of your assistance. To demonstrate our sincerity, I wish to offer you these 2 formation diagrams as a token of goodwill. I hope you will grant us this opportunity." A middle-aged man, with a sincere demeanor, presented 2 jade tokens, stating, "These 2 formation diagrams are but a personal gift from me. Once our prince retrieves the diagrams from the palace, we shall discuss the matter of cooperation with young Master Yi. I kindly ask you to accept them." He raised the jade tokens once more, his expression grave yet earnest. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, accepting the tokens without hesitation. "Since they are a personal gift, I shall not refuse. However, I must make one thing clear. Even if you provide me with the protective formation diagrams, I will only offer you the least powerful weapons, and strictly on a purchase basis, not as a supply. This must be communicated clearly with the prince or the empress behind you, to avoid any unpleasantness later on." "Rest assured, I understand," the middle-aged man replied solemnly. "That is good to hear," Yi Lin nodded. "Of course, should we reach an agreement, I will send assistance when the need arises." "Agreed." The man's face brightened. "I shall return now and report everything to the prince. When I come back, I promise young master you will not be disappointed." "Let us hope so," Yi Lin replied coolly, waving his hand to store the sniper rifle in his spatial ring. The middle-aged man did not linger, turning to exit the hall, disappearing without a trace. "Young master, are we truly going to sell firearms to them?" Yi Weiing inquired, a hint of concern in his eyes. "That will depend on whether what they bring can sufficiently sway me," Yi Lin smiled lightly. "I indeed hope to acquire a wealth of valuable formation diagrams from them. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, I will only provide them with the least potent firearms. The core elements will always remain in my hands. With a plethora of formation diagrams, I shall perpetually stay ahead of them. Moreover, once they possess our firearms, they will undoubtedly retaliate, leading to a conflict between the Great Li dynasty and the prominent families. That will be our moment to rapidly advance." A chilling smile crept upon Yi Lin's lips. Indeed, Yi Weiing mused inwardly, whoever falls into young Master S schemes can only blame their own misfortune. Enough. The time has come for me to depart. I expect the Li family's forces are already on their way to Qingtian City. Yi Lin wasted no further time, summoning Yi Linger and the others to give them instructions. Then, he mounted the Silver Wolf King and set off towards the provincial capital. Qingzhou Prefecture is vast, governing 24 cities, its population comparable to that of a modern province, if not greater. This illustrates the abundant resources and expansive land of the martial Soul continent. Despite the Silver Wolf King's incredible speed and endurance for long journeys, the journey would still require a full 2 days. During this time, aside from sustenance, Yi Lin sat silently on the wolf's back, deeply contemplating the Li family's concealed blade techniques. The concealed blade technique emphasizes concealment, not in the sense of hiding, but rather in brewing and restraint, concealing all of one's true essence, internal strength, and mental intent within the blade. One undergoes a continuous process of brewing and compressing energy, an unceasing accumulation of power. The moment one engages, as the blade is drawn, all this accumulated force erupts instantaneously, unleashing an astonishing might. It appears that the martial arts of the martial spirit continent are not without merit when wielded effectively. This hidden blade technique proves to be an extraordinarily formidable killing art. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of surprise evident in his eyes. He retrieved the long blade he had forged from his spatial ring, allowing the Silver Wolf King to continue along the road, while he immersed his mental intent entirely into the blade, continuously cultivating the sword's essence, contemplating and accumulating strength. After an indeterminate span of time, Yi Lin sensed the Silver Wolf King abruptly come to a halt. He gently opened his eyes and beheld a group of individuals not far from the roadside, having found a patch of open ground to rest. This group, clad in uniform martial attire, each wielding blades and swords, exuded a fierce aura. The lowest among them was at the Qi gathering realm. Around them, several campfires crackled, roasting wild rabbit and goat meat, as they engaged in hushed conversations, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. On another side, several innate masters were seated in meditation, exuding an air that suggested they were not to be trifled with. This assembly numbered approximately 27 or 28 individuals. As Yi Lin cast his gaze over them, he couldn't help but squint slightly, the namely family materializing in his mind. At that moment, as Yi Lin scrutinized the group, several innate masters perceptively sensed his gaze, their eyes snapping towards him in unison. Upon noticing the youth's tender age and the magnificent silver wolf he rode, they couldn't suppress their astonishment. Who is this young lad, boldly riding a demon wolf through the streets? The other members of the Li family also recognized Yi Lin, their expressions revealing a mix of surprise and curiosity. The younger Li disciples gathered around the campfires exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with mischief. After a long journey devoid of entertainment and with bland fare, the sight of someone riding such a magnificent creature instantly invigorated them. They glanced at the fine steeds tethered nearby, suddenly feeling less impressive by comparison. Hey, you there? Come over here. As Yi Lin approached on the demon wolf, a young Li disciple rose from beside the campfire and called out, "Is there something you want?" Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, sitting atop the wolf, while internally devising a strategy to deal with this group. Casting a glance around, he noticed a small mountain range not far off the official road, lush with trees and vegetation, stirring something within him. "Come over when I ask you to. No need for all that chatter. Do you know whose territory this is?" The young Li disciple spoke with an air of arrogance, his tone commanding. Upon hearing this, the nearby innate warriors couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Over the years, the Li family had dominated Qingzhou Prefecture, and their descendants had become increasingly haughty and reckless. If this continues, it would inevitably bring misfortune upon the family. However, as it was their first journey far from home, they were reluctant to dampen the mood from the outset, choosing instead to turn a blind eye. Throughout the journey, there was not a single place to indulge in drink and meat, yet here we have both. Come over if you dare. With a haughty demeanor, the descendants of the Li family appeared rather disdainful. Truly, they were incorrigible. One could not deter them. Yi Lin silently scoffed, feigning hesitation before riding over on his silver wolf steed. Observing their attire, he inquired, "Might you be from the esteemed Li family of the prefecture?" "I hail from Baiyun City, and this is my first visit to the prefecture." Yi Lin presented himself as a humble newcomer from a small town, seemingly endearing himself to these individuals. The several innate martial artists discreetly scrutinized Yi Lin a few times. Noticing the absence of any true essence fluctuations or qi emanating from him, they surmised he was indeed a fledgling from a lesser family. However, the sight of his mystical wolf steed caught them off guard. After all, taming a mystical beast as a mount is no trivial feat. Perhaps he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, but they did not dwell on it. "You possess quite the discernment, recognizing us as members of the Li family," remarked a few of the descendants with expressions of approval, indicating their interest. Come, dismount and allow us to treat you to some fine wine and meat. We would like to take your steed for a ride as well. By the way, how did you earn the wolf's favor to become its rider? Do share your secret." The Li family members beckoned Yi Lin to come down, tossing a piece of roasted lamb towards him, their eyes exchanging knowing glances filled with an inscrutable intent. "Thank you, brothers, for your hospitality." Yi Lin caught the roasted lamb, expressing gratitude as he dismounted from the silver wolf and approached the campfire. Seeing him lower his guard, the others broke into smiles, warmly welcoming him with a display of camaraderie. The innate masters merely shook their heads, choosing to close their eyes and ignore the unfolding scene. Yet, at that moment, Yi Lin suddenly raised his head, revealing a chilling smile as his long knife was unsheathed with a swift motion. With a resounding flash of the concealed blade technique, the terrifying radiance of the sword illuminated the night like a full moon, blinding those present and overshadowing the flames of the campfire. In an instant, all that remained in their vision was the blinding brilliance of the blade, leaving them no time to react. Several Li family members were swiftly enveloped by the terrifying sword light, their shadows collapsing to the ground, followed by a surge of crimson geysers erupting into the air. The scorching blood splattered onto the campfire, causing it to sizzle and emit thick smoke, accompanied by a pungent odor that left everyone aghast. "Scoundrel, how dare you commit such an atrocity?" The innate masters erupted in furious shouts, but it was far too late. The Li family members had all been decapitated by Yi Lin's blade, not a single cry escaping their lips. "Fools! Did you truly believe I was merely an inexperienced novice? This meat was cut with poisoned daggers, and you dare say you did not see anything?" Yi Lin sneered, wiping the blood from his blade onto the piece of lamb before tossing it towards the innate masters. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash, his entire body bursting forth with golden light as he lunged toward the other warriors of the Li family. Though these warriors were of the Qi-gathering realm and possessed considerable strength, facing Yi Lin was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a series of swift and lethal strikes, Yi Lin wielded his long knife with savage grace, each movement a masterstroke designed for annihilation. By the time several innate masters registered the unfolding chaos, 7 or 8 warriors had already succumbed, their throats slit or limbs severed, their agonized cries echoing in the air. "Seeking death, stand aside." The innate masters were nearly apoplectic with rage at the sight before them. A moment's negligence could spell doom for all the Li family disciples present, as the warriors of the Li family had already been slaughtered in droves. A chill ran through their hearts, and they unleashed furious howls, scattering in all directions to mount a concerted assault on Yi Lin. Old fools, your end is nigh. Yi Lin's gaze radiated a terrifying bloodlust as he seized a Li warrior and flung him behind, shattering him into a fine mist upon impact. Almost simultaneously, without turning back, he bellowed, the visage of the King of Light momentarily flashing into existence before merging with his physical form. In an instant, his garments tore apart, unraveling into tatters. His physique expanded dramatically, resembling a small giant, radiating an aura of immense power. With a single slash, the incoming innate master was sent hurtling away like a cannonball. Half of his body cleaved open, blood spilling forth. The unfolding events, though complex in description, transpired with dizzying swiftness. Just as the Li warriors were obliterated, Yi Lin completed his transformation and sent another innate master flying with a decisive blow. The expression of that innate master shifted to one of horror as he was met with a terrifying force that shattered his weapon. His face contorted in agony as half his body was cleaved apart. Thud! The innate master fell to the ground, leaving everyone in stunned silence. At that moment, Yi Lin leapt onto the Silver Wolf King and charged toward the nearby mountains along the official road. Scoundrel! Where do you think you're fleeing? They screamed, their voices filled with rage as the innate masters pursued him with reckless abandon. Chapter 83. A bunch of foolish deer. Yi Lin turned to regard the innate masters pursuing him like great birds, a cold smile curling his lips. Raising his hand, the Desert Eagle appeared, and he fired several shots in quick succession. The faces of the innate masters shifted slightly. They dodged momentarily in midair. However, it soon became evident that the shots lacked potency, and realizing they had been toyed with, they accelerated their pursuit once more. Bang! 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 Yi Lin fired again, and this time, the innate masters did not even attempt to evade. They simply struck the air with their fists, shattering the bullets. One of the innate masters growled fiercely. You little wretch, I wonder how long you can play these petty tricks. Dare to kill my Li family members? If I catch you today, I shall tear you apart. Old fool, let us see if you can catch me first. Boasting will lead to your downfall. Yi Lin retorted with a cold laugh, firing several more rounds, all of which they narrowly dodged. In the very next moment, he suddenly turned, and the Desert Eagle in his hand had vanished, replaced by a Barrett. Without any forewarning, he fired once more, but the speed of the bullet exiting the chamber surged exponentially, tearing through the air with a distinct, visible trail. Such a fierce and violent scene instantly altered the expression of the innate elder, causing him to instinctively flicker aside to evade. However, he could never have anticipated that the jet-black bullet would suddenly veer, following his trajectory and striking him squarely in the center of his brow. The innate elder felt a searing heat at his forehead. He managed to utter a single word before collapsing headlong, plummeting to the ground. Oddly, the sudden turn of events startled the other innate masters who had leapt forward, halting them in their tracks. Several innate masters stood in bewilderment, calling out to the elder, only to find him unresponsive, sending a chill through their hearts. They quickly descended to his side, and upon turning over his body, they could not suppress a gasp of horror. There, at the center of the elder's brow, was a gaping wound that perforated his skull, wisps of smoke rising from it, instilling an eerie sensation that chilled them to the bone. What kind of concealed weapon could be so terrifying? Even Old Li had been slain. This is appalling. I barely registered what had transpired, only hearing a faint sound before Old Li fell without warning. What should we do? Should we still pursue? Of course. With Old Li dead and several of the Li family's bloodline perished, returning like this would be worse than death. Damn it, let us go? Are we afraid of him alone? Let us be cautious. With grim determination etched on their faces, the group abandoned Old Li's lifeless body and charged forward in a frenzy. You still possess some courage. Yi Lin observed their pursuit, raising an eyebrow and ceasing to deliberately slow his pace. The innate masters drew their respective weapons, hastily closing the gap while remaining on high alert. As the distance dwindled, Yi Lin once again replaced the Desert Eagle, firing several shots in rapid succession. The expressions of the innate masters shifted slightly, and they quickly steeled themselves, their swords and blades slicing through the air. The sounds of clashing metal echoed as the bullets from the Desert Eagle were either cleaved in two by the longsword or shredded by the sharp edge of the blade. The ease with which they deflected the bullets left them feeling furious, as if their efforts had been rendered futile against Cotton. You little scoundrel! How dare you toy with us? The innate masters seethed with anger. One of them suddenly bellowed, channeling his energy, and hurled his long sword, which erupted in a dazzling light. streaking towards Yi Lin's back with the speed of a meteor, rivaling that of the Desert Eagle's bullet. And what if I do? Yi Lin replied with a serene smile, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he swiftly unsheathed his own blade for a counterstrike. Clang! The descending sword was cleaved by him, sending sparks flying as it fell to the ground like a lifeless fish. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand to wield the sniper rifle, his finger moving with unwavering resolve to pull the trigger. Upon witnessing the ferocity of the bullet, the innate master's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, crushing Golden Hand. Instantly, his right hand's true essence flowed along a mysterious path, radiating a brilliant light as if gilded in gold, shimmering resplendently. Without flinching or evading, he boldly reached out to grasp the oncoming bullet, malice gleaming in his eyes. Unfortunately, he overestimated his martial prowess while underestimating the power of the sniper bullet. Bang! The bullet pierced through his palm effortlessly, due to its larger caliber. His entire right hand was reduced to a mangled mess. His 5 fingers, along with the palm, were obliterated, leaving only a mere stump behind. Moreover, the bullet continued its trajectory, penetrating his shoulder and creating a gaping wound. The man stared in shock at his mutilated hand, momentarily frozen before unleashing a wretched scream. Blood oozed from his shoulder and hand, causing him to plummet from midair. The onlookers, though gripped by fear and trepidation, were engulfed by a greater sense of rage. Among the 6 innate masters, one lay dead and another wounded, igniting a fire within them. Kill. I refuse to believe he possesses an endless supply of such hidden weapons. Let us disperse and encircle him, but be wary of that peculiar weapon in his grasp. We must not confront him head-on. Capture him, and I shall personally flay his skin, for my wrath cannot be quelled otherwise. Let us go. The 4 men shouted in righteous indignation, as if bolstering their own courage. Just then, a shadow darted past, igniting an intense aura. The 4 swiftly turned their gazes, only to hear a resounding explosion as the injured brother, who had just fallen, was struck by a bizarre object, instantly erupting into a massive fireball. It turned out that Yi Lin had seized the moment of their deliberation to unleash a rocket launcher, delivering a decisive blow. The 4 men gasped in unison, their expressions transforming into sheer horror. The fireball blazed for merely 2 breaths before extinguishing. In that fleeting moment, their brother had been reduced to ashes by the unleashed flames and heat, leaving not a single intact bone behind. The searing red light illuminated their faces, yet their hearts felt a chilling void, as the fervor and righteous indignation they had just nurtured were extinguished by the blast of a single rocket. How terrifying! They had never encountered such a fearsome weapon capable of obliterating a person into nothingness. Who knew how many more of such devastating weapons the opponent possessed, or if even more powerful ones awaited? In that instant, panic enveloped the 4 men. Beads of cold sweat formed on their brows as they exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts, and collectively they whispered, "Flee." With that, they split in 4 directions, fleeing in a frenzy. Chapter 84. Can they escape? Is this truly an escape? Yi Lin gazed at the 4 individuals scattering like startled birds, a subtle arch of his brow revealing his surprise. He had anticipated a prolonged engagement in the jungle's fierce battle. Instead, these fellows proved to be easily frightened, fleeing at the first opportunity. Yet, could they truly escape? A devilish smile crept across Yi Lin's face as he formed a seal with his hands. In a resounding roar, a majestic manifestation of the King of Brightness materialized behind him. Towering at around 16 feet, it boasted 3 faces and 8 arms. Enveloped in a swirl of crimson and black flames, wielding an array of 8 formidable instruments. Its grandeur and solemnity exuded an aura of utmost authority. Most notably, this manifestation was no longer a mere ethereal illusion. It had solidified into reality. The figure appeared as if cloaked in a layer of golden foil, rising behind Yi Lin like an immense mechanical titan, awe-inspiring and magnificent. Gather, with a mere thought. The visage at the center of the King of Brightness suddenly mirrored Yi Lin's own enigmatic grin. In an instant, the instruments held by its 8 arms vanished. Yet, almost immediately, Yi Lin chuckled mischievously, tossing forth his spatial ring, which released 4 individual rocket launchers. The King of Brightness sprang into action, its 8 arms deftly seizing the launchers, lifting 2 of them with grace. Yi Lin's lips curled into a smirk as he deftly brandished a Barrett sniper rifle in each hand. The entire sequence of transformations unfolded with such rapidity that it felt as if time had multiplied the actions manifold, akin to a transformer's transformation, completed in mere breaths. At that moment, Yi Lin wore a euphoric, sinister smile, each hand gripping a formidable sniper rifle, while the King of Brightness mirrored his every move, its 8 arms wielding the 4 rocket launchers. A chilling aura of mechanical power radiated from them, both awe-inspiring and unnerving. The four innate masters, caught in the throes of their frantic escape, dared to glance back, only to be met with Yi Lin's terrifying and bizarre state, collectively inhaling sharply, sensing the imminent peril. Flee! Quickly! They shouted in panic, unleashing their true essence in a surge that doubled their speed. As they dashed through the terrain, it was as if a helicopter had swept through the treetops, causing them to sway violently, leaves and debris swirling in their wake. But at that moment, Yi Lin's eerie smile returned as the King of Brightness raised the four rocket launchers, targeting the fleeing quartet. Yi Lin, too, drew back his bows, lifting his sniper rifles. In an instant, he and the King of Brightness pulled their triggers simultaneously, causing the entire hillside to tremble as if an earthquake had struck, air currents swirling violently. Boom, 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 boom. Four rockets erupted with ferocity, slicing through the air with alarming speed, accurately homing in on the four fleeing figures. Yi Lin, calculating their potential evasive maneuvers for added assurance, rapidly squeezed the triggers of his sniper rifles, shifting positions with precision. In the blink of an eye, 8 sniper rounds, inscribed with tracking arrays, followed suit, expertly homing in on their targets. The expressions of the four innate warriors morphed into sheer horror. In a moment of desperation, one veered behind a large tree. Yet, 2 pursuing bullets, equally relentless, turned sharply, leaving him no time to react as they struck his temples with deadly accuracy. Bang! 2 bullets pierced through the temples, colliding within the skull and resulting in an instantaneous explosion of the head, a scene of tremendous intensity. Almost simultaneously, due to its bulk, a rocket, while maneuvering, grazed a large tree with its tail fin, leading to a sudden detonation. A deafening roar erupted, and a massive fireball engulfed his lower half, splitting the tree in two. Elsewhere, a formidable innate master bellowed, unsheathing his sword to cleave at the approaching rocket. However, with a sharp clang, the blade met the rocket, and the moment seemed to freeze. Following this, a thunderous blast produced a mushroom cloud that billowed into the sky, leaving only a long sword and a spatial ring, both glowing red-hot, to plummet down. As for that innate master, he was reduced to mere fragments, his blood vaporized instantly. The other 2 innate masters fared little better. One leaped from a slope, hoping to evade, but the rocket's precise vertical strike obliterated him against the cliff, leaving no trace. The other rolled to the ground, struck in the lungs by bullets, and subsequently met his demise in the explosion of the rocket, half his body obliterated. For innate warriors, almost in unison, blinked a few times before being utterly erased. Such power, truly formidable. Ha! The architect of this chaos, Yi Lin, reveled in the destruction he had wrought, laughing heartily. This was the first time he had unleashed the combined might of the King of Light's manifestation and firearms, and the results were undeniably potent. Amusingly, the 4 rocket launchers appeared significantly oversized in his hands, resembling mere toys when wielded by the King of Light's figure. It seemed prudent to upgrade these launchers to rocket artillery, enhancing their payload and enlarging their caliber several-fold to achieve a more fitting scale. He then urged the Silver Wolf King towards the site of the fallen warriors, discovering 2 third-grade swords inscribed with the characterly and a spatial ring. However, everything else had vanished. Clearly, these were not of noble bloodlines. Each one was a pauper. Upon inspecting the spatial ring, Yi Lin shook his head. The contents, which might excite an ordinary individual, gold coins, silver ingots, and healing elixirs, left him utterly indifferent, especially given their meager quantity. Moreover, there were some inconsequential foes to deal with. He resolved to make a swift visit to Qingzhou Prefecture, seeking to instigate some matters for the Qingming sect and the Li family. Mounting the Silver Wolf King, he grasped the custom-made saddle and reins, transforming into a streak of silver lightning that swiftly appeared upon the official road. The remaining individuals were merely Qi-gathering realm warriors of the Li family, and to Yi Lin, slaying them was akin to mowing grass. As they listened to the thunderous roar and the flickering crimson flames emanating from the nearby mountains, confusion washed over their faces, uncertain of the events transpiring within. Yet, soon the commotion subsided, and they beheld Yi Lin, unscathed, charging forth astride the Silver Wolf King. However, as Yi Lin swiftly approached, the martial artists beheld him wielding a formidable sniper rifle, accompanied by the towering figure of the Ming Wang Dharma image, cloaked in demonic flames, following closely behind. In an instant, they were struck with terror. This man is a demon. Everyone flee. Mount your horses, quickly. Old Li and the others must have perished. We must return to report to the family head. Hurry, hurry. Everyone scatter. These individuals were not fools. The commotion in the mountains had been significant. Yet, none of the 6 innate masters from their clan had emerged, while Yi Lin had exited unscathed. Where could they run? A cold smirk graced Yi Lin's lips as he stowed away the sniper rifle and replaced it with a Gatling gun. Using sniper ammunition against them would be a waste, especially considering the firing speed of the sniper was incomparable to that of a machine gun. Just as they mounted their steeds, the White Wolf King, displaying incredible speed, carried Yi Lin to their location. Yi Lin did not take aim. At a distance of less than 100 meters, he raised the Gatling gun and fired with his eyes closed. The sound of gunfire echoed da-da-da-da-da. The 6 rotating barrels spun wildly, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets that streaked through the air like red lines, radiating light and heat, enveloping the area in relentless fire. It was more akin to cutting than merely striking, for the density of the Gatling gun's ammunition was overwhelming. In a single minute, it could discharge 6,000 rounds, sweeping across the field, cleaving both man and beast in half. The flames of the bullets erupted in a fierce display, flickering amidst the swirling smoke, igniting a fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Chapter 85. The suspicions of the Li family. The scene was harrowing, truly harrowing. Within a minute, the 100-meter radius was transformed, as if plowed and harrowed, leaving both men and horses strewn about. Only 2 individuals, quick on their steeds, managed to charge 200 meters away. But before they could feel relief, the Mingwang Dharma image raised a rocket launcher and unleashed a dual strike, toppling both riders and their mounts. These 2 were fortunate, as the explosive force of the rocket was largely absorbed by their horses, sparing them from immediate death. However, they were left incapacitated, unable to flee, their bodies scorched and mangled, crying out in agony. Yi Lin paid no heed to their cries. He methodically approached the campfire, thoroughly searching the bodies and confiscating their spatial rings. As of now, 30 members of the Junlin faction had yet to be fully equipped with spatial rings. And with an additional 100 battlefield slaves, a considerable number of rings were required for outfitting. After several thorough searches to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yi Lin finally stood up, leisurely unsheathing his long knife, and walked towards the 2 surviving martial artists. Upon seeing Yi Lin approach with the blade in hand, the 2 warriors' eyes filled with desperation, rasping pleas for mercy. "Save me, please, don't kill me. I still have an elderly mother and children to care for. I beg you." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lin, with an impassive expression, stepped before one of them and swiftly swung the knife, cutting his throat cleanly. As another warrior beheld Yi Lin's calm, yet ruthless demeanor, despair flickered in his eyes. "We bear no grudge against you. Why must you eradicate us?" Yi Lin approached him, speaking coolly. "If I do not slay you, you shall kill me and my kin. Therefore, for the sake of self-preservation, I must strike first." With that, he wielded his blade, and with a swift motion, the warrior fell lifeless. Wiping the blood from his weapon, Yi Lin cast a glance toward the distant sprawling city, the very heart of Qingzhou. Qingzhou City, the epicenter of power in Qingzhou Prefecture, was nestled against the famed Qingming Mountain, the stronghold of the illustrious Qingming sect. The proximity of these 2 formidable forces allowed for vast maneuvering potential. "Let us proceed." Yi Lin sheathed his sword, leapt upon the back of the Silver Wolf King, transforming into a streak of lightning as he sped towards Qingzhou City. Within the confines of the Li family estate, tranquility had reigned since the last upheaval, but suddenly, a piercing wail shattered the peace. A figure dashed frantically through the halls, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "This is dire. A catastrophe has unfolded. What is the meaning of this uproar? What calamity has occurred?" The commotion escalated as the estate stirred with alarm. Those who caught sight of the frantic figure instantly recognized him, their expressions shifting to one of dread. It was Li Bo, the custodian of the soul tablets. Witnessing his evident distress, they feared that yet another calamity had befallen their clan. "This is bad. We must hasten to the council chamber." Indeed, Li Bo had not exhibited such trepidation even upon the death of young Master Qinghua. It was evident that something grave had transpired. A sense of foreboding surged among the Li family members as they rushed to the council chamber without waiting for a summons. Upon arrival, they found the family head, Li Yuanlong, already present. Observing Li Bo's frantic demeanor, a sense of unease gripped him, and his expression darkened. "Li Bo, what has transpired to cause you such alarm?" "Master, this is grave." Li Bo, slightly winded from his hasty dash, paused momentarily before urgently continuing. "The soul tablets, yet again, they have shattered. Previously, it was young Master Qinghua. And now, several signs of the main line. Every single one has been destroyed." "What? Who possesses such audacity?" Gasps of shock rippled through the assembly. It was indeed a grave matter. But, you have yet to hear the entirety of my tale. This time, the shattered soul tablets are not limited to the young masters. There are 20 members of the Qi gathering martial practitioners and 7 innate warriors among them. Moreover, all their soul tablets shattered simultaneously, with barely the span of a tea candle's flicker between them. Li Bo's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes reflecting sheer horror. For he alone had monitored the soul tablets, fully aware of the situation at hand. Nearly 30 soul tablets shattering in such a brief interval was akin to a cacophony of firecrackers, evoking a sense of dread far beyond mere astonishment. This indicated that their adversary wielded an overwhelming and crushing power. It is evident that Li Yunlong has come to this realization, his gaze suddenly darkening with an unsettling chill. He immediately sensed that someone was specifically targeting the Li family. Who could possess such audacity to brazenly slaughter members of my clan? At this moment, Li Yunlong's countenance was ominously fearsome, causing the numerous clan members to hold their breath in trepidation. Only the steward, with a grim expression, ventured to speak. Master. The individuals involved in this incident were clan members heading to Qingtian City, correct? Indeed, Li Yuanlong replied, his expression dark as night. 7 and 8 experts, led by an elder of our clan, set forth only with my permission. These 7 formidable warriors could dominate any city beneath the provincial capital, especially with the accompaniment of numerous Qi gathering martial artists. Li Yuanlong's demeanor remained grim. He could not fathom who possessed the capability to so brazenly target the Li family. Could there be exceptionally powerful individuals concealed within Qingtian City? His brow knitted in contemplation. The steward shook his head and said, Master, it cannot possibly be the people of Qingtian City. The distance to Qingzhou Prefecture is considerable. Even on swift horses, it would take 4 or 5 days of relentless travel. Our people have only been gone for 2 days, and with clan members in tow, they certainly would have endured the rigors of travel, making it impossible to reach Qingtian City. Your reasoning holds merit, but who could it be? Li Yuanlong's expression wavered between uncertainty and determination. The steward cautiously suggested, given the number of individuals who were massacred in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the only entity capable of such a feat within the entire Qingzhou Prefecture would be the Qingming sect. Moreover, our family's plight has remained within a tight circle of knowledge, and sending a person out of the city would necessarily pass through the territory of the Qingming sect. The steward did not complete his sentence, yet his eyes betrayed a deep suspicion, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. If indeed the Qingming sect was covertly targeting the Li family, the situation would become quite troublesome. After all, the might of the Qingming sect was well known, particularly as their leader was a formidable figure at the true Dan stage of martial arts. Contemplating this, a sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of all present, including Li Yuanlong's. The vast Li estate suddenly fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with an oppressive feeling. Enough. Let us refrain from wild speculation for now. I will dispatch dedicated individuals to investigate the truth of the matter. Li Yuanlong inhaled deeply, asserting the authority of the family head. Regardless of the outcome, those who dare to slaughter my Li family will not escape retribution once the truth is uncovered. Everyone is dismissed. Li Yuanlong waved his hand, bidding the others to leave, retaining only the steward. The two remained silent in the conference hall for a moment before Li Yuanlong's expression hardened, declaring, Old Li, my family demands an explanation for this matter. For so many years, no one has ever dared to strike against the Li family and remain unscathed. Shortly, you shall personally take a substantial sum to the Bai building and request that their people discreetly investigate this matter. I wish to ascertain who is targeting the Li family. If it is indeed the Qingming sect orchestrating these underhanded schemes, I shall ensure they pay a price. Upon hearing the sinister tone of Li Yuanlong, the steward could not help but feel a slight constriction in his heart, realizing that the master was indeed serious. Rest assured, master. I shall visit the Bai Tower immediately and guarantee that I will handle this matter properly. The steward bowed slightly and exited the residence shortly thereafter. The Bai Tower, located within the Bei Yao realm, is one of the few powerful entities capable of contending with the Blood Butchers. Unlike the Blood Butchers, the individuals at the Bai Tower are not adept in assassination or covert killing. Rather, they excel in intelligence gathering. It is no exaggeration to say that within Bei Yao, as long as one can afford the price, any desired information can be procured in the shortest possible time, with an astonishing accuracy rate of 99%. At times, even the Blood Butcher organization seeks to acquire intelligence from the Bai Tower. The Bai Tower was founded with a clear purpose, to remain uninvolved in any factional disputes, solely selling information and letting money dictate their operations. This principle has been the cornerstone of their enduring strength. Soon, Steward Li arrived at the Bai Tower in Qingzhou City, laden with substantial riches. The interior of the Bai Tower was tranquil, devoid of any martial guards at the entrance. Upon entering, Steward Li called out, prompting the emergence of a middle-aged man. The man, upon recognizing Steward Li, displayed a hint of surprise, and then, as if recollecting something, smiled amiably. Ah, it is Stewardly. A rare visitor indeed. Stewardly, uninterested in pleasantries, knowing that these individuals value money over relationships, immediately produced a spatial ring, sliding it across the counter before the middle-aged man. I am aware of the Bai Tower's protocols. This is the leverage from the Lee family. Within 3 days, I require comprehensive investigative intelligence. Thereafter, Stewardly succinctly recounted the day's events to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the man's brow arched in intrigue. In my years managing the Qingzhou Bai Tower, this is the first instance I have encountered someone so brazenly targeting the Li family. It appears someone is in for a rough time. Rest assured, the Bai Tower will deliver all investigative intelligence to the Li residents within 3 days. Very well. I have faith in the reputation of the Bai Tower. Stewardly nodded and turned to leave. Once the middle-aged man watched him depart, his gaze shifted, and he proceeded to the rear courtyard of the Bai Tower. There, he summoned several seasoned investigators and relayed the information he had gathered, instructing, "This is the current situation regarding the Li family. Within 2 days, I require you to contact all intelligence points beneath the provincial government, deploy agents, and ensure a thorough investigation is conducted." One seasoned investigator suddenly interjected, "Master, could this be the doing of the Qingming sect? After all, it seems only they could execute the massacre of 7 innate experts from the Li family, along with numerous Qi-gathering masters, in such a short span. Indeed, Master, might it be that the Qingming sect is dissatisfied with the status quo and seeks to intervene in the interests between the provinces?" Silence. A middle-aged man suddenly altered his expression, his gaze sharpening as he remarked, "Have you all forgotten the fundamental principle of our Bureau of Informants? Everything hinges on the investigation of evidence. Speak carelessly, and you may invite calamity upon yourselves." Yes. The scout quickly acknowledged his error. The middle-aged man fixed him with a stern glare, a silent warning, before whispering, "Some intelligence within the Bureau is beyond your current grasp. There are many matters of which you remain unaware. The Li family is not as simple as you presume, and the leader of the Qingming sect is no fool. This incident is certainly not the doing of the Qingming sect." At this juncture, the middle-aged man abruptly rose, his expression grave, and declared, "I have a foreboding that the once tranquil Qingzhou prefecture, which has remained undisturbed for over a century, is on the verge of turmoil. You may all leave now. Hasten to investigate." Understood. Several seasoned scouts exchanged glances, revealing a hint of astonishment, before promptly departing. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Yilin finally grasped the meaning of the saying, "Watching the mountain while the horse tires." The sprawling giant city seemed within reach. Yet he had traversed an entire day and still had a considerable distance to cover. As dusk approached, he spotted a bustling little town nearby. Feeling parched and hungry, he made his way toward it. However, to avoid drawing attention, Yilin allowed the Silver Wolf King to retreat into a nearby forest to rest. He adjusted his attire, retrieved a sword bearing the Li character, and proceeded on foot toward the town. As he walked, Yilin immersed his consciousness into the sword sheath, practicing the concealed sword technique, steadily accumulating energy with a measured pace. Chapter 87. A sudden strike of surprise. While walking, he silently continued to gather his sword intent. Yilin moved lightly and soon entered the small town, known as Broken Stone Town, where the streets were laid with fragmented stones, leaving a memorable impression. Perhaps this was the origin of its name. Furthermore, Broken Stone Town, being in proximity to the state city, was, quite frankly, even more prosperous than Qingtian City. Its area was not significantly smaller than that of Qingtian City. Upon entering, one found it remarkably spacious and bustling. "Innkeeper, bring me some fine dishes and a jug of wine." After weaving through the lively crowd, Yilin stepped into an inn. Having found the food along his journey unsatisfactory, he intended to indulge his culinary desires. The innkeeper, upon hearing Yilin's tone and noticing his attire, promptly smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Exquisite food and drink will be served shortly." "Very well," Yilin replied, choosing a seat by the window, the majority of his focus still devoted to the sword sheath. The inn was efficient. In no time, delightful dishes and fine wine were presented before him. Yilin glanced at the ingredients, which were quite similar to those at the Gathering of Heroes Inn, yet evidently more refined. Without further ado, he picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. Martial practitioners have high standards for their sustenance. The common populace may subsist on simple fare, but warriors require nourishment that fortifies the body. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the table was devoid of food, and feeling a lingering hunger, Yilin raised his head and called out, "Innkeeper, bring me another serving, but ensure it is different from the last." "Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. It will be ready shortly." The innkeeper, beaming with delight, immediately instructed his staff to attend to the matter. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted outside. Yi Lin turned his head to glance through the window, only to discover a throng of onlookers gathered around a man and a woman in the street. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure that suggested she was in her early 20s, yet there was an alluring charm about her. The man, dressed like a young gentleman, held a jade box in his hand and smiled at the woman, saying, "Lan Lan, this is a moonlight pearl I specially had brought from Hainan Prefecture. Each one is plump and round, and I am certain you will adore it." However, the woman referred to as Lan Lan furrowed her brow and, without even glancing at the jade box, retorted, "Master Li, I must ask you to maintain your composure. I have already made it clear that there is no possibility for us. You need not waste your efforts here." Yi Lin was slightly taken aback, surprised to witness such boldness between the sexes in the martial Soul continent. It was reminiscent of the public displays of affection on Earth. Just as he was preparing to relish the spectacle, a derisive laugh erupted from a nearby dining table. "Ah, here we go again. These two have truly become a spectacle in our shattered stone town." Indeed, it was evident that Gui Xiaolan had little regard for the young Master Li. Yet he persistently pursued her, almost bringing disgrace to the Li family. Yi Lin, intrigued, turned to the two men at the table and inquired, "Gentlemen, I observe that the man is not unhandsome and possesses respectable skills. Why does the woman disdain him? Is her family of considerable standing?" "Considerable standing?" One of the warriors scoffed. "She hails from an ordinary family, nothing more. In Shattered Stone Town, she is of the lowest tier, possessing merely a modicum of beauty and an inflated ego." The man continued, "In contrast, the young man belongs to the prestigious Li family, one of the foremost lineages in Shattered Stone Town, reportedly a branch of the Li family from the prefecture. He could easily take her as a concubine, yet he has become a laughingstock for his relentless pursuit." Understanding dawned upon Yi Lin as he shook his head. Just then, the food and drink arrived, diverting his focus back to his meal. Such trivial gossip seemed unworthy of his attention. After all, this was a prominent family, a branch of the prefectural Li clan. With such status, acquiring her should be a mere matter of decree. They could either apply pressure on her family to deliver her directly to him or resort to more forceful means. Instead, he found himself entangled in this futile pursuit, subject to the disdain of those around him. Soon, Yi Lin finished his meal, tossed a few coins on the table, and, with his weapon in hand, exited the tavern. Shattered Stone Town was not far from Qingzhou City, and before embarking on his mission, he sought to unwind by strolling the streets. Upon leaving the tavern, he noticed the couple still embroiled in their dispute, surrounded by a growing audience. Shaking his head, he turned to walk away from the scene. The woman, seeing the crowd swell, exclaimed in exasperation, "Li Bin, can you not cease your pursuit? I already have someone I care for." "What did you say?" Li Bin's face contorted in disbelief, followed by a menacing glare. "Who is it? Tell me their name, or you are deceiving me." In a moment of desperation, Gui Xiaolan spoke without thinking, startled by Li Bin's fierce demeanor. Her gaze shifted and fell upon Yi Lin, who was about to leave. She hastily pointed and exclaimed, "It is he." Yi Lin's figure abruptly halted as he sensed the collective gaze directed towards him. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering if he had inadvertently stirred up trouble. Gui Xiaolan's choice to indicate Yi Lin was not arbitrary. Among the crowd, he stood out distinctly. His appearance, demeanor, and attire were in stark contrast to the scruffy, disheveled figures of the lower-tier martial artists surrounding him. Had she chosen anyone else, even Li Bin, no fool would fail to see that Gui Xiaolan was mocking him. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Gui Xiaolan gracefully approached Yi Lin, enveloped in an alluring fragrance. Yi Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do we know each other?" Gui Xiaolan feigned a pitiful expression and softly replied, "Young master, I kindly ask for your assistance. I would be eternally grateful." As she spoke, she took hold of Yi Lin's arm and addressed Li Bin, saying, "Master Gua, you see, I already have someone I care for. I must ask you to cease your pursuits. You may disregard your reputation, but I cannot afford to." At this point, Li Bin's face darkened, contorted with a sinister rage. His pursuit of Gui Xiaolan was well known throughout Shuaisha town, and all the noble families had given him face, refraining from contesting his affections. Yet, to have someone else claim her affection was an affront that filled him with fury, reddening his eyes with anger. With a sudden flourish, he drew his blade, his expression twisted in wrath, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Lin swiftly wrenched his arm from Gui Xiaolan's grasp and, with a resounding slap, sent her sprawling aside. This sharp crack not only stunned Gui Xiaolan, but left the onlookers equally bewildered. Even Li Bin, who had drawn his weapon with a fierce countenance, was momentarily frozen by Yi Lin's unexpected action. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Yi Lin would take such a bold step. "Gui Xiaolan, shielding her face, sank to the ground in disbelief, gazing at Yi Lin in shock. As the eyes of the crowd converged upon him, Yi Lin nonchalantly shook his hand and remarked, "I generally disdain striking women, but I shall not be lenient with one who harbors ill intentions. I understand your impatience with that infatuated fool, but using me as a human shield is intolerable. The Li family is a tyrant in Schweischer Town. Once you've used me, you will be unharmed while I bear the brunt of their vengeance. Who will come to my aid when I provoke such formidable enemies?" With a cold scoff, he spoke without reservation. The crowd, upon hearing his words, exchanged glances of astonishment. This young man was truly chillingly composed. In contrast, had it been anyone else, with a beautiful woman in their arms pleading softly, they would likely have lost their heads, willingly stepping forward to become Guo Xiaolan's shield. Indeed, should such an act be committed, it would undoubtedly incur the wrath of Li Bin, leading to retaliation from the Li family. Unless one possesses remarkable influence and extraordinary strength, what could a mere outsider possibly contest against the local tyrants of Shattered Stone Town? Moreover, the Li family is a branch of the illustrious Li clan from the provincial capital, thus the consequences are all too predictable. As this thought crossed their minds, the gazes of the onlookers subtly shifted towards Guo Xiaolan. This woman, appearing innocuous, harbored a heart that was anything but benign. It is no wonder that the ancients claimed that women are often the harbingers of calamity. Guo Xiaolan, feeling the weight of their stares, flushed with indignation. Her eyes directed at Yi Lin filled with animosity. In truth, her earlier intention was merely to find a scapegoat in a moment of desperation. Whether Yi Lin would face repercussions from the Li family was the last thing on her mind. After all, she herself had to tread carefully in rejecting Li Bin, wary of a direct confrontation. Yet, she never anticipated that Yi Lin would publicly slap her, rendering her words utterly humiliating, igniting within her a desire for vengeance. "Lan Lan, are you all right?" The realization dawned on Li Bin, his expression shifting as he swiftly sheathed his blade and rushed to assist Guo Xiaolan, unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards Yi Lin. "How dare you lay a hand on Lan Lan? Do you not regard me? You seek death." The crowd fell into a stunned silence. At such a juncture, Li Bin continued to defend Guo Xiaolan, leaving them uncertain whether to label him as infatuated or foolish. Yet, Li Bin was not merely verbal. With a flick of his wrist, several of the Li family's subordinates emerged from the throng, advancing towards Yi Lin. Yi Lin, momentarily taken aback, pondered the folly of Li Bin. Had he truly lost his senses? The woman clearly regarded him with disdain, yet he persisted in his obsequiousness. Truly, a sycophant. With a sigh of exasperation, Yi Lin addressed the approaching Li family warriors. "Are you certain you wish to engage me? I fear the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Apologies, but my master insists on your capture. We have no choice in the matter. So I suggest you surrender quietly to lessen your suffering," stated the leading warrior of the Li family, his demeanor dismissive, failing to regard Yi Lin as a threat. In fact, Yi Lin's earlier actions had rendered their master akin to a pile of mud in his eyes, kindling within him a flicker of murderous intent. "Surrender? Regrettably, I am not inclined to such habits," Yi Lin replied with a faint smile, observing as the warriors swiftly surrounded him. The leader's eyes narrowed with a glint of coldness. Since this youth was so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to employ ruthless measures. With that, he launched an assault aimed at incapacitating Yi Lin, a fist infused with radiant energy hurtling towards Yi Lin's dantian. Humph! A glimmer of cold resolve surfaced in Yi Lin's eyes. As the fist neared, he deftly sidestepped, raising the hilt of his blade to meet the oncoming force, unleashing a surge of power that struck the adversary's throat with a resounding crack. Muffled gasps escaped the leading warrior, his face contorted in disbelief and agony, the veins in his eyes bulging ominously. He clutched his throat, unable to fathom how swiftly and ruthlessly Yi Lin had reacted. "I warned you about the consequences of provoking me. You may not be able to bear them." Yi Lin's expression remained indifferent as he gestured, a streak of crimson light piercing into his opponent's body. Almost simultaneously, he drew his long blade, its blinding gleam immediately engulfing the sight of the onlookers, the chilling and fierce radiance of the blade sending shivers down their spines. As the blade returned to its sheath, a collective gasp escaped the lips of those present. The few warriors from the Li family, who had launched the attack, clutched their necks, blood gushing uncontrollably through their fingers, unmistakably silenced by a swift strike to the throat. Even more terrifying, the leader of the attackers suddenly emitted a terrified growl, his body igniting in a sudden burst of flames, rapidly transforming him into a charred corpse. Such a bizarre and horrifying scene caused the gazes of all to shift towards Yi Lin with palpable dread, instinctively retreating as if from a flood or a ferocious beast. Setting aside the terrifying martial prowess displayed, the fact that he had dispatched the Li family warriors in a mere encounter was beyond what an ordinary martial artist could achieve. Particularly, the leader was a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm, eliminated in an instant, an accomplishment far beyond that of a typical low-tier warrior. Moreover, Yi Lin appeared remarkably youthful. Evidently not a simple individual. Li Bin, witnessing this spectacle, was left dumbfounded. He was not a fool and understood that Yi Lin was beyond his means. He immediately grasped Guo Xiaolan's hand and turned to flee. Get away. Everyone get away. Li Bin's face was a mixture of fear and ferocity as he violently pushed through the crowd. At this moment, Guo Xiaolan, disregarding her previous disdain, tightened her grip on Li Bin's hand, desperately fleeing. Yi Lin shook his head behind them, initially reluctant to take lives, but now compelled by their actions. Since you have chosen to engage, do you truly believe I would allow you to leave alive? Fool. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light appeared, and Yi Lin transformed into a fleeting shadow, pursuing Guo Xiaolan and Li Bin. With a swift motion, blood erupted forth as an arm severed and fell to the ground, splattering Guo Xiaolan's face. Guo Xiaolan felt her grip loosen, warmth flooding her vision as she collapsed, bewildered, only to see the severed arm roll before her, inducing a terrified scream. Li Bin, too, cried out in agony, realizing the arm he had held was now gone. Turning to face Yi Lin, he locked eyes with the cold yet lethal gaze of his adversary. In that instant, his hair stood on end, and disregarding the fallen Guo Xiaolan, he roared and surged forward in desperation. Chapter 89. I am Yi Xian of the Qingming sect. Do you think you can escape? Yi Lin's demeanor was frigid as he shifted, his long blade sweeping through the air once more. With a sickening sound, Li Bin's body froze. A fountain of blood erupting from the back of his head, as if a dam had burst. The onlookers collectively gasped, horrified by Yi Lin's merciless methods. In the town of Shattered Stone, the Li family reigned supreme, yet without a hint of hesitation, they struck with lethal intent, severing the very roots of their lineage. Truly, women are the harbingers of calamity. Were it not for you, I could have enjoyed a peaceful respite in Shattered Stone. Yi Lin cast a glance at Li Bin, who was nearly cleaved in two, before turning to approach the fallen Guo Xiaolan. What do you intend to do? Stay back. I warn you, I am a woman. Guo Xiaolan exclaimed in panic as she witnessed Yi Lin's indifferent approach, her voice rising in alarm. She scrambled backward, her expression betraying sheer terror, utterly devoid of any prior arrogance. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Li family? They are a branch of the illustrious Li clan from the state capital. Your Li family? Merely a trifling offshoot. Do you truly believe that Li Yuanlong would deign to involve himself with an insignificant branch like yours? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Xian of the Qingming sect. Yi Lin, suddenly inspired, invoked the name of Yi Qinghong's son with deliberate intent, stating, I had originally planned to enjoy some leisure upon my return from this expedition before rejoining my sect, yet you and your sordid partner have ruined it all. With that, a cold smile adorned his face as he swung his blade, a flash of crimson light illuminating the air, and Guo Xiaolan collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the onlookers once more. How ruthless, so merciless. Yi Xian, despite his youth, exhibited a ferocity surpassing even the most seasoned warriors who danced upon the edge of death. Yi Xian of the Qingming sect. No wonder he is so formidable at such a young age. He hails from the Qingming sect. Indeed, it was evident that Yi Xian held a significant position within the sect, daring to utter Li Yuanlong's name so freely. The crowd displayed expressions of astonished admiration, for the Qingming sect was among the most powerful factions in Qingzhou. As Yi Lin listened to the murmurs of the crowd, he wore a proud, disdainful smile. Shaking the blood from his blade, he sheathed it and strode forward in silence. The crowd parted before him, some even nodding and bowing in greeting. Yi Lin paid no mind, swiftly vanishing into the throng. Not good. Master, we have a grave situation. In the Li family of Shattered Stone, Li Wenlong was engrossed in the family accounts when a voice filled with panic erupted from outside. Lifting his head, he beheld a clan member responsible for the tavern rushing towards him in disarray, collapsing to his knees with a thud. Master, terrible news. Young master, he has been killed. What? Initially dismissive, Li Wenlong furrowed his brow, but as realization dawned, he leapt to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Convinced he must have misheard, the clan member, his face pale, hurriedly insisted, I am not deceiving you, master. Young master has truly been slain by a disciple of the Qingming sect named Yi Xian. What? My son has been murdered? Why? Li Wenlong's figure flickered, and he was suddenly before the clan member, gripping his shoulders as he roared in anguish. The tribal man was nearly disassembled by Li Wenlong's overwhelming force, his powerful true energy surging outward, rendering the surrounding air thick and viscous. The words of the clan leader echoed in his ears. The young master had offended the Guo family for the sake of a woman, leading to his demise at their hands. With that, the tribal man recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Li Wenlong spat a mouthful of reverse blood, crashing his fist down upon the table in fury, roaring, "Wretched! Wretched! For the sake of a mere worthless woman, my lineage faces extinction. Summon the warriors of the Qi family and annihilate the Guo family. I will ensure that not a single one of them remains standing, and that Yi Xian, investigate him. I want to know if the Qingming sect truly harbors such a person who dares to kill my son. I demand retribution for all of you." As Li Wenlong's rage intensified, he erupted with a thunderous roar, his aura surging wildly, sending the kneeling tribal man hurtling through the air. The man quickly scrambled to his feet, witnessing Li Wenlong's true energy crackling, rapidly transforming from a gaseous state into a liquid one. True energy in liquid form. This was a hallmark of achieving innate mastery, a transformation that required the cultivation of genuine essence. Unexpectedly, despite being trapped in the gathering energy realm, the emotional turmoil following his son's death propelled Li Wenlong past the threshold of innate cultivation. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry! Li Wenlong's piercing gaze caused the tribal man to tremble inwardly, hastily rising and darting out of the hall. "Binner, I will not let your death be in vain. Not for anyone." Moments later, Li Wenlong beheld the lifeless body of his son being carried back, and in the solitude of his chamber, he let out a low, anguished roar, his eyes reddened with sorrow. No one could fathom the depth of his pain. Years prior, his martial talent had been woefully inadequate, leaving him devoid of hope for cultivation. Yet by chance, he had stumbled upon a fragmented 6th-grade technique known as the Yin-swallowing art, which allowed him to absorb the world's essence despite lacking a martial spirit. However, the prerequisite for mastering this technique was a ruthless resolve to sever his lineage, for it required him to cut off his descendants' roots to activate its power. Now, having severed those roots, and with Li Bin's death, it meant that his lineage would perish with him. Suddenly, the door to his chamber was shattered by a terrifying wave of chilling true energy, and Li Wenlong's face contorted with a vicious hatred. At that moment, a carrier pigeon appeared in his hand, bearing news purchased from the cloth house. Its message clear: Qingming sect, Yi Xian, indeed existed. Come, prepare my steed. I must pay a visit to the governor of the state. Li Wenlong's countenance was dark with fury as he mounted a swift horse, bursting forth from the Li family estate. All the servants of the Li family gazed in horror at the shattered door, realizing only then the sheer strength of their master. The overwhelming aura he exuded was suffocating, leaving them breathless. Chapter 90. Loose lips bring misfortune. Outside the shattered stone town, Li Wenlong galloped forth on his swift steed, his face ablaze with murderous intent, racing toward Qingzhou city under the cloak of night, which was not yet fully dark. After a brief passage of time, he encountered a silver wolf, glancing over momentarily without giving it much thought. Yi Lin, leisurely reclining on the back of the Silver Wolf King, felt the rush of a galloping horse and quickly sat up, observing Li Wenlong's figure with a pensive expression. He then urged the Silver Wolf King to increase its speed. Unbeknownst to Li Wenlong, he had overlooked something significant, as he remained fixated on the distant city of Qingzhou, relentlessly urging his horse forward with a whip. Half an hour later, Li Wenlong and Yi Lin arrived at Qingzhou city, nearly in tandem. As the power center of the 24 cities under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou Prefecture, the grandeur of Qingzhou city was unparalleled by any other. Its area rivaled that of modern provincial capitals. Upon entering the city, the cacophony of bustling activity greeted him, reminiscent of a contemporary street market. Figures darted about, mingled with shouts and clamor, while convoys and groups of martial artists contributed to the lively spectacle. Indeed, the epicenter of provincial authority was astonishingly vibrant, far surpassing that of Qingtian city. Yi Lin cast a sweeping gaze around, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Just then, a merchant convoy passed by, its carts laden with large iron cages, surrounded by watchful warriors. Inside those cages were various mystical beasts, their destination unknown. Oh, the Zueixing Tower has replenished its stock. I hear they excel in preparing delicacies from these beasts, a true culinary marvel in Qingzhou city. Indeed, but alas, such rare delicacies are beyond the reach of us common folk. How I long to visit the Zueixing Tower and experience the thrill of extravagance. But it seems a distant dream, a nearby observer remarked, hastily moving away. As Yi Lin rode the Silver Wolf King, he drew some attention. Suddenly, a head popped out from one of the merchant carts, eyes brightening as it fixed upon Yi Lin and his majestic mount. Young brother, if I am not mistaken, that wolf of yours must be a wolf king, correct? How remarkable that such a creature would serve a human as a steed. The man's discerning gaze and business acumen were commendable. A silver wolf king, at the mystical level, what a splendid selling point. Young brother, are you willing to part with this wolf? I assure you, we can negotiate a fair price. With an air of affluence, the man's demeanor almost made Yi Lin chuckle. He patted the silver wolf king and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Do you think I am in need of such trivial coin? If you desire this, silver wolf king, it all comes down to whether your life is sturdier than the blade in my hand." "Ha ha, merely jesting," the man quickly retorted, sensing Yi Lin was not an ordinary individual, and withdrew his head. Yi Lin, unfazed, was about to inquire about the city's affairs when he overheard a wandering martial artist nearby say, "Young brother, you indeed possess remarkable courage. That individual you just spoke to is the head manager of the Zuixing Tower, a prominent figure in the city. How bold of you to speak to him so freely." "Oh, pray tell, what do you mean by that?" Yi Lin casually inquired. The wandering martial artist remarked, "It appears that you, young brother, are not a local of the state city. Do you know who owns this Zuixing Tower?" "Who?" Yi Lin felt a sudden stir within his heart, and he soon heard the wandering martial artist whisper, "The Qingming sect." This Zuixing Tower is the property of the Qingming sect. They have establishments in the north, south, east, and west. Besides, with the Qingming sect backed by the Qingming mountain range, they receive a daily supply of demon beasts. Who else could it be? Zuixing Tower is a property of the Qingming sect. Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback, for was this not a fortuitous coincidence? He had intended to inquire about the Qingming sect's influence to orchestrate some affairs. To find such an opportunity so close at hand was indeed serendipitous. Without further ado, he ignored the wandering martial artist's ramblings, swiftly grasped the belly of the Silver Wolf King, and followed the merchant caravan toward Zuixing Tower. As for Li Wenlong, he had already vanished, riding swiftly toward the Li family at the city center. After a short while, they arrived at Zuixing Tower. The merchant caravan unloaded several iron cages and proceeded toward the city center. Yi Lin, however, halted and stepped directly into the tavern. The robust and majestic Silver Wolf King followed him inside, drawing astonished gazes from the martial artists within the establishment. Who is this young man, accompanied by such a splendid silver wolf? How did he tame it? He seems quite extraordinary. The murmurs around him were crystal clear to Yi Lin's formidable spiritual perception. Intentionally choosing a conspicuous spot, he placed his blade on the table, exclaiming, "Barman, bring me a fine jug of your best wine." The martial artists nearest to him noticed the characterly inscribed on his blade, their expressions immediately shifting to one of apprehension. A scion of the Li family. No wonder he carries such an imposing air. What imposing air? I see it as mere bluster. Have you not heard? The Li family is in turmoil. According to the servants of the Li family, several innate experts, along with a contingent of chi-gathering martial artists, had been slaughtered, leaving the Li family's members in a state of alarm and trepidation. Hush, keep your voices down, lest he hears us. And if he does? This is Zuixing Tower. Does he dare cause a ruckus here? Do you think the rules of Zuixing Tower are mere decorations? Yi Lin, overhearing their conversation, could not help but smile. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table, causing a resounding thud as he stood up with a cold demeanor. Such an excellent opportunity to stir trouble. It was the perfect moment to solidify his identity as a scion of the Li family while orchestrating some mischief. What audacity! To speak ill of my Li family behind our backs? You must be tired of living. Yi Lin seized his long knife, pointing it at them menacingly. Kneel and apologize. Slap yourselves, or I shall ensure you enter standing and exit lying down. The wandering martial artist, publicly humiliated by such an affront, found himself at a loss. His anger flaring as he rose to confront Yi Lin. You, young man, are exceedingly arrogant. The affairs of the Li family are not my doing. How can you prevent others from discussing them? This is Zuixing Tower, not your Li family's territory. If you wish to act recklessly, do so elsewhere. Indeed, the Li family is rather overbearing. Several wandering martial artists had already assumed that Yi Lin was indeed a genuine member of the Li family. Yi Lin spoke coldly. My Li family has always been domineering. It's merely that you have not witnessed it before. Who gave you the audacity to discuss my family behind my back? I command you to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Arrogant. Do you think you are the head of the Li family? Several wandering martial artists were enraged, rising in protest with furious glares. Yi Lin, uninterested in further discourse, unsheathed his sword. With a swift motion, a terrifying blade flashed. And the martial artist who had first spoken against the Li family found his head severed, blood splattering across the table. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The hidden blade technique. The most renowned martial skill of the Li family. There was no mistaking it. I regret to inform you that to stir discord between the Qingming sect and the Li family, I must sacrifice you. Your loose tongue has led to your misfortune. Yilin thought as he wiped the blood from his blade. Chapter 91. Killing is more effective than letting go, witnessing their companion fall victim to Yilin's blade. The remaining wandering martial artists were rendered speechless. Once they regained their senses, they stared at Yilin incredulously and exclaimed, "Do you dare to commit murder in the Drunken Star Tower?" "I possess the strength, so why should I fear?" Yilin replied with a cold smile. "Only those lacking power would bellow here. Murder is, without a doubt, the swiftest means to resolve an issue. You young fool, do not be so arrogant. Should you provoke the wrath of the masses, you shall not escape unscathed. Indeed, the Drunken Star Tower has its own rules, known throughout Qingzhou City. No one is permitted to resort to violence within this establishment. Even if the head of your Li family were present, he would not be exempt." The wandering martial artist shouted with a facade of bravery. Yilin raised an eyebrow and suddenly struck again with his sword, swift and merciless, severing one of his opponent's arms with a sickening sound. "Ah!" The opponent cried out in agony, clutching their severed limb, their face twisted in pain. The other wandering martial artists exhibited expressions of extreme anger. "You have gone too far. The Li family is truly overstepping its bounds. What of the Drunken Star Tower? The Li family scion is wreaking havoc here, do you not see? If he can kill here, can we not also wield our weapons freely? Will you continue your business at the Drunken Star Tower?" Yilin's tyrannical actions ignited resentment among a portion of the wandering martial artists, who rose in outrage, clamoring loudly. Upon receiving reports, the manager of the Drunken Star Tower emerged with a dark expression. "You young member of the Li family, to which branch do you belong? The rules of the Drunken Star Tower, even the head of your family, Li Yuanlong, has consented to. Yet you disturb our livelihood with your rampant killing. Do you not regard the Drunken Star Tower at all?" The manager spoke bluntly. Who did not know that the Drunken Star Tower was an asset of the Qingming sect? To brazenly commit murder within the tower was tantamount to slapping the Qingming sect in the face. "Huh!" Yilin scoffed disdainfully, exuding an air of superiority. "What is the Drunken Star Tower to me? Why should I regard you? If I am displeased today, I shall kill regardless of where I am." "Oh, what an arrogant and ignorant young man. Since that is the case, you shall remain at the Drunken Star Pavilion today." The manager of the pavilion, his face clouded with fury, bellowed without turning around, "Bring me someone. Please escort this esteemed guest from the Li family upstairs to enjoy himself. Additionally, send another servant to notify the Li family to come and collect their kin." "Understood." The martial artists within the tavern had long since surrounded the area, poised for action. Upon receiving the command, they swiftly advanced toward Yilin. Yilin's gaze swept across the scene. There were at least 7 or 8 martial artists from the tavern, each evidently possessing the strength of the gathering Qi realm. It was clear that these fighters were not the ordinary, lowly practitioners. They had previously held positions within the Qingming sect and had undergone systematic training. These martial artists were far superior to the grassroots warriors, their techniques honed under guidance, immediately revealing a distinct level of skill. However, it was a pity that while they were formidable, Yilin was even more extraordinary. Before these martial artists could close in, Yilin had already unsheathed his blade. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air like the sudden clap of spring thunder. With a soft thud, a severed head rolled to the ground. Unfazed, Yilin moved as if strolling through a tranquil garden. With each step he took, a glimmer of his blade emerged, accompanied by sprays of crimson, as one figure after another fell at his feet. With each step, he claimed a life, leaving no trace behind. As he witnessed the last adversary collapse, Yilin was reminded of a famous saying, "How apt to your demise." A rogue martial artist suddenly attempted to launch a sneak attack from behind. Without even a glance, Yilin's Silver Wolf King let out a ferocious growl, leaping forth to tackle the assailant to the ground, delivering a precise bite that snapped the neck with a resounding crack, before issuing a savage howl towards the remaining rogue practitioners. Only then did Yilin leisurely wipe his blade and mockingly declare, "Is this the extent of your prowess at the Drunken Star Pavilion? To speak frankly, it is quite pathetic." As his words lingered in the air, he noticed one of the attendants attempting to flee and, raising his hand, drew forth his Desert Eagle, firing with a resounding bang that pierced through the man's skull, sending him tumbling to the ground. "You little beast." The manager of the Drunken Star Pavilion could no longer contain his rage. With a fierce shout, he hurled a flying knife aimed at Yilin's brow, the blade crackling with the energy it contained. "Feeble, far too feeble," Yilin retorted with a tone of derision, lifting his blade to gently deflect the flying knife, sending it soaring away. In a swift motion, the cold glint of his long knife rested against the manager's shoulder, the blade pressing closely against his throat. You are not merely in the gathering Qi realm. You are a practitioner of the innate realm." The manager finally displayed a hint of terror staring incredulously at Yi Lin. He had not even comprehended the opponent's movement before the blade was at his throat. Given his own strength, he realized that reaching such a level was undoubtedly the mark of an innate warrior. When did I ever claim to be in the gathering chi realm? Yi Lin pressed the blade slightly harder, a cold smirk adorning his face. Without strength, what right do you have to pose as someone of stature? Now tell me, shall I kill you, or shall I spare your life? Young Master Yi, I caution you. The Drunken Star Pavilion is the property of the Qingming sect. I am an outer disciple of the Qingming sect, and my father is a senior elder of the sect. Dare you lay a hand on me? Unless you wish to incite a conflict between the Qingming sect and the Li family. The manager of the Drunken Star Pavilion bellowed fiercely, doubting that Yi Lin would truly kill him. With a swift motion, Yi Lin unsheathed his blade and swiftly cut across the manager's throat. As the man's eyes widened in disbelief, teetering on the brink of death, Yi Lin disdainfully remarked, "Your father is a senior elder. Who are you trying to intimidate? I could just as easily claim to be the heir of the Li family." With that, Yi Lin wiped the blood from his blade onto the manager's clothing, feigning indifference, while inwardly reflecting, "You truly deserved this fate." His intention had been to provoke a clash between the two powerful factions. Had the manager merely been an ordinary outer disciple, Yi Lin might have spared his life to send a message of animosity. However, discovering that he was the son of a senior elder, with a significant status of his own, made it clear that eliminating him was far more advantageous than allowing him to live. Chapter 92. A kill is a kill. The patrons within the tavern were left in stunned silence as they witnessed Yi Lin's unhesitating act of murder. The Drunken Star Pavilion was, after all, a property of the Qingming sect. The manager was not only a disciple of the sect, but also the son of a senior elder. With such a noble lineage, how could this Li family scion dare to take his life? This was a blatant disregard for the Qingming sect. If word of this incident spread, it would be astonishing if the Qingming sect and the Li family did not come to blows. Even if the higher-ups of both factions maintained their composure, the disciples below would certainly find it impossible to swallow this affront. How could they ever hold their heads high again? Why you? How dare you act so audaciously? Killing a disciple of the Qingming sect. The onlookers gasped in horror as the reality of the situation sank in. Having committed the act, what can the Qingming sect do to me now? Yi Lin scoffed, sheathing his sword. With the crowd in a state of shock, he strode confidently out of the tavern. Once outside, Yi Lin mounted the Wolf King and swiftly vanished, making his way from the southern city gate to the western gate, discreetly exiting Qingzhou City. After a brief respite, he changed his attire and re-entered the city, seeking a vantage point at the center to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Li Wenlong found himself in the study of Li Yuanlong, a dark aura radiating from him, betraying no hint of concealment. Li Yuanlong's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded Li Wenlong. "You have actually broken through to the innate realm? I am curious. How did you accomplish this? Did you have some fortuitous encounter?" Li Yuanlong, "I did not return today to discuss such matters with you. Though we share different mothers, we are bonded by the same father. By blood, I am your brother." Li Wenlong's countenance was ominously fierce. "You have no idea the burdens I have endured over the years. I have never once come to you for assistance. Today, I have come for one purpose only, to avenge my son." What do you mean? Someone has killed Binu?" Li Yuanlong's countenance darkened. The two stood mere inches apart. He possessed an intimate understanding of his half-brother's circumstances, including the fate of his son. With a resounding thud, Li Wenlong could no longer suppress his murderous intent. The floor beneath him shattered under the force of his surging qi. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "It was the Qingming sect. It was their disciples who took my son's life. Do you not wish to know how, with my innate talent and the absence of a martial soul, I have achieved the innate realm? It is because I acquired a 6th-rank technique, the swallowing-in art, which necessitates the self-dismemberment of my root. I can no longer remain humane, yet my soul bloodline has been slain by the Qingming sect. This grudge must be avenged." "What did you say? Binner was killed by someone from the Qingming sect? Are you certain?" Li Yuanlong's expression darkened as well, and recalling the events of the past few days, a cloud of gloom settled over him. The adversary's audacity in committing murder was brazen, boldly declaring himself as Yi Xian of the Qingming sect. "I have verified with the Bureau of Commoners that such an individual indeed exists within the sect." With a sudden thud, Li Wenlong slammed a piece of evidence onto the table, his countenance twisted with rage. "This is the information provided by the Bureau of Commoners. Aside from the Qingming sect, who would dare so openly harm my son in Shattered Stone Town? I have but one demand. You must represent our family and bring Yi Xian of the Qingming sect to me. I shall tear him limb from limb as retribution for my son." The final declaration from Li Wenlong was nearly a roar. His emotions frayed to the brink after breaking through to the innate realm. "Calm yourself," Li Yuanlong implored. The family has been in turmoil recently, and I too suspect a connection to the Qingming sect. I have already paid a substantial sum for the Bureau of Commoners to investigate. Rest assured, once we have irrefutable evidence, the Li family will immediately declare war. Li Yuanlong glanced at the few lines on the letter, his brow furrowing slightly as he sought to soothe Li Wenlong's tumultuous emotions. The note merely confirmed that a Yi Xian existed within the Qingming sect, but did not assert that he was the direct murderer of Li Bin. Relying solely on this information was clearly too frivolous, and the Qingming sect would not heed it. However, Li Wenlong was beyond rational thought. The swallowing Yin art was inherently flawed, and after his breakthrough, the qi surged uncontrollably, stimulating his mind. Upon witnessing Li Yuanlong's reluctance to support him, his eyes reddened, and he erupted in fury. Li Yuanlong, you spineless fool. The Li family should never have passed to your hands. My son has been murdered, and you hesitate to confront the Qingming sect for justice. You are indecisive and cowardly. That Yi Xian is at best an inner disciple. There are at least 500 within the Qingming sect. He is insignificant, yet you dare not act. How can you call yourself the family head? Enough. Li Yuanlong, stung by the harsh rebuke, rose abruptly. A powerful aura emanating from him that caused the furniture in the study to tremble. Li Wenlong, understand your own position. Do not presume that just because you have gained some cultivation, you can act defiantly before me. I am the head of this family. Li Yuanlong's expression grew sinister. His tone laced with menace as he warned, I caution you. Yesterday, I expended a considerable sum to enlist the services of the Bureau of Commoners for an investigation. Should it be uncovered that the Qingming sect is behind this, I assure you, I will grant you a swift reprisal for Bin's vengeance. However, prior to that, should you dare to act independently and cause any adverse consequences, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. You are well aware of my capabilities. Li Wenlong's countenance abruptly shifted as he felt the weight of the opposing presence, awakening him to the stark reality of the disparity between them. He finally grasped that the chasm between their strengths remained vast. Chapter 93. Underhanded schemes and provocation. Upon observing the change in Li Wenlong's expression, Li Yuanlong recognized that his tone had been excessively harsh. To prevent any rash actions from his counterpart, he softened his demeanor and said, Wenlong, I can empathize with your grief over the loss of your son. After all, Bin was my nephew too. However, we have not witnessed the events with our own eyes. The words of the adversary and a mere scrap of information cannot serve as proof of anything. Recently, our clan has faced turmoil as well. 10 innate martial artists have been slain, alongside an elder and a direct descendant. Hence, my emotions have been somewhat frayed. I admit, I failed to maintain my composure earlier. So please do not take it to heart. Li Yuanlong approached and clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Though the Qingming sect is formidable, should war arise, our Li family is not to be trifled with. What we must fear is the possibility of someone deliberately sowing discord. Thus, we must not act recklessly, but rather secure evidence first. Hearing this, Li Wenlong felt a profound shift within. It became evident that significant events had transpired within the clan recently. It appeared that someone was indeed targeting the Li family with malicious intent. His expression darkened as thoughts of his son's demise ignited a flicker of wrathful fury in his eyes. Li Yuanlong spoke with grim determination, rest assured. I have already dispatched agents from the Bureau of Commoners to investigate. Our own people are also conducting inquiries in the shadows. I will ensure that you are the one to exact revenge for Bin's death. For now, return and attend to Bin's final rites. Once I receive news, I will inform you post-haste. Understood. Li Wenlong inhaled deeply, contemplating his son's lifeless form, and managed to quell the tumultuous emotions within him before turning to leave. He was no fool. From the outset, the death of his son had sent him into a frenzy, but he gradually regained his composure. His impulsiveness had indeed gone too far, especially under the influence of the Yin swallowing technique, which rendered his nerves exceedingly sensitive. This flawed martial art, it seemed, truly harbored deficiencies. Furrowing his brow, Li Wenlong quickened his pace. Just as he approached the gates of the estate, a cacophony erupted from outside. Stop right there. What are you doing? This is the Li family. Halt immediately. You scoundrels. If you dare to breach our gates again, do not blame us for taking action. Huh? What of the Li family? We seek you, Li family. Summon your patriarch Li Yuanlong forth. To dare create chaos at the Drunken Star Pavilion is to show utter disdain for our Qingming sect. Your Li family's disciples are causing a ruckus. Do you think you have the right to complain? Dare to confront us, and you will see the consequences. The clamor intensified, and Li Wenlong's expression darkened. He hastened to the entrance, only to find a throng of martial artists from the Drunken Star Pavilion engaged in a shoving match at the gate. Li Wenlong pressed his palm against the hilt of the blade, unable to suppress a roar, his gaze involuntarily flickering with a hint of irritation. The Drunken Star Tower was affiliated with the Qingming sect, and now they had audaciously come to the gates of the Li residence to stir trouble. Had it not been for Li Yuan's prior words, he might have already drawn his sword in anger. Who do you think you are? How dare you come here? Quickly summon your master. Your Li family's disciples have caused chaos at the Drunken Star Tower, killing not only our men, but also the son of an elder. Nonsense. Our Li family members have scarcely left our home these past few days. How could we have caused trouble at your Drunken Star Tower? The two groups stood in fierce confrontation, completely disregarding Li Wenlong. This caused his expression to darken, revealing a flicker of fury. Silence, Li Wenlong bellowed, his voice resonating with a chilling intensity as an overwhelming surge of innate true essence erupted from him, sending a shiver through the crowd. A master of innate prowess. The faces of all present suddenly stiffened. Among the warriors of the Drunken Star Tower, one who appeared to be their leader spoke with righteous indignation. How dare you? Your Li family instigated this conflict with the Drunken Star Tower, and now you wish to overpower us. I tell you, our esteemed manager has already reported this matter to the Qingming sect. Those who dare to kill the son of our elder must face the consequences. Indeed, we demand an explanation. The warriors, filled with righteous indignation, sought to display their fervor, hoping to catch the attention of their superiors for a chance at recognition. Having served as the head of the family in Broken Stone Town for so long, Li Wenlong was acutely aware of their intentions. The thought of his son's lifeless body lingering in his mind stirred a surge of anger within him. You accuse my Li family of causing trouble and committing murder. Yet do you have any names to present? To this day, not a single one of you has dared to specify who it was, allowing me to conclude that you are courting death. As he spoke, Li Wenlong's eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light as he unsheathed his blade with a resounding clang. Bellowing, now all of you get out. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. You dare? Your Li family is utterly arrogant, showing no respect for the Qingming sect. Those who kill must pay with their lives. Surrender the culprits at once. The warriors exuded an air of invulnerability, and upon seeing Li Wenlong draw his sword, they rushed forward in a united front. You are truly seeking death. The crimson light in Li Wenlong's eyes intensified, his true essence crackling ominously, his demeanor dark and volatile, infused with an emerging aura of murderous intent. At that moment, a faint yet urgent sound reached his ears, and Li Wenlong suddenly sensed a threat. Then, with a sharp sound, blood erupted from his back. Roar! Li Wenlong, already in a state of extreme agitation, felt his powerful true essence intensifying his nerves. Suddenly ambushed and wounded, he reacted without a second thought, unleashing a furious roar as he fell into a berserk state. Die! With a flash of crimson murderous intent, he swung his long blade, releasing a chilling light, and with a swift motion, he cleaved one of the warriors in half. Without the slightest pause, he became even more ferocious, spurred on by the scent of blood, resembling a wounded tiger. His long blade swung left and right, effortlessly cleaving the warriors of the Drunken Star Tower to the ground, leaving a gruesome pool of blood in its wake. The guards at the entrance of the Yi residence stood in stunned disbelief. Unable to comprehend Li Wenlong's sheer brutality, he had annihilated a group of individuals without a second thought. Having dispatched the assailants in a single breath, Li Wenlong's rage seemed to find an outlet, and he gradually regained his composure. However, upon surveying the sea of corpses before him, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and his expression shifted. Who had just ambushed me? He abruptly turned his gaze towards several family guards. The guards, taken aback by the faint redness lingering in his eyes, instinctively took a step back, shaking their heads in a chorus of ignorance. Useless, Li Wenlong bellowed in anger, channeling his true essence to expel the hidden weapon lodged within him, which clattered to the ground with a metallic ring. What manner of weapon is this? Li Wenlong inquired, eyeing the expelled object, a sharp, oval-shaped piece of iron. He picked it up and, with a forceful grip, crushed it into a sheet of metal. How could I, a practitioner of innate mastery, be injured by such a trivial device? Furrowing his brow, he lifted his gaze sharply, his eyes cutting through the darkness as he scanned his surroundings. Yet, as twilight descended, even his advanced abilities could not penetrate the encroaching gloom. Yi Lin, concealed at a vantage point, narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to take a shot and escalate the situation. Just as he deliberated, a throng of family warriors surged from the Li estate. At the forefront stood a man clad in a brocade robe, brandishing a long blade and reprimanding someone with fervor. This individual was either the head of the Li family or a powerful direct descendant. Otherwise, would he dare to eliminate him? Perhaps set fire to the scene as well? After a moment's reflection, Yi Lin deftly switched to a newly crafted sniper rifle, loading it with tracking ammunition. He steadied the rifle, placing his finger to his lips momentarily before raising it to gauge the air, his eyes narrowing. Target, 12 o'clock. Distance, 600 meters. Humidity, 60%. Wind speed, 10. With these calculations made, a glint of determination flashed in Yi Lin's eyes as he maximized his focus, slightly adjusting his aim. Without hesitation, his finger rested on the trigger. In an instant, he seized the opportune moment and squeezed the trigger. A soft thud echoed as a jet-black projectile descended from above. Its sound nearly imperceptible, yet its speed astonishingly swift, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. The adversary had no time to evade upon hearing the noise. He looked up just in time to behold a large-caliber bullet hurtling towards him, flooding his entire field of vision in an instant. Bang! The high-velocity bullet struck his head, cleaving through the center of his forehead and obliterating his crown, the scene freezing in a moment of horror. This man was an elder of the Li family. His prowess comparable to Li Wenlong's. Just moments before, he had been chastising Li Wenlong, but before he could utter another word, Yi Lin, from his elevated position, had delivered a fatal shot to his head. Li Wenlong stood there, utterly dumbfounded. At such a close distance, he felt a sudden warmth on his face and, upon lifting his gaze, discovered that the upper half of the opponent's head had vanished. He wiped his face and instinctively glanced over, only to see a mixture of red and white. Instantly comprehending the grim reality before him, overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, he turned away and began to retch. At that moment, everyone else reacted as well, and chaos ensued. This is bad. There's a hidden weapon. Everyone get back. Someone is shooting arrows from the shadows. Quick, take cover, hurry. Damn it, inform the family head. Someone is attempting to assassinate the clan elder. It must be the Qingming sect. It has to be them. All the warriors of the Li family unsheathed their weapons with a clamor, seeking cover while their eyes burned with fury. A few individuals rushed into the residence to notify Li Yuanlong. An assassination at the doorstep of the Li family was no trivial matter. Who could it possibly be? Li Wenlong also sensed the unusual atmosphere, his predatory gaze scanning the surroundings. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yi Lin had already swaggered away, stowing his weapon and checking into a modest inn. Some tactics require moderation. Excess can be counterproductive. Now, he awaited the unfolding of events, anticipating the arrival of the elder from the Qingming sect the following day. Chapter 95. I witnessed your actions. Yi Lin ostentatiously settled into an inn to meditate and rest. Meanwhile, the Li family descended into chaos following the assassination of a clan elder, particularly since it had occurred right outside their gates, making any attempt at concealment futile. Unlike other cities, Qingzhou City remained vibrant even in the late hours, with warriors and merchant caravans traversing the streets. The scene unfolding at the Li family's entrance was impossible to obscure. Li Yuanlong, upon learning of the incident, erupted in fury, nearly shattering the entire study. He seized a treasured blade, his face darkened with murderous intent, and swiftly made his way to the entrance. Family head, you're here. The Li family warriors greeted him with deference as he emerged. With a grim expression, Li Yuanlong advanced through the path vacated by his kin. Step aside. Let the family head see the elder's body. A relative following closely behind commanded. A few warriors, who had been examining the corpse, immediately rose and called out to the family head, moving aside to reveal the elder's remains. The moment Li Yuanlong beheld the lifeless form, his pupils dilated sharply, and he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He had never witnessed such a horrific injury. The upper half of the head had been entirely sheared off in an irregular manner, unlike any clean cut from a blade, leaving an utterly bewildering sight. Can anyone recount the events that just transpired? Li Yuanlong asked, suppressing the tempest of rage and killing intent within him. The hilt of his sword creaking under his grip as his formidable aura began to swell uncontrollably. The individuals present exchanged uneasy glances. They had all been too preoccupied with their own frantic attempts to evade danger to grasp what had truly occurred. Only Li Wenlong had been standing directly in front of the elder, and thus all eyes instinctively turned towards him. Li Yuanlong, noticing the reactions of those around him, turned his gaze towards Li Wenlong and inquired, Wenlong, aside from the clan elders present, your cultivation is the most advanced. Did you discern what transpired just now? I did not clearly perceive it either. The incident unfolded too swiftly and unexpectedly. Li Wenlong replied, his heart still shaken, as he recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning that the troublemakers from the Drunken Star Pavilion had been eliminated by Li Wenlong, Li Yuanlong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Nevertheless, his ire was directed at the death of the clan elder. A group of warriors from the Drunken Star Pavilion daring to besiege their doorstep warranted death. Find 2 individuals to visit the cloth house and summon their experts to examine the nature of these injuries and identify the weapon used, Li Yuanlong declared, his visage darkened by a palpable aura of menace. In the entire Northern Radiance realm, The cloth house was renowned not only for gathering intelligence, but also for its exceptional ability to assess injuries and discern the martial arts techniques employed, which could lead them to the perpetrator. The spies of the cloth house were scattered throughout the Northern Radiance realm, their extensive knowledge and experience far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Often, they could unveil the truth merely from the faintest traces left at the scene. Thus, upon observing the peculiar and rare injuries inflicted upon the clan elder, Li Yuanlong immediately thought to summon the experts from the cloth house, as evaluating injuries and investigating causes of death fell squarely within their purview. Soon, the representatives from the cloth house arrived, including the seasoned detective known as the Hall Master, who had previously attended to the Li family steward, Master of the Li family. Hall Master Bai? The two exchanged brief greetings upon meeting. Li Yuanlong stepped aside and addressed Hall Master Bai. I would be grateful if you could discern the weapon employed to harm members of my Li family. A substantial reward will follow afterward. Very well, I shall take a look. Hall Master Bai nodded nonchalantly. To slay a congenital expert, the assailant must also possess similar prowess, perhaps even that of a true Dan realm master. Such individuals belong to the upper echelons of society in any state, leaving behind traces of their actions. As long as they acted, and as long as they hailed from the Northern Radiance realm, the cloth house would have records of their deeds. As a hall master overseeing a region, retaining knowledge of these records and intelligence was fundamental. Thus, Hall Master Bai felt a measure of confidence in his abilities. However, when he approached the corpse of the clan elder, his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. How could this be? How is this possible? Although Hall Master Bai maintained a composed demeanor, incredulity surged within him. The nature of the injuries was beyond comprehension. Among all known weapons, none could inflict such harm. What kind of weapon could cause this? No, that cannot be. Any weapon would not be capable of producing such horrific wounds. The more Hall Master Bai examined the body, the more his trepidation grew, and his complexion began to shift. He vowed, though he was not a master of weaponry, based on his vast experience and knowledge, there was no known weapon capable of leaving such bizarre and terrifying injuries. At least within the entirety of the Northern Radiance realm, none existed, nor had any ever been encountered. Hall Master Bai, what is your assessment? Li Yuanlong observed the gradual change in Bai Zhantang's expression, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Masterly, he said, to be candid, such a bizarre and terrifying injury has not been recorded in our Bai building, and based on my experience, it is utterly improbable that it could be inflicted by any known weapon. Bai Zhantang rose, his face etched with concern. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanlong furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that even your Bai building cannot discern the nature of this weapon? Not only Bai building, but even anyone else would be at a loss. Bai Zhantang replied, turning to inquire, when did you discover the body? Did you observe any details about the assailant's attire or figure? At this, the crowd shifted their gaze toward Li Yuanlong, who also turned to look. Li Yuanlong frowned, and before he could speak, he remarked, he was ambushed before my eyes. I suspect it was an assassination using a hidden weapon rather than a conventional armament, as I too had fallen prey to something similar before, though we have yet to locate the concealed weapon. A hidden weapon? Are you suggesting he was struck by such a device? Bai Zhantang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the corpse before turning back to the group. Has anyone here moved the body? No. The crowd responded in unison, shaking their heads. Very well. Bai Zhantang's spirits lifted at the response, and he promptly circled the corpse, gesturing with his hands, his gaze gradually scanning the surroundings. Soon, his eyes landed on a drum tower, and after a quick glance back at the body, he pointed towards it. Masterly, immediately arrange for your warriors to investigate everyone who was present in and around the drum tower, both before and after the death. Conduct a thorough examination of any suspicious individuals. Someone, dispatch a team at once to conduct a meticulous investigation, including the surrounding buildings. Li Yuanlong narrowed his eyes, stating, this drum tower is seldom frequented. If there is an issue, we should be able to uncover some clues swiftly. Additionally, notify the gate guards to seal off the western city gate completely. Understood. The surrounding warriors responded in unison, promptly mobilizing. Meanwhile, Yilin was meditating in repose when a sudden knock echoed at his door. Who is it? Yilin exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes as the dimly lit room brightened slightly. Outside, a chuckling voice exclaimed, I witnessed what you did atop the drum tower. Open the door, and let us converse. Chapter 96. Unfamiliar with the character for death. I witnessed what you did atop the drum tower. Open the door, and let us converse. Yilin's gaze flickered with intrigue at the words. He replied, please hold on, and gradually concluded his meditation before rising to open the door. The individual outside appeared unhurried, waiting for the door to swing open before stepping inside with a grin. This man bore an impressive countenance, exuding an air of righteousness. However, upon entering, his eyes darted about, and he chuckled incessantly, a stark contrast to his appearance. You just mentioned that you saw what I did atop the drum tower. Pray tell, what was it that I did? Yilin closed the door behind him, moved to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down nonchalantly. The man, observing Yilin's closing of the door, chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. He also pulled out a stool and sat down, remarking, I never expected that despite your youth, you possess such composure. Even in the face of exposure, you remain remarkably unperturbed. However, although your actions were clandestine, they fortuitously came to my attention. It was you who used a hidden weapon to eliminate the elder of the Li family. The man displayed a sinister grin, exuding unwavering confidence. The drum tower is so lofty, the night so dark, and my hiding place so discreet. How did you discover me? Yilin could not help but raise an eyebrow. In truth, upon hearing the term hidden weapon from the man's lips, Yilin was convinced. Yet he was curious about how the man had uncovered his secret when he had been exceedingly careful. The man chuckled softly, gesturing toward his eyes. Because I possess the eyes of the eagle spirit, akin to a hawk, capable of perceiving distances of several kilometers. I witnessed your hidden weapon striking the elder of the Li family directly in the head. As he spoke, a faint glow emanated from his eyes, revealing a ring of yellow irises and an uncanny transformation of his pupils into an oval shape. The moment Yilin's gaze met the man's eyes, an unsettling chill coursed through him, as if his very soul were being drawn in by the intensity of that stare. Then, with a slight shimmer, Yilin found himself in an entirely different locale. Surrounded by azure skies and white clouds, he floated at an altitude of 10,000 meters. What was happening? Yilin instinctively felt bewildered. At that moment, a piercing cry reverberated from above, accompanied by the rush of turbulent air. Yilin looked up to see a golden eagle, larger than a plane, its body radiating light as it swooped down to devour him. The overwhelming ferocity emanating from it instilled an unprecedented sense of danger within him. This is bad. As the golden eagle descended upon him, Yilin instinctively reached for his gun, only to discover he could grasp nothing. Panic surged within him, yet suddenly, a coolness enveloped his head as the mantra of the King of Light echoed in his mind, causing everything before him to dissipate. The room was as it had been, and the man remained before him. Everything seemed as though it had never transpired. However, Yilin's eyes narrowed dangerously, fixated on the man before him, exuding an aura of extreme peril. What I just witnessed was merely an illusion conjured by your soul eye. Oh, you regained your senses rather swiftly. The man appeared surprised yet retained his composure, smiling as he continued. I underestimated you, but that is not the crux of the matter. You possess quite the audacity to dare harm the elder of the Li family. Now, we shall see what value you can present to silence me. The man chuckled maliciously, his gaze fixated on Yilin with ill intent. Yilin raised an eyebrow. Why should I offer you anything to keep your silence? Killing you would surely be a far more permanent solution. His voice was calm and measured. You must understand, only the dead can keep secrets. The man chuckled darkly. If you dare to make a move, the commotion will undoubtedly draw attention. The Li family wields immense power in this city. You shall not escape. Moreover, since I dare to come alone, I must have left myself a backup plan. Do you dare to strike? Yilin raised an eyebrow. You may consider it so. The man shrugged nonchalantly, pouring himself tea from the pot on the table. Observing his demeanor, Yilin's eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression as he remarked, Do you think I lack the courage to kill you? The man sneered dismissively, lifting the teacup to his lips, saying, You may give it a try. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Yilin suddenly launched a surprise attack, kicking over the table and splattering the tea all over the man's face. Scalded by the hot liquid, the man instinctively cried out in pain, discarding the teacup as he prepared to retaliate. However, just as he moved, the table he leaned against was shattered into pieces with a thunderous crash. Then, a fist aglow with resplendent golden light struck him with lightning speed, landing a powerful blow to his chest. Boom. The sound echoed as Yilin's fist penetrated deep into his ribcage, shattering his internal organs. You. The man's face contorted in disbelief and horror. He could barely utter a word before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that Yilin would actually act upon his threats in such a tense atmosphere. You have witnessed things that should remain unseen. I have been merciful by sparing your life. Yet, you dared to confront me and extort me? I, a man, will never tolerate threats. Threaten me? You clearly do not understand the meaning of death. A calm voice resonated in the room as Yilin wiped the blood from his hands with the tablecloth, casually discarding it onto the man's body before opening the door and stepping outside. As for the man's supposed backup plan, Yilin scoffed at the notion. Individuals like him are solely focused on their own selfish gains. How could he possibly divulge the matter of killing the Li family elder to anyone else? If he were to do so, perhaps he would be betrayed outright to curry favor with the Li family. Unfortunately for him, he encountered a formidable opponent like Yi Lin. A person must always pay the price for their greed. However, Yi Lin ultimately underestimated the influence of the Li family in Qingzhou City and did not anticipate the existence of the cloth hall. No sooner had he exited the inn than he was confronted by a group of martial artists. They exchanged glances and swiftly drew their blades. "Kid, why aren't you staying in the inn at this late hour?" The group of martial artists surrounded him, their faces grim as they declared, "According to our investigation, you are the most suspicious individual. Speak, what were you doing at the drum tower? Why waste words on him? Better to kill an innocent than let a guilty one escape." One of the martial artists shouted, and in an instant, his figure blurred as he executed a capture technique aimed at Yi Lin. Chapter 97. Yi Xian takes the blame again in that case. Let us subdue him first. Indeed, better to err on the side of caution than to let him go. The others nodded in agreement, their figures flickering as they all lunged forward. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes, poised to deliver a lethal blow, when a sudden cunning thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. In an instant, he crouched low, crashing into a man's embrace, deftly twisting his arm and pressing down on his shoulder, resulting in a sickening crack as he executed a joint lock. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. The man's elbow shattered, exposing a stark white bone, his face paling with agony. "Li Rui, damn you, you deserve to die." The others could not help but change their expressions, cursing under their breath. One individual drew a long knife, initially intending to strike down, but hesitated as Yi Lin collided with his ally, becoming wary of injuring his own. Upon witnessing his comrade's arm being broken, he thrust the blade upward, wielding it like a spear, and lunged fiercely. The strike was swift and powerful, the energy crackling ominously, reflecting a chilling glint in the night illuminated by the streetlights. "Die!" Another warrior from the Li family rolled on the ground, aiming to slash at Yi Lin's ankle with his long knife. Such trivial skills. The feeble martial arts of the Li family are well within my grasp. Yi Lin scoffed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Li Rui's chest, causing his heart to constrict, rendering him immobile. Seizing the moment, Yi Lin spun around, using his speed and strength to treat Li Rui like a mere paper doll. Consequently, the long knife intended for Yi Lin plunged into Li Rui's back with a sickening thud. Before Li Rui could utter a cry of despair, Yi Lin swiftly reversed his grip on Li Rui's body, executing a move akin to a cat's agile leap, evading the downward knife aimed at his feet. Suddenly, Li Rui's body collapsed, his legs severed at the joints. "Ah, my legs." Only then did Li Rui emit a heart-wrenching scream, his condition becoming utterly pitiful. With a broken arm, a knife wound in his back, and now his legs mutilated, all this transpired in the blink of an eye. The onlookers were left aghast, their expressions shifting dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lin drew his Desert Eagle, firing a series of shots, each one finding its mark with deadly precision. A group of adversaries collapsed, smoke rising from their bodies. Only one remained, whom Yi Lin intentionally spared, merely severing an ear, leaving him trembling on the ground. "You. It was you who killed our clan elder. Who are you? Why do you oppose the Li family?" The man, clutching his bleeding ear, gazed at the strange yet formidable gun in Yi Lin's hand, understanding that he was the architect of this chaos. "Oppose the Li family? It is you who have been my adversaries." Yi Lin's face twisted with rage as he raised his weapon, mercilessly ending Li Rui's life. He then turned with fervor and declared, 2 years ago, when I first arrived in Qingzhou City, I inadvertently crossed paths with your Li family, only to be subjected to humiliation and brutal beatings, my dignity trampled beneath your feet. Had it not been for my fortunate encounter with the Qingming sect, leading me to their rescue and allowing me to join, I, Yi Xian, would have long since perished. Thus, from that moment, I vowed to avenge this grievance, no matter the cost. Heaven has opened its eyes, allowing me to acquire a legendary concealed weapon from ancient times, possessing immense power, perfectly suited for dealing with your Li family. Now, perish before me." Yi Lin gritted his teeth and growled, lifting the Desert Eagle to aim at the man's head before pulling the trigger. "You dare!" the man bellowed, his expression a mix of despair and terror, instinctively sensing his impending doom. Yet, suddenly, a hollow click emanated from Yi Lin's weapon, and the anticipated dreadful projectile did not emerge. Yi Lin froze momentarily, instinctively retracting the gun as he murmured, "Is the concealed weapon exhausted?" The Li family warrior was taken aback, but upon hearing Yi Lin's words, he quickly realized and erupted into wild laughter. "Ha, your concealed weapon is spent. It seems even heaven wishes for my survival. Boy, let us see how you boast now." He had already heard the thunderous footsteps approaching from behind, clearly drawn by the commotion. Everyone, come quickly. This man is the culprit responsible for the elder's demise. Do not let him escape. He scrambled to his feet, his face alight with exhilaration as he shouted. Escape? Now that you know my identity. Do you think I would allow you to live? Die? Yi Lin brandished a long sword, a fierce determination in his demeanor, the blade glinting as he lunged forward. Though the man had initially been terrified, he was of noble lineage and, in his panic, managed to maintain his composure. Drawing a long knife, he engaged in a fierce exchange despite his injuries. However, as they clashed, he couldn't suppress his elation, laughing triumphantly. Ha! It turns out you are merely a chi-gathering realm warrior. I thought you were formidable, but it appears you rely solely on the might of your concealed weapon. Unfortunately, that weapon is not limitless. You talk too much. Yi Lin suddenly barked, golden light surging forth as he accelerated his swordplay, unleashing a flurry of strikes that sliced through the man's arm with a sharp sound. Die! Yi Lin, sensing his advantage, attacked with the ferocity of a viper, aiming for the man's heart. Just as it seemed the blow would land, a thunderous bowstring twanged, and a powerful arrow shot forth. Yi Lin was forced to retreat sharply, narrowly avoiding a devastating strike as the ground where he had stood moments before erupted into a crater, a dark arrow quivering ominously within it. You are fortunate this time, but next time, you shall not be so lucky. Yi Lin scoffed, retracting his sword and swiftly vanishing behind a tall wall, his form disappearing after a few agile leaps. Someone, quick! The Li family warrior shouted frantically, pointing in a direction. Hurry and pursue. He fled that way. The reinforcements, without hesitation, rushed after him. Soon, Li Yuanlong arrived with Li Wanlong and a throng of clan members. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of his kin strewn across the ground, his expression darkened ominously. Where is he? He has escaped. But he can run from the first day of the month, yet not from the 15th. He believed he was surely doomed, and in his desperation, he revealed his identity. However, he did not anticipate that the family martial artist would arrive so swiftly. It was already too late for any attempt to silence me. The martial artist exclaimed with excitement, disregarding his own injuries. What did you say? Li Yuanlong narrowed his eyes, his tone darkening. He has revealed his identity. What identity? Chapter 98. Darkness Beneath the Lamp. His name is Yi Xian. 2 years ago, he arrived in Qingzhou City and unintentionally collided with a member of our Li family. After being taught a lesson, he harbored resentment and subsequently joined the Qingming sect. His true strength is merely that of the Qi-gathering realm. The reason he was able to kill the clan elder was due to a legendary hidden weapon from ancient times. That weapon is formidable, a guaranteed kill. Had he not exhausted his hidden weapons, I would not have survived. The Li family martial artist recounted succinctly and swiftly. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanlong and Li Wanlong's expressions changed dramatically, and in unison, they said, Yi Xian? Yes, it is indeed Yi Xian, a disciple of the Qingming sect. He stated it himself. The martial artist reiterated. Li Yuanlong and Li Wanlong exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. Recount the entire sequence of events again, without altering a single word. Understood. The martial artist sensed the gravity in their tone and hurriedly recalled the situation, recounting every detail without omission. Especially Yi Lin's reaction at that time. After listening to the complete account, both Li Yuanlong and Li Wanlong felt a jolt within, their inner scales beginning to tip. Over the years, the Li family had dominated with impunity, and indeed, the clan members had acted quite recklessly, earning numerous enemies. Thus, Li Yuanlong began to lean towards belief, particularly after he investigated the martial artist's injuries, noting that a gaping hole had been blasted through the skull. The accompanying Bai Zhantong from the cloth garment tower was also examining the injuries, his gaze filled with astonishment. Family head. After assessing the injuries, Bai Zhantong suddenly rose and stated, from these wounds, if the hidden weapon had been even slightly more powerful, it could have inflicted the same terrifying injuries as those sustained by the clan elder. This implies that he surely possesses even more fearsome hidden weapons. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a dull sound resonated from behind. Bai Zhantong and Li Yuanlong stiffened momentarily, quickly turning around to find the earlier Li family martial artist standing motionless, a portion of his skull steaming, vanished from sight. The injuries were remarkably similar to those of the clan elder. Li Yuanlong's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly drew a blade and shouted, Everyone, be cautious. He is not left. He still possesses more powerful hidden weapons. Damn it, send a signal to notify all Li family members and subordinate forces within the city. Today, we shall turn Qingzhou City upside down and capture him. Family head, should we still search the Zuixing Tower? A family martial artist suddenly recalled, unable to suppress his inquiry. Search. Of course, we must search. And it must be thorough. No corner may be overlooked. Li Yuanlong's countenance darkened ominously as he abruptly turned to Li Wenlong and declared, "Wenlong, you shall handle this matter. Let us set aside the affairs concerning Ah Bin for the moment. We must not overlook any suspicious location. If action is warranted, let there be no hesitation. Should we uncover something, it would be fortuitous. If not, I shall bear the consequences. Understood? I shall proceed immediately." A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Li Wenlong's eyes as he clutched the long knife in his hand, turning sharply to bellow, "What are you all standing around for? Bring me 10 men at once. We are heading to Zui Xinglu." His commanding shout prompted many warriors from the Li family to hastily follow suit. They were well aware that Li Wenlong was a master of innate prowess. Accompanying him would ensure a higher safety quotient in the face of potential danger. "What discoveries have you made? Have you found anything?" "Nothing. We have scoured Dongjia, leaving no stone unturned. We also examined Shijia, but found nothing nearby. It is as if he has evaporated from this world." Throughout Qingzhou, warriors from the Li family and affiliated factions converged in waves, relentlessly searching for Yi Lin's silhouette, exchanging low curses amongst themselves. One cannot deny the immense influence of the Li family. In Qingzhou, apart from Zui Xinglu and Bui Lu, virtually all powers are under their dominion. Their standing is akin to that of the Yi family in Qingtian City, utterly unparalleled. The search operation initiated by the Li family has stirred the entire city, awakening countless individuals who now lurk in the shadows, observing the spectacle unfold. Alas, Yi Lin's presence has seemingly vanished without a trace. Were it not for the Li family's prior command to close all city gates, one might suspect that Yi Lin had managed to escape. Little do they realize, Yi Lin has played a clever trick, concealing himself within the very stronghold of the Li family. In the vast estate of the Li family, even the kitchens are numerous at this moment. With the household in disarray, Yi Lin found it effortless to hide, taking refuge in the firewood room. Search at your leisure. When dawn breaks and the Qingming sect arrives, there shall be a splendid show to behold. Yi Lin reclined in his concealed position within the firewood room, turning over to close his eyes and drift into slumber. Curse it, does this person belong to a race of rodents? We have thoroughly searched Qingzhou, yet still found nothing. Now we await news from Zui Xinglu. Waves of Li family warriors returned without any tidings of good fortune. Li Yuanlong's expression darkened, standing in the middle of the street for nearly an hour, his grip on the hilt of his knife nearly shattering it. The individuals from Bu Yilu departed an hour ago. The atmosphere on the main street, heavy with foreboding, was palpable among the pedestrians and warriors alike. Simultaneously, Li Wenlong, accompanied by 10 family warriors, arrived at the grandest establishment in the city, Zui Xinglu, his face a mask of grim determination. Even at this late hour, there were diners within, still enjoying their meals. As soon as Li Wenlong entered, he drew their attention. However, he paid no heed to their gazes, waving his hand imperiously and commanding, "Clear the space. You wretches, who are you to cause chaos in Zui Xinglu? Are you tired of living?" Li Wenlong's actions incited the ire of the warriors within Zui Xinglu, who, with unsavory expressions, began to encircle him. Li Wenlong listened to the reprimands directed at him, a tempestuous glint flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. A terrifying surge of innate true energy erupting into a blade of light that cleaved through the air, instantly dispatching a martial artist and sending a chill down the spines of the others. In Qingzhou City, when has my Li family ever concerned itself with the occasion? Li Wenlong raised his blade and declared, "Today, several of my kin have fallen victim to an assassination. The assailant has revealed his affiliation with the Qingming sect, Yi Xian, and your Zui Xing Tower bears considerable suspicion. Be wise and clear the way, allowing my men to conduct their investigation. Otherwise, do not blame my blade for its indiscriminate nature. Impudent! Who do you think you are, daring to speak so boldly?" The chief steward of Zui Xing Tower stepped forth, flanked by a group of followers, his expression darkened with a hint of menace. At this moment, a fierce rage flickered in Li Wenlong's eyes, his nerves frayed by the stimulation of the devouring technique. With a thunderous roar, he executed a swift and lethal slash. In an instant, a chilling, domineering aura of blade intent swept through the air, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. The formidable blade energy, extending over a meter in length, tore through 2 martial artists, cleaving them in half without resistance. Unrelenting, the force surged toward the chief steward. The steward's expression shifted dramatically as he gathered his true energy. Unleashing a powerful punch, 2 soul rings igniting around his fist, crackling with crystallized power as he attempted to withstand the onslaught. The ensuing clash sent a deafening reverberation through the air. The steward's soul rings shattered, his fist erupted with blood, and he was sent flying by the force of the blade, crashing violently against a pillar. Chapter 99. Coincidence does not exist in literature. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked. Li Wenlong commanded after dispatching the steward, gesturing for his family's martial artists to surge forward like wolves, ransacking Zhuai Xing Tower with reckless abandon. The steward, bloodied and grim, did not attempt to intervene further, but, with a pained expression, remarked, "This is the second time your Li family has caused a disturbance in my Zhuai Xing Tower. Tomorrow, an elder from the Qingming sect will arrive. I hope your Li family remains so defiant then. That is of no concern to you," Li Wenlong replied darkly. Standing quietly in the hall as the devouring technique within him surged violently, crackling ominously, he realized, to his astonishment, that his martial prowess had inexplicably advanced. Could it be that this technique requires the impetus of battle to unleash its true potential? A flicker of realization crossed his mind. At that moment, the family's martial artists descended from above, shaking their heads in disappointment as they reported no findings. Li Wenlong's expression darkened further as he ascended the stairs himself, commanding, "Everyone come. We shall search once more." The group, too intimidated to protest, followed suit for another round of searching. Minutes later, Li Wenlong descended with a sullen countenance. Casting a glance at the people of Zhuai Xing Tower, with a cold huff, he declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate. We shall take our leave." The faces of Zhuai Xing Tower's occupants were filled with indignation, yet they dared not voice their anger, watching helplessly as the Li family departed, their hearts simmering with frustration. At the Li family estate, Li Wenlong, Li Yuanlong, and other key members, alongside the family elders, gathered in solemn assembly. The atmosphere was tense. They had not uncovered a single clue throughout the night. At this moment, there remains but an hour until dawn. In merely 1 hour, representatives from the Qingming sect will arrive. Should they fail to uncover any evidence, the ensuing confrontation may be inevitable. The entire Qingzhou prefecture is dominated by only two formidable factions, the Li family and the Qingming sect. For many years, these two powers have maintained a mutual non-aggression policy. Now, faced with the prospect of impending conflict, preparations must be made in advance, regardless of the circumstances. All that transpires this night will inevitably cast Li Yuanlong towards the Qingming sect. Esteemed guests, the Li family has stood resilient in Qingzhou for many years, and we have refrained from engaging in conflict for quite some time. Recently, incidents involving our family's younger generation, elders, and innate martial artists have become increasingly frequent, and the matter can no longer be concealed. It has become the talk of the town. Li Yuanlong, with a somber expression, declared, "Based on the information at my disposal, all evidence points towards the Qingming sect. If there is room for reconciliation by tomorrow, we may consider it. However, if no such opportunity presents itself, we shall take immediate action. The Li family shall refrain from conflict unless provoked, but should we engage, we shall confront the strongest opponent to assert our dominance. Do we all comprehend this?" "Understood." The assembly responded with resolute expressions, devoid of hesitation, thus reflecting Li Yuanlong's extraordinary stature within the Li family. "Very well, then. Let us retire for the night and prepare ourselves." With a wave of his hand, Li Yuanlong signaled for everyone to rest and brace for the morrow's arrival. The following day, the city of Qingzhou buzzed with excitement, as news of the previous day's events spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, members of the Qingming sect had also arrived. A large contingent of Qingming sect disciples, led by an elder steward, surrounded the entrance of the Li manor with formidable resolve. "Li Yuanlong, come forth." The elder steward of the Qingming sect, his face etched with a menacing aura, stood at the entrance of the Li manor, channeling his vital energy as he called out loudly. Beside him, the head manager of the Drunken Star Pavilion, after a night of recuperation, appeared to be none the worse for wear. Behind the elder steward, several elderly figures clad in gray robes meditated with closed eyes, while nearby Qingming sect disciples instinctively maintained their distance. Clearly, these gray-robed elders were also formidable experts of the Qingming sect. With the elder steward's son murdered and the Drunken Star Pavilion having been forcibly breached twice, it was only natural for the Qingming sect to dispatch several skilled individuals. Meanwhile, within the storage room, Yi Lin, deep in slumber, was roused by the elder steward's thunderous call infused with vital energy. He immediately furrowed his brow, donned a set of Li family martial attire, and stealthily slipped out. "Li Yuanlong, how dare you condone your Li family disciples' acts of violence? Now you feign silence? Come forth and clarify the situation. Otherwise, do not blame me for forcibly entering your Li family estate." The elder steward spoke with unmasked hostility, his words devoid of mercy. "Do dare to try?" Li Yuanlong's voice suddenly boomed from within the manor. Initially, the crowd found it quite ordinary, but soon, the resonance of his voice lingered in their ears, echoing like thunder. Some martial artists from the Drunken Star Pavilion, whose cultivation was not particularly high, were shaken by the voice imbued with vital energy, unable to suppress their agitation as they swayed unsteadily. Several elderly men clad in gray raised their eyebrows, and one of them let out a piercing snort, as if the very void had been struck by a hammer, causing a slight tremor. Li Yuanlong's voice was instantly dispersed. I have yet to seek out your Qingming sect, yet it seems you have come to find me first. Li Yuanlong sneered as he stepped forward, a throng of people trailing behind him. Upon seeing Li Yuanlong, the elder steward of the Qingming sect took a step forward, loudly questioning, Li Yuanlong, your Li family disciple has slain my son at the Drunken Star Tower. How do you intend to settle this score? Furthermore, last night, a congenital master from your family led your warriors to invade my Drunken Star Tower and commit murder. What explanation do you offer? If you do not provide a reasonable account today and surrender the perpetrator, do not blame me for being impolite. Nonsense. Before Li Yuanlong could respond, Li Yuanlong stepped forward, his face contorted with rage. Old fool, do not spew your accusations frivolously. Do you possess any evidence that the one who killed your son was from the Li family? Do you have names or witnesses? In contrast, it was your Qingming sect's disciple who murdered my son in Shattered Stone Town, seeking revenge, and even attempted to assassinate my family elder with some hidden weapon, inadvertently revealing their name. What did you say? The elder steward of the Qingming sect was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions. I ask you, does your Qingming sect have a disciple named Yixian? Li Wenlong continued. Silence fell over the crowd, and soon many gazes turned towards one young disciple among them. The young disciple, stunned, realized he was indeed Yixian, hailing from the Yi family of Qingtian City. This is troublesome. Yixian had unexpectedly arrived as well. What a coincidence. Yi Lin concealed himself atop the Li family residence, his mental energy carefully radiating outward, allowing him to observe the scene clearly from such a close distance. Truly, there are no coincidences. Yi Lin immediately sensed the precariousness of the situation and decisively retrieved his sniper rifle, affixing a silencer and aiming at the elder steward. At this critical moment, he had no choice but to take drastic measures. He must not allow Li Wenlong and Yi Xian the chance to confront one another. Thus, he quickly locked his target onto the elder steward, using the original sniper rifle without ammunition inscribed with array patterns, aiming to merely injure rather than kill, inciting the steward's wrath and grief over his lost son, thereby clouding his judgment and creating chaos. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and with unwavering resolve, Yi Lin pulled the trigger. Chapter 100. Seizing the opportunity amidst chaos, a faint sound echoed from the Li residence, scarcely audible amidst the bustling daytime noise, heard by no one but Yi Lin himself. Just as the elder steward of the Qingming sect was about to speak, a sudden sense of crisis engulfed him, causing his body to tense instinctively. In the next instant, as he raised his head, he saw a projectile shooting towards him from the Li residence, its speed causing his pupils to constrict. Li Yuanlong, how dare you ambush us? Infuriating, the elder steward roared, unleashing his formidable true essence, which rapidly coalesced into a protective barrier around him. Yet that ominous black line, imbued with a terrifying penetrative force, pierced through his protective essence with a sharp hiss, burrowing deeply beneath his left rib. Almost simultaneously with his thunderous roar, a barrage of 7 or 8 bullets hurtled towards the gray-robed elders at an alarming speed. However, upon hearing the elders' urgent call, the gray-robed elders were evidently on guard. Sensing the imminent threat, they swiftly employed their skills to counter the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The elders unleashed their essence, creating a cataclysmic force that distorted the very air around them, halting the sniper bullets mid-flight with their formidable energy, before they suddenly swept their sleeves, sending the bullets hurtling back. With a series of resounding thuds, the bullets returned unscathed, shattering the rooftop above. Regrettably, after his initial strike, Yi Lin sensed impending danger. Having prepared for such an eventuality, he swiftly stowed his sniper rifle in a spatial ring and, with a sudden tremor, shattered the roof tiles as he descended. At that moment, the majority of the Li family's martial artists were gathered outside, their numerous residences providing ample cover. Thus, Yi Lin's fall from the rooftop went unnoticed. He emerged from the building, brandishing his long knife, sprinting towards the outside. His attire and weaponry were typical of Li family warriors, and amidst the tense atmosphere, who would pay heed to such details? Following the elder's furious roar, he was struck by a bullet, instantly igniting a blaze of wrath in his eyes. The gray-robed elders, typically esteemed figures within the sect, now found themselves the targets of a premeditated assassination, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within them. You Li family scion, you are far too arrogant. You initiated hostilities, and when we sought to confront you, you lay in ambush. Do not blame us for unleashing our wrath today. The gray-robed elders roared in unison, their sleeves sweeping wide, unleashing a torrent of robust essence that reduced several lower-ranked Li warriors to mere fragments. Return my son's life. The elder of the Qingming sect bellowed, channeling his powerful essence to forcefully expel the bullet lodged within him, sending it flying like a sharp arrow into the body of a Li family warrior, who was sent hurtling away. Li Yuanlong, momentarily taken aback, was astounded as concealed projectiles erupted from within his family. His mind still reeling, he witnessed the gray-robed elders wreaking havoc, causing his doubts to dissipate in a surge of heated resolve. You old fools, are you seeking death? Sea-splitting wave, Li Yuanlong shouted, his hands weaving, unleashing two azure waves that crashed into and toppled two of the gray-robed elders. Yet, the adversaries were no weaklings. Their essence surged forth, illuminating the ground beneath them as they charged back into the fray. Qingming Palm. The two gray-robed elders cried in unison, their arms glowing with a luminous azure as they advanced towards Li Yuanlong with a lightness that belied their power. Li Yuanlong, witnessing this, smirked and declared, though your Qingming Palm is formidable, you two old wretches are too feeble to pose any threat to me. Begone. With a mighty roar, radiant streams of white light ignited from his arms, legs, and back, converging into his hands like a vibrant marquee. Then, those hands burst forth with a dazzling white light, slightly parting as they struck the two gray-robed elders simultaneously. Bang! Bang! A thunderous sound akin to a sudden clap of thunder resonated, causing the two elders to tremble violently, as if electrified. Subsequently, they spat out two mouthfuls of black blood and were hurled away with a resounding crash. Everyone be cautious. Li Yuanlong's martial prowess has likely surpassed the innate 9th level. The two gray-robed elders, their faces filled with astonishment, quickly ingested healing elixirs and launched another assault. The supervising elder, filled with rage, engaged in a fierce battle with Li Yuanlong, the sounds of their violent clashes echoing continuously amidst the intense fight. Others, including the gray-robed elders, were also embroiled in their own skirmishes, fiercely contesting with one another. In a mere moment, over a dozen corpses lay scattered on the ground, and the battlefield continued to expand. Gradually, some began to fight their way out, pushing into the streets amidst the chaos. The wandering martial artists and merchants in Qingzhou City bore witness to this brutal conflict, retreating to a safe distance. Kill, kill, kill. Unbeknownst to all, a martial artist clad in the attire of the Li family weaved through the crowd, scanning the surroundings. It goes without saying that this individual was Yi Lin, who had infiltrated the Li family ranks. His long knife glimmered repeatedly, each strike claiming a life. Yi Lin's execution of the concealed blade technique became increasingly adept. When he refrained from striking, he did so only to gravely injure or take a life with each draw. Swoosh! Another Qingming sect warrior fell victim to his blade, losing his head in a single stroke. Found you. Suddenly, Yi Lin's eyes brightened as he spotted Yi Xian engaged in a fierce duel with a Li family warrior, exchanging blows back and forth. His infiltration aimed to incite greater chaos and seize the opportunity to eliminate Yi Xian, lest he pose future complications. However, just as Yi Lin sought to approach Yi Xian for a decisive strike, a figure abruptly appeared before him. I have been observing you since the beginning. You have slain no fewer than 10 of my Qingming sect disciples. Prepare to meet your end. The manager of the Drunken Star Pavilion, with a face full of murderous intent, intercepted Yi Lin, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, upon seeing Yi Lin's face directly, he froze in surprise. It's you. It's you? Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback as well. For this man was the very one who had inquired about the Silver Wolf King when he first entered the city. So, you are a scion of the Li family. Excellent. You are the one who killed the supervising elder's son. Your life is forfeit. The manager of the Drunken Star Pavilion, regaining his composure, suddenly wore a sinister expression. He recalled that the Li family disciple who had committed murder in the tavern was accompanied by a Silver Wolf King, a detail he had overlooked. Now, upon seeing Yi Lin, all memories surged back. Since you have discovered my identity, then you shall perish. Yi Lin responded with a sudden onslaught. And in an effort to conceal his true strength and prevent suspicion, he grasped the prayer beads in his hand and unleashed a palm strike. A flash of golden light illuminating the air as the external binding seal silently penetrated his opponent's body. In an instant, the countenance of the chief steward of the Drunken Star Tower shifted dramatically, golden light emanating from beneath his skin, momentarily halting his figure. At that very moment, Yi Lin called out sharply, drawing his concealed blade. With a swift thrust, a severed head rolled away. Yi Lin calmly flicked his knife, unhesitatingly advancing towards Yi Xian. Chapter 101. Yi Xian. Long time no see. After dispatching the chief steward, Yi Lin deftly maneuvered through the obstacles, finally reaching Yi Xian's side. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he swiftly plunged his knife into the back of a Li family warrior engaged in combat with Yi Xian, peering out from behind with a knowing smile. Yi Xian, long time no see. Who are you? Yi Xian asked, gazing at Yi Lin, who was clad in the same garb as the Li family warriors, momentarily stupefied, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. What? Have you, the young clan leader, forgotten me after just a few years away from the family? Yi Lin remarked, wiping the blood from his blade, his smile unwavering. The young clan leader? Yi Xian was taken aback, his gaze clouded with confusion as he scrutinized Yi Lin's face. Suddenly, a realization struck him, his pupils constricted sharply. Yi Lin? You are Yi Lin. In that moment, Yi Xian finally recognized Yi Lin. Although his demeanor had transformed entirely, his appearance remained largely unchanged. However, soon after, his eyes filled with rage, for he had learned that his father had been killed by none other than Yi Lin. The enmity of a father's murder is a debt that cannot be repaid. Initially, he had intended to return to Qingtian City with his fellow disciples to exact revenge in due time. Yet, fate had brought them face to face here. Yi Lin, you murdered my father, and though I had yet to seek you out, you have come to me. So, prepare to meet your end. A fierce glint of killing intent ignited in Yi Xian's eyes as his aura surged to new heights, more ferocious than before. His longsword became a tempest, striking with the intensity of a frenzied willow branch, a flurry of sword lights raining down upon Yi Lin. Indeed, it seems you have acquired some genuine skills during your time at the Qingming sect these past 2 years. However, it appears you still fall short. Yi Lin replied with a faint smile, observing the onslaught of sword lights approaching. With a sudden, forceful swing of his arm, a terrifying blade hum resounded. Yi Xian felt a brilliant flash before his eyes, a robust and resplendent blade light dazzling him. And then, like a venomous serpent, it accurately struck his longsword. Clang! His sword was sent flying, the tempestuous momentum of his strikes abruptly subdued, leaving Yi Xian's face awash with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you be so powerful? My current cultivation and techniques far surpass anyone in the family. How could you have suddenly become stronger than me? This is impossible. This is impossible. Yi Xian struggled to accept the reality before him. When he had left, he was acutely aware of Yi Lin's circumstances. Yet how brief a time had passed. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yi Lin remarked coolly. Yi Xian, when your father chose to betray the clan, he had already sealed his fate. Furthermore, you have long since abandoned the notion of family. Do not forget, without the initial support of your kin, you would be naught. How could you even speak of your current state? It would be best for you to follow your father. Keeping you around will only lead to future calamity, Yi Lin declared, suddenly flashing with a golden light, unleashing a terrifying speed as he seized Yi Xian by the neck, thrusting a long blade brutally into his body. Do you understand? It is precisely because of you that the Qingming sect and the Li family find themselves in this dire situation. Thus, your demise is justified. Yi Lin whispered softly into his ear, causing Yi Xian to widen his eyes in shock as the realization dawned upon him. He gathered all his strength to speak. But Yi Lin twisted the blade against his neck with such force that he could not utter a word, soon succumbing to his fate. Now, you may consider yourself as having died with your eyes closed, Yi Lin stated coolly, wiping the blood from his blade before swiftly departing the scene of the battle. Approximately half an hour later, lightened of burden, Yi Lin appeared on the back of the Silver Wolf King, just outside Qingzhou City. His objective had been accomplished. Yi Xian was slain, eliminating a future threat. The discord between the Li family and the Qingming sect had been thoroughly ignited, and it would take considerable time to unravel the situation. Hence, there was no need for him to remain in Qingzhou City to observe the unfolding events. The Qingming sect and the Li family were the only two major forces in Qingzhou Prefecture. Had they not engaged in conflict, matters would have been more manageable. However, once they took action, their pride would prevent them from easily resolving even a misunderstanding, unless it resulted in significant consequences. Therefore, during this time, Yi Lin could confidently and boldly develop the forces under his command. Meanwhile, the Li family would certainly lack the time and energy to scrutinize his movements within the prefecture. Concurrently, 2 days passed. The orders from the Clothiers Guild prompted their spies in various towns to finally discover the scene of the Li family members' demise on the official road to the prefecture. Good heavens, what weapon could cause such horrific injuries? Several spies stood at the roadside, gazing in disbelief at the Li family warriors, who had been mercilessly gunned down by Yi Lin's Gatling gun, their faces etched with shock. Wang, the lead investigator, you are a senior spy of our Clothiers Guild. What do you think could have caused this? Many bodies are shattered into several pieces, and look at those horses, split in two. It's utterly terrifying. Indeed, the bodies are severed at the waist, with injuries of a most irregular nature. Look, this warrior's head has exploded, leaving but a small fragment. How brutal, how horrifying. Wang, the lead investigator. The spies all turned their astonished gazes toward the senior spy, surnamed Wang. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became, even gasping in horror before shaking his head. Such terrifying and gruesome injuries, let alone you all. This is the first time I have encountered anything like it. No weapon I am aware of could possibly inflict such damage. Not only I, but even if the guild leader were to arrive personally, he would likely be at a loss. This is undoubtedly a weapon of unprecedented terror. After Wang Tanshi concluded his speech, a moment of astonishment ensued, followed by his inquiry. Now, among you, who possesses a pen or painting martial spirit, document this scene. I must take it back to the prefectural city. I shall do it. A common-clothed scout stepped forward, surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a soul ring emerged behind him. The ring radiated with brilliance, unfurling a blank scroll, which was soon infused with figures and flora, perfectly replicating every detail of the scene before them. He then produced a mirror jade, placing it upon his forehead, as a beam of light shot from the scroll into the jade. Chapter 102. A great commotion. The scout from the commoner's tower departed, utterly astounded. Wang Tanshi mounted a swift steed, racing frantically toward the prefectural city to report back. Hours later, a startling sound echoed along the official road. The horse beneath Wang Tanshi reared in alarm, its eyes wide with fear, as a colossal demonic wolf charged toward them. Whoa! Wang Tanshi tightened the reins, firmly controlling the horse, and gently patted its neck, his gaze captivated by the silver giant wolf racing down the road. What a magnificent beast! Who was this young man that could tame such a wild wolf king as his steed? Wang Tanshi's eyes followed the silver wolf king closely as it sped past him. Unquestionably, the rider atop the wolf was Yi Lin, who had emerged from Qingzhou Prefecture. Wang Tanshi would never have imagined that the terrifying scene he witnessed moments ago stemmed from the very youth who had just galloped by. Yi Lin cast a casual glance at Wang Tanshi, unperturbed, as he continued on his journey. At that moment, he was eager to return home, pausing only to allow the silver wolf king some rest, otherwise maintaining an unwavering pace. 2 days later, clad in pristine white garments, untainted by dust, Yi Lin sat poised atop the silver wolf king, finally arriving outside Qingtian City. In stark contrast, the silver wolf, once adorned in shimmering fur, now appeared gray and travel-worn due to their journey, highlighting Yi Lin's immaculate appearance. Young Master Yi. It is indeed young Master Yi. The guards, initially unable to recognize him, were filled with regret for their oversight. Outside Qingtian City, a group of warriors stood guard. As Yi Lin approached, they finally discerned that the figure on the gray wolf was none other than the young master of the Yi family, hastening to greet him with fervent enthusiasm. In Qingtian City, Yi Lin was regarded as a figure of reverence. Even now, throngs of people flocked to the plaza to pay homage to the statue of the deity. The citizens of Qingtian City held profound gratitude for Yi Lin, and even the guards, benefiting from the new order he had established, enjoyed a far more prosperous life than before. I have been away for 2 days. Thank you all for your hard work. Yi Lin revealed a faint smile, casually tossing a few taels of silver into the air, declaring, "Let this be my treat for everyone to enjoy some wine." With that, he mounted the silver wolf king and made his way into the city. A group of martial artists exhibited expressions of surprise, their excitement and gratitude directed towards Yi Lin as they vocally expressed their thanks. Truly, he is the young master of the Yi family. Such a display of generosity is indeed impressive. No wonder at such a tender age, he has achieved so much in Qingtian City. It is truly admirable. Alas, we are not fortunate enough to be members of the Yi family, yet it is reassuring that our own families are working alongside the young master. With his broad-mindedness and adept methods, we shall surely enjoy prosperous days ahead. Have you noticed that the silver wolf king has transformed into a gray wolf king, appearing quite worn from travel? It seems that young Master Yi has embarked on an important mission, and I suspect it won't be long before Qingtian City witnesses significant developments once again. The city guards may lack certain skills, but their discerning eyes are remarkable. Is it young Master Yi? Or has he ventured, looking so weary? Young Master Yi, greetings. Has he returned? As Yi Lin entered the city, more and more people recognized him. Whether they were warriors from prominent families or wandering cultivators, each expressed heartfelt gratitude and respect towards him, greeting him warmly along the way. Almost everyone instinctively overlooked Yi Lin's youth. Setting aside his numerous accomplishments in Qingtian City, the mere act of presenting the divine statue has benefited countless martial artists. They have personally experienced that with sincere worship of the divine statue, all distracting thoughts seem to vanish, bringing peace to their martial pursuits, which greatly enhances their practice. In their hearts, Yi Lin's ability to bestow such a precious divine statue upon them is a testament to his immense generosity. No one could fail to feel grateful and respectful. It's been a long time, everyone. Yi Lin relished this sense of camaraderie, nodding and greeting everyone until he arrived at the gates of the Yi residence. Awaiting him were Yi Wei-ying, Yi Ling-er, and other family members, evidently having received news through their informants. They stood joyously outside the gates, ready to welcome Yi Lin's return. Brother. Yi Ling-er was the first to dash forward upon spotting Yi Lin, her face alight with happiness. Yi Lin chuckled, dismounting from the Silver Wolf King and opening his arms to embrace her. Yi Wei-ying and the others also approached joyfully, bowing in respect. Young master. Thank you all for your hard work during my absence these past few days. Yi Wei-ying, please have a few servants tend to the Silver Wolf King and reward them with some extra silver. Yi Lin patted Ling-er on the back, saying, all right, you're getting older now. Don't cling to me like this, or you might end up unmarried. I don't want to get married. I want to help my brother manage the family. Yi Ling-er replied stubbornly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Lin laughed heartily, taking her hand and leading the family members into the residence. After a brief absence, the family members provided a summary of recent events. Yi Lin listened attentively, taking out a string of prayer beads and rhythmically manipulating them as he absorbed the reports from his kin. A fleeting glimmer of golden light vanished in an instant, as the grand and solemn essence of Zen enveloped Yi Lin. Once the clansmen had reported and departed, Yi Lin finally withdrew his prayer beads, and the aura of Zen around him dissipated cleanly in an instant. Sensing the disappearance of this presence, Yi Wei-ying's gaze shifted slightly, and he could not help but glance up at Yi Lin, asking, young master, was your journey successful? Quite so, Yi Lin nodded, but soon a chilling aura followed. Currently, the Qingming sect and the Li family are embroiled in conflict, leaving the state and the city powerless to intervene. This presents an excellent opportunity for the growth of our Qingtian city. You must immediately notify the prominent families. In half an hour, gather at the Gathering of Heroes Pavilion to meet me. There are significant developments ahead. Understood. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Wei-ying's eyes as he harbored some suspicions. He promptly exited the hall, mounted his demon wolf steed, and set off to notify the various clans. Chapter 103. The speculations